The Project Gutenberg ebook of Helps to Latin Translation at site. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Helps to Latin Translation at site. Author: Edmund. Luce. Release date: May 20, 2009. Ebook number 28890. Language: English. Credits: produced by Louise Hope, Marcia Brooks, Stephen Giacomelli and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by Case Western Reserve University Preservation Department Digital Library. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Helps to Latin Translation at site. This e-text includes characters that require UTF-8, Unicode, file encoding. The most common are, kappa pi tau epsilon rho omicron Greek, usually in references to word derivation AEIOU letters with macron or long mark AEIOU letters with breve or short mark square root and therefore symbols if any of these characters do not display properly, in particular, if the diacritic does not appear directly above the letter or if the apostrophes and quotation marks in this paragraph appear as garbage. You may have an incompatible browser or unavailable fonts. First, make sure that the browser's character set or file encoding is set to Unicode, UTF-8. You may also need to change your browser's default font. All brackets and braces are in the original. Shorter table of contents, list of passages for translation, appendices, index, transcribers, notes. Helps to Latin Translation at site. Helps to Latin Translation at site by the Rev. Edmund Luce with an introductory note by the Rev. Vahan E. Littleton, M.A. Headmaster of Eton II. Regere Imperio Populos, Romain, Memento, Hatibierunt Arts, Passus Componere Morum. Parceris sub ictus, et debeller superbos. Virgil, Aeneid, 6. 851. 3 Facisti patrium diversus gentibus unam, profut injustus te dominanti capi. Dunc offers victus proprii consortia iris, urbum facisti quad prius orbis erat. Rutilius, I-63-6 Eton College Spottiswoode & Co., Limited 1908. All rights reserved. Introductory note: whatever controversies may be astir as to the precise objects of a classical training, it will hardly be disputed that if that teaching has been successful, the pupils will sooner or later be able to make out an ordinary passage of unseen Latin or Greek. It is a test to which the purely linguistic teacher must obviously defer, while the master, who aims at imparting knowledge of the subject matter, must acknowledge, if his boys flounder helplessly in unprepared extracts, that they could have learned about ancient life better through translations. In addition to the value of unseen translation, as a test of teaching, it constitutes an admirable thinking exercise. But so numerous are the various books of extracts already published that I should have seen nothing to be gained from the appearance of a new one like the present volume were it not, as far as I know, different in two important respects from others. It contains 6 demonstrations of how sentences are to be attacked, and further, the passages are chosen so that if a boy works through the book he can hardly fail to gain some outline knowledge of Roman Republican history. As to the demonstrations, their value will be evident if it is realized that failure in this sort of translation means failure to analyze, to split up, separate, distinguish the component parts of an apparently jumbled but really ordered sentence. A beginner must learn to trust the solvent with which we supply him, and the way to induce him to trust it is to show it to him at work. That is what a demonstration will do if only the learner will give it a fair chance. In regard to the historical teaching contained in the extracts, there can be little doubt that the present tendency of classical teaching is towards emphasizing the subject matter as well as the language. It is felt that as training in political principles, the reading of Greek and Roman authors offers unique advantages, such as many English boys can appreciate, who are deaf to the literary appeal. The choice therefore of historical extracts in chronological order is an attempt to recognize both the two great aims of classical teaching at once. At any rate, there is no reason to suppose that the linguistic exercise is in any way impaired by being combined with a little history. I should like to direct attention also to the notes given on the extracts, and the purpose they are meant to serve. If no notes had been given, some of the passages which are important or interesting historically would have been found too difficult for the boys for whom they are intended. Moreover, most of the notes concern the historical aspect of the extract to which they belong, and are part of the scheme by which the subject matter of the passage is emphasized. Although the passages themselves are not strictly graduated, the help given in translation becomes less and less as the boy goes through the book, and it is obvious that those extracts which illustrate the later periods of Roman history will be found more difficult than the legends and stories which belong to an earlier age. In cases where no help at all is desired, the miscellaneous passages, which are without notes, may be used. E. Littleton. Eton, April 1908. Editor's preface. The aim of the present book is to help boys to translate at sight. Of the many books of unseen translation in general use, few exhibit continuity of plan as regards the subject matter, or give any help beyond a short heading. The average boy, unequal to the task before him, is forced to draw largely upon his own invention, and the master, in correcting written unseens, has seldom leisure to do more than mark mistakes, a method of correction almost useless to the boy, unless accompanied by full and careful explanation when the written work is given back. Now that less time is available for Latin and Greek, new methods of teaching them must be adopted if they are to hold their own in our public schools. When Lord Dufferin could say, "I am quite determined, so far as care and forethought can prevent it, that the 10 best years of my boy's life shall not be spent, as mine were, in nominally learning 2 dead languages without being able to translate an ordinary paragraph from either without the aid of a dictionary," and Dr. Reid could write, it is not too much to say that a large number of boys pass through our schools without ever dreaming that an ancient writer could pen 3 consecutive sentences with a connected meaning. Chaos is felt to be natural to ancient literature, no search is made for sense, and the Latin or Greek book is looked upon as a more or less fortuitous concourse of words. When Dr. Rouse can assert, the public schoolboy at 19 is unable to read a simple Latin or Greek book with ease, or to express a simple series of thoughts without atrocious blunders, he has learned from his classics neither accuracy nor love of beauty and truth. It is obvious that, for the average boy, the system of perfunctorily prepared set books and dashed off unseens is a failure. The experience of every teacher who is also an examiner, and who has had to deal with public school boys, will confirm this, but during 25 years teaching and examining of boys in almost every stage, I have found that translation at sight, taught upon the plan of this book, not only produces a good result, but teaches a boy how to grapple with the bare text of a Latin author better than the habitual practice of translating at sight without any help at all. If the average boy is to be taught how to translate, his interest must be awakened and sustained, and the standard of routine work made as high as possible. The clever boys are, as a rule, well provided for, but, even for them, the methods of this book have been found to be the shortest road to accuracy and style in translation. Moreover, by this means they have gained a first-hand acquaintance with Latin literature and the sources of Roman history. It is impossible here to enter into the question of the close and striking correspondence between the history, the literature, and the language of Rome. It was not until the history of Rome threw its mantle over her poetry that the dignity of the poet was recognized and acknowledged. In the same way the life of the Roman people is closely bound up with the prose records, and the phenomena of the Roman Empire lend a human interest to all representative Roman writers. One considerations of this kind form a sufficient justification of the method here adopted of employing the historical records of Rome as a basis of teaching. In this book the introduction, pages 1 to 14, is written to teach a boy how to arrive at the meanings of words, helps to vocabulary, pages 1 to 5, how to find out the thought of a sentence through analysis and a knowledge of the order of words in Latin, helps to translation, pages 5 to 12, how to reproduce in good English the exact meaning and characteristics of his author, helps to style, pages 13 to 14. In the demonstrations, pages 15 to 58, the boy is taught to notice all allusions that give him a clue to the sense of the passage, to grapple with the difficulties of construction, to break up sentences, and to distinguish between the principal and the subordinate thoughts both in prose and verse. The passages have been carefully selected, and contain accounts of nearly all the important events and illustrious men of the period of history to which they belong. They are chronologically arranged and divided into 6 periods, covering Roman history from BC 753 to BC 44, leaving the Augustan and subsequent period to be dealt with in a second volume. The translation help given in the notes is carefully graduated. The notes to parts I, 2, 3. Mark D, pages 60 to 107, are thus intended to help younger boys to deal with passages which would in some cases be too difficult for them. Less help in translation is given in parts 4 and V, Mark C, pages 108 to 159, while the notes to part 6, Mark B, pages 160 to 236, are mainly concerned with historical explanation, illustration, or allusion. The miscellaneous passages, pages 238 to 271, chosen for me by my brother-in-law, Mr. A. M. Goodhart, assistant master at Eton College, are added to provide occasional passages in which no help is given. It is hoped that these, which deal with subjects of general interest, and include a somewhat wide range of authors, may give variety to the book, and supply more verse passages than the historical character of the rest would admit. For the sake of variety, or to economize time, some of the passages may be translated viva voce at the discretion of the master. The appendices, pages 274 to 363, may be referred to when a boy finds himself in doubt about the value of a conjunction, I, the force of a prefix, 2, the meaning of a suffix, 3, the life and times of his author, 6, or the historical significance of a date, 7. In Appendix V a demonstration is given to show how a boy, after sufficient practice in translation by the help of analysis, may to some extent learn to think in Latin, and so to follow the Latin order in arriving at the thought. The important question of what maps should accompany the book will be best solved by providing each boy with a copy of Murray's Small Classical Atlas, edited by G. B. Grundy, which will be found to be admirably adapted to the purpose. By the kindness of Mr. John Murray, 2 plans, Dyrrhachium and Pharsalus, not at present included in the Atlas, have been specially drawn to illustrate passages on pages 216 and 218, and are placed opposite the text. As far as possible I have acknowledged my indebtedness to the editors whose editions of the classics have been consulted. For the historical explanations I am under special obligation to the histories of Inney and Mommsen, to the Life of Cicero by the Master of Balliol, and to the Life of Caesar by Mr. Ward Fowler. I have also to thank Messrs. Macmillan for allowing me to quote from Dr. Pott's Aids to Latin Prose, and from Professor Postgate's Sermo Latinus. For the prose passages the best texts have been consulted, while for Livy, Y. Senborn's text edited by Muller, 1906, has been followed throughout. As regards the verse passages, the text adopted is, wherever possible, that of Professor Postgate's recension of the Corpus Poetarum Latinorum. For the short lives I have found useful the Student's Companion to Latin Authors, Middleton and Mills, but I owe much more to the works of Terfel, Crutwell, Seller, Tyrrell, and Mackail. The headmaster of Eton, besides expressing his approval of the book, has kindly offered to write an introductory note. He has also given me an exceptional opportunity of testing more than half the historical passages by allowing them to be used in proof, until the book was ready, for the weekly unseen translation in the 3 blocks of 5th form, represented by the letters B, C, D. The criticisms and suggestions made by classical masters at Eton, who have used the passages week by week, have been very valuable, and, in particular, my thanks are due to Mr. Impey, Mr. Tatham, Mr. Macnaghten, Mr. Wells, and Mr. Ramsay. My thanks are also due to the lower master, Mr. F. H. Rawlins, for kindly reading the Ms. of the introduction, demonstrations, and appendices I4, and for giving me the benefit of his wide experience. To my brother-in-law, Mr. A. M. Goodhart, I owe it that I undertook to write the book. Without his advice it would never have seen the light, and he has given me most valuable help and encouragement at every stage. As regards the choice of type and style of printing, I owe a special debt of thanks to Mr. W. Hacklet, manager of Messrs. Spottiswoodies Eton branch, whose unceasing care and attention has been invaluable in seeing the book through the press. I must also acknowledge the patience and skill of Messrs. Spottiswoodies London staff in carrying out the many alterations which I have found to be inseparable from the task of bringing each passage and its notes into the compass of a single page. In conclusion, I should like to say that it has been my aim throughout to adhere to what is best in Roman literature, and to omit passages the choice of which can only be justified by regarding their literary form apart from their moral value. Latin literature contains so much that is at once excellent in style and noble in thought that it seems a grave mistake to exalt the one at the expense of the other. Maxima debitur puro reverentia. Edmund Luce. Windsor, April 1908. 1. The late Professor Goodhart. Contents page. Introductory note. V. Editor's preface. 7. List of passages for translation. 15. Index of authors. XXIII. Introduction. How to translate at side 1 to 14. I. Helps to vocabulary 1 to 5. 2. Helps to translation 5 to 12. 3. Helps to style 13 to 14. Demonstrations in unseen translation 15 to 58. Passages for translation at side 59 to 236. 1. Illustrating Roman history. Part I. Regal period, BC 753 to 509. 60 to 66. Part 2. Early Republic, BC 509 to 366. 67 to 88. Part 3. The Conquest of Italy, BC 366 to 266. 89 to 107. Part 4. Contest with Carthage, BC 264 to 202. 108 to 146. Part V. Formation of Empire beyond Italy, in Europe and Africa, BC 200 to 133. 147 to 159. Part 6. Period of civil strife in Italy, and foreign wars, ending in revolution, BC 133 to 44. 160 to 236. 2. Miscellaneous passages 237 to 271. Appendices I. List of important conjunctions 274 to 276. 2. List of important prefixes 277 to 281. 3. List of important suffixes 282 to 286. 4. Groups of cognate words 287 to 288. V. How to think in Latin 289 to 292. 6. Short Lives of Roman Authors 293 to 345 7. Chronological Outlines of Roman History and Literature 347 to 363. Index 365 to 368. Plan of Dyrrhachium opposite page 216. Plan of Pharsalus opposite page 218. List of passages for translation. Demonstrations. Page 16. Fierce encounter with the German Caesar, BGI 5224. The Music of Arian Ovid, Fast I 2. 8332. A rash promise rashly believed Livy XXV. 1940. Rashness justly punished Livy XXV. 1948. The Happy Life Virgil, George. 2 490. 54. The Tomb of Archimedes Cicero, Tusk. v. 23. 64. Part I. The Regal Period, 753 to 509 BC. 60. The Vision of Anchises Virgil, N. 6 777. 61a. The Passing of Romulus Livy I 16b. The Mystery Explained Ovid, Fast I 2. 379. 62a. The Gate of Janus Livy I 19b. Virgil, N. 7 607. 63. The Sibylline Books Agellius I 1964. A Sextus Tarquinius et Gabii Livy I 54b. The Fall of Gabii Ovid, Fast I 2. 543. 65. The Position of Rome Cicero, De Republic 2. 366. The Praise of Italy Virgil, George. 2 136. Part 2. The Early Republic, 509 to 366 BC. 67a. Horatius Virgil, N. 8 646 B. Livy 2. 1068. Horatius Livy 2. 1069a. Mucius Scaevola Livy 2. 12b. Martial, I 2170. Battle of Lake Regillus Livy 2. 2071. Tribunes of the People Livy 2. 3272. Coriolanus Livy 2. 4073. Destruction of the Fabii Ovid, Fast I 2. 175. 74a. Cincinnatus Florus I 11. 12b. In the Brave Days of Old Ovid, Fast I 3. 729. 75. The Decemvirate. 12 Tables Livy 3. 32, 34. 76. Virginia's Death Not in Vain Livy 3. 49. 77. Cassus Wins the Spolia Opima Livy 4. 1978. First pay given to citizen soldiers Livy 4. 59. 79. A Lament over Veii Propertius v 10. 27b. The Rise of the Alban Lake Cicero, de Div I 44. 180. The Conquest of Veii Livy v 2181. The Battle of the Allia Livy v 3882a. The Battle of the Allia Livy v 38b. July 18, Adies Nefastus Lucan, Fars. 7 407. 83. Roman Dignity and Courage Livy v 4184a. Manlius Capitolinus and the Sacred Geese Virg. N. 8 652b. The Fate of Manlius Val Max 6. De Sev 85. Camillus, Parens Patriae Livy v 4986. A Migration to Veii abandoned Livy v 55b. Juno forbids rebuilding of Troy. Horace, Od. 3-3. 5787. First Plebeian Consul Livy 6. 3588. Origin of the Floralia Ovid, Fast IV 237. Part 3. The Conquest of Italy, 366 to 266 BC. 89. Manlius and his son Torquatus Cicero, Daf. 3 112. 90. An important epoch Livy 7. 2991. Battle of Mount Gaurus. M. Valerius Corvus Livy 7. 3392. A self-sacrifice of Decius Mus Propertius, 3. 1163b. The Dream of the Consuls Val Max Idisam. 93. The Battle of Mount Vesuvius Livy 8. 1094 The Dictator and his Master of the Horse Livy 8. 3095 The Cawdon Forks Livy 9. 296 The Yoke Livy 9. 597 Rome repudiates the treaty Cicero, Daf. 3109 98 Battle of Bovianum Livy 9. 4499 Battle of Sentinum Livy x 28 100 Ames of Pyrrhus. Battle of Heraclea Justinus 18. 101 Fabricius the Just Cicero, Daf. 386 102 Appius the Blind Cicero, De Senior 16, 37 103a. The Battle of Asculum Florus I 18. 9b. The Battle near Beneventum Florus I 18. 11 104 In praise of Pyrrhus Justinus XXV. 5 105 Amenius Curius Dentata Cicero, De Senior 55b Juvenal 11. 78 C. Horace, OD. I 12. 41 106 In praise of Tarentum Horace, OD. 26. 9 107 The praise of Italy Virgil, George. 2 155 Part 4 The contest with Carthage, 264 to 202 BC 108 The vision of Anchises Virgil, N. 6 836 109 The foundation of Carthage Justinus, 18. 5 110 Aeneas views the building of Carthage Virgil, N. I 419 111 Regulus, a Roman martyr Cicero, Daf. 399 112 A naval victory near Mylae, adapted, B honor conferred on Tullius Cicero, De Senior 44 113 Carthaginian victory off Drepanus Cicero, and D2. 37 114 A Lutatius victory off Egates Insuli Nepos, Hamilcar IB Sil. Italian 6. 653 115 A Importance of Second Punic War Livy XXI. 1b Oath of the Boy Hannibal Livy XXI. 116 The paths of glory lead but to the grave Juvenal x 147 117 Character of Hannibal Livy XXI 4 118 The siege of Saguntum Livy XXI 7 119a. The dream of Hannibal Cicero, de Divi 24. 49b. The interpretation Sil. Italian 3. 198 120 From the Pyrenees to the Rhone Livy XXI. 28 121 From the Rhone to Italy Livy XXI. 30 122 The descent of the Alps Livy XXI. 36 123a. The battle at the Trebia Frontinus, Strat. 25. 23b. The river bars the retreat Sil. Italian 4. 571 24 The battle of Lake Trasimene Livy XXII. 4 125 Livy XXII. 5 126 The death of Flaminius Sil. Italian v 644 127 Quetzales Fabius Maximus Cunctator Cicero, De Senior 10 128 Fabius and his master of the horse Livy XXII. 29 129 Cani. Destruction of the Roman infantry Livy XXII. 47 130 Cani. Paulus Animi Magni Prodigus Livy XXII 49 131 Amaharbal urges Hannibal to march on Rome Livy XXII 51b Scipio forbids nobles to abandon Italy Frontinus, Strat 4. 739 132 A Rome's heroes Horace, OD. I 12. 37b. The dream of Propertius 3. 3-1 133a Capua aspires to rival Rome Horace, Epod. 16-1b Decius Magius defies Hannibal Livy XXIII. 10 134a Capua became Hannibal's Cani Florus II. 621b. The punishment of rebel Capua Livy XXVI. 16 135 Marcellus et Nola Livy XXIII. 16 136 Cicero's description of Syracuse Cicero, Inver. 2-4. 117 137 Engineering skill of Archimedes Livy XXIV. 34 138 Marcellus laments over Syracuse Livy XXV. 24 139 The death of Marcellus Livy XXVII. 27 140 Character of Scipio Africanus Meyer Livy XXVI. 19 141 Scipio takes New Carthage Livy XXVI. 45 142 Nero's march to the Meta Eurus Livy XXVII. 43 143 The Meta Eurus Horace, OD. 44. 29 144 Hannibal leaves Italy Livy XXX. 19 145 Zama. Before the battle Livy XXX. 31 146 Zama. The order of battle front Enus, Strat. 2-3. 16 Part V Formation of Empire beyond Italy, in Europe and Africa, 200 to 133 BC 147 Battle of Cynocephaly Livy XXXIII. 9 148 Flamininus proclaims freedom of Greece Livy XXXIII. 32 149 A Battle of Thermopylae front Enus, Strat. 2-4b Battle of Magnesia Florus I 24 150 Deaths of three great men Livy XXXVI. 51 151 M Porcius Cato Nepos, Cato II. 152 Horace, OD. 215 153 Padna, Aemilius Paulus, Livy Sliv. 41 154 Livy Sliv. 41 155 Destruction of Carthage Florus II. 1511 156 Destruction of Corinth Vel. Paterk. I 13 157 The Lusitanian Hannibal Florus II. 1713 158 Destruction of Numantia Florus II. 1811 159 Rome the Invincible Horace, OD. 44. 49 Part 6 Civil strife in Italy, and foreign wars, ending in revolution, 133 to 44 BC 160 The Gracchus Sallust, Iug. 42 161a. On the death of Tiberius Gracchus Cicero, Dov. I-76b. On Lex Frumentaria of C. Gracchus Cicero, Tusk. 320. 48c. On C. Gracchus as an orator Cicero, Brutus 125 162 The betrayal of Jugurtha Sallust, Iug. 113 163 A. Arpinum. Birthplace of Cicero and Marius Juvenal 8. 237 B. Cicero on Marius Cicero, Marius 164 Teutones annihilated at Aquae Sextii Florus 3. 3 165 A. Marius flight from Sulla Lucan, Fars. 267 B. Marius outlived his fame Juvenal X 278 166 Cicero on civil strife Cicero, in Cat. 310 167 Tribunate of M. Livius Drusus Vel. Paterk. 213 168 A. Outbreak of the social war at Asculum Florus 3. 183 B. The Sabellian father's advice to his sons Juvenal 14. 179-169 A defeat and death of Rutilius Ovid, Fast I 6. 563b. The Lex Platia Paparia Cicero, Pro Arch 4. 7c Cicero's first and only campaign Cicero, Philosophy 12. 1127d. The battle near Asculum Florus 3. 1814 170 Sulla's character and bearing Sallust, Iug. 95 171 A Mithridates youth and early training Justinus XXXVII. 2b. His preparations for conquest Justinus XXXVII. 3-4 172 The Battle of Cheoni Frontinus, Strat. 2-3. 17 173 A capture of Athens and the Piraeus Vel. Paterk. 223b Battle of Orchomenus Frontinus, Strat. 28. 12c Peace of Dardanus Vel. Paterk. 223 174 A Battles of Sacriportus and the Colline Gate Lucan, Fars. 2 134b Vel. Paterk. 227 175 A Death of the younger Marius. Sulla Felix Vel. Paterk. 227b. The Sullan Proscriptions Lucan, Fars. 2 176 A Sulla appointed dictator Vel. Paterk. 228b Sulla lays down his dictatorship Suetonius, Iul. 77c Death of Sulla Val Max 9. 38 177 A limitation of tribune's right of veto Cicero, de leg. 39. 22b Abolition of corn distribution Sallust, History, or M. Lep. C. Judicial functions restored to senators Vel. Paterk. 232d. A sumptuary law Agellius 2. 2411 178 Speech of Lepidus against Sulla Sallust, History, or M. Lep. 179 Sertorius and his faun Agellius, 15. 22 180a. A new Hannibal Florus 3. 22 2b. The death of Sertorius Vel. Paterk. 230 181 Lucullus character and early career Cicero, Academic 2. 182a. A soldier of Lucullus Horace, EP 2. 226b. The wealth of Lucullus Horace, EP 6. 40 183 Spartacus and his gladiators Florus 3. 23 184 Lucullus Ponticus Cicero, Pro L Man 20 185 Pompeius character and career Cicero, Pro L Man 29 186 The man Caesar Suetonius, Iul. 45 187 Caesar and the pirate Suetonius, Iul. 4 188 A Roman citizen maltreated Cicero, Inver. 25. 62 189 The Lex Gabini Vel. Paterk. 231 190 Pompeius clears the seas of pirates Cicero, Pro L Man 34 191 Pompeius subdues Mithridates and Tigranes Vel. Paterk. 237 192 A Caesar curule Edile Suetonius, Iul. 10b Caesar propraetor in further Spain Suetonius, Iul. 18 193 Cicero declaims against Catiline Cicero, in Cat. I1 194 The end of Catiline Sallust, Cat. 61 195 Caesar forms first triumvirate Vel. Paterk. 244 196 That day he overcame the Nereii Caesar, BG 225 197 Naval battle with the Veneti Caesar, BG 314 198 Caesar's Bridge across the Rhine Caesar, BG 417 199 Casavellanu Caesar, BGV 19 200 The Gallic Uprising. Vercingetorix Caesar, BG 7. 14 201 Siege of Gergovia Caesar, BG 7. 50 202 Siege of Alesia Caesar, BG 7. 84 203 Cicero's banishment Vel. Paterc. 245 204 Cicero's return Cicero, ad att 4. 1 205 In praise of Caesar Cicero, de provcons 33 206 Quem Deus vult perdere, prius dementat Florus 3. 11 1 207 Cari, after the battle Lucan, Fars. I-98 Horace, od. 3 5. 5 Ovid, Fast I-6. 465 208 Cicero's Humane Administration Cicero, ad attv 21 211 Caesar crosses the Rubicon Lucan, Fars. I-213 212 Caesar's defense before the Senate Caesar, BC I-32 213 The campaign round Lerida Lucan, Fars. 4 167 214 A siege of Massilia Lucan, Fars. 3 388 B Caesar, BC 2. 14 215 The death of Curio Lucan, Fars. 4 799 216 Dyrrachium Caesar, BC 3. 47 217 Eva Pharsalis. Pompeius Dream Lucan, Fars. 7 218 Pompeius ill-advised at Pharsala Caesar, BC 3. 92 219 A Pharsalus and Cannae compared Lucan, Fars. 7 397 B Battlefields of Pharsalus and Philippi Virgil, George. I 489 220 How Pompeius died Caesar, BC 3. 103 221 Cato's eulogy on Pompeius Lucan, Fars. 9 190 222 The grave of Pompeius Lucan, Fars. 8 789 223 Atrox Animus Catinus A Pollio, B Afra 88 224 A Cato Iudicensis Vel. Paterc. 235 B Lucan, Fars. 2 374 225 Caesar dines with Cicero ad att 13. 52 226 The death of Caesar Suetonius, Iule. 82 227 A. In praise of Caesar Cicero, Philosophy 2. 45 B Lucan, Fars. I-143 C Apotheosis of Caesar Suetonius, Iule. 88 230 A Peroration of 2nd Philippic Cicero, Philosophy 2. 46 B. On the murder of Cicero Martial, 3. 66 231 A Cicero as orator and poet Juvenal x 114 B Cicero as advocate Catullus Lix. 232 The death of Cicero Livy, Fr 233 A. In praise of Cicero Vel. Paterc. 266 B Livy Fr 234 Laus Italii Propertius 3. 22 235 Laus Romi Claudian, de Cons Still. 3 150 236 Quod Cuncti gens una summus prudentius, CSYMM 2 583 Miscellaneous passages 238 A Perpempticon Virgilio Horace, OD I3B Horace, OD I3 239 A Perpempticon Misio Celeri Statius, Sil. 22. 1B Statius, Sil. 22. 42 240a Seneca, EP 15. 8b Seneca, Media 920 241a Criticism of Poets Horace, EP 2. 150b Terence Caesar, AP Switten. See Ovid on his contemporaries. Ovid, Tr 4. 1041 242a. A Storm at Sea. Ovid, Tri 2. 19b. The Passing of Romulus. Ovid, Fast I 2. 493c Thunder and Hail Pacuvius APCIC. D. The Argo in a Gale VALFLARG 8. 328 243 A Lesbius Sparrow Catullus 3. B. My Parrot, an obtrusive bird Statius, Sil 24c. The Lapdog and its Portrait Martial I 109 244a. The Roman Satirists Quintilian X1. 93b. A Criticism of Lucilius Horace, Saturday I 4. 1c. Why Juvenal wrote satire. Juvenal I 19d. Juvenal's subject. Juvenal I 81 245a. Virtue defined. Lucilius, FRB. Poor men of mighty deeds. Juvenal 11. 90c. Persius in praise of his tutor. Persius v 19 246a. Objections to a permanent theatre. Livy, Epit. 48b. Scenic arrangements. Suetonius AP Serf C. The Awnings. Lucretius 4. 75d. The Law of Otho. Livy, Epit. 99e. Usurpers of equestrian privileges. Horace, Epod. 411 247a. The Web of Fate. Catullus Lziv. 311b. The Skill of Arachne. Ovid, Med. 619c. The Pastime of Circe. Virgil, N. 710 248a. The Monster Approaches. Andromeda. Ovid, Med. 4671b. How Perseus Won His Bride. Ovid, Med. 4721 249a. Andromeda. Monilius, Esther. v 567b. The Death of the Monster. Monilius, Esther. v 595 250a. The School of Flavius Horace, Saturday I 6. 71b. Ovid at School. Ovid. Tr 4. 1015c. The Schoolmaster's Life. Juvenal 7. 222d. Early School Martial 14. 223e. Homogeneous Divisions. Quintilian I 2. 23f. Plagius Orbilius Martial 9. 68 1 251a. Books. Ovid, Tri 1. 1b. Tibullus 3. 19c. Martial I 2 252a. Arethusa. Ovid, Med. v 585b. Ovid, Med. v 614 253a. Hylas Propertius I 20. 17b. VALFLARG 3. 581 254. The Portmanteau Fish. Plautus, Rud. 43. 58 255a. Humani Nihilum Alienum Puto. Terence, Ode I 115b. Cicero on Terence Suetonius, VIT. Ter 34c. Defense of Contaminatio. Terence, Ode. Prol. 16 256a. The Song of the Nightingale. Pliny, HNX 81b. A Corinthian Statuette. Pliny, EP 3. 6 257a. Helps to Style. Pliny, EP 7. 9b. Importance of Concentration. Quintilian, INST or X 3. 28 258a. De Simonide. Phaedrus 4. 23b. Mons Parturiens. Phaedrus 4. 24c. Truth Will Out. Phaedrus, App 22 259a. The Golden Age. Tibullus I 3. 35b birthday wishes Tibullus 260a. On the delights of hunting with a notebook Pliny, epi 6b Enon Paradii Ovid, her. v17c. The hunting party Virgil, n. 4 129 261a. A Roman day Martial 4. 8b. The Simple Life Horace, Saturday I6. 110 262a. In Praise of Agricola Tacitus, Agr. 46b Britain, its Climate and Products Tacitus, Agr. 12 263a Trimalchio's Super Petronius 50b Petronius 51 264I Pronunciation, HH2. A Street Cry 3. K. Q. C4. U Quintilian I5. 20 Catullus Lsxiv. Cicero, Div2. 4084 Termorus Plautus, Men. 555 265 I Proverbial Expressions 2. 3 4. V6. 7 8. 9 x 11. 12 13. 14 15. 16 Caesar, BC 2. 27 Cicero, Philosophy 12. 5 Horace, EPI 2. 40 Juvenal 2. 83 Livy XXI. 10 Lucretius 2. 79 Martial I 32 Plautus, Batch. I2. 36 Terence, Ian. Prahl. 41 Terence, PH2. 414 Pub Cyrus Seneca, Debrev VIT. I2 Tacitus, AGR. 30 Varro, de re Rust. 31 Virgil, N. 695 Virgil, N. I 461 266a Whom the gods loved die young Quintilian, INST or 6. 19b Servius Sulpicius to Cicero. Cicero, ad fam 4. 5 267a Catullus at his brother's grave Catullus ci. B to Calvus on his wife's death Catullus Scvi. C Cornelius plea to her husband Propertius 4. 11 1d Mors Tibuli I Ovid, AM 3. 9 268 Apophoreta Martial 269 Martial 270 Epitaphs and inscriptions. I on Navius 2. On Ennius 3. On Pacuvius 4. On Plautus v. On Tibullus 6. In Tumulo Hominis Felicis 7. Thermopylae Navius Ennius Pacuvius Plautus Domitius Marsus Ausonius, Epit. 36 Cicero, Tusk. I 42. 101 271 Epilogue. A Horace Horace, OD. 330b Ovid Med. 15871 C Martial 4. 89 Index of Authors Asinius Pollio, 223 Aulus Gellius, 63, 177, 179 Ausonius, 270 Caesar, 16, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 212, 214, 216, 218, 220, 241, 265 Catullus, 231, 243, 247, 264, 267 Cicero, 54, 65, 79, 89, 97, 101, 102, 105, 111, 112, 113, 119, 127, 136, 161, 163, 166, 169, 177, 181, 184, 185, 188, 190, 193, 204, 205, 208, 225, 227, 230, 264, 265, 266, 270 Claudian, 235 Domitius Marsus, 270 Ennius, 270 Florus, 74, 103, 134, 149, 155, 157, 158, 164, 168, 169, 180, 183, 206. Front Enus, 123, 131, 146, 149, 172, 173 Horus, 86, 105, 106, 132, 133, 143, 152, 159, 182, 207, 238, 241, 244, 246, 250, 261, 265, 271 Just Enus, 100, 104, 109, 171 Juvenal, 105, 116, 163, 165, 168, 231, 244, 246, 250, 265 Livy, 32, 40, 61, 62, 64, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 75, 76, 77, 78, 80, 81, 82, 83, 85, 86, 87, 90, 91, 93, 94, 95, 96, 98, 99, 115, 117, 118, 120, 121, 122, 124, 125, 128, 129, 130, 131, 133, 134, 135, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 144, 145, 147, 148, 150, 153, 154, 232, 233. 246, 265 Lucan, 82, 165, 174, 175, 207, 211, 213, 214, 215, 217, 219, 221, 222, 224, 227 Lucilius, 245 Lucretius, 246, 265 Manilius, 249 Martial, 69, 230, 243, 250, 251, 261, 265, 268, 269, 271 Navius, 270 Nepos, 114, 151 Ovid, 24, 61, 64, 73, 74, 88, 169, 207, 241, 242, 247, 248, 250, 251, 252, 260, 267, 271 Pacuvius, 242, 270 Perseus, 245 Petronius, 263 Phaedrus, 258 Plautus, 254, 264, 265 Pliny the Elder, 256 Pliny the Younger, 256, 257, 260 Propertius, 79, 92, 132, 234, 253, 267 Prudentius, 236 Publilius Syrus, 265 Quintilian, 244, 250, 257, 264, 266 Sallust, 160, 162, 170, 177, 178, 194 Seneca, 240, 265 Silius Italicus, 114, 119, 123, 126 Statius, 239, 243 Suetonius, 176, 186, 187, 192, 226, 227, 246, 255 Tacitus, 262, 265 Terence, 255, 265 Terentianus Maurus, 264 Tibullus, 251, 259 Valerius Flaccus, 242, 253 Valerius Maximus, 84, 92, 176 Vero, 265 Valerius Paterculus, 156, 167, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 180, 189, 191, 195, 203, 224, 233 Virgil, 48, 60, 62, 66, 67, 84, 107, 108, 110, 219, 247, 260, 265. Introduction 1. Heading: the selections in this book are in most cases intelligible apart from their context. In cases where this is not so, you will find it a valuable exercise to endeavor to arrive at the context for yourself. In all cases, however, you should pay attention to the heading, which will give you a useful clue to the meaning of the passage. 2. Author. When you see the author's name, try to remember what you know about him. For example, Livy, the historian of Rome and friend of Augustus, the contemporary of Virgil and Ovid. The Short Lives, pages 293 to 345, will tell you the chief facts about the authors from whom the selections are taken, and will give you a brief summary of their chief works. Also, if you refer to Appendix 7, pages 347 to 363, you will gain some idea of the time in which the authors lived and of their contemporaries. 3. Read the passage through, carefully as you read. 1. Notice all allusions and key words that may help you to the sense of the passage. 2. Pay special attention to the opening sentence. In translating a passage, much depends on getting the first sentence right. 3. Notice especially the connectives which introduce sentences and clauses marked off by commas. In this way you will be able to distinguish between a principal sentence and a subordinate clause. For list of conjunctions, see Appendix I, pages 274-276. Helps to vocabulary. 4. Through English derivatives. English derivatives, if used in the proper way, may give you valuable help in inferring meanings. The reason why you must generally not translate the Latin word by the derived English word is that, as you probably know, many English derivatives have come from Latin words which had wholly or in part lost their earlier classical meaning, or from Latin words not found at all in classical Latin. Yet in such cases the English word may be far from useless. You must take care to let it suggest to you the original or root meaning, leaving the correct meaning of the Latin, whether the same as the English word or not, to be determined by the context. For example, securus does not mean secure, but, like secure in Shakespeare and Milton, careless. This happy night the Frenchmen are secure, having all day caroused and banquet. Shakespeare, Hen. 6 Part 1. 2 I11. Incredible is, on the other hand, often cannot be better translated than by incredible, and implacabilis by implacable. Notice, too, how often in the case of verbs the supine stem will suggest to you the meaning of the Latin through some English derivative, which the present stem conceals. For example, pingo pictum, picture, suggests to paint. Cavio cautum, caution, beware. Colorado cultum, culture, till. Fio falsum, false, deceive. 5. Through French derivatives. Sometimes, when you cannot think of an English derivative, a French word that you know will help you to the meaning of the Latin. For example, lf pontum, pont, suggests bridge. Gustum, gout, taste. Pratum, premetto. Talum, tell such. Bibera, boyer, to drink. But, in order to make French derivatives a real help to you, you must know something of the origin of the French language and of the chief rules that govern the pronunciation, and therefore the spelling, of French. Without going too much into detail, it may help you to remember that, 1. French has taken many words from colloquial Latin, which in the days of Cicero was very different from classical Latin. For example, literary Latin, popular Latin, French. Equus cabalus, cheval, horse. Pugna, battalia, bodily, battle. Os, book, a bush, mouth. 2. Unaccented syllables are usually dropped. For example, servum, serf, stag. Bonitatum, bond, goodness. 3. The general tendency of French is towards smoothness and contraction. For example, lf bestium, bet, beast. Factum, fate, deed. Spisum, epee, is thick. Colum, cu, neck. In fact, bearing in mind the caution given you, it is an excellent rule to try to think out the meaning of the Latin by the help of English and French derivatives. 6. Compound words. When you come to a word which you cannot translate, and in regard to which English and French derivatives do not help you, break up the word, if a compound, into its simple elements of prefix, stem, suffix. Then from the meaning of its root or stem and from the force of the prefix and suffix, and by the help of the context, try to arrive at an English word to suit the sense. In order to be able to do this, you should have some knowledge of 1. A few simple rules for the vowel changes of verbs in composition. Thus, a before two consonants, except ng, often changes to eeg secro, con secro, damo, condemo. A before one consonant and before ng often changes to ieg facio, fficio, cado, accido, tango, contingo. But gradior, ag gradior. A before l and another consonant changes to ueg salt r, insult r. E changes to I, but not E before two consonants, and ae to ieg ten air, ob tin air, quater air, inquire air. O changes to ueg clod air, includ air. 2. Prefixes. To help you to detach the prefix more readily, notice these simple euphonic changes, all of which result in making the pronunciation smoother and easier. Thus, I. The last consonant of a Latin prefix is often made the same as, or similar to, the first consonant of the stem. E.g. adfero equals afero, obipono equals oppono, com equals cum, tendo equals contendo. 2. The final consonant of a prefix is often dropped before two consonants. E.g. adsendo equals ascendo. Notice also that the prepositional prefixes to verbs express different ideas in different combinations. Thus, sometimes the prefix has a somewhat literal prepositional force. E.g. percurrere equals to run through. But sometimes an intensive force. E.g. perdurere equals to thoroughly frighten. In all such cases you must be partly guided by the context. For list of important prefixes, see Appendix 2 pages 277-81. 3. Suffixes, other than grammatical inflections. A knowledge of the most important suffixes will often help you to the correct meaning of a Latin word, the root of which is familiar to you. Thus from the square root ag equals drive, move, we have by addition of tor, equals agent or doer of an action, actor equals a doer, agent. Men, equals acts or results of acts, agmen equals a course, line of march, and eles, equals belonging to, able to, agilis equals easily moved, agilitio, equals forcible or repeated action, agito equals put in action, agitate. For list of important suffixes, see Appendix 3 pages 282-286. 4. Cognates, that is, words related in meaning through a common root. You will find it very useful to make for yourself lists of cognate words. Thus from the square root gna, no equals no, we have gna rus equals knowing. Inerus, equals in plus nerus, equals ignorant. Anosco, equals no sco, equals to get a knowledge of. Inosco equals not to know, pardon. Nobilis, equals nobilis, equals that can be known, famous, noble. Nomen, equals nomen, equals a name. To group together in this manner words of common origin and words closely associated in meaning is one of the best ways in which you can increase your vocabulary. For additional examples of cognates, see Appendix 4 pages 287-8. Helps to translation. You have now read the passage through carefully, and thought out the vocabulary to the best of your ability. Begin then to translate the opening sentence, and pay great attention to these 7 general rules, 1. Underline the principal verb, subject, if expressed, and object, if any. 2. If the sentence contains only one finite verb, all you have to do is to group round subject, or verb, or object the words and phrases that belong to each of the three. 3. Translate the sentence literally. Do this mentally, without writing it down. 4. Then write down the best translation you can. For example, at Germany seal writer, consuetudine sua phalange facta, impetus gladiorum exceperunt. But the Germans quickly formed into a phalanx, as was their custom, and received the attacks of the swords, i.e. of the Romans with drawn swords. 5. If the sentence contains one or more subordinate clauses, consider each subordinate clause as if it were bracketed off separately, and then deal with each clause as if it were a principal sentence, finding out its subject, verb, object, and adding to each its enlargements. Then return to the sentence as a whole, and group round its subject, predicate, and object the various subordinate clauses which belong to each. 8. Help through analysis. Very often analysis will help you to find out the proper relation of the subordinate clauses to the three parts of the principal sentence. You need not always analyze on paper, but do it always in your mind. You will find an example of a simple method of analysis at the close of demonstrations IN 4, pages 23, 47. When analyzing, notice carefully that, 1. An enlargement of a noun may be, a. An adjective tertium asium. b. A noun in apposition Publius Crassus adolescens. c. A dependent genitive impetus gladiorum. d. A participle or participial phrase nostris labrantibus. e. An adjectival clause Publius Crassus qui equitatui praere. 2. An enlargement of a verb may be, a. An adverb seal writer exceperunt. b. A prepositional phrase ex consuetudine sua exceperunt. c. An ablative absolute phalange facta exceperunt. d. An adverbial clause id cum animadvertice, Publius Crassus missit. 9. Help through punctuation. Though only the full stop was used by the ancients, the punctuation marks which are now used in all printed texts should be carefully noticed, especially in translating long and involved sentences. Thus in demonstrations 3 and 4 notice how the subordinate clauses are for the most part enclosed in commas. 10. Help through scansion and meter. A knowledge of this is indispensable in translating verse. To scan the lines will help you to determine the grammatical force of a word, and a knowledge of meter will enable you to grasp the poet's meaning as conveyed by the position which he assigns to the various words, and the varying emphasis which results from variation of meter. For example, 1. A grammatical help. You know that finala is short in nam and vok. Sing. Firsticle, and in neutral plural, and is long in abl sing. Firsticle and second imperat. First conj. Thus in demonstration 2, p. 24, you can easily determine the grammatical form of finals in a. In sentence 4 agna, in 6 serva, in 8 iuncta columba, in 9 cynthia are all short and nam. Sing. In sentence v umbra una are long and abl sing. In agreement. 2. A help to the poet's meaning. The more you know of the principles of scansion, the better able you will be to understand and appreciate the skill with which a great poet varies his meter and chooses his words. 11. Help through a study of the period in Latin. One great difference between English and Latin prose is that, while modern English is to a great extent a language of short, detached sentences, Latin expresses the sense by the passage as a whole, and holds the climax in suspense until the delivery of the last word. This mode of expression is called a period, a circuitous or embetus verborum, because the reader, in order to collect together the words of the principal sentence, must make a circuit, so to say, round the inserted clauses, 2. Latin possesses what English does not, a mode of expression by means of which, round one main idea are grouped all its accessory ideas, and there is thus formed a single harmonious whole, called the period. 3. A period then is a sentence containing only one main idea, the principal sentence, and several subordinate clauses. The periodic style is generally used for history and description, and is best seen in Cicero and Livy. The following is a good example of the period in Latin: for Volsci exiguam spem in armis, alia undic abscissa, cum tenta sent, praeter cetera adversa loco quoque iniquo ad pugnam congressi, iniquieri ad fugam, cum ab omni parti derentur, ad prex asserta mean versi, didito imperator traditis armis, sub iugum missi, cum singulis vestimentus ignominiae cladisque pleni dimituntur. The Volscians found that now they were severed from every other hope, there was but little in prolonging the conflict. In addition to other disadvantages, they had engaged on a spot ill adapted for fighting and worse for flight. Cut to pieces on every side, they abandoned the contest and cried for quarter. After surrendering their commander and delivering up their arms, they passed under the yoke, and with one garment each were sent to their homes covered with disgrace and defeat. Notice here that, 1. There is only one main idea, that of the ignominious return of the Volscians to their homes. 2. The rest describes the attendant circumstances of the surrender and of the causes that led to it. 3. In English we should translate by at least 4 separate sentences. 4. The Latin contains only 48 words, while the English contains 81. Professor Postgate, Sermo Latinus, p. 45, gives the following example of the way in which a Latin period may be built up: balbus vir optimus, dux clarissimus et multis mihi beneficius caros, rogitantibus arvernus ut populi Romani majestatem ostenterit suc simul imperi monumentum eis relinquerit, murum lateritium, viginti pedes latum, sexaginta altitudine et ida in immensum perectum utvix tuis ipsi oculis crederis tantum esse, netum aliis persuaderis, non sine adverso suo rumori utque principatum adfecterit edificavit. Balbus, an excellent man and most distinguished commander, who had endeared himself to me by numerous kindnesses, was requested by the Arverni to make a display of the power and greatness of Rome, and at the same time to leave behind him a memorial of his own government. He accordingly built a wall of bricks, 20 feet wide, 60 high, and extending to such a prodigious length that you could hardly trust your own eyes that it was so large, still less induce others to believe it. But he did not escape the malign rumor that he had designs upon the imperial crown. Here, as in the previous example, 1. There is only one main idea, balbus murum edificavit. 2. The rest consists of a. Enlargements of balbus vir optimus caros, placed, therefore, directly after balbus. b. Enlargements of murum lateritium persuaderis, placed, therefore, directly after murum. c. Enlargements of edificavit rogitantibus relinquerit equals the cause of the building of the wall. Murum, non sine adfecterit equals the attendant circumstances of the building of the wall, placed, therefore, before edificavit. 3. In English we must translate by at least 3 separate sentences, and, where necessary, translate participles as finite verbs, and change dependent clauses into independent sentences. It has been well said, an English sentence does not often exhibit the structure of the period. It was imitated, sometimes with great skill and beauty, by many of the earlier writers of English prose, but its effect is better seen in poetry, as in the following passage: high on a throne of royal state, which far outshone the wealth of Ormuz and of Ind, or where the gorgeous East with richest hand showers on her kings barbaric pearl and gold, Satan exalted Saturday. Milton, Paradise Lost, 2. 1 to 512. Help through a knowledge of the order of words in Latin. If you study the examples already given of the period, you will see that the order of words in English differs very much from the order of words in Latin. Dr. Abbott writes as follows: the main difference between English and Latin is that in English the meaning depends mainly on the order of words, and the emphasis mainly on the voice, while in Latin the meaning depends almost entirely on the inflections, and the emphasis upon the order. Thus, if we take the English sentence, Caesar conquered the Gauls, we cannot invert the order of Caesar and Gauls without entirely changing the meaning. In Latin, however, we may write, since each Latin word has its own proper inflection, serving almost as a label, Caesar visit Gallus, Gallo Caesar visit, Caesar Gallus visit, without any change of meaning except that of shifting the emphasis from one word to another. The usual order of words in a Latin prose sentence may be said to be 1. Particles, or phrases of connection, with some exceptions, e.g. vero, autem, quidem, enim, which stands second. 2. Subject. 3. Words, phrases, clauses, as enlargements of subject. 4. Adverbial enlargements of predicate, though an ablative absolute must generally stand first. 5. Indirect object, if any, and its enlargements. 6. Direct object, if any, and its enlargements. 7. The principal verb. To take a simple example, 5 Livius, Imperator fortissimus, quamquam adventus hostium non ubi opertuit nunciatus est, periculum illa sua in rebus dubias audacia facile evasit. Livius, a most excellent commander, although the enemy's arrival was not reported when it should have been, easily escaped the danger by his well-known daring in perilous positions. To take another example, 6 Archimedes ego quaestor ignoratum ob Syracusanes, cum esse amino nigerant, septem undic et vestidum vepribus et dumites, indigavi sepulchrum. When I was quaestor, I was able to trace out the tomb of Archimedes, overgrown and hedged in with brambles and brushwood. The Syracusans knew nothing of it, and denied its existence. Notice here the following special points of order. 1. The two most important positions in the sentence are the beginning and the end. 2. Special emphasis is expressed by placing a word in an unusual or prominent position. E.g. here, the unusual position of Archimedes and sepulchrum. 3. In the middle of the sentence the arrangement is such that the words most closely connected in meaning stand nearest together. E.g. here, ignoratum dumites is all logically connected with the object sepulchrum, which for the sake of emphasis is put in an unusual position at the end of the sentence. 13 additional hints. 1. Remember that Latin is often concrete where English is abstract. E.g. ingeniosi, men of genius, equals genius. Eruditi docti, learned men, equals learning. Viri summo ingenio prediti, sipi invidia opermuntur. The most exalted genius is frequently overborne by envy. Omnes immorum benefici aderant. The world regards ingratitude with hatred. 2. The same Latin word may stand for different English words. Take, for example, the various uses of the word residential in the following passage of Livy, XLV. 19:7 ut residential doquit animo gessienti rebus secundis speculator rerum quia fratra agirantur. Rem pro prolapsum restituit aliis alia regna crevis rebus dicendo. As the fact showed spirits running riot from prosperity to watch the course pursued by his brother, he restored what was almost a lost cause by saying that kingdoms grow by various means. In translating res, avoid at all costs the word thing or things and let the context guide you to the appropriate English word. 3. You may often translate a Latin active by an English passive. Latin prefers the active because it is more direct and vivid. For example, liberas aedes conuriti sumpserunt. An empty house had been occupied by the conspirators. 4. Use great care in translating Latin participles, and make clear in your translation the relation of the participial enlargements to the action of the main verb. For example, concessive, Romani, non rogati, auxilium offerunt. The Romans, though they were not asked, offer help. Final, fortuna superbos interdum rutero levat. Fortune sometimes raises the proud, only to dash them down. Causal, s ahala sp malium regnum appetentum int eremit. S ahala killed sp Malleus for aiming at the royal power. Notice also pontum captum incendit equals he took and burned the bridge. Nescio quem prope ad stantem interrogavi. I questioned someone who was standing by. Hectixit moriens equals he said this while dying. Nunciata clads equals the news of the disaster. 5. In translating, try to bring out the exact force of the ablative absolute, by which a Latin writer shows the time or circumstances of the action expressed by the predicate. The ablative absolute is an adverbial enlargement of the predicate, and is not grammatically dependent on any word in the sentence. It is, therefore, called absolutus, i.e. freed from or unconnected. It should very seldom be translated literally. Your best plan will be to consider carefully what the ablative absolute seems to suggest about the action of the principal verb. For example, capta Troia, Graeci domum redirunt. The Greeks returned home after the capture of Troy. Reg ante Romulo, Roma urbs erat parva. When Romulus was reigning, Rome was a small city. Exercita collecto in hosts contenderunt. They collected an army and marched against the enemy. Nondum hiame confecta in fines nervi aurum contendit. Though the winter was not yet over, he hastened to the territory of the Nereii. Tum salutato hostium duce, ad suos conversus, subditus equo calcaribus, German aurum ordens praetervetus est, nec expectatis legatus, nec respondent ullo. Thereupon, after saluting the enemy's general, he turned to his companions, and setting spurs to his horse, rode past the ranks of the Germans, without either waiting for his staff, or receiving an answer from anyone. Helps to style. Though style cannot perhaps be taught, it can certainly be formed and improved. There are several ways of improving your style. For example, 14. Through the best English literature, read good literature, the best English authors in prose and verse. You will know something, perhaps, of Shakespeare and Scott, of Macaulay and Tennyson. Though you may not be able to attack the complete works of any great author, you ought not to have any difficulty in finding good books of selections from the English classics. 15. Through good translations, study a few good English versions of passages from the best Latin writers. You may often have a good version of the passage you translate read to you in your division after your mistakes have been pointed out to you, and to this you should pay great attention. You will thus learn eventually to suit your style to the author you are translating, while at the same time you render the passage closely and accurately. 16. Be clear. Remember that the first characteristic of a good style is clearness, that is, to say what you mean and to mean what you say. Quintilian, the great critic, says that the aim of the translator should be, not that the reader may understand if he will, but that he must understand whether he will or not. The more you read the greatest authors, the more you will see that, as Coleridge says, there is a reason assignable not only for every word, but for the position of every word. 17. Be simple. With clearness goes simplicity, that is, use no word you do not understand, avoid fine epithets, and do not choose a phrase for its sound alone, but for its sense. 18. Avoid paraphrase. You are asked to translate, not to give a mere general idea of the sense. What you have to do is to think out the exact meaning of every word in the sentence, and to express this in as good and correct English as you can. 19. Pay attention to metaphors. The subject of metaphor is of great importance in good translation. You will find that every language possesses its own special metaphors in addition to those which are common to most European languages. As you become familiar with Latin authors, you must try to distinguish the metaphors common to English and Latin and those belonging only to English or to Latin. For example, 1. Metaphors identical in Latin and English: progreditur residential publica naturali quotum itinera et cursu. The state advances in a natural path and progress. 2. Metaphors differing in Latin and English: sedent arma togae equals let the sword yield to the pen. Arde sur rime conjuratio equals the conspiracy is at its height. Rex factus est equals he ascended the throne. Conticuit equals he held his peace. 20. Careful translation: a help to style. In conclusion, nothing will help your style more than to do your translations as well as you possibly can, and to avoid repeating the same mistakes. The Latins themselves knew the value of translation as a help to style. For example, Pliny the Younger says, as useful as anything is the practice of translating either your Greek into Latin or your Latin into Greek. By practicing this you will acquire propriety and dignity of expression, an abundant choice of the beauties of style, power in description, and gain in the imitation of the best models a facility of creating such models for yourself. Besides, what may escape you when you read, cannot escape you when you translate. 2 pots, hints, p. 82. 3 postgate, sermo Latinus, p. 45. 4 pots, hints, p. 85. 5 postgate, sermo Latinus, p. 38. 6 demonstration 6. Cent. 1 p. 55. 7 postgate, sermo Latinus, p. 34. Demonstrations in unseen translation. Note the use of a personal mode of address in the following demonstrations is explained by the fact that they are written primarily for the use of boys. It is hoped, however, that they may be found useful to masters also, and that the fullness with which each passage is treated may supply some helpful suggestions. Demonstration I. Fierce encounter with the Germans. A. Reactus pilis communis gladius pugnatum est2 at Germany. Seal writer, ex consuetudine sua, phalange facta, impetus gladiorum exceperunt. 3 Reperti sunt complures nostri milites, qui in phalanges insilarent, et scuda manibus revelrent, et de super vulnerarent. 4 Cum hostium aces a sinistro cornipulsa et in fugam conversa esset, a dextro corna vehementer multitudine suorum nostrum asium primebant. Vid cum animadvertus a Publius Crassus adolescens, qui equite cui praere, quod expithi erat quam haec inter asium versabantur, tertium asium labrantibus nostris subsidio missit. 6 Ita proelium restitutum est Caesar. Fierce encounter with the Germans. B. Reactus pilis communis gladius pugnatum est2 at Germany. Seal writer, ex consuetudine sua, phalange facta, impetus gladiorum exceperunt. 3 Reperti sunt complures nostri milites qui in phalanges insilarent, et scuda manibus revelrent, et de super vulnerarent. 4 Cum hostium aces a sinistro cornipulsa et in fugam conversa esset a dextro corna vehementer multitudine suorum nostrum asium primebant. Vid cum animadvertus a Publius Crassus adolescens qui equite cui praere quod expithi erat quam haec inter asium versabantur tertium asium labrantibus nostris subsidio missit. 6 Ita proelium restitutum est Caesar. Demonstration I. Caesar, BGI 52. Reactus pilis restitutum est heading and author. This tells you enough for working purposes, even if you do not remember the outline facts of Caesar's campaign against Ariovistus, the chief of the Germans, called in by the Gauls in their domestic quarrels, who conquered and ruled them until he was himself crushed by the Romans. Read through the passage carefully as you do this. Notice all allusions and keywords that help you to the sense of the passage, e.g. Germany, Nostri Milites, Publius Crassus. The general sense of the passage should now be so plain, i.e. an incident in a battle between the Germans and the Romans, that you may begin to translate sentence by sentence. I reactus pilis communis gladius pugnatum est, I. Vocabulary reactus equals re plus eisio equals throw back or away. The context will tell you which is the better meaning for re dash. Notice the force of all prefixes in composition, whether separate or inseparable as here. For re dash, see pages 280, 281. Pilis equals the pilum, the distinctively Roman missile weapon. Communis equals comminus, i.e. con, equals cum, plus manus equals hand to hand. N.B in composition often becomes I, cf eisio, reitio, and cf minus equals at a distance. 2. Translation pugnatum est. The only finite verb in the sentence, and the principal one. The form shows you it is a so-called impersonal verb, and therefore the subject must be sought from the verb itself in connection with the context. Here, clearly, you must translate the battle was fought. Communis tells us how, i.e. hand to hand. Reactus pilis. You will recognize this as an ablative absolute phrase. But do not translate this literally, their javelins having been thrown away, for this is not English. Let the principal verb and the sense generally guide you to the force of the phrase. Thus you can see here that the Roman soldiers had no use for their javelins, and so threw them away as a useless encumbrance. The context tells us that the Roman soldiers had no time to hurl their javelins against the foe. You can now translate the whole sentence, and so, the Romans threw away their javelins and fought hand to hand with swords. 2. At Germany seal writer, ex consuetudine sua, phalange facta, impetus gladiorum exceperunt. I. Vocabulary ex consuetudine sua equals according to their custom. You will probably have met with consuetudo, or consusco, or susco. Our own word custom comes from it through the French coutume. For this use of ex cf ex sententia, ex voluntate. Phalange equals phalanx. If you learn Greek, you will readily think of the famous Macedonian phalanx. Impetus equals attacks equals in plus peto, equals aim at. CFR impetus, impetuous. 2. Translation. This sentence contains only one finite verb, the principal one. Exceperunt equals, they, received. Who received? Clearly Germany equals the Germans. Received what? Impetus equals the attacks. Impetus must be ACC plur. All you now have to do is to assign to their proper places the words and phrases that remain. Of these 1. Seal writer 2. Ex consuetudine sua 3. Phalange facta modify the action of exceperunt, telling us when and how they received, and 4. Gladiorum belongs to impetus. Now translate the whole sentence. But the Germans quickly formed into a phalanx, as was their custom, and received the attacks of the swords, i.e. of the Romans with drawn swords. 3. Reperti sunt complures nostri milites, qui in phalanges insilarent, et scuda manibus revelrent, et de super vulnerarent. I. Vocabulary insilarent equals in plus salio equals leap on. And cfr insult. Notice the usual phonetic change of vowel from A to I. English derivatives will often help you to the meaning of a Latin word, though, for reasons that are explained to you in the introduction, pages 1, 2, 4. You must let them lead you up to the root meaning of the Latin word rather than to an exact translation. Revelrent equals re plus velo equals pluck away. If you forget the meaning of velo, the supine vulsum through some English derivative e.g. revulsion, convulsion will probably help you to the root meaning. 2. Translation. This sentence contains 4 finite verbs. As you read it through, underline the principal verb, clearly reperti sunt, and bracket qui to vulnerarent. You cannot doubt which verbs to include in your bracket, for qui, which is a subordinate conjunction as well as a relative pronoun, serves as a sure signpost. Also revelrent and vulnerarent are joined by et to ancillarent, so your bracket includes all from qui to vulnerarent. The commas in the passage will often help you to the beginning and end of a subordinate clause. Now begin with the principal verb reperti sunt and its subject complures nostri milites. Many of our soldiers were found. Qui vulnerarent. This subordinate clause describes, just as an adjective does, the character of these complures nostri, so that qui equals tails ut, i.e. brave enough to leap upon the phalanxes, and pluck away the shields, of the Germans, and wound them from above. 4. Cum hostium aces a sinistro cornu pulsa et in fugam conversa esset, a dextro cornu vehementer multitudine suorum nostrum asium primebant. I. Vocabulary. Aces equals line of battle. Square root AC equals sharp, cf. acer, perhaps thought of as the edge of a sword. Cornu equals horn, so, figuratively, the wing of an army. 2. Translation. This sentence contains 3 finite verbs. Underline primebant, clearly the principal verb, and bracket cum to conversa esset. Here the signpost is the subordinate conjunction cum. Next find the subject of primebant. Obviously no word from a dextro to asium can be the subject, it is implied in primebant, i.e. they, which as context shows equals Germany. Now find the object equals nostrum asium equals our line. Thus you have as the backbone of the whole sentence they, the Germans, were pressing our line. All the rest of the sentence will now take its proper place, as in some way modifying the action of primebant. Thus cum conversa esset tells us when they were pressing. A dextro cornu where vehementer how multitudine suorum how or yn.b suorum, reflexive, must be identical with the subject of primebant. Now translate. Though when the enemy's line had been routed and put to flight on their left wing, on their right wing, owing to their great numbers, they were pressing hard upon our line. Vid cum animadvertus Publius Crassus adolescens, qui equite cui praere, quad expethier erat quam haec inter asium versabantur, tertium asium labrantibus nostris subsidio missit. I. Vocabulary. Animadvertus equals animum plus ad plus verto equals to turn the mind to observe. Adolescens equals here like our junior, to distinguish him from his father, Marcus Crassus the Triumvir. Expethier equals more free, x plus p's equals foot free, so impedidus equals hampered, hindered. Versabantur, verso frequent of verto, equals turn this way and that, so verso rdep equals turn oneself, engage in, b, according to the context. 2. Translation. This sentence is more involved, periodic 8 in style. You will see on p23 how much help can be given by a more detailed analysis. Now, as before, bracket the subordinate clauses. Thus 1. Id adolescens 2. Qui praere 3. Quad versabantur and then the only principal verb is missit. Underline this. Next underline the principal subject, clearly P. Crassus, which is also the subject of clause 1. Then, outside the brackets, the only possible object is asium, underline this. Now analyze, as on p23. A. Write down Crassus, missit, Asium. b. Place alongside these their proper enlargements. c. If necessary, analyze separately all subordinate clauses, e.g. A1, A2, A3 in example on p23. You should now be able to translate without any difficulty, only take care to arrange the enlargements so as to make the best sense and the best English. Thus, when Publius Crassus the Younger, who was in command of the cavalry, had observed this, he sent the third line to the help of our men who were hard pressed, as he was more free to act than those who were engaged in action. 6. Ita proelium restitutum est. In this way the battle was restored. Final hints. Remember that one passage mastered is worth a great many hurriedly translated. So before you leave this passage, notice carefully in the vocabulary, any words that are quite new to you. Look them out in the dictionary, and notice their derivation and use. If you do not do this, you will find the same word new to you the next time you meet with it. 2. English derivatives. As you have seen, these will often help you to the root meaning of a word. Thus reactus equals reject, throw away, insilarant equals insult, jump on, and in the case of verbs, as these two examples show, derivatives are most easily found from the supine stem. And.b. This must be done very carefully, because many such English derivatives have come from Latin words after they had wholly, or in part, lost their classical meaning, or from Latin words not found at all in classical Latin. A great many other English words are derived from the Latin of this passage, e.g. pugnacious, with, celerity, fact, except, military, manual, supersed, vulnerable, hostile, sinister, unicorn, and many others. 3. Prefixes. Notice especially the force of prepositions and inseparable particles in composition, e.g. re in reictus, revelerant, restitutum. In impetus, insilarant. Ex in exceperunt, expethier. 4. Simple phonetic changes in composition, e.g. a to I in insilarant, commonus, con plus manus. v. Groups of related words. Thus AC's square root AC equals sharp, is related to ACER, sharp, AC ervis, a heap, AC utus, sharp, and C expethier square root pet equals tread, go, is related to peas, a foot, impedio equals entangle, impedimentum equals hindrance, etc. 2. Historical and other allusions. Read a summary of Caesar's campaign against Ariovistus. 2. Terms relating to war. Thus notice pilum, the distinctively Roman infantry weapon, and see a good illustration. Phalanx, cf. the Roman testudo. Tertium asium, i.e. the line of reserves, kept for just such emergencies. Read, if necessary, some short account of the triplex aces, the usual Roman order of battle. 3. Some authorities. Caesar, Allen and Greenough, published by Ginn & Co., an admirable edition. 2. Froude Caesar, p. 50. 3. Mommsen's History of Rome, Volume 4. p. 295. 4. Napoleon Caesar, Volume 2. Cap. 4, and Volume 2. p. 405. Demonstration I Caesar, BGI 52, Reactus Pilis Restitutum est. Sentence. Kind of sentence. Connective subject predicate object simple enlarged aid cum animadvertus a Publius Crassus adolescens, qui equitatui praere, quod expethiarat quam hiui inter asium versabantur, tertium asium labrantibus nostris subsidio missit. Principle, complex, Crassus 1. Publius 2. Adolescens 3. Qui praere missit 1. Id cum adolescens, equals when, 2. Quad versabanter, equals y, 3. Labrantibus subsidio, equals how, asium tertium a1. Id cum animadvertus Publius Crassus adul sens subordinate adverbial to missit in a cum Crassus Publius animadvertus id a2. Qui equite cui praere subordinate adjectival to Crassus in a qui, equals Crassus, praere equite cui a3. Quod expeditior erat quam haec inter asium versabanter subordinate adverbial to missit in a quad, Crassus, erat expeditior quam high versabanter 8. See Introduction, pages 7 to 9, 11. Demonstration 2. The music of Arian. A. I quod mare non navit, qui nescit Arianatellis. 2 carmine currents il tenebat aquas. 3 Cipi, sequens agnam, lupus est voci retantis, 4 Cipi avidum fugiens restituit agna lupum, v Cipi canes leporesque umbra cubur sub una, 6 Et stitit in saxo proximus servolii, 7 Et sine light loquix cum paulatus alite cornix 8 sedite, Et accipitri iuncta columba fud. 9 Cynthia Cipi tuis furter, vocalus Arian, Tomcum fraternis obstupuis modis. Ovid. The music of Arian. B. I quod mare non navit, qui nescit Arianatellis. 2 carmine currents il tenebat aquas. 3 Cipi, sequens agnam, lupus est voci retantis, 4 Cipi avidum fugiens restituit agna lupum, v Cipi canes leporesque umbra cubur sub una, 6 Et stitit in saxo proximus servolii, 7 Et sine light loquix cum paulatus alite cornix 8 sedite, Et accipitri iuncta columba fud. 9 Cynthia Cipi tuis furter, vocalus Arian, Tomcum fraternis obstupuis modis. Ovid. Demonstration 2. Ovid, Fasti 2. 83 to 92, Hallam's edition. Heading and author. The heading will probably suggest to you the well-known story of Arian and the dolphin, and the name of the author, Ovid, will lead you to expect a beautiful version of the legend. Read the passage carefully as you read, notice all allusions that help you to the sense of the passage. Thus the first line, which you can no doubt translate at once, tells of the fame of Arian, and the succeeding lines describe the charm of his music. The form of the passage, elegiac verse. Scan 9 as you read, and mark the quantity in the verse of all finals in A. You will see the value of this, as you translate. You can now begin to translate, taking one complete sentence at a time. I quod mare non navit, qui nescit Arianatellis. I, vocabulary. You will know all the words here, but observe navit equals knows, not knew, for novi means I have become acquainted with, I have learned, and symbol, therefore I know, and notice also the important cognates from the square root gamma nu omicron dash, gamma nu omega dash, gna, no, gamma iota gamma nu sigma kappa omega equals I learn to know, cfr no, can, con nu omicron, mind, gna rus equals knowing, no sco, equals no sco. 2. Translation. This sentence contains no subordinates. The two finite verbs, navit, nescit, are both principal. Next, the form of the sentence, with the question mark at the end, shows that mare must be the subject of navit, and tellus of nescit. Ariana cannot be nominative, for the suffix a is the usual Greek third declacc sing, where Latin has m. Also quod and qui are clearly interrogative and adjectival, so translate what C does not know, what land is ignorant of Arian. And B. Try to render this line a little more poetically. 2 carmine currents il tenebat aquas. I, vocabulary. You will know all these simple words. 2. Translation. Here again there are no subordinates. The principal verb is tenebat, the subject il, and the object aquas, so translate he used to stay the running waters by his song. N.B. Notice force of imperfect intenibut. 3 cp, sequens agnam, lupus est voci retantis, I. Vocabulary. All you need notice here is the force of re in retantis equals held back, cfr retain. 2. Translation. Before you translate, notice Ovid's frequent use of parataxes, i.e. placing one thought side by side with another thought, without any connective, even although one thought is, in sense, clearly subordinate to another. This is one of the ways in which all great poets heighten the effect of what they say, and many examples of it are to be found in Ovid's best elegiac verse. As you look through this passage you will find, a. lines 1, 2, 3, 4 each form a complete sentence. b. in the whole passage there is not one subordinate conjunction. c. the only expressed connective is the simplest link word et. The principal verb is retantis est, the subject lupus. Sequens agnam describes lupus, and cp and avoci tell us when and why the wolf was stayed. Often has the wolf in pursuit of the lamb been stayed at the sound. For this use of it or of to express origin or source cf Ovid, Fasti, v 655, pectora tre ictus linceo castor events. 4 cp avidum fugiens restitute agna lupum. I. Vocabulary. Restitute equals stood still, re plus sisto, i.e. from square root sta dash, strengthened by reduplication, cf sigma tau eta mu iota. Contrast carefully. Meaning of resto, equals stand firm or be left. 2. Translation. Again a very simple sentence. The principal verb is restitute, the subject agna, fugiens avidum lupum enlarges the subject agna, and cp tells us when the lamb stood still. Often has the lamb, when fleeing from the hungry wolf, stood still, stopped short in its flight. N.B. Notice the parallelism in this couplet, where the parallel lines express the same idea. This is a characteristic feature of Hebrew poetry, e.g., seek ye the Lord while he may be found, call ye upon him while he is near. Is leave 6. And is frequently employed by Ovid. 10 vcp canes leporesque umbra cubura sub una. I. Vocabulary. Lepores equals hairs. As this is closely connected by k with canes, you are not likely to confuse it with lepier, lepos, cf lambda mu pi omega, equals a charm, grace. Cubure equals lay down. Cp cumbo in composition, and are recumbent, succumb, and cubical. 2. Translation. Another simple sentence about which there can be no doubt. The meter shows that umber must be taken with sub una. Often have the dogs and the hares reclined beneath the same shade. 6 et stitite in saxo proxima servilii. I. Vocabulary. Lei equals lioness. Li, poetical form of Liena, suggests Leo. 2. Translation. The meter shows proxima must be taken with serva. But to translate the nearest stag, hind, makes nonsense, and renders Lei untranslatable, while the hind very close to the lioness makes good sense. And the hind has stood still on the crag close beside the lioness. 7 et sign light loquix cum paulatus a light cornix sedite. I. Vocabulary. Light equals strife. To litigate equals contest in law, lit plus agira, may help you to the root meaning. Loquix equals talkative, clearly connected with loquor, and loquacious. A light equals a bird, lit. Winged, cfla, a wing. Cornix equals a crow, probably from square root kappa alpha rho, cfr croak, and kappa rho alpha xi, cor vus, a raven. Paul Attis. You have no doubt heard of Pi Alpha Lambda Lambda Theta Nueta, the Virgin Goddess of War and of Wisdom. 2. Translation. The force of the illustration lies in the strong contrast between the chattering, Tail-bearing crow and the wise, silent owl sacred to the goddess of wisdom. Two such opposites, under the spell of Aryan's music, forget to quarrel, though for the time in close company. And the chattering crow has without strife sat in company with the bird of Pallas. 8 Et accipitri iuncta columba food. Vocabulary accipitri equals hawk, a general name for birds of prey, probably from square root pi epsilon tau dash, pet equals move quickly, cf pi tau omicron mu alpha iota equals fly about, pet o equals fall upon, attack, seek. So accipiter equals ac plus pet dash, swift plus flying, cf kappa pi tau epsilon rho omicron equals swift-winged. 2. Translation: the meter shows that columba and iuncta must be taken together, and the dove has been joined to, has consorted with, the hawk. 9. Cynthia CP tuis furter, vocalus Aryan, tomcum fraternis obstupuis modis. Vocabulary: Cynthia equals Diana, Artemis, so called from Mt Cynthus, in Delos, where she and Apollo were born. Furter equals is said, asserted, cf ferunt equals they say. Vocalus equals tuneful, clearly from same root as vox, voco, and c, of our vocal. For change of quantity cf rex, regis, from reco. Obstupuous equals to have been spellbound, stupio, stupitus, and are stupefy, stupid will suggest the root meaning. 11 Modis equals measures, especially of verse, or, as here, of music. 2. Translation: you will remember that Apollo, the god who brings back light and sunshine in spring, is also the god of music and of poetry. Ovid skillfully implies that Aryan's playing was so beautiful that even Diana, Apollo's own sister, mistakes Aryan's playing for her brother's. This sentence takes up a whole couplet, but is in form quite simple. Thus furter is the incomplete predicate, and obstupuous CP tuis modis tomcum fraternis completes the predicate, i.e. tells us all that is said of the subject Cynthia. Vocalus Aryan is clearly vocative, or nominative of address. O tuneful Aryan, often is Cynthia said to have been spellbound by thy strains, as by those of her brother, Apollo. Final suggestions. You have now learned how to translate this passage, but you must do more before you can master it. Thus in these simple but beautiful lines notice, vocabulary. This is easy and familiar, but even if you know the meaning of the words, study their cognates, i.e. related words as pointed out to you in the vocabulary, e.g. undernavit, p. 25, sentence I, 2. English derivatives: remember that often, where you cannot think of an English derivative, some very familiar French word will help you to the root meaning of the Latin. Thus Latin, French, English. Carmine charm, song, agnam ano lamb lupus lu wolf serva surf stag, hind, and notice that where the English word, e.g. charm, differs in spelling from the Latin, it is because it comes to us through a French channel. Cf. feed from father fate equals el factum. 3. Allusions and parallel passages in verse: these are often numerous and important. Poetry is naturally full of imagery, and borrows from many sources. Thus, for LL 1-8, compare Hor Od. I 12. 5. Aut in umbrosis helicones oris. Arte materna rapidos morentum fluminum lapsus and verg. G4. 510, mulcentum tigris et agentum carmine quercus. Shakespeare. Hen. 8-3. Orpheus with his lute made trees, and the mountain tops that freeze, bow themselves when he did sing, or read Tennyson's poem Amphion. Lines 5, 6 cf Isaiah 11. 6. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. 4. Hints for verses. Ovid is the acknowledged master of elegiac verse. Therefore, whenever you have a passage of his elegiacs to translate, you should, if possible, learn it by heart. The Aryan story as told by Ovid is well worth a place in any collection of Edisenda. If you cannot do this, notice useful phrases and turns of expression, e.g. line 1 a question, instead of a bare statement, where no answer is expected. Cf. Quod crime indicis praeter amas meum. Dido to Aeneas, Ov. Her. 7-164. Lines 3, 4 parataxes and repetition of idea. Line 9 vocalus Aryan, apostrophe. Line 2 simplicity, alliteration. V. The poem as literature. Ovid here depicts in language purposely exaggerated the power of music over the hearts of men, and even over nature, animate and inanimate. This gives point to the strong contrast in the lines which follow, where greed dominates all the feelings. Shakespeare refers to the love of music as a test of character. The man that hath no music in himself, nor is not moved with concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treasons, stratagems, and spoils. 9 See Introduction, pages 6, 7, 10. 10 e.g., plena fut vobis omni concordia vita, et stitit ad finem longa tenax fides. Amoris 2. 6:13-14. 11 Notice this word, which is often employed to express the ideas of entrance, enthrall, strike dumb, amaze. Demonstration 3. Part I. A rash promise rashly believed. Hannibali alia in his locis bene gerandi rei fortuna oblata estim centenius fut cognomini penula, insignis inter primipili centurions et magnitudine corporis et animo. 2 is perfunctus militia, per P. Cornelium solam praeterum insenatum introductus, petia patribus, uti sibi quinqua milia militum darentur, 3 se paradum et hostis et regionum, brevi operi pretium facturum et, quibus artibius ad id locorum nostri et duces et exercitus captiferent, iis adversus inventorum usurum. 4 id non promissum magis stolide, quam stolide creditum, tomcum eadem militas et imperatorii arts assent. V data pro quinqua octo milia militum, pars dimidius civs, pars socii. 6 et ipsi aliquantum voluntariorum in itinera ex agris concivit, ac prope duplicato exercitu in Lucanos pervenit, ubi Hannibal, nequiquam secutus Claudium, substiderat. 7 Livy. A rash promise rashly believed. Hannibali alia in his locis bene gerandi rei fortuna oblata est. Im centenius fut cognomini penula, insignis inter primipili centurions et magnitudine corporis et animo. 2 is perfunctus militia, per P. Cornelium solam praeterum insenatum introductus, petia patribus, uti sibi quinqua milia militum darentur. 3 Centenius dixit se paradum ethostis et regionum, brevi operi pretium facturum, et, quibus artibius ad id locorum nostri et duces et exercitus captiferent, iis adversus inventorum usurum. 4 id non promissum magis stolide, quam stolide creditum, tomcum eadem militas et imperatorii arts assent. V data pro quinqua octo milia militum, pars dimidius civs, pars socii. 6 et ipsi aliquantum voluntariorum in itinera ex agris concivit, ac prope duplicato exercitu, in Lucanos pervenit, ubi Hannibal, nequiquam secutus Claudium, substiderat. 7 Livy. Demonstration 3. Livy, XXV. 19 Read the passage through carefully. As you read, I Make all the use you can of your previous knowledge of history, geography, and antiquities. Thus, Hannibal suggests an episode in the Second Punic War. M. Centenius is clearly the unfortunate subject of the episode. In Lucano's substiderat helps to fix the date as later than Cani, 216 BC, 2. Observe carefully all phrases that will require special care in translating, e.g. Bene gerendi rei inter primipili centurions perfunctus militia operi pretium ad id locorum. You will now have a sufficient general idea of the form and general sense of the passage, and may begin to translate sentence by sentence. I Hannibali alia in his locis bene gerendi rei fortuna oblata est, I. Vocabulary oblata, CFOB Latin equals an offering and of fur. 2. Translation oblata est shows that the subject must be fortuna, with which alia must agree, and gerendi rei is dependent genitive. So you may at once translate literally another fortune, chance, of carrying on the matter well in these parts was offered to Hannibal. But you must not be satisfied with this, for though literally correct it is neither good history nor good English. So render, in this district Hannibal had another chance presented to him of achieving a success. Here notice especially the use of the word res 12, a remarkable example of the tendency of Roman writers to employ the ordinary and simple vocabulary wherever possible instead of inventing a new word. As a writer well says, res is, so to say, a blank check, to be filled up from the context to the requisite amount of meaning. Cf. Concilium erat quo fortuna rem darat, eo inclinare vires, where res equals victory. 2 M. Centenius foot cognomini penula, insignis inter primipili centurions et magnitudine corporis et animo. I. Vocabulary primipili equals the chief centurion of the triarii, the third, veteran line of the legion, the primipilus, or primus pilus. So Livy 7. 41, primus centurio erat, quem nunc, centurionum, primi pili appellant cognomini, i.e. conomen, a name added to the nomen, a title, epithet, e.g., Publius equals the distinctive prenomen. Scipio equals nomen, designating his gens. Africanus equals cognomen. 2. Translation. The form of this sentence is quite simple. The subject is M. Centenius, with which Insignis agrees. There was a certain M. Centenius, by surname Penula, distinguished among the first rank, or chief, centurions, of the triarii, both for his great bodily size and courage. 3 is perfunctus militia, per P. Cornelium solam praetorum in senatum introductus, petia patribus, uti sibi quinqua millia militum darantur. I. Vocabulary perfunctus, cf. Function, and notice force of per equals discharge completely. 2. Translation. The principal verb is clearly peti, and is the only possible subject, equals Centenius, with which introductus agrees. There is one subordinate clause, introduced by UT, telling us the object of his request. Translate, first literally, he having discharged completely his military service, being introduced into the Senate by P.C. Sulla, the praetor, asks the fathers that 5,000 soldiers should be given him. Now improve this, get rid at all costs of the having and being, which are not English, and change the asks into the past tense of narration. Thus after he had completed his term of service, and had been introduced to the Senate by Picorn Sulla, the praetor, he petitioned the fathers that 5,000 soldiers should be given him. 4 se paradum et hostis et regionum, brevi operi pretium facturum, et, quibus artibius ad id locorum nostri et duces et exercitus captiferent, iis adversus inventorum usurum. I. Vocabulary paradum, cf. Experienced. Square root par dash, per dash, pairs, go through, so, exporior, periculum, in sense of a trial. Opere pretium equals lit. What will pay for the trouble, i.e. worthwhile, i.e. worth the time, or labor, spent upon it? Artibius ars. Square root ar equals fit, join equals skill in joining something, skill in producing, so, artist, artisan, artifice, etc. Add id locorum 13 equals to that point of time. The ideas of place and time readily interchange, so, in loco equals at the right place or time. 2. Translation. The form of the sentence shows that it is reported speech, and not the actual words of the speaker sentaneus, who is still the principal subject, and dixit, understood, the principal verb, and se paradum usurum the object of dixit. You should now be able to translate without any difficulty, and the logical common sense rules for the conversion of or recta into or obliqua explain the mood of the verb captiferent in the subordinate clause introduced by Quibus. Literally, Sentaneus said that he, experienced in both the enemy and the districts, would soon make it worth their while, and that he would use against their inventor those arts by which up to that time both our leaders and our armies had been overcome. Notice that the long relative clause quibus artibius ferent is in Latin placed before the antecedent iis. You will readily see that this must be improved in several points. Thus, a. Use oratio recta more graphic and better suited to our idiom. b. Arts. Change this to some more suitable military term, e.g. tactics. He was well acquainted, he said, both with the enemy and the country, and would shortly make it worth their while, and would employ against their originator those very tactics by which both our leaders and our armies had up to that time been baffled. Vid non promissum magis stolide, quam stolide creditum, tomcum eadem militas et imperatorii arts assent. I. Vocabulary stolide, cf. stolid equals dull, foolish. 2. Translation. The finite copula est is, as often, omitted. The two principal verbs are promissum, est, and creditum, est, linked by the comparative particles magis quam, and the subject is id, tomcum assent. Is a subordinate clause modifying the two principal verbs, and expressing contemptuous wonder. Cf. tomcum clauses sit Asia, sic nihil perferter ad nos. You can now translate literally, that was promised not more foolishly than it was foolishly believed, just as if the arts of a soldier and of a general were the same. Here you can make several improvements, avoid the repetition of foolishly, and use a better term than arts, and perhaps break up the sentence into two short ones. Thus the folly of the promise was not greater than that of the credit it received. Just as though the qualities of a soldier and of a general were the same. 6 Data pro quinque octo millia militum, pars dimidius civs, pars socii. I. Vocabulary. Dimidius square root med dash, mid equals middle, so dimidius equals dis plus medius. 2. Translation. This sentence is very simple. Notice that here, 2, sunt and errant are omitted. 8,000 soldiers were given him instead of 5, half were citizens, half allies. 7 Et ipsi aliquantum voluntariorum in itinera ex agris concivit, ac prope duplicate exercitu, in Lucanos pervenit, ubi Hannibal, nequequam secutus Claudium, substiderat. I. Vocabulary. Aliquantum equals considerable, used in the neuter as a noun, with a partitive genitive voluntariorum. Cf. use of satis, parum, etc. Concivit equals raised, lit. Roused, stirred up. Cf. cieo, and rx site, insight. Substiderat equals had halted. Sisto is only a form of sto strengthened by reduplication, cf. sigma tau eta mu iota, with a causal force. Cf. Restatite, p. 27, sentence 4. 2. Translation. The principal subject is clearly ipsi. There are two principal verbs, concivit and prevenit, coupled by ac, and one subordinate clause, ubi substituerat, introduced by ubi, and modifying prevenit. The sense is so clear that you may translate at once into good English. Moreover, he himself raised a considerable number of volunteers in the country during his march, and so, with his numbers nearly doubled, he reached Lucania, where Hannibal, after his fruitless chase of Claudius, had halted. The following version was shown up by a boy of 15 in a recent scholarship examination. Hannibal, in carrying on his successful campaign, met with some different luck in this district. Marcus Centenius, whose cognomen was Pinula, was famous among the centurions of the first rank for his huge limbs and great courage. This man, after having accomplished his years of military training, on being introduced into the Senate by the praetor P. Cornelius Sulla, requested the patricians to give him 5,000 soldiers. He said that he was well acquainted both with the enemy's tactics and the district round about, and in a short time would convert the engagement into a prize for the state. Moreover, he added, I will employ the same tactics against the enemy as those by which our generals and troops have been captured in these parts. This was faithfully believed as it was faithfully promised. The tactics of the soldiers and of the commanders were so much alike. He received 8,000 men instead of 5,000, half of them were Roman citizens, half allies. Moreover, he himself got some volunteers while on the march in the country districts, and so almost doubled his army. He thus reached the territory of the Lucani, where Hannibal, after a fruitless pursuit after Claudius, had taken up his position. This version is neither bad nor good. The style is, on the whole, fair, knowledge of vocabulary very fair, and the rendering generally accurate. It will, however, be of use to you as an object lesson, so notice carefully the following points I style. Sentence 4, I. The oratio obliqua of the original he renders partly as reported speech and partly as oratio recta. This is, of course, to be avoided. Contrast the rendering given under sentence 4. Sentence 3, 2. Is perfunctus darentur. He uses too many participles. Contrast version under sentence 3. Sentences 6, 7, 3. He translates data pro quinque substituerat by one long sentence, instead of breaking it up into two at least. 2. Vocabulary. Sentence 4 se paradum usurum. He confuses pretium with premium, operi with rei publici. He should have been familiar with the phrase operi pretium. Inventorum he renders by enemy, perhaps a careless mistake, as if the word were inimicum, which after all does not equals hostem. Sentence v stolide he renders by faithfully. A moment's thought given to the English word stolid should have put him on the right track. Sentence 7 concivit he renders by God, vague and inappropriate. He fails to bring out the root meaning of CEO equals to stir up. 3. Construction. Sentence I. This is very bad. Analysis would at once have shown him that the logical order of the sentence was alia fortuna bene gerandi rei oblata est Hannibali in his locis, though he might not see that in his locis must be closely connected with oblata est. Sentence 4 brevi operi pretium facturum. Very bad, due probably to not carefully weighing the meaning of each word. You will now see that a strict attention to analysis and to the root meanings of words really familiar would have enabled this candidate to send up a good version. 12 cf. Introduction, p. 11. 13 cf. Sallust, Jugurtha, 63 Tamen is ad id locorum talis vir equals such was his character up to this time. Demonstration 4. Part 2. Rashness justly punished. Haudit Theobi residential est quip inter Hannibalum to CMET centurianum, exercitusque, alterum vincendo veteranum, alterum novum totem, magna ex part entium tumultuarium et semier mem. Iut conspecta inter se agminus sunt, et nutra pars detractavit pugnam, extemplo instructi aces. Tu pugnatum tamen, ut in nulla pari re, duas amplius horas, concitata et, dunac dux stedicit, romana ac. 3 Post quam is non pro vetera fama solum, sed entium me to futuri deed cores, sisua temeritate contracti cladi supera se, obiectans se hostium telis sucidit, fusa extemplo est romana aces. 4 Sed addio ne fugi quidem adhere patuit omnibus aes ab equite incesses, ut ex tanta multitudine vix mil evaserent, cateri passum alii alia pest absumpti sint. V. Livy. Rashness justly punished. Haudit Theobi residential est quip inter Hannibalum to CMET centurianum, exercitusque, alterum vincendo veteranum, alterum novum totem, magna ex part entium tumultuarium et semier mem. Iut conspecta inter se agminus sunt, et nutra pars detractavit pugnam, extemplo instructi aces. Tu pugnatum tamen, ut in nulla pari re, duas amplius horas, concitata et, dunac dux stedicit, romana ac. 3 Post quam is non pro vetera fama solum, sed entium me to futuri deed cores, sisua temeritate contracti cladi supera se, obiectans se hostium telis sucidit, fusa extemplo est romana aces. 4 Sed addio ne fugi quidem adhere patuit omnibus aes ab equite incesses, ut ex tanta multitudine vix mil evaserent, cateri passum alii alia pest absumpti sint. V. Livy. Demonstration 4. Livy, XXV. 19 Read through the passage carefully. The context will be familiar to you, as this piece is a continuation of Demonstration 3, but, nonetheless, read the passage through very carefully. Notice, for example, the use of quip, the various uses and meanings of ut, alterum alterum, alii alia. You can now begin to translate. I haudit Theobi residential est quip inter Hannibalum to CMET centurianum, exercitusque, alterum vincendo veteranum, alterum novum totem, magna ex part entium tumultuarium et semier mem. I. Vocabulary quip equals key plus pe. Pe equals a form of k, cf nemp equals nom pe equals indeed, equals since of course. Alterum, comparative of lius, cf alter, alternate, either, other. In distributive clauses, alter equals the one, the other. Tumultuarium, cf tumultus, used of troops brought hurriedly together, so, disorderly. 2. Translation. This sentence is quite simple, consisting of one main statement, haudit Theobi residential est, and an explanatory subordinate statement of fact introduced by quip. Notice that the influence of inter extends over the whole of the subordinate clause. Literally, the affair was not doubtful, since, of course, it was between Hannibal as general and a centurion, and between armies, the one grown old in victory, the other wholly new, and for the most part also hurriedly raised and half-armed. There are several points in which this rendering must be improved. Thus, a. Affair for residential is too vague. You will remember what was said about residential in sentence I of part I pages 33, 34. B. You must try to express more strongly the contrast in generalship between Hannibal and a mere centurion. Thus the result was not doubtful, considering that the contest was between a general such as Hannibal and a mere centurion, and between two armies, the one grown old in victory, the other consisting entirely of raw recruits, and for the most part undrilled and half-armed. 2 ut conspecta inter se agminis sunt, et nutra pars detractavit pugnam, extemplo instructi aces. I. Vocabulary neuter equals ne plus uter, uter equals e uter or quoter us equals comparative in form of keys, neither of two. Detractavit equals declined, de plus traho, draw off. Extemplo equals immediately. X plus templum, diminutive tempulum. Templum square root tem equals cut, cf tau mu nu omega equals prop. A section. So, a space marked out, a consecrated place, a temple. b, a portion of time, cf extempore. 2. Translation. This sentence again is quite simple, in form very similar to sentence I, consisting of one main statement, extemplo instructi aces, and an introductory subordinate statement of time introduced by ut equals when. When the armies came in sight of each other, and neither side declined battle, the ranks were at once drawn up in fighting order. 14.3 Pugnatum tamen, ut in nulla pari re, duas amplias horas, concitata et, dunac dux stedicit, romana ac. I. Vocabulary. Concitata equals stirred up, roused. Con plus cieo, cf excite, incite, citus equals put in motion, swift, and c. 2. Translation. This sentence is not quite so simple and needs care. Notice, a. Pugnatum, est. The impersonal pass serves as the principal subject and predicate. b. Ut in nulla pari re. Ut is here not a conjunction but a relative adverb of manner, referring the assertion pugnatum duas amplias horas to the particular circumstance, i.e. of a battle fought under very unequal conditions. This use of ut equals considering occurs frequently, e.g. consultissimus vir ut in illicis quam esse etate poterat, Livy. Cf. also p. 124, L19. c. Concitata romana ac is clearly ablative absolute. To make quite sure that you understand the logical connection of the thought conveyed by the sentence, you may consult the detailed analysis on page 47. In spite of its being such an unequal match, the battle was maintained for more than 2 hours, the Roman army, as well as the enemies, being roused, to great exertions, so long as their leader survived. 4. Post quam is non pro vetera fama solum, sed entium me took futuri deed cores, sisua temeritate contracti cladi superasse, obiectans se hostium telis sucidit, fusa extemplo est romana aces. I. Vocabulary. Deed cores equals of disgrace, for de in composition equals separation, and so removal of the fundamental idea. Cf. un dash, dis dash, e.g. dispar equals unequal. Contracti equals brought on, caused. Con plus traho equals bring about, cause. 2. Translation. The meaning of this sentence should be quite plain to you if you notice carefully that, a. the principal verb is fusa est, and the principal subject romana aces, and, b. that post quam sucidit is a subordinate clause of time modifying the action of the principal verb fusa est. It would perhaps be well to translate at first literally after that he, not only out of regard for, his old fame, but also from fear of future disgrace, if he should survive a disaster brought about by his own rashness, exposing himself to the weapons of the enemy fell, the Roman army was at once routed. You will see that this rendering, though verbally correct, is not English, and must be considerably altered before it can be called a good translation. Thus, a. it is too long. You can remedy this by taking post quam sucidit as one complete sentence, and fusa aces as another. b. exposing himself. better exposed himself to and. Notice here the strictly accurate use of the present participle in Latin. C. Future may be omitted, as tautological 15 in English. Cfr inexact idiom he promised to come, lat that he would come. At last, both for the sake of his old renown and from the fear of disgrace should he survive a disaster brought on by his own rashness, he threw himself among the enemy's darts and was slain. The Roman army was routed in a moment. Church and BV said addio ne fugi quidem adhere patuit omnibus aes ab equite incesses, utx tanta multitudine vix mil evaserent, cateri passem alii alia pest absumpti sint. I. Vocabulary patuit equals was open. Cf pate facio equals to make open, padulus equals open, spread out, padera equals abroad, flat dish. English, patent. Incesses equals occupied, in plus setio equals sit upon so, occupy. Passem equals hither and thither, far and wide, formed from passus, pando, expand. 2. Translation: this sentence resembles in form sentence 4, with one principal verb patuit, and a principal subject adhere, and a subordinate clause of result, ut absumpti sint, modifying the action of the principal verb patuit. You may conveniently break up the sentence into two, by beginning a new sentence with catering. Thus so completely closed against them was every chance of escape, all the roads being beset by cavalry, that out of so numerous a host hardly 1,000 escaped. The rest perished as they fled, some by one death and some by another. Before laying aside these two passages, you should pay attention to the following points. I. Vocabulary: besides carefully noticing new words, try to form groups of cognates, i.e. related words. One of the best ways to enlarge your vocabulary is to group together words of common origin, and to add to each, where you can, derivative and cognate English words. To take a few examples from this passage: word. Meaning. English derivative. Alias equals another, of many. Alienus equals that belong to another alien, alienate. Aliquot equals some, several. Aliquot, parts. Alter equals other of to alter, alternate. Alibi equals elsewhere alibi. Etc. Senatus equals the council of the elders senate. Senex equals old senior equals older senior, sire, sir. Senile equals belonging to old people senile. Senectus equals old age. Etc. Iter equals, itiner, equals a going itinerant. Ambitio equals a going round, canvassing ambition. Comes, cum plus eo, equals a comrade. Account, father count. Init eum equals a going in, a beginning initial. Sedit io equals a going apart, sedition. Etc. 2. Useful phrases for Latin prose: you should try gradually to put together your own phrase book. You will find this much more useful to you than any ready-made collection. A good and simple plan is to have a special notebook for this purpose. Mark in the text as you read useful phrases, and in your notebook write the Latin on the right-hand page and a good idiomatic rendering on the left. For example, from this passage you might collect the following English. Latin. A chance of achieving a success. Fortuna bene garandi rei. After completing his term of service. Perfunctus militia. Would make it worth their while. Opere pretium facturum. Up to that time. Ad id locorum. The result was not doubtful. Haudit theobi residential est. Though the fight was so unequal. Ut in nulla pari re. Some by one death and some by another. Alii alia pest. 3. Hannibal. Read some good short estimate of Hannibal as a patriot, statesman, and soldier, such as may be found in Mommsen's or Inney's History of Rome. If you have time, you will find much to interest you in the Hannibal, Heroes of the Nations, by O'Connor Morris. Demonstration 4. Sentence. Kind of sentence. Connective subject predicate object simple enlarged sentence 3. Cognitum tamen, ut in nulla pari re, duas amplias horas, concitata et, dunac dux stedicit, romana ac. Complex tamen, the battle, cognitum, est, 1. Duas amplias horas, time, 2. Ut in nulla pari re, manner, 3. Concitata. Romana ac, manner, sentence 4. A post quam is non pro vetera fama solum, sed entium metu futuri deed cores, sisua temeritate contracti cladi supera se, obiectans se hostium telis sucidit, fusa extemplo est romana aces. Complex post quam aces romana fusa est 1. Extemplo, time, 2. Post quam is sucidit, time, a1. Post quam is sucidit subordinate adverb to fusa est in a post quam is non pro vetera. Obc tans telis sucidit a2. Sisua supera se subordinate adverb to obc tans in a1 si, he, supera se cladi sua temeritate contracte 14. Weissenborn and Muller read cognitum tamen, ut in nulla pari re, diu, duas amplias horas constiti pogna spe concitant, dunac dux stitite, romatam asium. 15 i.e. needless repetition, tau alpha tau lambda gamma epsilon iota nu equals to say the same thing. Demonstration v. The happy life. A. I Felix, qui potuit rerum conoscere causas, et metus omnes et inexorabile fatum subiit pedibus, strepitumque curantis avarit. 2 Fortunatus et il, Deos qui navit ager stes, panici, sylvanum xenum, nymphosque sorors. 3 Illum non populi facies, non purpura regum flexit et infidos agitans discordia fratra, aut conurito descendens dacus ab histro, for non residential Romani perituroc regna, nec il aut dolut mis rans in opem aut invidit habenti. Virgil. The happy life. B. I Felix, qui potuit rerum conoscere causas, et metus omnes et inexorabile fatum subiit pedibus, strepitumque curantis avarit. 2 Fortunatus et il, Deos qui navit ager stes, panici, sylvanum xenum, nymphosque sorors. 3 Illum non populi facies, non purpura regum flexit et infidos agitans discordia fratra, aut conurito descendens dacus ab histro, for non residential Romani perituroc regna, nec il aut dolut mis rans in opem aut invidit habenti. Virgil. Demonstration v. Virgil, George. 2 490 to 499. Read the passage carefully. Notice as you read the many allusions and key words in the passage, e.g. Acurantis, Panna, Sylvanum, Nymphas, Dacus ab Istro, residential Romani rerum causas, and populi facies. These, taken in connection with the main predicates Felix, Fortunatus, non flexit, nec dolut, aut invidit, will readily suggest to you the main thought of the passage. Happy is nature's bard who knows and fears not, happy he too who knows the gods of the country. He is not distressed by ambition, nor wars, nor pain, nor envy. I Felix, qui potuit rerum conoscere causas, et metus omnes et inexorabile fatum subiit pedibus, strepitumque curantis avarit. I, vocabulary inexorabile equals relentless, lit. That cannot be moved by entreaty. In, not, plus x, easily, plus arabiles, entreated. For orocfos equals mouth, orator equals speaker, oratio equals speech. Fatum equals fate, i.e. of death, as the common lot of all men, the decree of nature. Fatum equals that which is said, a spec. Prophetically. Square root phi alpha. Cf4, phi ri, speak, fama, report, fabula, a story, infans, that cannot speak, facundus, eloquent. Strepitum equals roar, lit. A wild, confused noise, din of any kind, cf obstreperous. Acherontis equals Acheron equals, a river in the lower world, b, the lower world itself. Per. Acheron equals chi epsilon alpha omega nu equals the stream of woe, cf kappa omega kappa upsilon tau equals Cocytus, river of wailing. 2. Translation. You cannot be in doubt about the principal subject and predicate. Felix is the only word outside the subordinate clause from qui avere. The sense, too, of these lines is clear, so you may translate at once, but you must take special care to use dignified and appropriate language. Happy the man who has availed to know the causes of things, and so trampled underfoot all fears and fate's relentless decree, and the roar of insatiate Acheron. 2. Fortunatus et il, Deos kinavit ager stes, panici, sylvanum xenum, nymphosxerors. I. Vocabulary. Ager stes equals of the country, cf ager, gamero, agrarius, agrarian, peragro, per plus ager, travel over. Perhaps to be traced to the same root as agio equals drive, ager, and gamero being so named a pecore agendo, cf germ tript equals pasturage, tribun equals drive. Sylvanum equals Sylvanus equals Latin god of fields and woods, Silva, Sylvan. 2. Translation. This sentence closely resembles in form sentence I, il Fortunatus being the principal subject and predicate. He too is blessed who knows the gods of the country, Pan, and old Sylvanus, and the sisterhood of the nymphs. 3. Illum non populi facies, non purpura regum flexit, et infidos agitans discordia fratra, aut conurito descendens dacus ab histro, non residential Romani perichirac regna, I. Vocabulary. Facies equals facies, i.e. honors, populi, i.e. conferred by the people. Fascius equals a bundle, a speck of wood. Facies equals the lictor's rods, rods plus axe in certain cases, carried before the highest magistrates, as an emblem of authority. Purpura, i.e. the purple robe worn by kings and magistrates. Cf 16 Purpura Pompeium summi velabit honoris. Ov. Ex Ponto 4. 425. Agitans equals driving, i.e. moving, impelling. Discordia equals discord. Notice force of dis equals separation, negation, cf discrimen, dispar conurito equals united by oath, sworn confederate. Dacus, the Dacians, akin to the Thracians, and of Danube, conquered by Trajan. Cf modern Romanians. Histro equals the lower Danube. 2. Translation. You will see there is only one principal verb, flexit, or flexerunt, with several principal subjects, facies, purpura, discordia, residential Romani perichirac regna, and no subordinate clauses. You may therefore translate at once, a. Him facies of the people or purple of kings sway not maddening discord among treacherous brethren, nor the Dacians swarming down from the leagued Danube, not the Roman state, or realms destined to decay, or, b. He is not, 1. Moved by honors that the people confer, or the purple of empire, or civil feuds, that make, 2. brothers swerve from brothers' duty, or the Dacian coming down from the Hister, his sworn, to, ally, no, nor by the great Roman state and the death throes of subject kingdoms. N.B. B, is superior to, A, in, 1, the use of passive for active, 2, the predicative use of adjutants, infidos, conurito. For nec il aut dolut mis rans in opem, aut invitat habenti. Vocabulary. You will probably know the meanings of the words in this sentence. Thus the meaning of dolut is suggested by dolor. Mis rans miser. Cf. miserable. In opem in plus ops. Cf. opulent. Invitat invidia. Cf. envy. 2. Translation. You have here two principal verbs, dolut, invitat, joined by aut, and a principal subject il. Notice that in opem must be the object of the participle mis rans, and that habenti is used as a noun. He never felt the pang of pity for the poor, or of envy for the rich. Copy of a rendering shown up by a boy of 15 in a recent scholarship examination. Happy is the man who is able to discern the reason of things, and controls under his feet all changes and inexorable destiny, and the groaning of greedy Acheron. Blessed also is he who knows the rustic gods, Pan, and old Sylvanus, and those sisters, the nymphs. 2. He is not moved by the people's axes, nor by the regal purple, nor by discord that rouses brothers to distrust each other. He is not moved by Dacus, coming down from the sacred Danube, nor by the affairs of Rome, and the realms about to perish. 3. He neither grieves for nor pities the helpless, nor does he envy the rich. 4. The above version is fair, but notice the following points. Sentence I is able and controls. The connection in thought is not shown. He is happy because he knows and fears not. Groaning, i.e. gemitum, strepitum equals roar, din. Sentence 3 by the people's axes. This suggests quite a wrong idea. Contrast the version, by the honors that the people confer sacred. This is quite wrong. Conirato equals allied by oath. The affairs of Rome. A very weak, and inadequate rendering. Sentence 4 grieves for nor pities. This quite obscures the point. Virgil says that a country life, with its absence of poverty, so commonly met with in a town, saves a man from the necessity of feeling a pang of pity for the poor. Before you put aside this passage, try to avail yourself of some of the following suggestions. Thus for the poet Virgil 1770 b.c-19 BC. The chief facts of his life and the subject of his great poems are clearly and shortly given in the Student's Companion to Latin Authors, a useful and convenient book of reference. 2. For the Georgics, Poems on Husbandry. The passage for translation is taken from Georgic 2 lines 490-499. C. I. Student's Companion to Latin Authors, pages 157-8. 2. Nettleship's Virgil, pages 37-45. 3. Sellers' Virgil, pages 174-198. Notice especially the political purpose of the Georgics to help the policy of Augustus, which aimed at checking the depopulation of the country districts. Compare the alarming migration from the country to the towns in England at the present day. 3. Relation of Lucretius to the Georgics. I. Sellers' Virgil, pages 199-243. 2. Monroe's Lucretius, Notes on Book I line 78, and Book 3. Line 449. Notice in this connection the opening lines of the passage, Felix qui potuit. Acherontis avaria, which may be summarized as follows: happy he who knows the laws of nature, and has therefore ceased to fear natural phenomena and has learned to despise the fabled terrors of Hades. Monroe says, I feel that by his Felix Key Virgil does mean a poet-philosopher, who can only be Lucretius. Cf. also Lucretius, 3. 1-30 his address to Epicurus. For the thought, cf. Wordsworth's happy warrior he therefore does not stoop, nor lie in wait for wealth, or honors, or for worldly state. 16 The purple, the insignia, of the highest office shall clothe Pompeius. 17 See Short Lives, p. 343. Demonstration 6. The Tomb of Archimedes. A. Archimedes ego quaestor ignoratum ob Syracusanes, cum esse omino negerant, septem undic et vestidum vepribus et dumides, indigavi sepulchrum. 2 Tenebam enim quasdam scenariolos, quos in eius monumento esse inscriptos exeperam, qui declarabant in summo sepulchros fearam esse positam cum cylindro. 3 Ego autem, cum omnia collustrarum oculis est enim ad portas aggregantinas magna frequentia sepulchrorum animadverti collumellam non multum edumus eminentum, in qua inirat sphaeri figura et cylindri. 4 At ego statim Syracusanes erant autem principes mecum diximi illut ipsum arbitrari esse quod quererum. V. 6 Emissi cum falsibus multi pergerunt locum. Quo cum pate factus esset additus, axis imus, 7 Appearbat in sepulchro epigramma, exissus posterioribus partibus versiculorum, dimitiatis fair. Cicero. The Tomb of Archimedes. B. Archimedes ego quaestor ignoratum ob Syracusanes, cum esse omino negerant septem undic et vestidum vepribus et dumides, indigavi sepulchrum. 2 Tenebam enim quasdam scenariolos, quos in eius monumento esse inscriptos exeperam, qui declarabant in summo sepulchros fearam esse positam cum cylindro. 3 Ego autem, cum omnia collustrarum oculis est enim ad portas aggregantinas magna frequentia sepulchrorum animadverti collumellam non multum edumus eminentum, in qua inirat sphaeri figura et cylindri. 4 At ego statim Syracusanes erant autem principes mecum diximi illut ipsum arbitrari esse quod quererum. V. 6 Emissi cum falsibus multi pergerunt locum. Quo cum pate factus esset additus, axis imus, 7 Appearbat in sepulchro epigramma, exissus posterioribus partibus versiculorum, dimitiatis fair. Cicero. Demonstration 6. Cicero, Tusc. v. 23. 64 Read the passage through carefully. As you read you will notice many allusions and keywords, e.g. Archimedes, ego quaestor, Syracusanes, sepulchrum, etc. These, taken in connection with the heading and the author, will suggest to you the main subject of the passage, the finding of the tomb of Archimedes by Cicero. Archimedes ego quaestor ignoratum ob Syracusanes, cum esse omino negerant, septem undic et vestidum vepribus et dumides, indigavi sepulchrum. Vocabulary quaestor, contract from quaesitor quaero, i.e. investigator, originally two main functions, a. The preparation of evidence in public prosecutions, this about 240 BC transferred to the tribunes. b. Treasurers of state. Of these the quaestors urbani stayed at Rome, while the quaestors provincials or milites acted as financial assistants to the consuls or praetors for the provinces. Septem equals hedged in, seeps equals a hedge, fence. Vepribus equals with bramble bushes. Dumides equals with brushwood. Indigavi equals I traced out. A metaphor from hunting. Cf. Dum trepidant ali, saltus indigensingunt. Verg. N. 4121. While the scouts, beaters, are all busy, and are encircling the coverts with nets. 2. Translation. The form of the sentence is quite simple. The principal verb is indicavi, with subject ego quaestor, and object sepulchrum. From ignoratum dumites describes sepulchrum, and the subordinate clause cum negerant emphasizes ignoratum as Syracusanese. You may now translate, a, literally, when quaestor, traced out the tomb of Archimedes, not known of by the Syracusans, for they said it was not there at all, hedged in on all sides and covered with brambles and brushwood. b. A better rendering, when I was quaestor I was able to trace the tomb of Archimedes, overgrown and hedged in with brambles and brushwood. The Syracusans knew nothing of it, and entirely denied its existence. Notice here the improvement made by breaking up the one long sentence into two. Tu tenebam enim quastum scenariolos, quos in eius monumento esse inscriptos exceperam, qui declarabant in summo sepulchro sphaeram esse positam cum cylindro. Vocabulary scenariolos equals some lines, i.e. of poetry diminutive of scenarios, scene, equals consisting of 6 each, especially of the iambic scenarii. Sphaeram equals a sphere, globe sigma phi alpha rho alpha. Cylindro equals a cylinder. Kappa lambda iota nu delta rho omicron. 2. Translation. The only principal verb is clearly tenebam, with subject contained in the verb, and the principal object scenariolos, sc versus. From quos cylindro we have two subordinate adjectival clauses enlarging scenariolos. The fact is, I remembered some iambic lines which I had been told were inscribed on his monument, and which set forth that his tomb was surmounted by a sphere and a cylinder. 3. Ego autem, cum omnia calustrarum oculis est enim ad portas aggregantinas magna frequentia sepulchrorum animadverti columellam non multum edumus eminentum, in qua inerat sphaeri figura et cylindri. Vocabulary calustrarum equals I was surveying on all sides, cum, plus lustro. Lustro, perhaps akin to lucio, lumen, so, il lustris equals lighted up, illustrious. Frequentia equals a large number, cf frequens, square root phi rho alpha kappa, farc, cf phi rho gamma mu alpha equals a fence, farc io equals packed close together, so, confertus equals crowded, frequency yens equals repeated, frequent. Columellam equals a small column, diminutive of columen, square root cell, cf cell sus equals lofty, cf excello, co elumen, equals culmen, equals the summit, cf culminate. 2. Translation. This sentence is apparently not quite so simple, but if you carefully bracket the subordinate clauses you will see that the only principal verb is animadverti, with subject ego and object columellam. Notice next that, a, cum oculis modifies the principal verb animadverti and is an adverbial clause of time. b, the parenthetical clause est enim sepulchrorum explains calustrarum. c, in qua cylindri is an adjectival clause enlarging columellam. You may now translate into your best English, following closely the thought and the order of the Latin. Well, as I was surveying the whole place, there is a large number of tombs at 18 the Agregentan gate. I perceived a small column just showing above the undergrowth, on which appeared the figure of a sphere and a cylinder. Forat ego statim Syracusanes erant autem principes mecum dixi me illud ipsum arbitrari esse, quod quererum. Vocabulary. The words of this sentence present no difficulty. 2. Translation. With the practice you have now had, you may translate at once, but notice carefully that, a, the parenthetical clause erant mecum enlarges Syracusanese, and, b, quod quererum describes illud ipsum. So I immediately said to the Syracusans who were with me, some people of importance, that I thought that was the very thing I was looking for. Vi emissi cum falsibus multi pergerunt locum. Vocabulary. Falsibus equals with billhooks, falx per. Akin to flecto equals bend, from its shape. Cf. falcon, from its hooked claws. Purgarunt equals cleared, purgo, contract from purgo equals purum plus ago equals purge. Cf. per us. 2. Translation: some men sent in with billhooks cleared out the space. 6. Quo cum pate factus esset addidus, axis imus. I. Vocabulary: pate factus equals laid open, patio plus fascio. Cf. patent. 2. Translation: as soon as the way was open, we went up to it. 7. Apperebat in sepulchro epigramma, exissus posterioribus partibus versiculorum, dimitiatis fair. I. Vocabulary: epigramma equals inscription. Cf. epigram. Exissus equals lit. Eaten out, x plus edo. Cf. edible. Dimitiatis equals halved equals dis plus medius, i.e. divided into halves. 2. Translation: there was the inscription on the tomb, the latter part of each line was gone, nearly half the verse. Notice here the rendering of the latabl absol, an idiom foreign to our language except for example in the so-called Nam. Absol. Of Milton. Cf. Introduction, p. 12, 5. Cicero adds the following reflection: Etum nobili sima Graecii civitas, quandam vero entium doctissima, sui civis unius acutissimi monumentum ignorasset, nisi ab hoimine arpanet didicissit. Thus it was that one of the most renowned of Greek cities, and in ancient times one of the most enlightened, would have remained ignorant of the monument of the greatest genius it ever produced, if it had not learnt it from a man born at Arpinum. 19 Some suggestions and authorities. Before you leave this passage, try to notice some of the following points, and if possible consult some of these authorities. I. Read, e.g. in Church and Brodribb's translation, Livy's account of the siege of Syracuse by Marcellus, 214 to 212 BC, Book XXIV. Cap. 34, Book XXV. Caps. 23 to 31, 2. Freeman's History of Sicily. Notice especially the admirable plan of Syracuse illustrating the siege by Nicias. Or Sicily Story of the Nation series. 3. Some Good Life of Archimedes. The Encyclopaedia Britannica supplies a good short life and refers to Cicero's finding the tomb of Archimedes, and to the still extant work of Archimedes on the sphere and the cylinder. 4. For Cicero's quaestorship in Sicily, 75 BC, consult some Life of Cicero, e.g. Forsyth's, pages 38 to 58, where reference is made to this incident. V. For the Tusculani Disputationes, conversations between Cicero and a friend at his Tusculan villa, the subject of which is the chief essentials of happiness, consult the admirable introduction to the edition by T. W. Dugan, Cam. Press. 18 Various Lecture ad Portus Acredinas. 19 Also the Birthplace of Marius. CFP 163. Passages for translation at sight. In the original text, lines were numbered continuously on each page. For this e-text, verse selections have been renumbered to match the actual line numbers as cited in the text. Selections from the Hallam edition of Ovid's Fasti are numbered from 1 within each passage. Line numbers in prose have been retained for completeness, except that markings of line 1 have been omitted. Since your browser's line breaks will not correspond to line breaks in the printed book, words mentioned in the line notes have also been underlined. In the Miscellaneous Passages section, which has no line notes, line numbers were omitted in all prose and in the shorter verse passages. Longer verse passages have been renumbered as elsewhere. Regal period, 753 to 509 BCD. 1 The vision of Anchises, the kings that are to be. Quin et avu com item cc mavertius ade Romulus, assarasi quem sanguinis ilia mater educit. Vidin ut Gemini stant virtus Christi, 780 et pater ipsi suo superum iam signat honor? En huius, nate, auspicias illa includa Roma imperium terris, animos equabit Olympo, septemguna sibi muro circumdabit arses, felix prole virum. Quis procolile autumn ramus insignis olivi sacrificans? Nisco crines incanaci menta 810 regis Romani, primamque legibus urbum fundabit, curibus parvis et pauperitera missus in imperium magnum. Cui dient subabit, oscia qui rumpit patriae resides gmuabit tullus in arma viros et iam desuita triumphis 815 agmina. Quem iuxta sequitur iec tangier encus, nunc quoque iam nemium gaudens popularibus oris. Vis et Tarquinios regis animam superbam ultoris brudi facesque vidir receptos. Virgil, N. 6 777 to 784, 808 to 818. 777 Avu equals grandsire, i.e. Numitor, the father of the Vestal Rhea or Ilia. Mavertius equals child of Mavers, old and poetic name for Mars. 778 Assarasi, king of Phrygia and grandfather of Anchises. 779 Gemini Christi. The double-crested helm, a distinction of Mars. 780 Superum equals for the world above, i.e. as a god. ACC Sing. 808 Isle equals Numa Pompilius, 716 to 673 BC, a native of Cures, 12, in Sabina country, whom the Romans regarded as the founder, fundabit, 12, of their religious and legal institutions. 813 Key equals Tullus Hostilius, 673 to 640 BC, a man of war, destroyed Alba. Resides equals sluggish, lazy, re plus sedio. 815 Ancus Martius, 640 to 616 BC, conqueror of the Latins. 817 Tarquinios Regis equals, I. Tarquinius Priscus, 616 to 578 BC, of Tarquinii in Etruria, 2. Tarquinia Superbus, 534 to 509 BC, expelled by Brutus. Virgil omits Servius Tullius, 578 to 534 BC. 817 to 818 Animam Receptos. Brutus, nephew of T. Superbus, roused Rome to expel the Tarquins and found the Republic, and thus the fasces, the sign of power, were recovered, receptos, by the people Sidgwick. D2 Romulus, 753 to 716 BCA. The passing of Romulus. His immortalibus editus operibus cum ad exercitum recensendum contienum in campo ad capre palliatum habere, subito coorditum pestis cum magno fragerita nitribusque tam denso regem operuit nimbo, ut conspectum eius contieni abstulerit, nec 5d and in terris Romulus fud. Romana pubis, sedito tandem paveri, post quam ex tam turbido di serena et tranquilla lux rediit, ub evacuum sedum regem vidit, etsi satis creed bat patribus, qui procumi stederant, sublimem raptum procella, tamen vila ten orbite tis metuic de maestum aliquam dio silentium obtinude. Dienda possus initio facto deum deo natum, regem parentem urbis Romani salvere universi Romulum iubent, pacem praesibus exposcant, uti valens perpetua suum semper sospitet progeniem. 15 Livy, I16. 2 to 3 ad capre palliatum equals near the goat's pool. 4 operuit equals enveloped, ob plus perio equals get for, put upon, cover, cf opposite a per io equals get from, uncover. 5 abstulerit equals auferit. The event is regarded simply as past, without reference to other past events. 5 to 6 necd and foot, cf quirinus martis equus aciranta fugit. Hor od. 3-3. 15-7 sedito equals settled, calmed. Sedo equals cause to sit, cf sedes, and our seat, settle. 11 orbitatis equals of orphanhood, cf orbus equals bereaved, and our orphan. 15 valens perpitius, an ellipse of et, cf optimus maximus. Sospitet equals he may keep safe, preserve, cf sosps equals safe. B. The mystery explained. Pulcher et humano mire trabia qui decorus Romulus in media visus ades via, et dixa simul, prohi blugari quirites, for nec violent lacrimes numina nostra sui. Tu raferent placent novum pia turba quirinum, et patrias arts malicium cullant. Ovid, Fasti, 2. 379 to 384 H1 to 6 Romulus appears as a god to Proculus Julius, an honorable man, bidding him tell his people not to mourn for him, but to worship him as Quirinus, and practice valor and all warlike virtues. 1 Trabia equals in the striped robe of state. 3 to 5 Quirites, cf Quirinus equals the deified Romulus, equals lit. Spearman. Connected with cures and curries, Sabina word for a spear, used of Roman citizens as opposed to Roman soldiers. D3 Numa Pompilius, 716 to 673 BC. The gate of Janus, open in war but shut in peace. A Quirino ita potatus urbum novum, conditam 6 et armis, Irem legibusque si moribus integro candere parid. Quibus cum in turbella ad sucera viderit non posse, quip efferere militia animos, mitigandum ferociem populum armorum 5 desuetudine ratus ionum ad infimum argilitum indicem paces bellici facit, apertus ut in armis esse civitatum, clausus paccatos circa omnes populos significaret. Livy, I-19. 1 Key equals Numa Pompilius, the second king of Rome. 4 to 5 Quip animos equals since, he thought that, men's tempers were made savage, brutalist, by warfare. Efferere equals orid. OBL part of Numa's thoughts. 6 Desuetudine equals by disuse, i.e. by a cessation from the use of. Cf didicere equals unteach. Ionum. Argilitum equals, a temple of, Janus at the foot of the Argilitum, a slope to the ne of the forum. Prob equals the clayey ground, from argilla equals white clay. 8 Clausus. It was closed for a short time, circa 238 BC, and again by Augustus 29 to 25 BC B. Sunt Gemini Belli Porti, sic nomini decunt, religione sacrae et sivi formidine martis, centum ere claudunt vectis eternac feri 610 robera, nec custos absisti limine ionis. Has, ubicertas et patribus sententia pugni, ipsi quirinali trabia cincti gabino insignis reserat stridentia limina consul, ipsi vocet pugnas, sequitur tum cetera pubis, 615 area qui ad sensu conspirant cornua rocco. Virgil, N. 7 607 to 615. 609 vectis equals bolts or bars, prob from square root ve equals carry. Cf vectigal. 612 queer. Trabia equals in the state robe of Romulus, i.e. the striped robe of state, purple, with white stripes across. Cinque gabino equals with the gabine girdle, formed by girding the toga tight round the body by one of its loose ends. 613 Razirat equals unbars. 40 equals join, CFR series. Parallel passages. Ovid, FI 115 to 132. Cf. Hor Od. 415. 9 Verg. N. I 293 to 4. Numa Pompilius. The name of Numa is significant, and denotes an organizer or lawgiver. For Numa cf. numerus, numus, nu omicron dot. As Romulus was the founder of the state and of political and military order, so the legend regards Numa as the founder of the national religion. Inni. D4 Tarquinia Superbus, 534 to 509 BC. The purchase of the Sibylline books. In Antiques Annalibus Memoria Super Libris Sibyllinis Hec Prodita est Anus Hospita et Concognita ad Tarquinium Superbum Regem adiit, Novem Libros Firens, quos esse dispat divina oracula, eos vel venunder. Tarquinius Pretium Percantatus 5 est, mulier nimium immensum papacy. Rex, quasi anus etate dissiperit, derisit. Tum illa foculum corum eo cum igni apisuit, et trace libros ex novem dias c, et, acquid reliquias sex eadem pretio emeravelit, regem interrogavit. Sed enim tentarquinius id multurisit magis dixit canum iam proculdubio delirare. Mulier ibidem statim trace libros alios exusit, et id ipsum digno placid interrogavit, and trace reliquias eadem pretio emit. Tarquinius or iam Syrio, et catenti or animo fit, em 15 Constantium confidentium non in super habendum intelligit, libros trace reliquias mercator nihilo minor pretio, quam quad erat petitum pro omnibus. Libri trace in sacrarium conditi Sibyllini appellati. Ad eos, quasi ad oraculum, quindecim viri 20 adiunt, cum di immortals publis consulandi sunt. Aulus Gellius, Fluid 143 AD, I 19. 1. 2 Libris Sibyllinis, i.e. a collection of prophecies uttered by the legendary prophetess who lived at Cumae, near Naples. 5 Venunder equals to sell. Cf. venio, equals venom plus eo, vendu, and our vendor. 12 Delirare equals to be out of her mind. Lit. To make a crooked furrow in plowing, de plus lyra, a furrow. 19 Sacrarium equals the place for the keeping of holy things, i.e. the Capitol. The original Sibylline books were burnt in the fire on the Capitol, 82 BC, but a fresh collection was made by Augustus, and deposited in the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine. 20 Quindecim viri, Sacri Faciendis, i.e. a college of priests who had charge of the Sibylline books. Parallel passages. Verg. N. 6, a spec. LL 42 to 101, for the Cumaean Sibyl. The Sibylline books. There existed also Etruscan Libri Fatale, books of fate, and these, together with the Sibylline books, were kept in the temple of Capitoline Jupiter. Nothing seemed more natural than to suppose that Tarquin, who built that temple, purchased also the sacred books of the Sibyl. Inni. D5 Tarquinia Superbus, 534 to 509 BC A Sextus Tarquinius et Gabii. Ind in consilia publica ad Hiberi. Ita cum sensum ad rebellendum primors Gabinorum incitarit, ipsi cum promptissimis iuvenum preditum et in expeditions iret, et dictus factus omnibus ad fallendum instructis vana accresceret fides, dux ad 5 ultimum belli legitur. Ibi cum insia multitudine, quid agiratur, proilia parva inter Romum Gabius qui fierent, quibus plerumque gaben a residential superior esset tum certatum summi infamic gabenorum sex. Tarquinium dono deum sibi missum tu cm credere. 10 apud milites vero obundo pericula ac labors peritor, predum munifice largiendo tanta caritate esse, ut non pater Tarquinius potentiae bomi quam filius Gabius esset. Livy, I-54. 1 int, i.e. after the tale he told of his father's cruelty had gained credit with the men of Gabii. Ad Hiberi equals he was admitted. Historic and fin to ad rebellendum equals to renew the war. 4 to 5 ad fallendum instructis equals were framed to deceive. 8 Gaben ares equals the cause of Gabii. For residential CFP 11, 2. 11 Obundo peritor equals by facing alike. B. The sequel, the fall of Gabii. Iam potens misogenitorum appellat amico, perd endi Gabios quad sibi monstrit here. Hortus odor atis suberat cultissimus herbis, for sectus humum rivo lean sonantis aqui. Illic Tarquinius mandata latentionati accipit, et virga lilia summa meti. Nuntius ut rediit, decusaci lilia dixit, 8 filius agnico ius operentis 8. Nec mora, principibus esis ex urbi gabina, traduntur tusibus moenia nuda sui. Ovid, Fasti, 2. 543 to 552 H1 genitorum appellat equals he calls on his father, to tell him. 6 Virga equals with a switch. Summa equals the tallest. 10 Tusibus sui, ABL, after nuda equals deprived of. Reference. Hor EP2. 123 to 27. Horace refers to the treaty made by Tarquinius with Gabii. Historic parallel. Compare the extraordinary self-sacrifice of Zopyrus, which enabled him to betray Babylon to his master Darius. Herod, 3. 153 to 158 d6 The position of Rome, the future mistress of the world. Urbi autem locum Romulus incredibili opportunitate diligit. Nec enim ad merid movit quad ei foot illa manu copiisque facilimum, ut in agrum rutulorum aboriginum procederet, aut in osteo Tiberino, quem in locum multis post annis rex 5 ancus colonium deduxit, urbum ipsi conderet sed hoc vir excellenti providentia sensit ac vidit, non esse opportunissimos situs maritimos urbibus eis qui ad spem diuternitatis conderenturit compari. Itac urbum perennis amnis et equabilis et 10 in mare late influentis possit in ripa, quo possit urbs et ex cypera ex mari, quo igeret, et redere, quo redunderet, ut me iam tum divinas il videator, hanc urbum sedum aliquando et domum summo esse imperio praebiturum, nam hanc rerum tantum 15 potentium non firm facilis alia in part Italii passita urbs tenera potuisit. Urbis autem ipsius is est tractus ductus muri cum Romuli tum entium reliquarum regum sapientia definitus ex omni part arduus preruptus montibus. Locum diligit 20 et fondibus abundantum et in regioni pestilenti salubram. Cicero, De Republic 2. 3-5, 6, selected. 3-6 quad ei foot equals lit. Which he might very easily have done with that band, of men, and those forces, so that 4 Rutulorum s of Rome. Turnus their king. Capital, Ardea. 6 Colonium, i.e. Ostia, the harbor of Rome and chief naval station. 7-8 non esse opportunissimos, e.g. as exposed to sudden attacks, and likely to contain a too large foreign element. 12-13 Quo redunderet equals its own superabundance. 17-18 is tractus ductus equals the plan and direction. 19 Definitus equals bounded. 20 Arduus preruptus montibus. The amphitheater of 7 hills which encloses the meadows, afterwards the Campus Martius, in the bend of the Tiber, varying from 120 to 180 feet above the stream, offered heights sufficiently elevated and abrupt for fortification, yet without difficulties for the builder or cultivator. N.B. In this passage be careful to translate Cicero's long, periodic sentences by 2 or more separate sentences in English. The position of Rome. There was no place better fitted for an emporium of the Tiber and sea traffic, and for a maritime frontier fortress than Rome. It combined the advantages of a strong position and of immediate vicinity to the river. Mommsen. D7 The praise of Italy. Salve, magna parens frugum, Saturnia tellus. Sed nec Medorum Silvae thethissima terra, nec pulcher Ganges et coro turbidus Hermus laudibus Italii certant, non Bactra, nec indi tota qui turiferis punchia pinguis herenus. 140 Hec loca non turi spirantes naribus ignum invertir satis immanes dentibus hydri, nec galis densisque virum segs horud hastes, sed graviti fruges et bacchi massicus implavir, tenent olii armentici laeta. 145 Hin bellator equus campo cc arduus infert, hin albi, clatum, gregs, et maximaturis victima, cipi tuo perfusi flumen sacro, Romanos ad templa deum duxera triumphos. Hic ver assiduum et Gallianes mensibus estes, 150 bis gravidi pecuds, bis pomes utilis arbor. At rabidi tigris absent et civilianum semina, nec mis rose fallunt aconita legens, nec rapit immensos orbis perhumum, nec tantos quamus in spiram tractu se colligit anguis. Virgil, George. 2. 136 to 154. 136 Silvae thethissima equals most rich in forest Sidgwick. 137 Hermus, auriferous river of Lydia, cf. the Arpactolus. 138 Bactra, modern Balkh, N of Afghanistan. 139 Punchia, i.e. Arabia, the El Dorado of the Old World. 141 Satis Hydri equals where the enormous dragon's teeth were sown. Hydri, Delta Rho Omicron, lit. A water snake. 143 Massicus equals Massic juice, i.e. of MT Massicus in NW Campania, famous for its wine, a speck. The Falernian. 144 Implavir, SC Hec Loca, equals Phil et al. 146 Clatum. R of Umbria, famous for its white cattle. 146 to 148 white cattle were required for the sacrifices of the triumphs. 149 Alienes mensibus equals in months not her own, i.e. in months properly belonging to winter. 150 bis gravidi pecuds equals twice the cattle give increase, Conington. 151, 152 Civilianum semina equals the fierce lion brood Macale. Aconita, a deadly poison monkshood. 153, 154 Nec anguis equals nor with so vast a sweep gather himself into a coil, i.e. the snakes in Italy are not so large as elsewhere. Arclatumnus. Compare Pliny's beautiful letter, 8:8, describing its source. Asterisk cf. the Chillingham wild cattle. D8 Early Republic, 509 to 366 BC Etruscan invasion under Porsena, 507 BC, 1. How well Horatius kept the bridge in the brave days of old. Anec non Tarquinium eictum pors ena iubibat ac Cypera, ingentique urbum obsidian primebat, anedi in ferrum pro libertate rubant. Illum indignanti similum, similemque minanti 650 ASPI series, pontum autoretcia velera cockles, et fluvium vinculi inerit clolioruptus. Virgil, N. 8 646 to 651. Venus brings Aeneas his new armor, he gazes at the shield whereon were wrought scenes of the story of Rome to be. 646 Porsena. Lars Porsena of Clusium, by the 9 gods he swore that the great house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. Macaulay. 648 Inferum rubant equals were flinging themselves on the sword. C. 651 Clolia, a Roman hostage, who escaped by swimming the Tiber. B. Pons Sublicius iter penny hostibius dedit, ni unus vir fuiset, Horatius Cockles. Qui positus forte in stat Ioni Pontes, cum captum repentino impetu ianiculum incitatos decurrir hosts vidicit, ten trepidam turbam suorum arma ordinesque relincera, reprehensens singulos, obsissens obtestans deum et hominum fidem testabater nequiquam deserto presidio eos fugor, si transitum pontum etergo reliquisant, iam plus hostium in pallatio 15 capitalio quam in ianiculo 4. Itac munera, predicera, ut pontum ferro, igna, quacinc 6 possent, interrumpent, se impetum hostium, quantum corpor uno possit obsisti, excepturum. Vadit in primum addendum pontes, insignis conter 20 conspecta sedentium pugni terga, obversus communis ad inundum proelium armis, ipso miraculo audacia obstupeficit hosts. Livy, 2. 10-7 Pons Sublicius equals the Pile Bridge, built by Ancus Marcius to connect Rome proper with the Janiculum Hill, or ridge. 8 Cockles equals the one-eyed, from loss of an eye in battle. 10 Citatos equals at full speed. Adjective use of participle, cf. citato equo. 11 Trepidam turbam equals panic-stricken and in disorder. 12 Reprehensens equals seizing them by the arm one after another. 14 to 15 Si transitum reliquisant equals if they left the bridge free for the enemy to cross by. Transitum equals noun, in apos. To pontum. 21 to 22 Obversus armis equals as he faced about. D9 Etruscan invasion under Porsena, 507 BC, 2. How well Horatius kept the bridge in the brave days of old. Duos tamen cum eo puter tenuit, sp Larsium act Herminium, ambos claros genera factisc. Cum his primam periculi procelam et quad tumultuosissimum pugni erat, perumper sustinuit, dios quoque ipsos, exigua part pontes relicta, revocantibus, 5 qui rescindibant, cetera in tutum cogit. Circumferens intrusus minus oculos ad proc iris Etruscorum nunc singulos provocare, nunc increpere omnes, servitia regum superborum, sui libertatis immores alienum appugnatum venire. 10 Cunctatae aliquam Deus sunt, dum alias alium, ut proelium incipiant, circumspectant. Puderti and commovit asium, et clamori sublato undic in unum hostem tela coniscient. Qui cum in obiecto cunctus sciuto his assent, nec il minus obstinatus ingenti 15 pontum obteneret gradu, iam impeto conabanter detrudere virum, cum simul fragorupti pontes, simul clamor Roman orum alacritate perfecti opera sublatus, paveri subito impetum sustinuit. Tum cockles tiberine pater, inquit, te sanct precur, hec armat 20 et hunc militum propitio flumen accipius. Ita sic armatus in tiberum desolut, multisc superincidentibus tellus incolumis ad suos trinavit, rem agius plus fami habiturum ad post eros quam fide. Livy, 2. 10-7 ad proc iris equals on the chiefs. 4 Perser cf Perseris equals tall. 8 to 9 Provocare increpere. Historic infinitives equals indicative 9 Servitia equals the slaves equals servos. Abstract for concrete, frequency. In Livy. Cf. Hor od. 28. 18, Servitus equals servi. 14 Obiecto equals presented, i.e. to the enemy. 15 to 16 Ingenti gradu equals with mighty, heroic, stand cf. Firm as a rock. 18 Alacritate perfecti operis equals from joy at the completion of the work. 24 plus fami fide equals destined to win more fame than credit with posterity. O Tiber, Father Tiber, to whom the Romans pray, a Roman's life, a Roman's arms, take thou in charge this day. So he spake, and speaking sheathed the good sword by his side, and with his harness on his back, plunged headlong in the tide Macaulay. D10 Etruscan invasion under Porsena, 507 BC, 3, how C. Mucius lost his hand, but won a name. A obsidio erat nihilo minus et frumenti cum summa caritate inopia, sedendoque expugnaturum se urbum spem Porsena habibat, cum C. Mucius, adolescens nobilis, primo sua spont penetrare in hostium castra constituit, dine matuens, ne, si consulum 5 in Jesu et ignaris omnibus iret, forte deprehensus accustadibus Romanis retraheratur ut transfuga, fortunatum urbis crimen affirmanti, senatum addit. Transire Tiberim, inquit, Petra, et intrer, si possim, castra hostium valo, non predo nec populationum 10 in vicem alter, maius, si diuvant, in animo est facinus. Approbant Petra, abdito intra vestem ferro perficicitor. Ubi eo venit, in conferta sima turbo prope regium tribunal constiti. Livy, 2. 12 cum summa caritate equals involving, cum, a very high price. 2 sedendu equals by sitting down before, of a besieging army. 3 Mucius. From this incident surnamed Savola equals the left-handed. After his time, a frequent surname in the gens Mucia. 7 to 8 Fortuna affirmanti equals, a charge which, the present condition of the city would confirm, substantiate. 10 to 11 Non predo alter equals not to plunder nor to retaliate on, lit. An avenger in turn on, are plunderers. Become Peteret regem decepta satellite dextra ingessit sacri se peri dura focis. Sed tam siva pius miracula non tulit hostis for et raptum flammis iasi abire virum. Uriquam potuit contempto Mucius igni, hanc spectere manum Porsena non potuit. Mira decepte fama est et gloria dextri, 8 si non erase, ficerat illa minus. Martial, EPIXXI. 1 satellite equals the attendant, i.e. the scribe or secretary of Porsena. 2 ingessit equals thrust into, in plus gero. 3 tam siva miracula equals such a miracle of stern fortitude s pious equals feeling, as opposed to unnatural. 7 to 8 i.e. to have killed Porsena would have been less glorious than to display such heroism. Stevenson. Porsena. Livy tells us that Mucius, in gratitude for the magnanimity of Porsena, revealed to him that 300 Roman youths had sworn to attempt the same deed that he had undertaken. Whereupon Porsena feared to distress the Romans any longer, and made peace with them. D11 Latin War. Battle of Lake Regillus, 498 BC. The dictator and his master of the horse. Ibi alia inter proc aries coorta pugna. Imperator Latinus, ubi cohortum exulum dictator Romano prope circumventum vidit, ex subsidiarius manipulos aliquot in primam asium siccum rapit. Hos agmine veniens t Herminius legatus conspicatus, interc 5 eos insignum vest armisc mamilium nocitans, tanto sixma or, quam Paulo anti magi stir equitum, cum hostium duce proelium iniat, ut et uno ictu transfixum per latus occiderit mammilium, et ipsi inter spoliandum corpus hostis virudo percussus, ten victor in castra esset relatus, inter primam curationum expiraverit. Tum ad equits dictator ad volat obstans, ut fesso iam pedite descendant ex equus et pugnam capes sant. Dicto peruera, deciliunt ex equus, provolant in primum, et pro antisignanis 15 parmas abittiunt. Recipit extemplo animum pedistris aces, post quam I juventutis proc eris equato genera pugnisicum partum periculi sustinens vidit. Tum dimum impulsi Latini, perculsici inclinavit aces. 20 Livy, 2. 21 Inter proc eris. The Battle of Lake Regillus was, in the main, a Homeric battle of single combats between the opposing chiefs. 1-2 Imperator Latinus, i.e. Mamilius of Tusculum, son-in-law of Tarquin. 5T Herminius, one of the dauntless three, who kept the bridge. 7 Magister Equitum, i.e. T. Beauteous. The master of the horse, the second in command, was nominated by the dictator. 10 Viruto equals with a javelin, cf. Veru equals a spit. 11-12 Inter primam curationum equals at the first attempt to dress his wound Rollins. 13 Dictator, i.e. Aulus Postumius. The dictator, Magister Populi equals master of the army, was appointed by one of the two consuls, equals colleagues, in a time of national danger to avoid the possible want of unity between the two consuls in time of war. 15 In primum equals in primam asium. Antisignanes, i.e. the first line fighting in front of the standards. 17 I Juventutis proc eris equals the young noblemen, i.e. the cavalry are not only the younger men, in Livy often equals Iuvenes, but also patricians. Reference: Macaulay, The Battle of Lake Regillus. D12 First Secession of the Plebs, 494 BC. The Fable of the Belly and the Members. Tribunes of the People. Paver ingens in urbi, metuc mutuo suspensa erant omnia. Placuit igitur oratorum ad plebum midi millennium agrippum, facundum virum et, quod inderi undus erat, plebi carum. Is intromissus in castra prisco illo dicendi et horrido modo nihil 5 aliad quam hoc naris furter, tempor, quo in homin non, ut nunc, omnia in unum consentientia, sed singulis members suum quique concilium, sua sermo fuerit, indignatas reliquas partis sua cura, suo labor ac ministerio ventri omnia quiri, venturum in ten medio qua idem nihil aliad quam datus voluptatibus frui, conspirus int, ne manus ad os cibum ferent, nec os acciperit datum, nec dentes confisserent. Hacira dum venturum fame domere velant, ipsa una member totum corpus ad extremam tabem 15 Venice. Ind apparuus ventris quoque haudet sane ministerium esse, nec magis aliquam alera eum, redentum in omnis corporis partis hunc, quo vivimus vigemusc, divisum peritor in venas, maturum confecto sibo sanguinum. Comparando hin, quam 20 instina corpora seditio similis esset ire plebis in patra, flexus mens hominum. Agidient de concordia coiptum concessum in cindi sciens, ut plebi sui magi stratus ascent sacrosancti, quibus auxili latio adversus consules esset, neve cui patrum capera 25 eum magistratum liceret. Ita tribuni plebe creati duo, C. Licinius et L. Albinus. Livy, 2. 32, 33. 1-2 Paver ingens omnia. One of the Roman armies, mainly recruited from plebeians, refused to obey orders, entrenched itself on Mons Sacer, and threatened to secede from Rome altogether. 2 oratorum, i.e. legatum, equals spokesman, charged with a verbal message. 4 int, i.e. from the plebs. 10 to 11 ventorum quietum equals whereas the belly resting calmly in their midst rollins. 13 confiscerant equals grind, and so aid digestion. Cf. confecto L20. 19 to 20 maturum confecto sibo equals brought to perfection only when the food is digested. R24 sacrosancti equals consecrated and inviolable. 24 to 25 quibus esset, i.e. as official protectors of the plebs, by their right of veto on the official actions of all other magistrates. For the fable, cf. Seneca de Ira 2. 31, and 1 Corinthians, 12. 12 to 27 D13 War with the Volscians, 493 BC Veturia and her son Coriolanus. Coriolanus propute mens consternatus obsed sua cum ferit matri obvi compel exum, mulier in iram ex praecibus versus sine, prius quam compel exum accipio, siam inquit, ad hostem and ad filium venerum, captiva mater ne in castris tuis sim. In 5 hoc me longa vita et infelix senecta traxit, ut exulum te, deint hostem viderum? Potuisti populari hanctarum, qui te genuit et caluit? Non tibi, quam vis infesto animo et minisi perveneras, ingredienti fines ira sucidit. Non, cum in conspectu ten Roma foot, securrit, intra illa moenia domus ac penades me sunt, mater, coni unex liberic? Ergo ego nisi peperisem, Roma non appugnaritur, nisi filium haberum, libera in libera patria mortua sm. Uxordiant ac liberi amplexi, flatuscub 15 omni turbomulierum ortus et comploratio sui patriae frigeri tandem virum. Complexus in suos dimitit, ipsi retro ab urbi castra movit. Abductis deant legionibus ex agro Romano invidia rei oppressum paris tradunt alii aliolito. 20 Livy, 2. 41 Coriolanus. Gaius Marcius received the cognomen of Coriolanus for his bravery at the capture of the Volscian town of Corioli, se of Rome. After this, in a time of famine at Rome, he advised that the corn obtained elsewhere should not be distributed, unless the plebeians would give up their tribunes. For this he was impeached and went into voluntary exile among the Volsci. Consternatus equals in strong emotion lit. Stretched on the ground. 7 Potuisti equals had you the heart to question indicated by tone of the voice. 10 to 11 non securit equals did it not occur to you? 19 to 20 invidia rei oppressum equals overwhelmed by the unpopularity of his action. 20 alii aliolito, e.g. by a voluntary death, 2. Put to death by the Volscians, 3. Lived to old age in exile. References. Cic Brutus X, compared to Themistocles. Plutarch, Coriolanus. The germ from which the whole legend sprang is the story of the filial love of Coriolanus, and of the great authority exercised in olden times by Roman matrons over their sons and husbands. Inni. Shakespeare, Coriolanus, v3. D14 War with Veii, 483 to 474 BC. The destruction of the Fabii at the Cremera, 477 BC Campus Erat, Campi Claudbant ultima colae silvac montanus oculare apta feras. In medio pacos armentici rara relinquunt, for cetera verg ultis abdita turbulatet. Ecce vila torrens undis pluvialibus octus aut qui zephiro victa tepent fluid, persata perc vias furter, nec, ut anti solbat, 8 riperum clausus margin finit aquas, sic Fabii valum latis discursibus implant, quodque vident sternant, nec metus alter inest. Quo ruides, gene rosadomus. Male creditus hosti, 12 simplex nobilitas, perfida tela cave. Fraude perit virtus. In apertus undic campos prosaliunt hosts, et latus omtenant. Quid facient pansi contra tot milia fortes? 16 quod in misero tempor restet, atist. Sicut aper lunge silvis laurentibus actus fulmineo celeris disipat or canes, mox tamen ipsi perit, sic non mori unter inulti 20 vulnerac alternadant ferunt manu. Una dies fabios ad bellum misere omnes, ad bellum missos perdidat una dies. Ovid, Fasti, 2. 175 to 196, H. Context. To protect their territory from the constant raids of the Veientines, the noble house of the Fabii offered to undertake the war themselves. The consul Caeso Fabius marched out of the city at the head of his clan, followed by the blessings and good wishes of the admiring people. He erected a fortified camp near the Arcremera, a tributary of the Tiber, and from this spot plundered Veientine territory. 1 Campus. Ovid here paints from fancy. There are, however, deep hollows admirably calculated to conceal an ambushed foe. Ramsay. 9 Discursibus equals runnings to and fro, of soldiers dispersing to plunder. 10 Metus alter equals fear of a second enemy, i.e. of one in ambush. 17 Silvis Laurentibus. Laurentum on the coast of Latium between Ostia and Ardea. Wild boars are still found in the swampy thickets. 18 Fulmineo or equals with flashing tusk halum. Parallel passage. Livy, 2. 48, 49. The story probably came from the chronicles of the Fabian clan, perhaps through Fabius Pictor, the first Roman annalist. Rollins, cf. Inni, Volume I cap. 6d15 War with the Equians, 458 BCA Cincinnatus called from the plough. Sedi quas praecipua quinctia Cincinnatus domuit, il dictator of Eretro, qui obsessa et penny iam capta L minosi cons ulis castra egregia victoria recuperavit. Medium erat tempus forte cementus, cum patricium virum inixum Eretro suo lictor in 5 ipso opere deprehendit. Ind in asium perfectus, ne quid a rustici operis imitatione cessaret, more pecudum victos sub iugum missit. Sic expedition finita redit ad bubs rarsus triumphalis agricola. Intra quindecim dies coiptum peractum bellum, 10 Persis ut festinas, dictator ad relictum opus videratur. Florus, I11. 12 to 15 1 Equas, mountaineers, closely allied to the Sabines, who lived in the mountains forming the boundary of Latium. Cincinnatus. The true type of primeval virtue, abstinence, and patriotism. Inni. 2 to 4 Qui recuperavit. The Equian general, Gracchus Clodius, had defeated the consul, L. Minosius, and blockaded him in his camp on Mt. Algidus, the east spur of the Alban range. Cincinnatus makes a wonderful night march from Rome of 20 miles, blockades in turn the investing Equian force, and compels an unconditional surrender. 4 Cementus equals of the seed time. Formed from semen, cf. Ciro. B. In the brave days of old. Restat, ut inveniam, quer toga libera detertu Lucifero puris, condide bac, tuo. Enchia, cum colrent prisca studiosus agros, for et patrio faceret ruer senator opus, et caperit facies a curvo consul eretro, nec crimen duras esset haberi manus, rusticus ad ludos populus venibat in urbum, 8 sed dis, non studiis, il dabiter honor. Ovid, Fasti, 3. 729 to 742, H1 Toga libera, or virilis, the man's dress of unornamented white wool. Libera, liber, free from the restraints of boyhood. 2 Lucifero equals lit. Morning star. Here poet. 4 die. 5 consul, e.g. Cincinnatus, who was called to be dictator. 8 said honor, i.e. in the good old days worship, not amusement, was the chief object of the visit to Rome. 3 to 8 Ovid says one reason why the toga libera was assumed at the Liberalia, the feast of Bacchus the vintage, festival, was because it was the most crowded festival of the year. References: Livy, 3. 26-28 INI, Volume I Cap. VD 16 The Decemvirate. The 12 Tables, 451-449 BC. I am ready rant legati cum addicis legibus. Eo intentius instabant tribuni, ut tandem scribendarum legum initium fierat. Placet creri decemviros sine provocationi, et necis eo anno alias magi stratus esset. Tum legibus condendis opera dabitur, 5 Ingentique hominum expectationi propositus de cm tabulis populum ad contianum advocaverunt et, quod bonum, Faustum Felix rei publici, ipsis librisque eorum esset, ire et leger legs propositas iacera. Se, quantum de cm hominum ingenius provideri ten potuerit, omnibus, summis infimisque, ira equasi, plus polare multorum ingenia conciliac. Ver aren't in animisicum unamquam grem, agiterant de insermonibus et in medium, quid in quae re plus minus vesit, confer rent. Cum ad 15 rumors hominum de unaquo qui legum capit editos satis correcti viderentur, centuriatus comites de cm tabularum legs perlitae sunt, qui nunc quoque in hoc immenso aliarum super alias acervaterum legum cumulo, fons omnis publici privatique 20 est iris. Livy, 3. 32, 34. 1 Cum addicis legibus, i.e. with a copy of the laws of Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, 594 BC. 1-3 Eo intentius fierat, because up to this time the knowledge of law and its interpretation was confined to the patricians, cf. the scribes of the NT. This could only be remedied by writing the laws down and making them public. 3-4 Sine provocationi equals without appeal. Lit. Challenging. 4-5 Neces esset. The decemvirs were to supersede temporarily both consuls and tribunes. 14-15 Quid conferent equals should point out in the interest of all, lit should contribute to the public good, any faults of excess or defect in the several articles. Stevenson. 15-17 Ad rumors hominum equals in accordance with, ad, public opinion. 17 Centuriatus comites. Servius Tullius divided the people into 5 classes, according to the value of their property. The people, patricians and plebeians alike, voted by centuries, but as 98 centuries, and 98 votes, were allotted to the richest class and only 95 to the other 4 classes, the influence of wealth was decisive in the elections. Parallel passages. Cic de Republica 2. 33-37, and Eligibus 2. 23 The 12 Tables. They were essentially only a written embodiment of the existing public and private law. Mommsen. Cf. Magna Carta. D17 Second Secession of the Plebs, 448 BC. The death of Virginia not in vain. Concitator multitudo partem atrocitate celeris, partem spe per occasionum repitendi libertatis. In Contianum Appius essendit, sequuntur Horatius Valerius qui. Eos Contio audit, Decemviro obstrepitur. I am pro imperio Valerius desidera a privato 5 lictories iubibat, cum fractis animis appius vitae metuens in domum se propinquam foro incius adversarius capit obvolato recipit. Duilius deint tribunus plebis plebum rogavit plebesque civit, qui plebum sine tribunus reliquis quique magistratum ten sine provocatione crescit, tergo ac capit punire ter. Hec omnia ut invitus, etum non adversantibus patricius transacta, quia nondum in quemquam unum civibiter. Fundata deint et pot state tribunitia et plebis libertate tum tribuni agredi singulos tutum 15 maturumque iam rethi accusatorum primum Virginium et appium reum delegunt. Spe incisa, prius quam producta dies adessit, appius mortem sibi concivit. Claudius assertor Virginiae, die dicta damnatus ipso remittent Virginio ultimam ponam 20 demisus tiber exulatum abiet, Mainsc Virginiae, mortui quam vivi felici oris, per tot domos ad potendus ponus vagati nullo relicto sant tandem qui evrunt. Livy, 3. 49, 55, 56, 58, SEL, context. Virginius, seeing no way of saving his daughter from disgrace and dishonor at the hands of Appius Claudius, killed her before the judgment seat of the tyrant and before the eyes of the people. 2 per occasionum equals by such a favorable opportunity Rollins. 3 in Contianum equals to the rostra, the platform for speakers. 3 to 4 Horatius Valerius qui. The first consuls after the abolition of the decemvirate in 449 BC 5 pro imperio, i.e. usurping the authority of a magistrate. 9 plebesque civit, Cisco, equals and the people approved, i.e. voted for, it. 11 provocatione equals right of appeal. 18 producta equals adjourned, from the first hearing are 19 assertor v equals who claimed v as his slave. Results of the secession. The Valerian laws, by the second of which it was ordained that in criminal trials, when the life of a citizen was at stake, the sentence of the consul should be subject to an appeal to the people. This Valerian law of appeal was the Roman Habeas Corpus Act. In a D18 war with the Etruscans of Fidenae and Veii. Casus wins the Spolia Opima, 437 BC erat tum inter equits tribunus militum a Cornelius Casus, eximia pulchritudine corporis, animo ac viribus par memorque generis, quod amplissimum acceptum maius octius qui relicit post eris. Is cum ad impetum talumni, quacumque se intendicit, 5 trepidans romanas viderit turmas insignem eum regio habitu volitantem tota ac conoscit, Hicini est inquit ruptor foederis humani violator gentium iris. Iam ego hanc mactatum victimam, si modo sancti quicquam in terris esse ditent volunt, legat orum manibus dabo. Calcaribus subditus infesta cuspide in unum furter hostem, quem cum ictum equo deiacit, confistim et ipsi asta inixus se in pedes accepit. Ad sergentem ibi regem bone resupinit repeti tum cpius cuspide 15 ad terram affixit. Tum ex sangui detracta spolia, caput capsicum victor spiculo gerens terrare cc regis hosts perfutit. Ita equitum quo qui fusa aces, qui una ficerat ansept cert amen. Dictator legionibus fugitus instat et ad castra compulsos 20 seated. Livy, 4. 19.3 par equals equally distinguished by, equal, that is, to his beauty s5 Tolumni equals Lars Tolumnius, king of the Veientos, in alliance with Fidenae, about 5 miles ne of Rome. Quacumque se intendicit equals wherever he directed his charge. 8 to 11 Hicini manibus dabo. Fidenae had frequently been colonized by Rome, and had as frequently revolted. When the Romans sent 4 ambassadors to Fidenae to demand satisfaction for this last revolt, the people of Fidenae murdered them. Tolumnius is associated with their crime. 12 Infesta cuspide equals with couched lance. 13 to 14 Asta excepit equals with the help of his spear leapt to the ground. Lit. Resting on his spear caught himself on his feet. Stevenson. 15 Bone recipinate equals he throws him back with the boss of his shield. Repetitum equals piercing him again and again. S19 Dictator equals Mamercus Aemilius, a man of energy and ability. The spolia opima, spoils of honor, were the arms taken on the field of battle by the victorious from the vanquished general. They were won on only 3 occasions: I by Romulus, 2. By Cassus, 3. By Marcellus, the conqueror of Syracuse, who in his first consulship, 222 BC, slew with his own hand Viridomarus, king of the Insubrian Gauls. CFPROPVXD19 The war with Veii, 405 to 396 BC, 1. First pay given to citizen soldiers, 406 BC Addendum D and omnium maxime tempis tivo principum in multitudinem munera, ut ante mentionem olam plebis tribunarum discerneret senatus, ut stipendium miles de publico acciperit, cum ante id tempestus suo quisque functus eo munera esset. 5 Nihil acceptum quam a plebe tanto gaudio traditor. Concursum itac ad curiam esse prensatus exi untium manus et patravir appellatas, affectum esse fatentibus, ut nemo pro tam munifica patria, dona quicquam virium superasse, corpori ten ut sanguini suo parceret. Cum commoditas ioverit, rem familiarum saltum acquiescere eo tempor, quo corpus addictum et cooperatum rei publici esset, tum quod ultro sibi oblatum esset, non a tribunus plebis agitatum, non sui sermonibus efflagitatum. 15 Idea officiavat multiplex gaudium cumulatorum gratium rei. Et leg perlitata indicendo veientibus bello exercitum magna ex part voluntarium novi tribuni militum consulari potstate veios duxera. 20 Livy, 4. 59, 60. 1 Tempis tivo equals seasonable, timely, in view of the coming struggle with Veii, and the necessity for winter campaigns. 2 Munera. Livy tells us, cap 60, that the Senate did not provide the pay as a present, but simply paid punctually their proper share of the war tax, tributum, in accordance with their assessment, cum senatus summa fide ex sensu contulicit. 4 De publico equals out of the public treasury. 9 Fatentibus equals while men admitted are 11 to 12 Cum acquiescere equals while the comfortable thought, commoditas equals lit advantage, pleased them, namely, that their private property at least was undisturbed, i.e. that they paid no war tax while they were in the field. Rollins. 12 to 13 Quo corpus esset equals when they were impressed, devoted to, and actively employed in the public service. Esse dictus, properly of an insolvent debtor made over to his creditor equals a bondman. 16 to 17 Id gratium rei in apposition to quod efflagitatum. 19 Tribuni potstate. Military tribunes with consular power instead of consuls were elected occasionally from 444 to 367 BC. 20 Veios. The capture of Veii by Camillus, 396 BC, in consequence of the introduction of military pay, was enormously important to Rome. Reference: Inni, History Volume I pages 243 to 4. D20 The war with Veii, 405 to 396 BC, 2, A lament over Veii. Hugh, Veii veteris, et vostum regna fuistis, 28 et vestro passita estate aurea cella foro, nunc intramuros pastores bucinolenti contit, et in vestris ossibus arva metent. Propertius, 4. V. X 27 to 30. 27 Veii, I sola Farnese, on R. Cremera, about 12 miles NW of Rome. 28 Aurea Cella, i.e. the official seat of the king. Cf. the Cella Curulus at Rome, introduced from Etruria. 29 Bucina equals horn. 30 Et metant equals and reapers gather the harvests from fields, metant arva, enriched by the bones of your buried heroes, in ossibus vestris. B. The rise of the Alban lake. Quod in annalibus habmus, veint 5 bello, cum lacus albanus praeter magum crevisit, veientum quemdum ad nos hominum nobilum perfugius, iumque dixus, ex fatis, qui veiens scripta have rent, veios capi non possi, dum lacus is redundaret, et, si lacus emissus lapsu et cursusuo ad 10 mare profluxisit, perniciosum populo Romano, sin autem ita esset eductus, ut ad mare pervenire non possit, tum salutare nostris 4? Ex quo illa admirabilissima oribus Albani acqui facta deductio est cum autem veiens bello feci legatos ad 15 senatum missa sent, tum ex his quidem dixus dissiter, non omnia illum transfugam osum esse senata dicera, in istum enim fatus scriptum veiens haberi, for ut brevia Gallis Roma caperitur quod quidem sexenio post veios captos esse factum 20 videmus. Cicero, De Divinatione, Ice Liv. 105 in Annalibus, e.g. in Livy, v. 6 Crevisit, per. Partly due to the excessive snows of the preceding winter, 397 BC 7 Perfugius. Livy says he was treacherously made prisoner. 8 to 9 Ex Fatis have rent, i.e. the Etruscan Libri Fatale, Books of Fate, cf. the Libri Sibyllini equals the Roman Books of Fate. 10 Lapsu et cursusuo equals in its natural course and stream. 14 Deductio equals draining, lit a leading off. The tunnel then cut still carries off the superfluous waters of the lake. 20 Sexenio post equals 6 years after, i.e. 390 BC. For the 10 years siege of Veii, cf. the Trojan War. Reference. Plutarch, Camillus, 3v. Livy, v15. D21 The war with Veii, 405 to 396 BC, 3, the conquest of Veii. Veiens ignari seim sui vatibus, iam ob externus oraculis proditos, iam in partum preti sui vocatos deos, alios votus ex urbi sua evocatos hostium templa novus sed spectere, sic ultimum illum diem agira, nihil minus timens 5 quam subrutus cuniculo moenibus arcem iam plenam hostium esse, in muros pro se quisque armatae discarunt mirantes, quid nam id esset, quod, cum tot per dies nemo se obstationibus Romanus movisit, tum velut repentino icti furor impervidi current ad 10. Muros. Cuniculus delectus militibus eo tempor plenus in idem iunones, qui in veientana arse erat, armatos repent edidit, et pars aversos in muris invadunt hosts, pars claustra port arum revelunt, pars, cum ex tectis saxa tegulae mulieribus ac 15 servicius iasserentur, inferunt ignes. Clamor omnia varius terrentium ac paventium vocibus mixto mulierum ac puerorum pluriticum plet. Momento temporis de ictus ex muro undic armatus pate factus portus cum alii agmine iruerant, alii 20 desertos scanderant muros, urbs hostibus impultur, omnibus locis pugnator, deend multa iam editasid senescit pugna, et dictator precanes edicera iubet, utia benermae abstiniator. Livy, v21. 1 Sui vatibus, i.e. by the captured Etruscan soothsayer, Haruspex. 1 to 2 Ob externus oracules, i.e. by the Delphic oracle. 2 to 3 Iam in partum. Alios, Deos. Camillus had vowed to give to Apollo the 10th part of the spoils of Veii. 3 to 4 Alios spectere, i.e. Juno. It was a Roman practice to invite the patron deity of a place or country to leave it, and to promise a more honorable worship at Rome. Weibly. 5 to 6 Subrotus cuniculo equals undermined. Camillus had a tunnel, cuniculum rabbit burrow, cf. Coney, cut from the Roman camp under the wall to the temple of Juno on the citadel of Veii. 7 Discurrunt equals run every man to his post, cf. ad arma discurritur. 15 Tegulae equals tiles, roof tiles, tego. 23 Senescit equals abates, lit. Grows old, becomes exhausted. Results of the war. By the conquest of Veii, Rome's territory, wealth, and population were largely increased. Rome was now emerging from the position of a federal capital of the Latins to become the mistress of a large country, when she was suddenly and unexpectedly overtaken by a disaster, the invasion of the Gauls, which threatened not only her growth but her life. In AD 22 the invasion of the Gauls, 390 BC, 1, the Battle of the Allia. Ibi tribuni militum non loco castris ante capto, non premunito volo, quo receptus esset, non deorum saltum, si non hominum, memories, nec auspicato nec lidito instruunt asium diductam in cornua, ne circumveniri multitudine hostium passant, 5 nec tamini queri fronts podrant, cum extenuendo infirmam etvix coerentum medium asium haverent. Paulum erat ob dextera editi loci, quem subsidiarius repluri placuit, ec residential uta initium paveris ac fugi, sic una salus fugientibus fud. Nam Brenius, regulus 10 Gallorum, in paucitate hostium artem maxime timens, ratus ad id captum superiorum locum, ut, ubi Gallicum ac legionum recta front concurrissent, subsidia in aversos transversos impetum darent, ad subsidiarios signa converti, sieos loco depulicit, 15 Haudit dubius facilum in equo campi tantum super anti multitudine victorium 4, addio non fortuna modo sed ratio entium cum barbaris stabat. In altera ac nihil simili Romanes, non apud duces, non apud milites erat. Paver fugaci occupaverat animos et 20 tanta omnium oblivio, ut multumire pars vadios, in hostium urbum, cum tiberis arsirit, quam recto itinera Romam ad coni ugs ac liberos fugerant. Livy, v 38. 4 nec lidito equals without obtaining favorable omens, equals kappa alpha lambda lambda iota epsilon rho epsilon nu. 4 to 5 diductam in cornua equals extended, drawn out, towards the wings. 6 to 7 cum haverent equals though they made, concessive subjunctive. 8 Paulum editi loci equals lit. A little piece of rising ground. 10 Brenius equals lit. King of the army. Cf. the Saxon here toga. 13 Recta front equals front to front Weibly. 14 Inaversos transversos equals on their rear and flank. 16 to 17 Super anti multitudine equals the victory, would be, easy, to him superior, super anti, in point of numbers, or to abl, of cause as he was so much superior in numbers. 21 to 22 Vadios, in hostium urbum. An exaggeration as Veii was in ruins. 22 Cum t arsirit equals though the Tiber stood in their way. The invasion of the Gauls. The most advanced tribe of the Gauls were the Senones who had settled on the Adriatic to the of central Etruria. While the Romans reduced Etruria to a state of subjection, these Gauls suddenly crossed the Apennines, threatened Clusium, and then marched on Rome. Thus for the first time the Gallic race was brought to the knowledge of the civilized world. The two armies met on July 18 at the small Alia, only 15 miles from Rome. INI. D23 The invasion of the Gauls, 390 BC, 2, a. The Battle of the Alia, Cont. Perumper subsidiarios tuditus est locus, in reliqua ac simul est clamor proximis oblatera, ultimis obtergo auditus, ignotum hostem prius penny quam vidirant, non modo non temptato cert amine sed ne clamori quidem reddito integri in tataci 5 fugerunt, ne ceolacides pugnantium fud, terga sesasu imit ipserum cert amine in turba impedientium fugam. Circarapam tiberis, quo armis abiectus totum sinistrum cornu refugit, magna straeges facta est, multasque imperatos non daut invalidos, 10 graves lorisus alias tegmenibus, hausirgergites. Maxima tamen pars inco lumis vadios perfugit, unde non modo praesidii quicquam, sed ne nuntius quidem clades Romam est missus. Ob dextro cornu, quad procula flumen et magi sub monti stet erat, 15 Romam omnes petiere et ne clauses quidem portus urbis in arcem configurunt. Livy, v 38. 2-3 simul, equals simul ac, auditus equals as soon as the shout was heard, by those nearest on the flank, by the most distant in the rear. Proximi denotes the Romans on the right wing, who were the first to be attacked. The Gauls after routing them pressed onto the rear of the Romans and attacked the center and left wing, ultimi, from behind. Weibli. 7-8 Suimit fugam equals as they hindered their own flight by their struggling with one another in the crush. 11 graves equals weighed down with, equivalent to a pass. Perdic. Hausirgergites equals the currents sucked down W15 sub monte, i.e. the coles crustumini, which run parallel to the south bank of the Tiber. B. July 18, a dies nefastus. Pharsalia tanti causamali. Sedent feralia nomenicani, et damnata die Romanes alia fastis. Lucan, Fars. 7 407-9. 407 Pharsalia, Battle of, 48 BC Caesar signally defeated Pompey. 408 Feralia equals fatal, equals funesta. 409 Fastis, i.e. Fasti consulars, the registers of the higher magistrates. Cf. the Saxon Chronicle. The battle. The defeat of the Alia was never forgotten by the Romans. The panic, due to the strange appearance of the barbarians and their unwanted method of fighting, which alone had caused the defeat, struck so deep into their minds that for centuries afterwards the name and the sight of Gauls inspired them with terror. INI. D24 The invasion of the Gauls, 390 BC, 3, Roman dignity and courage. Romi interim satis iam omnibus ut in tali re ad tuendum arcem compus itis turba seniorum domos regressi adventum hostium obstinito ad mortem animo expectabant. Qui eorum curils gesserant magi stratus, ut in fortuni pristini honorum kc5 virtutus insignibus morentur, qui augustissima vestis est tensatus intibus triumphantibus ea vestitae medio edium ebernis cella cetera. Galli autumn ingressi postero die urbum patent galena porta in forum perveniunt, ubi eos plebis edificius ten obseritus, patentibus atrius principum, mire prope cunctatio tenebat aperta quam clausa invadendi, adio hauditsicus quam venerabundi in tabantur in edium vestibulis sedens viros, praetor ornatum habitum humano augustiorum mighty state entium, 15 quam vultus gravitasque oris prae se firbat, simillimos dis. Ad eos velut ad simulacra versi cum starent, m papirius, unus exeis, dissiter gallo barbam suum, ut tum omnibus promissa erat, permulsenti scipioni eburnio incapit incusso iram 20 movis, et cabio initium sedis ortum, ceteros incidibus sui trucidatos, post principum sedum nulli deind mortalium parsi, deripi tecta, exhaustus inici ignes. Livy, v 41, SEL, 1 ut in talire equals considering the circumstances. 3 obstinato ad equals firmly resolved on Rollins. 4 to 5 curules magi stratus equals curule magistracies, i.e. of dictator, censor, consul, praetor, curule aedile, who possess the right of using seli curules, the ivory chairs of state, originally an emblem of kingly power. 5 to 6 in fortuni insignibus equals in the emblems of their old rank, fortunae, and office, honorum, and prowess, virtutis i.e. prizes for valor, e.g. failri equals bosses, corona equals crowns. 7 tensa equals state cars in which the statues of the gods were drawn in solemn procession to the Circensian games. 11 obsiratus equals shut up, lit. Bard, ob plus sira, cf 0 equals join. 14 vestibules equals entrance courts, only found in large houses. 14 to 15 praetor ornatum habitunc equals not only in their garb and bearing wibling. 19 ut tum erat equals worn long, promissa, as was then the custom with all, or worn long in accordance with the fashion of the time. R 20 Scipione eburnio equals the ivory staff, one of the insignia of the triumphator. 23 exhaustus, sciatibus, equals when completely pillaged. Reference: Plutarch, Camillus, XXI. XXIID 25 The invasion of the Gauls, 390 BC, 4, A Manlius Capitolinus and the sacred geese. In summo custos tarpia Manlius arcis stabat pro templo et Capitalia celsa tenebat, Romulio crescens horribat regia culmo. 655 At cas oritus volitans argentus answer porticibus gallos in limine ades canebat, Galli perdumus adherent, arsem tenebant, defensi tenebris et dono noctis opasi, aurea Caesaris alis, et caurea vestis, 660 Virgae tis lucent sagules, tum lactea cala oro inectuntur, duo quisque alpina coruscant gasamanu, scutus protecti corpora longes. Virgil, N. 8 652 to 662. Context: Venus brings Aeneas his new armor, he gazes at the shield whereon were wrought scenes of the story of Rome to be. 652 In summo, sc clopio, on the top of the shield, as held in position. 654 Romulio culmo equals lit. And the palace was stiff freshly covered, Ricens, with the thatch of Romulus. 655 to 656 Oritus porticibus equals the gilded colonnades of the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus of Virgil's day, restored 69 BC. 660 Virgae tis sagules equals with striped cloaks. Virgatus equals with bands or bars like shoots, virgae, an effect produced by inlaying. C 661 to 662 Alpina gassa equals alpine, i.e. native, javelins. B The fate of Manlius, 384 BC. M Manlius, unde gallo stipulerat, ind ipsi precipitatus est, quia fortiter defensum libertatem nefaria premier conatus fuerat. Quis iasti ultianes nemirum hec prefatio fut, Manlius eras 15 mei, cum precipites agibasinones, post quam imitari copisti, unus factus ex synonibus. Huius supplicio aeterni memoriae nota inserta est, proter illum enim lex sansuri placuit neques patricius in arse aut Capitolio habitarat, quia doma meo loco 20 haburat, ubenuncidum monetae vidimus. Valerius Maximus, 6. De severitate. 13 to 14 Quia fuerat. Manlius in reality fell a victim to his sympathies with the plebeians. Cf. The fate of SP Cassius 485 BC 18 nota equals a mark, brand, of infamy. 20-21 Kia Haburat. His house on the Capitol was razed to the ground. 21 Edom Monetai, a surname of Juno, in whose temple on the Arks money was coined. Cfr Mint. Thus ended the life of Manlius, the deliverer of Rome, the humane friend of an oppressed people, condemned by this very people to die the death of a traitor. INI. D26 The invasion of Rome by the Gauls, 390 BC, 5, Camillus, Parens Patriae. Sed diaci et homines prohibur redemptos vivere Romanos. Nam forte quadam, prius quam infanda merx perficeritur, per altercationem nondum omni oro appenso dictator intervenit auferici orum de medio et gallo submoveri iubet. Cum 5 illi renitens pactos dice rent sisi, negat eam pactionem ratum esse, qui, post quam ipsi dictator cretus esset, igna susuo ab inferioris iris magistrata facta esset, denunciat Gallis, utse ad proelium expedient. Instruit dient asium, ut 10 loci natura pedibiter, in semirudi solo urbis et natura inequali, et omnia, qui arte belli secunda sui elegi preparari potrant, providit. Galli novari trepidi arma capiunt, Iraq magis quam concilio in Romanos incurrunt. Primo concursu haudit 15 ma or momento fusi Galli sunt, quam ad alium vice rant. Iasti ori altero dient proelio ad octavum lapidum gabinavia, quo se ex fuga consularant, eistum ductu auspicio camilli vincuntur. Ibicides omnia obtinud, castra capiuntur, etne 20 nuntius quidem clades relictus. Dictator recuperata ex hostibius patria triumphans in urbum redit, inter Iocos militas, quos inconditos iasiunt, Romulus ac parens patriae conditorque alter urbis haudit vanas laudibus appellabator. 25 Livy, v 49, sel, context. The Romans on the Capitol, despairing of outside help, agreed with Brennus that Rome should be redeemed by a ransom of 1,000 pounds of gold. Nondum omni oro appenso, Camillus appeared at the head of his troops. 3 Per altercationem equals owing to the dispute. When the consular tribune Sulpicius complained that the Gauls used unjust weights, Brennus in derision threw his sword into the scale and said V victus. 13-14 Novari equals at the change in their fortunes wibly. 15-16 Hauditma or momento equals with no greater difficulty, effort. 17 Iasti ori altero proelio equals in a second and more regular engagement. W23 inconditos equals rough, unpolished. The Gaul shall come against thee from the land of snow and night, thou shalt give his fair-haired armies to the raven and the kite. Macaulay. D27 The invasion of the Gauls, 390 BC, 6, a. The migration to Veii abandoned. Movis eos Camillus cum alia orationi tum ea, qui ad religiones pertinibat, Maxime dissiter, sed rem dubium decrevit vox opportune missa, quod, cum senatus post Paulo de his rebus in curia hostilia haberitur, cohortesque ex praesidius revertens forte 5 agmine forum transirant, centurito in commitio exclamavit, signifer, statu signum, hic manebumus optimi. Qua voci audita et senatus ex cypera se omen ex curia egressus conclamavit, et plebs circumfusa approbavit. Antiquata dient leg promiscuo ten urbs edificari coipta. Livy, v 55. 1 Cum alia tum equals especially ea equals ea part orationes. 3 Vox opportune missa equals a phrase seasonably let fall. 10 Antiquata dient leg, equals rogatione, equals the proposed law was then rejected, antiquare equals to leave in its former state. B. Juno forbids the rebuilding of Troy. Sed bellicosus fataquiritibius hac leg dico, an enemium pi rebusc fidens avide 60 tec devilant reparare Troia. Troia renascens elite lugubra fortuna tristi clade iterabiter, ducent vict rises caterva 64 coni ujmi iavis et sorori. Horace, Odes, 3. 357-64. 58 hac leg equals on this condition, i.e. that Rome should always be the capital. Nemium pi equals to dutiful to their mother city Troy. 58-60 Any reparare Troia. There was a rumor, even in Caesar's time, v. Suet. Iul. Cas. 79, that he meant to migrate to Alexandria or Ilium. Horace, Prob with the sanction of Augustus, sets himself to discourage it. Cf. the speech of Camillus, Livy, v. 51-54. 61-62 Troia iterabiter equals the fortunes of Troy, if with evil omen it is called to life again, renascens, shall be repeated in an overthrow as sad as before Wickham. The burning of Rome by the Gauls involved the destruction of all the existing records, and great loss of property. Yet in spite of all the damage done, the Romans set to work to establish the state anew, to rebuild the city, and to reassert their commanding position among their allies and neighbors. Inni. The speech of Camillus. Its object was to show the growth of Rome under the guidance of Providence. Cf. the purpose of the Aeneid. D28 The Licinian Laws, 376-366 BC, 1, First Plebeian Consul, 366 BC Occasio videbitur rerum novandorum proter ingentum vim eris alieni, quis levamen mali plebes nisi sui in summo imperio locatus, nullum sperarit, accingendum adiem cogitationem esse, conando agendoc iam eo gradum facis plebios, unde, 5 si poro anitantur, pervenire ad summa et patribus equeri tam honor quam virtud possent. In presentia tribunes plebis fieri placuit, quo in magistratus sibim et ipsa viam ad ceteros honors apparirant. Creata qui tribuni si Licinius et L. Sextius promulgaver 10 legs omnes adversus opes patriciorum et pro commodus plebis, unam de ere alieno, ut deducto eo decapit, quod usuris per numeratum esset, id, quod supera se, triennio equis pensionibus per salvaritur, alteram de modo agrorum, n equis plus k'ing enta 15 iugera agri possideret, tertium, ne tribunarum militum commitia fierent, consulum ciodaci alter ex plebe creatur, cuncta ingentia et qui sine cert amine maximo obtenere non possent. Ita obdiutina ira tandem in concordium redacti sunt ordens. 20 Livy, 6. 35 1 Occasio. This, so Livy tells us, was the jealousy between the Fabian sisters, the one married to the patrician Sulpicius, the other to the plebeian Licinius Stolo. 1-2 Proter alieni. The old Roman law of debt was very harsh and severe. 3 In summo imperio, i.e. the consulate. 4 Accingendum esse equals they must brace themselves to the execution of that idea are accingendum, reflexive here. 5 Iam eo, i.e. to the office of consular tribune, created 444 BC 6 si poro anitantur equals if they now make a further effort. This use of president subj in or obl frequent in Livy. 7 Tam honor quam virtud equals in official rank as, they were already, in merit Rollins. 12-14 Ut deducto per salvaritur equals after deducting from the amount of the loan, capit equals principal, what had been paid in interest, the balance should be paid in 3 equal installments. Kluwer and Matheson. 15 de modo agrorum equals relating to the limitation of land holding. 16 to 17 tribunarum militum, sc cum consulari potestate, created 444 BC, but no plebeian obtained that honor till 400 BC, and only 2 after that date. 17 Eutyche equals 1 at any rate. Result. The principle was established that patricians and plebeians were both citizens of the state, and equally eligible to the honors and dignities of the republic. INI. D29 The Licinian Laws, 376 to 366 BC, 2, The Origin of the Floralia, 238 BC Dic, Dia, Respondi, Literum qui sit origo. Vix bene desiram, recelat illumii, cetera luxurii nondum instrumenta vigebant, for aut picus, aut latam dives habibat humum, hin entium locuples, hin ipsa pecunia dicta est sed iam devetito quisque parabat ops. Venerat in morum populi deepasir saltus, aided diolicuit, ponaci nulla fud. Vindus servabat nullo sua publica vulgus, iamque in privito passera inertis erat. Plebis ad ediles producta licentiatalis 12 publicios, animus defut antivirus. Rem populus recipit, multum subier nocentes, vindi cibus laudi publica cura fud. Multa data est ex part mei, magnoc favori 16 victors ludos instituere novos. Part locant clivum, qui tunc erat ardua rupes, utile nunc iter est publicium qui vocant. Ovid, Fasti, v 237 to 254, h2 Illa, i.e. Flora, the Roman goddess of flowers and spring. 3 Luxurii instrumenta equals appliance of luxury. 5 Locuples, locus plus plenus, equals rich in lands. Pecunia from picus, cattle being in olden time the chief form of wealth and the chief medium of exchange. 4 Picus, cf. Fief, feudal. 7 Venerat saltus equals it had grown into a custom to feed, cattle, on the public forest pastures. Cf. the ager publicus. H9 Sua publica equals their common property, i.e. their interest in the public land. Vulgus here equals the commons, not the plebs as opposed to the populace. 10 Inertis erat equals it was the mark of a man wanting in spirit. 12 Publicios. L and M Publicius Malleolus * plebeian ediles, BC 241. Animus virus, i.e. information had before been given but no edile dared to act upon it. 13 Recipit equals takes up the charge at the comitia. Multum equals a fine. Cf. tumult equals to fine. 14 Publica cura equals their public spirit. H15 Multa mei, i.e. a new temple was built to Flora near the Circus Maximus. 16 Ludos novos equals the Floralia. 17 Part locant, sc muniendum, clivum equals with the other part they contract for, the making of, the clivus, a sloping road, called the Clivus Publicius, which led up to the Aventine. Asterisk for Malleolus, cf. Charles Martel of France, the hammer circ 689 to 741 AD D30 The conquest of Italy, 366 to 266 BC Second invasion of the Gauls, 361 BC Manlius and his son Torquatus. L. Manlio, cum dictator fuiset, M. Pomponius tribunus plebis diem dixit, quod is pacos sibi dies ad dictaturam gerundum additisit, criminabator entium, quod ticem filium, qui postea est Torquatus appellatus, ob hominibus relegasit et ruri habiter 5 Iacisse. Quod cum audivisit adolescens filius negodium exhiberi patri, occurris aromum et cum prima Luce Pomponii domum Venice dissiter. Cui cum esset nunciatum, qui illum iratum aliterum ad se alicid contra patram arbitraretur, surrexit e ten lectulo remotus arbitris ad se adolescentum iasci veniri. Ad il, ut ingressus est, confistim gladium destrinxit aerobit se illum statum interfecturum, nisi ius ierandum sibi dedicit se patramissum se facturum. Aerobit hoc terrare coactus Pomponius, 15 rem ad populum diculit, doquit cur sibi causat esses tier necessit, manlium missum facit. Tantum temporibus illis ius ierandum valebut. Et hic T manlius is est, qui ad omninum Galli, quem abio provocatus occiderat, torque detracto cognomen 20 invenit, quis tertio consulatu Latini ad visirum fusi et fugiti. Cicero, De Officiis, 3. 112. 1 L. Manlio, i.e. L. Manlius Capitolinus Imperiosus, appointed dictator 363 BC to drive in a nail, clavi figendi causa, on the right side of the temple of Jupiter, to mark the number of the year, because written documents were rare in those times. 2 Diem dixit equals named a day, for his trial before the comitia. 4 to 6 Quod tichem filium ius Livy, 7. 4, says and for what offense? Because he was a little slow of speech and not ready with his tongue. 4 Torquatus, dictator 353 and 349 BC, and 3 times consul. 6 Negodium exhiberi patri equals lit. That trouble was being brought upon his father, i.e. that his father was in trouble. 9 to 10 Qui arbitraretur equals inasmuch as he thought. Adject. Causal clause holden. 11 Remotus arbitris equals when he had put out of the room all witnesses. H arbiter asterisk equals, AR equals ad plus beto equals EO, equals spectator, umpire. 14 to 15 Missum facturum equals would set at liberty. 19 Ad omninum Galli. On this, their second invasion, the Gauls advanced as far as the Anio. Livy tells us that after the death of their champion the Gauls fled under cover of night. 21 to 22 Quaes fugiti, i.e. the great battle of Vesuvius fought 340 BC by the Viziris, ar in Campania near Mount Vesuvius, which established forever the supremacy of Rome over Latium. Parallel passage. Livy, 7. 4, 5, 9, 10. Asterisk cf arbiter pugni, Bibendai, Horace. D31 First Samnite War, 343 to 341 BC, 1, an important epoch in Roman history. Maura iam hin bella et viribus hostium et longinquitate vel regionum vel temporum, quibus bellatum est, dicenter. Namc eo anno adversus Samnites, gentum apibus armisque validam, mota arma, Samnitium bellum ancipitae mart gestum 5 Pyrrhus hostis, Pyrrhum poni secuti. Quanta rerum moles. Quoties in extrema pericularam ventum, ut in hanc magnitudinem, qui vix sustinter, erigi imperium possit. Belli autumn causa cum samnitibus Romanes, cum societate amicitia qui iuncti assent, 10 extrinsecus venit, non orda inter ipsos est samnites sedicinis injusta arma, quia viribus plus podrant, cum intulicent, coacti inops ad opulentiorum auxilium confugere campana coni ungunt. Campani magis nomen ad praesidium sociorum quam 15 vires cum adolescent, fluens luxu obduratus usu armorum in sedicino pulsi agro, in sed indmalum amum belli vert runt. Nam Samnites, omissus sedicinis ipsum arcem finitimurum campanos adorti, unde ec facilis victoria, prediat gloriae 20 plus esset, tifata, imminens capui coles, cum presidio firmo occupascent, descendunt inde quadrato agmine in planitium, qui capuum tefata qui interiacit. Ibi rarsus ac dimicatum, adversoque proelio campani intramoenia compulsi, cum robbery I Juventutis 25 sui exciso nulla propinqua spes esset, coacti sunt ab Romanes Peter auxilium. Livy, 7. 29 1 Iam hin, i.e. 343 to 266 BC 2 longínquite temporum equals the distance of the theatre of war, regionum, and the length of the campaign, temporum. Rollins. 6 to 7 quanta rerum moles equals what stupendous exertions, are 8 in hanc magnitudinem, i.e. in the reign of Augustus. 10 cum societate, i.e. from 354 BC 12 CD Cines, a Sabellian people NW of Campania, on the Samnite border. 16 fluence, luxu, equals enervated, lit relaxed, by luxury. 21 Tefata, neutral plur, a mountain range Ne of Capua. 22 to 23 Quadrato agmine equals in regular order of battle, so that the whole army formed a parallelogram. The cause of the war. The interference of Rome was a breach of the treaty with the Samnites. Livy admits this, but asserts that Capua had formally surrendered to Rome, and as a subject state claimed her protection. The story is confessedly false, for Capua remained, what it had always been, an independent town. RD 32 First Samnite War, 343 to 341 BC, 2, Battle of Mt. Gaurus. M. Valerius Corvus. Non alias militi familiari dux fut, omnia inter infimos militum haudit gravate munia obundo. In ludo praeterea militari, cum velocitatis virium qui inter se equals cert amina inant, comiter facilis, vincere ac vinci vultu iadem, nec quemquam aspernari 5 parum, qui se offeret, factis beni news pro re, dictus haudit minus libertatis alieni quam sui dignitatis memor, et, quo nihil popularius est, quibus artibius petierat magi stratus, istum gerabut. Itaciona versus exercitus incredibili alacritate ad hortationem 10 prosecutus tusus castris egreditor. Primus omnium consul invaded hostem et, cum quo forte contulit gradum, obtruncat. Hoc spectaculo accensi dextra laevaci anti se quisque memorandum proelium seat, stant ob nixi Samnites, quam 15 plura accipiunt quam inferunt vulnera. Aliquam dio iam pugnatum erat, atrox sedis circus signa samnitium, fuga obnologum part erat, addio mort sola vinci destinaverant animis. Itac Romani, cum et fluera iam lassitudine vires sentirant et dii 20 haudit multum super esse, accensi ira consitant se in hostem. Tum primum refera pedimit conclinari rem in fugam apparut, tum capi, oxidi samnis, nec superfuisant multi, n inox victoriam magis quam proelium diremisit. 25 Livy, 7. 33 1 Familiari equals on better terms with Cluer and Matheson. 2 Haudit gravate equals without reluctance, ungrudgingly. Compare Sallust's description of Marius and Sulla. 4 Competitors, lit. Well matched. Comiter facilis equals he was courteously good-natured. 6 to 7 Pro re equals to suit the occasion. 9 Artibius istum equals in the same spirit Wysen born. 11 Prosecutus equals welcoming, lit. Attending. 12 to 13 Cum gradum equals with whom he happened to engage. Cf. Collato PD equals fighting foot to foot. 15 Stant obnixi equals stand their ground firmly. Obnixus, ob plus niter, strive plus against, resolute. 23 Samnus, nam. Sing. Capi, oxidi, historic infinitives. 25 diremisit equals had broken off. Diremo, dis plus emo, equals take apart. The Battle of Mt. Gauris. The battle was fought on the volcanic range of mountains between Cumae and Neapolis. The consul in command, M. Valerius, obtained the surname of Corvus, Raven, because when serving as a military tribune under Camillus in 349 BC, he defeated the Gallic champion by the aid of a raven. See next page, AL4. D33 The Latin War, 340 to 338 BC, 1, self-sacrifice of Decius Mus, 340 BC. Rome's empire safe in the keeping of Augustus. Curtius expletus statuit monumenta lacunis, 64 et Decius misso proilia repit equo, cochlitus abscissos testator semita pontes, est cui cognomen corvus haberi dedit. Hectic conditerunt, hectic quoque moenia servant, 68 vix timete, salvo Caesare, Roma iavem. Propertius, 3. 4, 11. X, 63 to 68. 63 Curtius Lacunus, in allusion to the spot called Lacus Curtius, marked by a circular pavement, in the forum which served as a memorial, monumenta, of his heroic sacrifice. Livy, 7. 6 Lacuna, cf. Lacus, equals a hole, pool, chasm. 65 Semita, sed plus meo equals go plus a side, equals a path, road. Cockles, apparently, gave his name to the street running up from the bridge which he kept so well. Ramsay. 66 Cui, i.e. M. Valerius Corvus, the hero of Mt. Gauris. CP 91. 67 to 68 i.e. with Caesar, Augustus, safe, Rome has none to fear, nay, scarce Jove himself. Flattery can go no further than this. Be the dream of the consuls on the eve of battle. Illut entium somnium et magni admirationis et clari exitus, quod idem noct duo consules P. Decius Mus et T. Manlius Torquatus Latino bello gravi ac periculoso non procul of Vesuvi montes radicibus ten positus castris viderunt. Utric enem quidam per quietum species predixit ex altera ac imperatorum, ex altera exercitum dismanibus matricteri deberi, utrius autem dux copias hostium superc eascc ipsum devovisit, victrissem abiturum. Id 15 Luce proxima consilibus sacrificio vel expiaturis, si possit averti, vel, si certum deorum entium monitovisum forat, executurus, hostiarum exta somnio congruerunt, convenit conturias, quis corniprius laborare copisit, ut is capitsuo fata patriae luerit. 20 Qui nutro reformidant decium de papiscarunt. Valerius Maximus, I de somniis. 13 Dismanibus equals the deified souls of the dead, usually looked upon as beneficent spirits. 15 Victrissem, sc asium. 17 Deorum entium monitu equals by the warning of the gods also, i.e. by the auspices as well as by the dream. 19 to 20 Quis cornucopisit. The left wing led by Decius was repulsed by the Latins, and Decius accordingly devoted himself to death. Parallel passage. Livy, 8. 6-9. D34 The Latin War, 340 to 338 BC, 2, the Battle of Mt. Vesuvius, 340 BC Procedent de inserta mene cum aliis partibus multitudo superarit Latinorum, Manlius consul audito eventa collegae polis per adubitavit, and consurgendi iam trioris tempus esset, de and Melius ratus int egro eos ad ultimum discremen serveri, 5 accensos ob novissima ac anti signa procedere iubet. Qui ubi sub aer, extemplo Latini, tomcum idem adversarii faci sent, trierio suos excitave runt, qui aliquam diopugna atroci cum et semet ipsa fatigascent et ostas aut perfregiscent aut habitassent, ten pellerant six tamen hostem, debilatum iamrathi preventum ad extremam asium, tum consul trieris consurgit nuumcing quid integri adversus fessos, memories patriae parentum et coniugum ac liberorum, memories consulis pro vestra victoria 15 morta cubentus. Ubi trieri consurrexerunt, integri, refulgentibus armis, nova ex improviso exhortaeses, receptus in intervalla ordinum antipilanes, clamori sublato principia Latinorum perturbant hastisque ora fodiens primo roberi virorum sesso per alios manipulos 20 v lut inermes propin tacti evasera tantaci sed paraperacunios, utvix quordum partum relinquerent hostium. Livy, 8. 10:3-4 and consurgendi esset. Livy says the triarii were posted crouching by the standards, their left leg extended forwards, holding their shields resting on their shoulders, and their spears fixed in the ground with the points erect, so that their line bristled as if enclosed by a rampart. 6 Accensos. The accensi, ad plus senso, originally supernumeraries to take the place of those who fell in battle, equals levis armatura. Antisigna, i.e. of the hastati and principes. 8 excitave runt equals surgery iaserunt y born. 10 habitassent equals had blunted. 18 antipilanes equals prop. Both the hastati and principes who were drawn up before the pilani or triarii who formed the third line. 19 principia equals the front line, now the triarii of the Latins. 22 cunios equals columns, lit wedges, i.e. a body of soldiers drawn up in the shape of a wedge. Livy uses it of the phalanx. The cause of the war. The war was almost a civil one. The dispute was chiefly about a right to share in the privileges of the full Roman citizenship, aspect the right to vote and to hold office. Result of the war. Rome broke up the Latin Confederation by making separate treaties with the Latin towns, and by prohibiting commercial intercourse between them. D35 Second Samnite War, 326-304 BC, 1, the dictator and his master of the horse. Ea fortuna pugni fut, ut nihil relictum sit, quo, si ad fuiset dictator, residential melius geri potuerit, non dux militi, non miles tusi defut. Ex entium, octari el caminio tribuno militum, qui aliquations impeto capto perumpir non poterat hostium agmen, 5 detraxit frenos equisit gita concitatos calcaribus permisit, ut sustinera eos nullivis possit, per arma, per viros late strigem dedera, secutus pedes impetum equitum turbe tis hostibus insulat signa. Viginti milia hostium sesa eo di traduntur. Magi stir equitum, 10 utx tantasid, multis potatus spolius cong esta in ingentum acervum hostilia arma subdito igni concremavit, scu votum idd orum quicquam fut, scu credere libet Fabio octari eo factum, ne sui gloriae fructum dictator caperit nomen ibi scribere aut 15 spolia in triumpho ferit. Literi quoque de reprospergista ad senatum, non ad dictatorum missi argumentum fuera minimicum eo communicantis laudes. Ita cert dictator id factum accepit, ut latis aliis victoria parta prae se ferit iram tristitiumc. 20 Livy, 8, 30. 2 Dictator equals L. Papirius Cursor, noted for the strictness of his military discipline. At this time he had gone to Rome to take the auspices anew, ad auspicium repetendum, and had given strict orders to his master of the horse, Q. Fabius Rullianus, to avoid all collision with the enemy during his absence. 7 Permisit equals gave them their heads. Cf. Imitera habenas. 9 turbe tis signa equals attack the enemy, dative, when in confusion. 11 spolius, i.e. the arms taken from the fallen. 13 to 14 scu credere factum equals lit. Or whether one prefer to credit the authority of Fabius that it was done on this account, eo. Fabius Pictor, the earliest Roman historian, wrote in Greek and served in the Second Punic War. 15 ibi, sc hostilia arma, equals on them. These, set up as a trophy with the victor's name inscribed, would have been borne in the triumphal procession. 19 Ita cert accepit equals so, Ita, no doubt the dictator interpreted his, Fabius, action. The cause of the war. The actual casus belli was a dispute between Rome and the Samnites for the possession of Palaiopolis, equals Old City, near Neapolis, equals New City. Cf. the First Punic War, 241 BC, due to the struggle for the possession of Messina, and the war with Pyrrhus, 281 BC, for the possession of Tarentum. Historic parallel. Fabius Cunctator and Minucius Livy, XXII. 24 to 30 d 36 Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 BC, 2, the Cawdon Forks, 321 BC Dui ad Lucerium firbant viae, altera praetor orum superi maris, patens apertaci, sed quantitudier, tanto fir longer, altera perferculas caudinas, brevier, sed etum natus locus est saltus duo alti, angusti silvo sic sunt, montibus circa perpetuus 5 inter se iuncti. Iacid inter ea satis patens, clausus in medio, campus urbitus aquosisque, perquem medium iter est, sed antiquam venias ad eum, intrandi primi angustia sunt, etaut idem, qua te insinuaverus, retro vi repetenda, aut, siir temporo purgas, per alium saltum, arti orum impeditiorum, evadendum. In eum campum via alia per cavum rupem Romani demiso agmine cum ad alias angus tias prot enus pergerant, septas de ictu arborum saxarumc ingentium abiacent mol 15 in venera. Cum fraus host elis apparuisit, praesidium entium in summo saltu conspicitur. Citatai ind retro, qua venerant, pergunt repetir viam, eam quoque clausam sua abis armis conveniunt. Sistunt ind gradum sine alias imperio, in twentis galii alios 20 diu immobile silent. Livy, 9. 2-1 ad Lucerium equals in the direction of Luceria, a town in Apulia on the borders of Samnium, and now threatened by the Samnites. 1-2 Praetor Maris equals along the coast of the Upper Sea, i.e. the Adriatic. Taking this route, they would go N of Samnium, through the Paline, and S through the Frentini into Apulia. 3 Fear equals just. 3-4 Furculus Caudinas, 2 fork-shaped defile near Caudium, the capital of the Caudan Samnites, between Beneventum and Capua on what was afterwards the Via Appia. 5-6 Montibus Iuncti equals united by a continuous ring, perpetuus circa, of mountains. 10 Insinuaverus equals lit. Have wound your way. 11-12 Arti orum impeditiorum equals more narrow and more difficult, i.e. steeper. 13 Per cavum rupem equals through an overhanging rocky defile. Demiso agmine equals with their troops led down, the descent. 14 Prot enus equals straightforward. 14-15 De ictumol equals lit. A barrier lying in the way, formed, by the throwing down of trees and large pieces of rock mole equals an abatis, a knocking down, felling. Rollins. 16 Cum fraus equals no sooner had when. 17 Citatai equals hurriedly, in hot haste. Perdic. Used adverbially Stevenson. 19 Sua abis equals with a barrier of its own, i.e. specially prepared. D37 Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 BC, 3, the Cotton Forks. The yoke. Alii alios interi, contemplari arma mox tradenda et inermes futuras dextras obnoxia qui corpora hosti, proponeris sibim et ipsi anti oculos iugum hostil et ludibria victoris et vultus superbos et per armatos inermium idhere, in fide agminus miserabilum viam 5 persoci orum urbes, redidum in patrium ad parentes, quo sipi ipsimeris orum triumphants venus sent, se solos sine vulnera, sine ferro, sine ac victos, sibi non stringeri lacuis gladios, non manum cum hostec infer, sibi. Nequaquam animos datos. 10 Hec fermentibus ora fatalis ignominiae advenit, omnia trisci ora experiundo factura, quamqui preciperant animis. I am primum cum singulis vestimentus inermes extra valum ecire iasi, et primi traditi obsides in custodium abducti. Primi 15 consules prope nudi sub iugum missi, tum ut quisque gradu proximus erat, ita ignominiae obiectus, tum dinceps singuli legions. Ita traducti sub iugum et, quad penny gravius erat, per hostium oculos, cum e saltu evasa sent, etsi v ludum inferis 20 extracti tum primum locmaspi cervisi sunt, tamen ipsa lux ita deform in twentibus agmen omni mort tris tirefud. Livy, 9. 5, 6. 1 to 10 interi, contemplary equals there they are looking one on another. By a string of infinitives the picture of a series of actions is put before the reader without the actions being thought of singly. Lee Warner. 2 Obnoxia equals at the mercy of Rollins. 6 Persoci orum urbes, e.g. Capua. 11 Fatalis ignominiae equals destined for their disgrace. 12 Experiundo equals by experience, preciperant equals they had anticipated. 16 Seminudi equals with only their tunics on. 17 Gradu equals in rank. 18 Traducti, always used in the sense of disgraceful exhibition or parade. Stevenson. 22 to 23 Ipsa lux foot equals the very light was to them as they gazed on so hideous a line of march more gloomy than any form of death. The Cotton Forks. Other writers state that the Romans were entrapped only after a severe defeat. By the side of those names, the Alia and Cani, there was yet a third in the list of evil days, the name of the Cotton Pass. Inni. CFP 82, B. Historic parallels. Livy's account of Trasimene. The Khyber Pass, 1842. The capitulation of Metz, 1870. D38 Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 BC, 4, Rome repudiates the treaty. At vero t veteratus et sp postumius, cum iterum consules assent, quia, cum malpugnatum apud caudium esset, legionibus nostris sub iugum missus pacem cum samnitibius fecerant, dediti sunt eis, in Jesu enim populi senatus fecerant. Iademc 5 tempor ti. Numicius, Q. Malleus, qui tum tribuni plebis erant, quad eorum octoritate pax erat facta, dediti sunt, ut pax samnitium repudiaratur. Et quis deditionis ipsi postumius, qui dedbitur, suasor et octor fud. Quad idem multis annis post tensi mansinus, qui ut numentinis, quibuscum sine senatus octoritate foedus fecerat, dederitur, rogationem suasit eam, quam L. Furius, sex. Attilius ex senatus consulto firbant, qua accepta est hostibius deditus. Hons tius hic quam Q. Pompeius, quo, 15 cum in idem causa esset, deprecanti except lex non est hic ea, qui videbitur utilitas, plus valued quam honstas, apud superiors utilitatis species falsa ob honstatis octoritate suprata est Cicero, de officiis, 3. 109 4 pacem fecerant, i.e. a military convention, by which Rome and Samnium were to acknowledge each other as free peoples with equal rights and privileges, and Rome was to give up her conquests and colonies on Samnite territory. 5 in Senatusc. The Senate considered it in the light of a sponsio, a convention made on personal responsibility, rather than a pactio or foedus, a public treaty. Holden. 6 Tribuni plebis, prob only tribunes elect, equals designati, for the tribunes could not leave Rome even for one night. 11 C. Mancinus commanded against Numantia in Spain, 137 BC. 15 Quetzales Pompeius commanded against Numantia, 140 BC. 16 Cum in idem causa esset equals though he was in the same case, as Mancinus, i.e. had made a degrading peace with the Numantines h. 15 to 17 quo deprecanti non est equals through his begging to be let off, the law, i.e. for delivering him up to the enemy, was not passed. 17 hic equals in this case, i.e. that of Pompeius. 18 apud superiors, i.e. Veturius, Postumius, and Mancinus. 18 to 19 utilitatis species falsa equals the false semblance of expediency. The repudiation of the treaty. It is clear that Postumius and his brother officers could not bind the Roman Senate and people by the promise they had made in Caudium, but it is equally clear that they were bound by their promise to do what was in their power to cause the treaty to be ratified. INI. D39 Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 BC, 5, Battle of Bovianum, 305 BC Peace made, 304 BC Eadem anno in campum stellatum agri campani Samnitium incursions facti. Itac consules in Samnium missi cum diversas regions, Typhernum Postumius, Bovianum Minucius pedicit, Postumii prius ductu ad Typhernum pugnatum. Alii 5 haudit dubi Samnites victos ac viginti milia hominum capta tradunt, alii mart equo desetium, et postumium, metum simulantum, nocturno itineraclam in montes copias abduxis, host secutos duo milia ind locis munitis et ipsos consetis. Consul ut 10 stata vituta copio soc pedis videritur, post quam et munamentus castra firmavit et omni apparatu rerum utilium instruxit, relicto firmo presidio de vigilia tertia, qua asterisk proxim potest, expeditas legions ad collegam, et ipsum adversus alio sedentum, ducit. 15 ibi octori postumio minucius cum hostibia signa conferred, et, cum anceps proelium in multum dii processit, tum postumius integris legionibus defessum iam asium hostium improviso invadit. Itac cum lassitudo ac vulnera fugam quoque prepedicent, 20 Oxidian oxysi hosts, signa unum et viginti capta. Livy, 9. 44 quatusi proxim potest WNM1 in campum stellatum. Stellus, a part of the Campanian plain, N of Mt Defata, E of Capua. 4 Typhernum, E of Bovianum on the Artyphernus. Postumius. Minucius, consuls 305 BC Bovianum, in Samnium, W of Luceria, in Apulia. 11 State of Atuta equals safe quarters. Cf. State of Acastra equals a stationary camp. 15 Et ipsum sedentum equals also lying encamped, sedentum, in the face of another army Stevenson. 20 Prepedicent equals hampered, lit. To entangle the feet, pre plus pes. 21 Oxidian oxysi. This has the force of a superlative by the repetition, a common idiom in Oriental languages seg in Hebrew, delivering I will deliver equals I will surely deliver. Results of the Second Samnite War. Roman influence became supreme in Campania and Apulia, and the Samnites were confined to their own mountains. In 304 BC the Romans renewed their ancient treaty with the Samnites, as Livy tells us, by which they were left in possession of their independence. Why the Romans conquered. 1. Their conduct of the war was more systematic. 2. By their plan of fortified colonies, e.g. Cales, Fregelli, Luceria, they retained their hold on the conquered territory. 3. The diplomatic skill of the Senate secured the friendship of the neighbors of the Samnites, e.g. the Apulians and Lucanians. D. 43rd Samnite War, 298 to 290 BC Battle of Sentinum, 295 BC Novum Pugni Genus. Ferocier decius et etate et vigori animi quantum cunque virium habet cert amine primo effudet. Et ciolentior videbitur pedi stries pugna, equitatum in pugnam concitat et ipsi fortissimi iuvenum turmi immixtus orat proc aries iuventudis, in hostem 5 ut siccum impetum facient, duplicem illorum gloriam for, si oblaevo cornu et ob equite victoria incipiat? Bis avertir gallicum equitatum, iterum longius evectos et iam intermedia peditum agmina proelium science novum pugni conterut genus, Essides ten carisque superstans armatus hostis ingenti sinitu equorum roterum cadvenit et insolitos eis tumultus Roman orum conterut ecnos. Ita victorum equitatum velut lymphaticus pavor disipat, sternit ind ruins equas viroscum provida fuga, 15 turbida hin entium signa legionum multici impetu equorum ac vehiculorum raptorum per agmen obtriti antesignani, et insecuta, simultiritos hosts vidit, Gallica aces nullum spatium respirandi recipiendic se dedit. 20 Livy, x 28. 1 Decius. P. Decius Mus, consul with Q. Fabius Maximus Rullianus, commanded the left wing at the Battle of Sentinum, where he was opposed to the Gauls, and when his troops began to give way before the Gaulish chariots, he, like his father at the Battle of Vesuvius, 340 BC, devoted himself with the hostile army to the gods of earth and of the grave. 5 Proc Aries Iuventudis equals the flower of the young men. 8 Avertir, equals se avertir, equals to retire, lit turn away. 10 Ascites equals war chariots, on 2 wheels, open in front, but closed behind, and drawn by 2 horses, used also by the Britons. 14 Lymphaticus equals mad, frenzied. 16 Turbida signa legionum equals the ranks of the legions were thrown into disorder. Signa is frequently used of military movement, as the most noticeable feature in an army. *cf pages 92, 93. The cause of the Third Samnite War. The Democratic Party among the Lucanians made overtures to the Samnites. The Romans peremptorily ordered the Samnites not to interfere in Lucania, an arrogant command which the Samnites declined to obey, and war broke out anew. Results of the war. After an obstinate struggle, peace was concluded in 290 BC, the Samnites retaining their independence. D. 41 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus, 281 to 275 BC. 1. The aims of Pyrrhus. Battle of Heraclea, 280 BC. Pyrrhus rex epericum iterata Tarentinorum legat Ioni ad te samnitium et Lucan orum praecibus, fatigaretur, non tam supplicum praecibus quam spe invadendi Italii imperii inductus venturum se cum exercitu policitur. In quam ram inclinatum semel 5 animum precipitum agira coperant exemplum aurum, neaut inferior patruo suo Alexandro videratur, quo defensori idem Tarentini adversus brutios usi fuerant, Aut minors animos magno Alexandro habis, qui tam longa adomo militia orientum subigerat. 10 Igiter relicto custode regna Ptolomeo filio annos 15 nato exercitum in Portu Tarentino exponet. Quis audito adventu consul Romanus Valerius Laevinus Festinans, ut prius cum eo congrederitur, quam auxilia sociorum convenirent, exercitum in 15 Assia medusit. Nec rex, tamitsi numero militum inferior esset, cert umini morum facit. Sed Romanos Vincentes iam inusitata anti elephant orum formis stupera primo, mox cetera pro ilio cogit, victoresque iam nova Macedonum repent monstra vice runt. 20 Nec hostibius incruent ta victoria fut. Nam et pyrrhus ipsi graviter vulneratus est, et magna pars militum eius sesa, merumt gloriam eius victoriae quam latitium habet. Just enus, 18. 1 iterata legat Ione equals by a second embassy. 3 fatigaretur equals was importuned. 3 to 4 non tam inductus. Pyrrhus aimed at founding a Western Grecian Empire in Italy and Sicily. 7 to 9 Patrio suo Alexandro fuerent. Alexander of Epirus had almost succeeded in uniting the whole of Magna Graecia, 332 to 326 BC, when he was cut off by the hand of an assassin. 9 Magno Alexandro. Pyrrhus was acknowledged to be the first general of the school of Alexander, and Hannibal, so Plutarch tells us, considered him the greatest military genius. 18 Inusitata antiforma equals the unfamiliar appearance of. 22 to 23 Magna pars militum. Pyrrhus is said to have lost 4,000 men, a serious matter to him in a foreign country, where he could not easily replace the loss of his tried old warriors. Any cause of the war. By 282 BC Rome had taken possession of Magna Graecia, with the exception of Tarentum. In 282 BC, in defiance of the Treaty of 301 BC, a Roman fleet appeared before the harbor of Tarentum. A naval battle ensued in which the Tarentines were victorious, and the war began. D42 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 2. Fabricius the Just. Honesty before expediency. Cum rex Pyrrhus populo Romano bellum ultro intulicit, cum de imperio cert amen esset cum rege generoso ac potenti, perfuga obio venit in castra fabricii ic est policitus, si premium sibi proposuisit, se, ut clam venicit, sic clam in peri 5 castra rediturum et eum veneno necaterum. Hunc Fabricius reducendum curavit ad pyramid quies factum laudatum assinatu est etqui, si specium utilitatis opinionem quater imus, magnum illud bellum perfuga unus et gravem adversarium imperi tensus tulicit, sed magnum dedicus et flagitium, quicum laudis cert amen fuiset, eum non virtut sed salare superatum. Utrum agiter utilius vel Fabricio, qui talis in hac urbiquilis Aristides Athenis foot, vel senatui nostro, qui numquam utilitatem adignitate 15 scienzit, armis cum hostas certer and venenes. Si gloriae causa imperium expetendum est, solus absit, in quo non potest esse gloria, sin ipsi opes expetuntur quo modo, non poterunt utils esse cum infamia. 20 Cicero, De Officiis, 3. 86, 87. 1 to 2 Bellum ultro intulicit equals had begun an aggressive, ultro, war. Ultro equals lit. To a place beyond, hence equals beyond expectation, unprovoked. 2 de imperio equals uter imperaret holden. 3 perfuga equals a deserter. Aulus Gellius says the traitor was Nicias, a friend of Pyrrhus, Florus and Eutropius, a physician of Pyrrhus. 8 atqui equals and yet, a more emphatic at. 8 to 9 Specium utilitatis opinionem, sc utilitatis, equals the semblance and, popular, opinion of expediency. H 11 to 13 Sed magnum superatum equals but it would have been a lasting disgrace and scandal for a general, with whom the struggle lay for glory, to have been overcome by an act of wickedness and not by valor. H 14 Aristides Athenus. Aristides the Just. Sans pire et sans reproche. 19 Quo modo equals in any way. Cf. Quacum rationi H parallel passage. Eutropius 2. 7-8. 14. Tum pyrrhus admiratus eum dixus furter, il est Fabricius, qui difficilius obhonstate quam sola cursusuo averti potest. Fabricius, like Cincinnatus, and M. Curius Dentatus, is the representative of the purity and honesty of the good old times. D43 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 3. Appius the Blind, 280 BC ad Appi Claudi senectutum acced bat entium ut secus esset, tamen is, cum sententia senatus inclinarit ad pacem cum Pyrrho fodusc faciendum, non dubitavit dicere illa, qui versibus persecutus est Ennius, 5 Quo vobis mans, recti qui stare solbant antihac, dementa sisi flexora viae. Ceteroc gravissime, notum enim vobis carmen est, et tamen ipsius api extat oratio. Et cec il egit septem decim annis post alterum consulatum, 10 cum inter duos consulatus anni decem interfuisant sensorque anti superiorum consulatum fuiset, ex quo intelligitur peri bello grandum sane fuis. Quod tua robustos filios, quinque filias, tantum domum, tantus client ellas Appius regbat et secus 15 et senex, intentum enim animum tomcum arcum habibat nec longues succumibat senectudi. Tenebat non modo octoritatum, sed entium imperium insuos, matuabant servi, veribantur liberi, carum omnes habant, vigebat in illo animus 20 patrius et disciplina. Cicero, De Senectude, 16, 37. 1 Appi Claudi. This was the Appius Claudius whose censorship, 312 BC, was famous for his great public works, the Via Appia, the great south road of Rome, and the Aqua Appia, an aqueduct which brought water to Rome a distance of 8 miles, and also for his measure, corresponding to a parliamentary reform bill, admitting freedmen as full citizens by enrolling them in tribes. 2 to 9 Tamen is extat oratio. When the Senate was about to yield to the persuasive eloquence of Cinnes, the envoy of Pyrrhus, he had himself led into the Senate house to make the speech which turned the scale against the invader. 4. Versibus persecutus estate equals has followed out in the lines. JSR 7 viae, equals viae old genitive, equals I quo viae, cf ubitur eram, or 2. Cc flexora viae, a Greek genitive. 9 to 10 Hec il egit equals he made this speech. 14 to 15 Tantum client ellas equals a large household, a large number of dependents, client ellas equals clients. 16 Intentum, in plus tendo, equals on the stretch. Cf opposite remisus. 19 to 21 Matuabant disciplina equals his slaves feared him, his children stood in awe of him, yet all held him dear, in him ancestral spirit and principles, disciplina, were strong. J.S. Reed. The speech of Appius Claudius. For the substance of the speech, see Plutarch, Pyrrhus, 11. D44 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 4. A. The Battle of Asculum, 279 BC. In Apulia deint apud Asculum Melius dimicatum est curio Fabricio consilibus. I am quip terror asterisk biliarum exeleverat, et Gaius Numicius quarti legiones hastatus unius probisit abscis amori possibilius ostenderat. Itak in ipsas pilakong est sunt 5 et in tus vibrati faces tota hostium agmina ardentibus ruinus operuerunt. Nec alias gladi finus foot quam nox diramirit, postremusque fugientium rex ipsia satellitibus umero saucius in armis sui referitur. 10 CFP 100, LL 17-20. 1 Asculum, a town in Apulia on the borders of Samnium, between Beneventum and Canisum. 3 Exeleverat equals had grown less, lit had grown out of use. 6 Intus vibrati faces equals firebrands hurled against their towers. 8 Diramirit equals separated, the combatants. The Battle of Asculum. It is clear that Pyrrhus was again victorious, but the Romans were able to retire into their fortified camp, and so lost fewer men than at Heraclea. B. The battle near Beneventum, 275 BC. Lucanii suprema pugna sub arus inus, quos vocant, campis dusibus istum quibus supreus, sed tum tota victoria. Exidum, quem datura virtus fut, casus dedit. Nam provectis in primam asium rarsus elephantis unum ex his polymedacti in capitili 15 gravis ictus averti, qui cum per strigum suorum recurrens stridori quereritur, mater agnovit et quasi vindicaret exalut, tum omnia circa quasi hostilia gravi mol permiscit. Ac sic iadam feri, qui primam victoriam abstulerunt, secundam param 20 fees runt, tertium sine controversia tradiderunt. Florus, I-18. 9-13. 11-12 Lucanii Campis. The battle was fought near Beneventum, orig male ventum, perhaps from male plus ventus on account of its unwholesome air, in Samnium on the Via Appia, E of Capua. 15-16 Unum ex his averti equals the heavy stroke of a weapon driven home, adacti, into the head of a young elephant, pullum, made it turn aside. 19 Gravi mole equals with her unwieldy bulk. The Battle of Beneventum. Pyrrhus, in his attempt to storm the entrenched camp of Curius Dentatus, was obliged to fight on unfavorable ground. The result was a total defeat, and no choice was left him but to give up the unequal contest. D45 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 5. Death of Pyrrhus, 272 BC. In praise of a great general. Repulsus ab Spartanus Pyrrhus Argos Peti, ibi, dum Antigonum in urbi clausum expugnare conator, in Turconfertissimos violentissime demicans, saxo demuris ictus occiditor. Caput Eius Antigono referter, qui victoria mightius usus filium Eius Hellenum 5 cum epirotis sibi deditum in regnum remisit, icon sepulti patris ossa in patrium referenda tradidit. Satis constans inter omnes octores fama est, nullum nec Eius nec superior recitatis regem comparandum Pyrrho fuis, rarici non inter regis tentantum, verum entium inter illusters viros, aut vitae sanctiorus aut iustitii probationis visum fuis, scientium cert rei militaris in illo viro tantum fuis, ut cum adversus lysimachum, Demetrium, Antigonum, tantos regis, bella gesserit, invitus 15 semper fuerit, illyriorum quoque, siculorum Romanorum et Carthaginiensium bellis numquam inferior. Plerumque entium victor extiderit, qui patrium cert suum angustum ignobilem famarirum gestarum et claritate nominis sui toto orb 20 illustram retidrit. Just enus, XXV. 5-1-4 Repulsus ab Spartanus occiditor. At the invitation of Cleonymus, who had been excluded from the throne of Sparta, Pyrrhus undertook and failed in a desperate attack on the city. He then turned against Argos, to wrest it from Antigonus Gonatas of Macedonia, and was hit by a tile thrown from a roof by a woman. As he lay helpless on the ground he was recognized and murdered. 8 Satis constans fama equals a tolerably unanimous opinion. 12 Iustitii probationis equals of more eminent, lit tested, justice. 14 Lysimachum, one of Alexander's generals. About 286 BC, king of Macedonia and Asia Minor. Demetrium, surnamed Polyarcetes, stormer of cities, son of Antigonus, king of Asia, one of Alexander's generals. 16 to 17 Siculorum Bellis. During the years 280 to 276 BC, Pyrrhus made himself master of all Sicily with the exception of the Carthaginian stronghold of Lilybaeum. Cf. The death of Abimelech before Thebes, Judges 9. 53 Character of Pyrrhus. He was not only one of the ablest generals and princes, but amiable also as a man, and worthy of our sympathy and respect. Ini. Why he failed. From lack of accurate information, he wholly underestimated the power of Rome. Here was the great error in his calculation, an error for which he can hardly be held responsible. Ini. Reference. Plutarch, Pyrrhus. D46 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 6. Manius Curius Dentatus, an old-time Roman. A possum pers equi per multa oblectamenta rerum rusticarum, sed ea ipsaqui dixi sentio fuis longora. Ignacitus autumn, nam et studio rerum rusticarum provectus sum, et senectus est natura loquacier, an ab omnibus em vitius viter vindicator. 5 Ergo in hac vita m. Curious, cum de Samnitibius, de Sabinus, de Pyrrho triumphavisit, consumpsit extremum tempus etatis, quis quidem ego villam contemplans, abest enim non lungimi, admirari satis non possum vel hominis ipsius continentium ten vel temporum disciplinum. Curio ad focum sedenti magnum ori ponda samnites cum adolescent, repudiati sunt, non enim orum haberi preclarum sibi videri dixit, sed eisque have rent orum imperare. Cicero, De Senectude, 55-56. Context. The speaker is Cato the Censor, 184 BC, the founder of Latin prose, whose Manual of Agriculture, De Re Rustica, is still extant. 1 Possum pers equi equals I might follow out. Oblectamenta equals amusements, cf. Delecto, delight. 4 Provectus sum equals I have been carried away J.S. Reed. 8 Extremum tempus etatis equals the closing season of his life. 9 A me, equals a mea villa, equals from my country house. 11 Disciplinum equals morals, lit teaching. 11 to 13 After the close of the war, Curius had become patroness of the Samnites, and they were bringing the customary offering of clients JSRB Curius parvo qui legerat horto ipsi focis brevibus ponbat holuscula. Juvenal, 11. 78 to 79 78 to 79 Plutarch, Cato 2, tells the story. Curius was one of Milton's men so poor who could do mighty things. Duff. 79 Holuscula, diminutive of holus, equals small herbs or vegetables. Si hunc et incantus curium capillus iodilum bello tullet et camillum siva paupertas et avitus apto 44 cum lar fundus. Horace, Odes, I-12. 41 to 44 41 Hunc equals Fabricius. 42 Paupertas equals frugality, not poverty, equals egestas. 43 to 44 Apto cum lar equals with its cottage home to match, apto, w hurrah, for Manius Curius the bravest son of Rome, thrice in utmost need sent forth, thrice drawn in triumph home. Macaulay. D47 The war with the Tarentines and Pyrrhus. 7. In praise of Tarentum. Unde si parsi prohibent inequi, dulce palitis ovibus galeazzi flumen et regnata pedum laconi 12 rura phalantho. Il ter eram mi praetor omnes angulus ridet, ubenon hymeto melodicedunt viridic certat 16 bacca vinifero, veru belongum tepidasc prebet I upiter brumas et amicus allen fertili bacco minimum failurnus 20 invidet juvis. Il te mecum locus et beti postulant arses, ibi 2 calentum debitus sparges lacrima fabulum 24 vadis amici. Horace, Odes, 2. 6-9 end. Subject. Septimius, my dear friend who would accompany me to the ends of the earth, let me spend the close of my life at Tibur, Tivoli, or if not there, then at Tarentum. Let us go there together, and live there till I die. Wickham. 9 unday equals from this place, i.e. from Tibur. 10 dulce pellitis ovibus equals dear to the skin clad, pellitis, sheep, so clad to keep their fleeces clean go. 10 to 11 Galeazzi flumen, flows into the Gulf of Tarentum, near the city. 12 Phalantho, an exile from Sparta, founded Tarentum, 708 BC 13, 21, 22 Isle, 13, Isle, 21, IBI, 22, equals Tarentum, emphatic guiding words. CFTE Mecum, 21, 2 Amici, 22, 24, equals Septimius and Horace. 14 to 15 Ubenon decidunt equals where the honey does not give way to, is not inferior to, that of Hymettus. 15 to 16 Viridi vinifero equals with the green, olive groves of, vinifrum, and of Campania. 16 Bacca equals the olive, the noblest of berries Gau. 18 Aulon equals, the grapes of, Aulon, a hill and valley near Tarentum. 19 Fertili equals who makes the vines fertile. 22 to 24 Ibi 2 Vadis Amici. There when life shall end, your tear shall do my yet warm pyre, your bard and friend. Conington. Reference. Polybius, X1. In 272 BC Milo with his garrison of Epirots marched out of Tarentum with all the honors of war. Rome now ruled supreme over the whole of Italy from Ariminum in the north to the Sicilian Straits. D48 The praise of Italy. Salve, magna parens frugum, Satania tellus, magna virum. 155 Ad tot egregious urbes operumque laborum, tot cong est manu preruptus opida saxus, fluminici antiquos subter labentia muros. En mare, quod supra, memorum, quod qui aluit infra? An lacus tantos. Te, Lari Maxime, Taki, 160 Fluctibus et fremitu ad surgens banas marino. 165 Hec idem argenti rivos erisque metalla ostendit venisit coro plurum affluxit. Hec genus acer virum, marsos pubim xabellam, ad suitumque malo ligurem, vols cosque viritos extulit, hec decios, marios, manios camillos, 170 Scipiotus duros bello, etc, Maxime Caesar, qui nunc extremis Asiae victor in oris imbellum avertis Romanis archibus indum. Salve, magna parens frugum, Satania tellus, magna virum, tibi residential antiqui laudes et artis 175 ingredier, sanctos agios recludere fontes, ascreum qui cano romana per opida Carmen. Virgil, George. 2 155 to 176. 158 Mare quad supraoluit equals the mare superum equals the Adriatic. Mare quad infraoluit equals the mare inferium equals the Tuscan or Tyrrhenian, tau upsilon rho 8 nu equals Tuscan, c. 159 Lari equals Lake Larius, equals Como, N of Milan. 160 Banas equals Lake Banacus, equals Garda, W of Verona. Fremito Marino equals with roar as of the sea. 168 Adswitum Malo equals trained in hardship Macale. Volskosk Virutos equals and the Volskian spearmen, light infantry. Virutos equals armed with the Virutum, or Veru equals lit a spit, a javelin. 170 Scipiotas, Greek patronymic form equals Lat Scipiones Maxime Caesar equals Augustus. 171 to 172 After Actium, 31 BC, Augustus spent more than a year in reducing and settling the east, Imbellumindum, whose forces had been wielded by Antony Sidgwick. 173 Saturnia Tellus, in allusion to Saturn's reign in Latium in the Age of Gold. 174 to 175 Tibi res fontis equals for the I enter on themes of ancient glory and skill, i.e. in agriculture, and dare to unseal, recludere, the sacred springs, residential laudes the theme of the Aeneid, residential artis of the Georgics. 176 Ascraeum Carmen equals the song of Ascra, i.e. the Georgics, because Hesiod, author of works and days to which Virgil is much indebted, was born at Ascra, near Helicon, in Boeotia SC1 contest with Carthage, 264 to 202 BC. The vision of Anchises Rome's heroes. Il triumphata Capitalia ad alta Corintho victor agit curum, Cesus insignis Acaves. Eru et il Argos Agamemnon iasc Mycenas, ipsum Chiacidon, genus Armipotentus Acali, 840 Ultus Avus Troia, Templa et Temerata Minervi. Quis te, Magna Cato, Tacitum, Autte, Cossi, Relinque. Quis Gracigenus, Aut Geminos, Duo Fulmina Belli, Scipiotas, Clatum Libii, Parvoc Potentum Fabricium, Vel te Sulco, Serene, Serentum. 845 Quo fessum rapides, Fabii. 2 Maximus iles, unus qui nobis cunctando restituus ram. 855 Aspice, ut insignis spolius Marcellus epimes ingreditor, victor viros supereminent omnes. Hic ram Romatam, magno turbanti tumultu, sistet, externet ponos galumque bellum, tertiaci arma patri suspendet capta Quirina. Virgil, N. 6 836 to 846, 855 to 859. 836 Il equals L Mummius Achaicus, destroyed Corinth, 146 BC 838 Il equals L Emilius Paulus, crushed Perseus, equals Eacidon L 839, at Badna, 168 BC 841 Cossi equals Cornelius Cossus, 1 Spolia Opima a second time, 428 BC 842 Gracigenus, e.g., I. Tib. Sempronius Gracchus, twice consul 215, 212 BC, in Second Punic War, 2. TSG distinguished in Spain, 3, the two great tribunes, Tiberius and Gaius. 843 Scipiotas equals, I. Scipio Africanus Maior, victor at Zama, 202 BC, 2. Scipio Africanus Minor, destroyed Carthage, 146 BC 844 Fabricium, consul 282 and 278 BC in war with Pyrrhus. Proof against bribes. Serene equals Regulus, victor at Ecnomus, 256 BC, a prisoner, 255 BC true to his word. 845 Maximus equals Q Fabius M Cunctator, dictator after Cannae. The shield of Rome. 846 from the Annals of Ennius, 239 to 169 BC, often quoted. 855 Marcellus, 5 times consul. Took Syracuse 212 BC. The Sword of Rome. 857 Magno tumultu equals when a great upheaving shakes it. Page. Tumultus, as CIC tells us, is specially used of a rising in Italy or in Gaul, as it was close to Italy. Elsewhere equals bellum. 858 Sisted, sternet. Notice the antithesis and alliteration, assonance. The vision of Anchises is the imperishable record of the national life, where the poet sums up in lines like bars of gold the hero role of the eternal city. Myers. C2 First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. The foundation of Carthage, 878 BC. Pygmalion, cognitus auroris fuga, cum impio bello fugientum pers equi pereret, egra praesibus matris de orumque menis vitus qui evit. Itac illicita delita in afrasi sinum in colas eis loci adventu peregrin orum mutuarum rerum commercio 5 gaudens in amicitium solicitat. Dine empto loco, qui corio bovis tagi possit, in quo fessos longa navigatione socios, quod proficis aritur, reficere possit, corium in tenuissimus partis secari iubet et quita maius loci spatium, quam petierat, occupat, unde ten postia ei loco bursi nomen fud. Confluentibus deind vicinus locorum, qui spe lucri multa hospitibus venalia inferbant, sedsc ibi statuentibus ex frequentia hominum velut in star civitatis effectum. Est. Itac consentientibus omnibus cart hago 15 conditor, statuto annuo vectigale pro solo urbis. In primis fundamentus caput bubulum inventum est, quod auspicium fructuosi quidem, sed laboriosi perpetuoque servi urbis fud, proter quod in alium locum urbs translata. Ibi quoque equi caput reperdum, 20 bellicosum potentem populum futurum significans, urbi auspicatum sedum dedit. Tunc ad opinionum novi urbis concurrentibus gentibus brevi et populus et civitas magna facta. Just Enus, 18. 5-1 Pygmalion, king of Tyre, murdered Sychaeus, husband of Elissa, Dido. 4 Sinum equals Gulf of Tunis. See Murray's Classical Atlas. 5 Peregrine Orum equals of strangers. Per plus ager. Cf. Pilgrim. Father Pellerin. Mutuarum rerum commercio equals barter. 11 Bursi, i.e., later, the citadel quarter, as if from beta rho sigma alpha equals a hide, prob corrupted from phene. Basra, equals a fort. So Carthage equals Kirjath, city, cp Kirjath Arba, Hebron, and Hannibal, equals Haniel, equals the grace of Baal. 14 Velut in star C equals as if the semblance of a state, cf in star Montes Equus, Verg post. 17 Bubulum equals of an ox, adjective from bos. 22 Auspicatum equals auspicious, in active sense. Parallel passages. Verg. N. I 336 to 368, 418 to 438, and N. 421 to 22. References. Bosworth Smith, Carthage and the Carthaginians in History of Rome, Volume 2. Pages 3 to 21. C3 First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. Aeneas views the building of Carthage, circa 878 BC. Iam Cassendi Bantculum, qui plurimus urbi 420 immanetit versus aspectat de super arses. Miraturmulum Aeneas, Megalia quandam, Miritur portus strepitumque et strata virum. Instant ardent sturi pars dusera muros molaric archem et manibus subvalvera saxa, 425 pars opter locum tecto et concludere sulco, ira magistratus glagunt sanctum senatum, hic porcis alii effidiunt, hin lata theatris fundamenta locant alii, immanesque columnas rapibus excidunt, sinisticora alta futuris. 430 Quillis apes estate nova per floria rura exercit sub sol labor, cum gentis adultos educant fetus, aut cum liquentia mela stipent et dulci distendunt nectar cellas, aut onera accipiunt venientum, aut agmine facto 435 ignivum fucos picus a precipibus arsent, fervit opus, redolent thymo fragrantia mela. O fortunati, coram iam moenia surgunt. Aeneas 8, et fastigia suspicit urbis. Virgil, N. I 419 to 438. 419 plurimus equals in huge mass, with the predicate immanet. 421 Megalia equals huts, a Carthaginian, Phoenician, word. Cf mu gamma alpha rho omicron nu. 422 strata virum equals stratus vias equals the paved road Sidgwick. 423, 424, 425 Ducera molari subvalvera optere concludere, dependent on the idea of eagerness or striving in instant s. 426 Virgil is thinking, as often, of Roman institutions, and not of what was appropriate to heroic times. Cfn. I 507 to 8. 430 to 436 The simile is a reproduction of George. 162 to 169. Cf. Milton, Par. Lost, I 768, as bees in springtime, when the sun with Taurus rides, pour forth their populous youth about the hive. 432 Liquentia equals liquid, from liquor, dep elsewhere Virgil uses liquens from liqueo. 433 Stipend equals pack, the notion of pushing and tightness being given in the very sound of the heavy overhanging spondees in this line s. 435 Ignivum arsent equals drive the drones, a slothful herd, from the enclosure. Notice the order page. 437 The want of a city is the keynote of the Aeneid. Conington. C. For First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. A Roman martyr. Country before expediency. M. Attilius Regulus, cum consul iterum in Africa ex insidius captus esset duces Anthipo Lacedaemonio, iratus missus est ad senatum, ut, nisi redditi ascent ponus captivi nobles quidem, redirat ipsi Carthaginum. Is cum Romum venicit, utilitatis 5 specium videbat, sedem, ut residential declarat falsum iadicavit, qui erat talis, manera in patria, esse domui sui cum uxor, cum liberis, quam calamitatem accepicit in bello, communem fortunae bellicae iadicantum tenera consularis dignitatis 10 gradum. Itac quid facit? In senatum venit, mandata exposud, sententiam ne dicaret recusavit, quam diu irando hostium teneritur, non esse senatorum. Quis cum valuisit octoritas, captivi retenti sunt, ipsi Carthaginum 15 rediat nec eum caritas patriae retinut nec suorum. At stult, qui non modo non sensuerit capt evos remittendos, verum entiam dissuaserit. Quo modo stult? Entiam, si republici condiusbat? Potest autumn, quod inutile republici sit, id quicquam 20 civi utile esse? Cicero, De Officiis, 3. 99, 100. 1 Consul. Regulus was consul 261 and 256 BC, and proconsul in Africa 255 BC, when he was defeated and taken prisoner by Xanthippus. 6 Specium equals the specious, plausible, appearance, semblance. 12. 13 Sententiam recusavit equals decline to give his own opinion on the case. 13 Ire irando, sc dato, equals by the oath sworn to his enemies. 17 Et stult, sc facit, equals but, it may he said, he acted like a fool. 19 Entiam, sc stult facit, equals what, how did he act like a fool, if holden. 20, 21 Potest autumn utile esse. Cf tau pi lambda epsilon iota omicron kappa sigma tau iota beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu omicron delta tau nu pi omicron lambda tau eta nu beta lambda pi tau epsilon iota equals that which is not harmful, beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu equals inutile, to the state is not harmful to the citizen. Parallel passages. Polybius, I 31-36, he makes no mention of the embassy of Regulus, Pliny, EP 7. 2. Interesting letter on the death of Regulus, and a spec. Hor od. 3v13 end. With counsel thus, ne'er else ered advised, he nerved the fathers weak intent, and, girt by friends that mourned him, sped into illustrious banishment. CC 5 First Punic War, 264-241 BCA. First Roman naval victory near Mylae, 260 BC. Dulius, Primo Punico bello Romanes dux contra Carthaginienses missus, cum viderit eos multum mari valere, classem magis validam quam decoram edificavit, et manus ferias, quas corvos vocabant, instituit. His, quas antipugnam hosts 5 vol deriserant, in pugna ipsa ad liperas insulas commius naves hostium comprehendit, isc partim cepit, partim demersit. Dux classis punicae Carthaginem fugit, et ex senata qui civit quid faceret. Omnibus ut pugnarit succlamantibus, 10 feci, inquit, et vitus sum. Sic ponam crucis effugit, nam hac pona dux, remalgista, apud ponos officiavitur. Dulius autumn victor primum triumphum maritimum Romi egit, et ad memoriam victoriae columna rostrata in foro posita est 15, adapted, cf Florus, I-18. 7-10 4 Corvos equals crows, the caparo alpha kappa epsilon of Polybius, boarding bridges. A broad movable ladder, fastened to the foremast, and held in position by a rope. When the rope was let go, the iron hook at the upper end of the ladder penetrated the deck of an enemy's ship. 6 Ad liperas insulas equals Aeolii insulae, Lipari Islands, ne of Sicily. Mylae was on a promontory se of these islands. 8 Dux, i.e. Hannibal, the defender of Agrigentum 262 BCB unique honor conferred on Dulius. C. Dulium, qui ponos class primus device re, redi unta Messina senem cipi vitabam puer, delectabator Syrio funeli et tibicine, qui sibi nullo exemplo privatus sumpserat, tantum licentii dabit gloria. Cicero, De Senectude, 13. 44. 18 Syrio funeli asterisk i.e. torchlight. Nullo exemplo equals without any precedent. 18-19 Sibi sumpserat. Cicero is wrong, more probably the honor was conferred on Dulius by a vote of the comitia tributa. 19 Dabit equals excused, lit. Granted, allowed J.S. Reed. Asterisk the funel was a torch composed of twigs twisted into a rope, funis, and dipped in pitch or oil. JSR references. Polybius, I-22, for a description of the corvée, Caparo Alpha Kappa Epsilon. Sir Andrew Barton, Percy's relics. Lord Howard says were 20 ships, and he but one. I swear by Kirk and Bower and Hall, he would overcome them every one if once his beams they do downfall. C6 First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC Carthaginian victory off Drepana, 249 BC rashness of Claudius. Predictionis vero et presentionis rerum futurarum quid aliud declarant nisi hominibus ea ostendi, monstrari, portendi, predici. Ex quo illa ostentat, monstra, portenta, prodigitacuntur. Quod siea ficta credimus licentia fabularum, mopsum, tire siam, 5 amphiarum, colchantum, Hellenum, quos tamen augurs ne ipsi quidem fabuli ad sivus sent, si residential omino repudiarit ne domesticis quidem exempli docti numen deorum comprobabimus. Nihil nosp Claudi bello punico primo temer edas movebit, qui ten entium per iacum deos iridens, cum cavia literati puli non passerenter, mergi eos in aquam iasci, ut biberant, quanium esse nolent? Quirisus, class devicta, multas ipsa lacrimas, magnam populo Romano clatum adelit. Quid? Collega eius Iunius 15 eadem bello non tempestate classem amisit, cum auspiciis non peruisit. Itac Claudius a populo condemnatus est, Iunius nacem sibi ipsi concivit. Cicero, de Nat Deorum, 2. 3:7-8. 3 Ostentata equals are called in Latin ostentat, monstra, etc. Walford. 4 Prodigium for prodicium equals pro plus square root dic delta epsilon iota kappa equals point out. 5 Mopsum, etc. equals all those stories about Mopsus, etc., in apposition to ea, poetical construction. Mopsum, the prophet who accompanied the Argonauts. Tyre Siam, the blind prophet of Thebes. 6 Amphiarum, the seer of Argos. One of the 7 against Thebes. Helenus, son of Priam. A seer of the Iliad and the Aeneid. 10 P. Claudi Temer Edas. PCL Pulcher, son of Appius Claudius, the blind censor, defeated by Adherbal off Drepana, NW corner of Sicily, between Eryx and Lilybium. 15 Iunius. L.J. Pullus, consul 249 BC. His fleet was destroyed by a storm off Pacinus, see Passaro, the same year. Parallel passage. Florus 2. 2 says that Claudius was overthrown, not by the enemy, but by the gods themselves, whose auspices he had despised. The defeat off Drepana. The reason of the defeat lay in the superiority of the Carthaginian admiral and seamen, and the inexperience of Claudius and of his crews, consisting mainly of landsmen who knew nothing of the sea. This disaster and the destruction of the fleet of Junius crowned the series of misfortunes which befell the Romans in the year 249 BC, the most dismal time of the whole war. INI. C7 First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC Victory of Lutatius off the Aegates Insulae, 241 BC Peace with Carthage. A interim Carthaginiensis class apud insulas Aegates ac Lutatio, consul Romanorum, super the staturunt belli facere finum, imgram arbitrio permiserunt hamel caris. Isle, etsi flagrabat bellandi cupiditate, tamen paci serviendum putavit, quad 5 patrium, exhaustum sumptibius, diodius calamitates belli fair non posse intellegibat, sed ita, ut statum ment agitarat, si pollum modo residential ascent refecti bellum renovare Romanosque armis pers equi, donicum aut virtut vicis sent aut victi manus dedis sent. 10 Corn. Nepos, Hamilcar, I1 apud insulas Aegates, the Goat Islands, off the W coast of Sicily, between Drepana and Lilybaeum, Marsala. 3 Staturunt belli facere finum. This victory led to the close of the First Punic War. 5 Paci serviendum equals to devote himself to, obtaining, peace. 9 Donicum, equals Dunnock, lit. At the time of day when 10 virtut vicis sent equals they, the Romans, should have conquered by, superior, prowess. Behic dum stagnosi spectat templum domosque laterni ductur, various splendentius cernit 655 pictura belli patribus monumenta prioris exhausti, nam portacibus signata main bant, quis inerat longus rerum et spectabilis ordo. Addiderant geminis medio consurgere fluxus 685 egates, laceri circumfragmenta vidiers classis et effusos fluitar ingurgide ponos. Possessor pelagi pernac luditius ora captivus pups ad littera victor agibut. Silius Italicus, 6. 653 to 657, 684 to 688. 653 to 654 Stagnosi Laterni. Town and river on the coast of Campania, and of Cumae. The river flows through a marsh equals Laterna Paulus. 654 Ductor equals Hannibal. 654 to 657 Silius, who closely imitates Virgil, makes Hannibal view the sculptured memorials of the First Punic War, just as Aeneas carved the tale of Troy. Virg. N. I 445 to 493. Parallel passage. Polybius, I caps. 59 to 63 terms of peace. Carthage engaged to evacuate Sicily, not to make war upon Hiero of Syracuse, to give up all Roman prisoners without ransom, and to pay 2,200 talents in 20 years. Sicily the first Roman province. C8 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BCA. Great importance of the Second Punic War. In part operis me licet me I preferi bellum maxime omnium memorabile, qui unquam gustus sint, me scripturum, quod Hannibal duce Carthaginiensis cum populo Romano gessera. Nam nec validi ors apibus uli inter se civitates gentesque consularunt 5 arma, nec is ipsis tantum unquam virium aut roberus foot, et haudet ignotas belli arts inter sesi, sed expertus primo punico conferbant bello, et addio varia fortuna belli ansepsque mars foot, ut propius periculum fuerint, qui vicerunt. Odius entium proptenma oribus certarunt quam viribus, Romanes indignantibus quod victoribus victi ultro inferent arma, ponus, quod superb averic crederant imperitatum victus esse. 3 Hannibal duce. Polybius called the war of which Hannibal was the life and soul the Hannibalian War. 6 His ipsis, sc Romanes ponisque, with validi ors. 6 to 7 Virium aut roberus equals offensive or defensive strength are 8 expertas equals tested, in a passive sense. 9 Ut propius vicerunt, e.g. after Cannae, 216 BC 12 ultro inferent arma equals should presume to attack Dimsdale. 13 Ponus, sc indignantibus. Superb avaric. When the War of the Mercenaries broke out in Africa, 241 to 238 BC. Rome availed herself of the distress of Carthage to extort the cession of Sardinia, and raised the war indemnity by 1,200 talents. Inni. B. The oath of the boy Hannibal. Fama est entium, Hannibalum annorum for 15 Novem, pura liter blandientem patri Hamilcari, ut duceritur in Hispanium, cum, perfecto Africo bello, exercitum eo tre ictura sacrificaret, alteribus admittum, tactis sacri, irando edactum, esse, cum primum possit, hostem for populo Romano. 20 Livy, XXI. 116 Blandientum equals coaxingly entreating D17 perfecto Africo bello, i.e. between Carthage and her mutinous mercenaries, 241 to 237 BC parallel passage. For Hannibal's oath, Livy XXXV. 19 Importance of the war. It was a struggle for existence, for supremacy, or destruction. It was to decide whether the Greco-Roman civilization of the West or the Semitic, Carthaginian, civilization of the East was to be established in Europe, and to determine its history for all future time. INI. C9 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. 147 Expend Hannibalum, quod libres induce summo in Venis. 151 Additor Imperius Hispania, Pyreneum transillit. Opposut natura alpemc nivamc, diducit scopulos et montem rumpit acito. Iam tenet Italium, tamen ultra perjuri tendit, 155 Actum, inquit, nihil est, nisi pono milite portus frangimus et media vexillum pono subura. Oquilis facies et quali dignita bella, cumga ecula dociem porteret belluluscum. Exitus ergo quis est? O gloria! Vincitor idem 160 nemp et in exilium precepts fugit, et ibi Magnus Mirandus cliens sedet ad praetoria regis, dunac Bithyno libet vigilare tyranno. Finum animi, qui residential humanus miscuit olim non gladii, non saxa dabunt, nec tela, sed il 165 can arum vindex et tanti sanguinis ulter, annulus. I, Domens, et Sivas cur per Alpes, ut puris placias et declamatio fias. Juvenal, Saturday x 147 to 167. 147 to 148 Expend in Venis equals if you lay, lit. Weigh, Hannibal in the scale, how many pounds will you find in the greatest of commanders, Duff. CFOV. Med. 12615, Iam Cinis est, et de tam magno restat acil nescio quid parvam quad non bene complete nam. 156 Media Subura, i.e. in the heart of Rome. The Subura was one of the busiest and most populous quarters of Rome. 157 Oquilis facies tabella equals what a sight and how fit for caricature. Lit. Worthy of what a picture, i.e. how ridiculous a picture it would have made. Hardy 158 Luscum equals one-eyed. Hannibal lost an eye from disease, while marching through the country flooded by the Arno, 217 BC 160 in exilium, i.e. first to Antiochus of Syria, and then to Perseus of Bithynia. 166 Annulus. Hannibal took poison which he carried about in a ring. Annulus, 183 BC, aged 76. 167 Eutephias equals to suit the taste of schoolboys, and become the subject of their speeches. Duff. For the thought, cf. Shack. Ham. VI 232, Imperia Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth, which kept the world in awe, should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. C10 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Character of Hannibal. Nunquam ingenium idem ad residential diversissimus parendum et comparendum, habilis fud. Itac haudit facile discernes, utrum imperatori in exercitui carrier esset, nec has drubal alium quem prefacere mal, ubiquid fortiter ac strenua agendum 5 esset, nec milites alio duce plus confidere aut audere. Plurimum audacia ad pericula capi senda, plurimum concilii inter ipsa pericula erat. Nullo labor aut corpus fatiguri aut animus vinci poterat. Caloris ac frig oris patientia par, sibi potionisque ten desiderio naturali, non voluptate modus finitus, vigiliarum somnique nec die nec noc discriminata tempora, id, quagir ndis rebus superasse, quieti datum, ea nec mali strato nec silentio exercita, multicipi militari sagulo opertum humi iacentum 15 inter custodias stationesque militum conspexerunt. Vestidus nihil inter equals excel lens, arma et equi conspiciae banter. Equitum peditum idem lunge primus erat, princeps in proelium ibat, ultimus concerto proelio excedbat. Has tantas viri virtuts 20 ingentia vitia equabant, in humana crud elitas, perfidia plus quam punica, nihil veri, nihil sancti, nullus deum metus, nullum ius random, nulla religio. Livy, XXI. 4-2 habilis equals better adapted, lit. More easily handled, cfr handy 7 ad pericula kp senda equals in incurring peril 12 discriminata equals regulated, lit. Divided off, cf discerno, discrimen 14 exercita, equals arsacita, equals wood 15 sagulo equals in his military cloak, diminutive of sagum 21 in humana crud elitas. Polybius says that many of his alleged cruelties were to be set down to his namesake H. Monomachus. 21-23 Perfidia plus quam punica. This does not seem to have been anything worse than a consummate adroitness in laying traps for his enemies. Church and Broadrib. Cf. Perfidius Albion. 23 Nulla religio equals no scruples, i.e. no force binding, re plus ligare, or restraining from wrongdoing, no conscience. Parallel passages. Livy XXVI. 41 of Scipio Africanus Minor Sallust Cat. 5 of Catiline Polybius 9. 22-26, important. Bitterly as the Romans hated, reviled, and persecuted Carthage, the most deadly poison of their hatred they poured upon Hannibal, they did not hesitate to blacken his memory by the most revolting accusations. Inni. C11 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. The Siege of Saguntum, 219 BC Angulus muri erat in planirum patentiorum quam ceteris circa valum virgins, adversus eum vinias agira instituit, per quas aries moenibus ad moveri possit. Sed ut locus proculmuro satis aquas agendis vinis foot, ita hauditque quam prosper, 5 post quam ad effectum operis ventum est, coipta succedbat. Et turis ingens imminibut, et muris, ut in suspecto loco, super ceteri magem altitudinus immunitas erat, et juventus delecta, ubi plurimum periculi ac timoris ostendibator, ibi sixma or obsistabant. 10 ac primo missilibus summo vir hostem nec quic quam satis tudum munientibus pati, deant iam non pro moenibus modo et turi tela micere, sed ad irrumpendum entium in stations operac hostium animus erat, quibus tumultuarius certaminibus 15 haudit firm plures sagantinicade bant quam poni. Ut vero Hannibal ipsi, dum rumen caudia subit, adversum femur tragula gravitere ictus sucidit, tanta circa fuga ac trepidatio foot, ut non multum abessit, quin opera ac vinii desererentur. 20 Livy, XXI. 7-2 quam cetera, sc loca, circa equals than the neighboring country. 4-5 ut eta equals lit. As so, i.e. although yet. 6 post quam ventum est equals when they came to attack the wall in earnest. Affectum, verbal noun in us, equals the completion of the work, i.e. the bringing up of the ram Dimsdale. 8 ut in suspecto loco equals as, was natural, in a suspected, i.e. weak, spot capes. 11 to 12 nec quick quam patti equals they allowed those engaged on the works no sort of safety, lit. Not, even, moderate safety d18 adversum femur equals in the front of the thigh. Saguntum, Mervidro equals muri veteris, in Hispania Tarraconensis, about 20 miles s of Valencia, was supposed to have been founded by Greek colonists from Zacynthos, Zante. In 226 BC Rome made an alliance with Saguntum and Hasdrubal was informed of the fact. Hannibal attacked the city ostensibly on the ground of its having molested subject allies of Carthage, but really because he was unwilling to leave a strong city in his rear, and wished to obtain funds. After an 8-month siege and a heroic defense, characteristic of Spanish towns, it was taken by storm 219 BC nec paves hic populus, Massilia, pro libertate sub ira obsessium pono gessit quad mart Saguntum. Lucan, Fars. 349-50. Cf. also Juv Saturday 15. 113-14, and the Siege of Saragossa, 1808 AD c. 12 Second Punic War, 218-202 BCA. The Dream of Hannibal. Hannibalum coelius scribit, cum sepisit Saguntum, visum esse insomnis I of indiorum concilium vocari, quo cum venicit, I of imperis ut Italii bellum inferit, ducemque I unum e concilio datum, quo illum utentum cum exercitu progredi 5 copus, tum ei docem illum precipice ne respiceret, illum autumn id diodius facere non potuus elatum cupiditate respixis, tum visam belvam vastum et imminum, circumplicatum serpentibus, quacinc inciderit, omnia arbusta, virgulta, tecta 10. Pervertir. Cicero, De Divinatione, I-24, 49. 1 Coelius, i.e. L. Coelius Antipater, a contemporary of C. Gracchus 123 BC, wrote Annals, which contained a valuable account of the Second Punic War. Livy borrows largely from his narrative. 7 Id non potuus. Cf. Livy temperare oculis ne quibus equals he could not restrain his eyes. 8 Cupiditate equals from curiosity. Cf. Livy cura ingenii humani equals with the natural curiosity of the human mind. 8 to 11 Visam belvam pervertir equals he thought he saw a monster overthrowing. B. The interpretation vastitatum esse Italii. 200 Hoc trepidus monstro ardua qui sit, Cidator, pestis, Tarasque urgentia membra quo ferat et cos nam populos deposcat hiatu. Cui gelidis almi salines editus antris, bella vides optata tibi, te maxima bella, 205 te strege nemerum, te moto turbidus aelo tempestas, sedesque virum, magna ruini ethii generis, lacrimosac fata si quantur. Quantus per campos populatis montibus actus conterque silvis squalanti tergor serpens, 210 et late humectat terras spumanti veneno, tantus, perdamitus decurrens alpibus atro involves bello Italium, tantoque fragari erudita convulsus pros turns opida muris. Silius Italicus, 3. 198 to 213 202 Hiatu equals with its wide open mouth. 203 Selines, i.e. Mt Selene, Xeria, the highest point in the Peloponnesus, on the borders of Arcadia and Achaia, where Hermes is said to have been born, hence styled Selenius. 209 Tergor equals Tergo. Poet. And post-Augustan. Parallel passage. Livy XXI. 22, and cf. Polybius 3. 47 c. 13 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. From the Pyrenees to the Rhone. Passage of the Elephants. Elephant orum traescenderum varia consilia fuis credo, cert variat memoria acti rei. Ceterum magis constat ratibus tre ictos esse elephantos. Radum unam ducentos longum pedes quinquagintalat amatera in amum porexerunt, quam, anni 5 secunda aqua deferitur, pluribus valides retinacules part superioripi religatam pontes in magum humo injecta constriverunt, ut belui aut actor velut per solum ingriderentur. Alterithes e glotta, longa pedes centum, ad traescendum flumen apta, 10, hic copulata estate, tum elephanti per stabulum radum tomcum viam pregredientibus feminis acti ubi in minorum applicatam transgressi sunt, extemplo resolutus, quibus levitur annexa erat, vinculis ab actuarius aliquot navibus ad alteram repam pertraheater. Ita 15 primus expositus alii and repetiti ac tre icti sunt. Nihil sane trepidabant, dunac continenti velut ponte agirantur, primus erat paver, cum saluta obcaterus rate in altum reparentur. Ibi urgens inter se sedentibus extremis ab aqua trepidationis aliquantum 20 ed bont, dunac quietum ipsiti more circumspectantibus aquam facicit. Excitera entium cvians quidem in flumen, sed pondera ipsos stabilis de ictus rectoribus quaerendis peditomptum vadis interim evasera. 25 Livy, XXI. 28 2 Variat rei equals the accounts of what was done differ Dimsdale. 7 Part superior pontes equals fastened to the upper part of the bank, i.e. to the bank at a point higher upstream. D9 per solum equals on firm ground. 14 Ob actuarius equals by some light craft, lit. Easily moved, ago. 17 to 18 Dunac agirantur equals so long as they were being driven on what seemed a bridge connected with the land. C and B agibantur would be more usual, but agirantur may give the reason of nihil trepidabant. Cf. Dunac facicit LL 21 to 22. 19 In altum equals into midstream, usually of the CD inter se equals one on another, alii alios. 24 Quaerendis peditomptum vadis equals feeling their way into shallow water. Peditomptum equals step by step, lit. Stretching out the feet, pes plus tendo. Cf. Polydim, sensim. Reference. Polybius, 3. 46 Both Polybius and Livy thought that elephants could not swim. C14 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. From the Rhone to Italy. Hannibal encourages his soldiers. Itac Hannibal, post quam ipsa sententius detide perjuri ierat Catalium Peter, advocata cont Ioni veri militum versat animos castigando ad hortandoque, mirari esse, quinam pectora semper impaviteripens terror invaserit. Alpes quidem habitari, coli, 5 Gignera et calera animantes, pervius fosses esse exercitibus. Eos ipsos, quos cernant, legatos non pines sublime elatos Alpes transgressos. Ne mires quidem eorum indigenas, sed ad Venus Italii cult ors has ipsas Alpes ingentibus epi agmanibus cum 10 liberis ac coniagibus migrantium modo tutto transmisus. Militi quidem armato nihil sicum praetor instrumenta belli port antiquid inviam aut inexsuperabile esse? Sagentum ut caperitur, quid per octo mensis periculi, quid laboris exhaustum esse? 15 Romum, capit orbis terrarum, potentibus quicquam addio asperamit arduum videri, quod in septem morter? Sepus quandam gallos ea, qui adiri posse ponus desperet. Proinda aut seed rent animo et virtut genti per eos dies totiens ab se victi, 20 aut itineris finum sprint campum interior centum tiberi ac moenibus Romanes. Livy, XXI. 32-3 Very versat equals works on their minds by different methods, i.e. castigando ad hortando dimsdale. 4-5 Rapin's terror. Livy says that HS soldiers dreaded the Romans, victorious in the First Punic War, but still more the exaggerated and unknown terrors of the Alps. 7 Eos ipsos legatos, i.e. of the boy, in Subrian Gauls, long settled in Gallia Cisalpina, round Mediolanum equals Milan. 9 Advenas Italiae cultors equals foreign settlers in Italy. Advenas equals adjective here d11 Migrantium modo equals as immigrants. 16 Romum capit orbis. A rhetorical exaggeration, for Rome was not yet mistress even of all Italy, e.g. the boy not subdued until 191 BC. 18 Cepus Gallus. The Gauls sacked Rome 390 BC 20 Genti Victi, e.g. at the passage of the Rhone. 21 Campum, i.e. the Campus Martius, NW of Rome, where the Tiber makes a wide curve. For the thought CFP 116, LL 7, 8. The speeches of Livy. He does not intend in them to reproduce the substance of words actually spoken, or even to imitate the tone of the time in which the speech is laid. He uses them as a vivid and dramatic method of portraying character and motive. Macale. C15 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. From the Rhone to Italy. The descent of the Alps. Natura locus iam ante precepts recenti lapsuteri in pedum millad magem altitudinem abruptus erat. Tandem nequiquam I amentis et commonibus fatigatus castra in iugo passita, egerim ad id ipsum loco purgito, tantum nivis fodiendum et qui vigerendum fud. Ind ad rupem muniendum, per quam unam via esse poderat, milites ducti, cum sedendum esset saxum, arboribus circa immanibus de ictus de truncatus struem ingentum lignarum facient, inc. Cum etivus venti apta faciendo ignatenco orda esset, succendunt ardenchaci saxa infuso aceto putrefacient. Ita toradam incendio rupem ferro pandunt, molliunt and fractibus modicis clivos, ut non I amenta solum sed elephanti entium deduci possent. Quadraduum circa rupem consumptum 15 I amentis proc fame absumptus, nuda enem fircacuminis sunt, et. Si quid est pabuli, obruunt nivs? Inferior valas apricos quasdam coles habent rivus prop silvas et iam humano culta digniora loca. Ibii amenta in pabulum missa, et quis 20 muniendo fessus hominibus data. Trigo ind ad planum descensum iam et locis molli oribus et acalarum ingenius. Livy, XXI. 36, 37. Context. At a short distance from the summit of the pass, prob the Little Saint Bernard, Hannibal finds his passage barred by a break in the road, caused by a landslip or avalanche. 2-3 In pedum abruptus erat. Polybius says that the precipice at the side of the road, leaving only a narrow ledge, extended for about 1,000 feet in length. Livy in mistake converts this into 1,000 feet in depth. 3-4 Tandem fatigatus, i.e. after HS attempt to pass by a sideway over a glacier failed. 4 In iugo, i.e. on the higher level where the road was broken away. 6 Ad rupem muniendum equals to cut a way through the rock. Munire, cf. moenia, equals lit. To wall, to build. So munire viam equals to make a road. Hannibal widened the narrow ledge of road by making a sort of terrace. 9 Detruncatus equals trimmed, lit. Lopped off, i.e. cleared of branches. 11-12 Infuso aceto. Limestone rock might be softened by vinegar, which the Posca, the soldiers' regular drink of vinegar and water, would supply. Polybius does not mention this. 13 to 14 Molly und Clivos equals relieve the steepness of the descent by gently sloping zigzag paths and fractus, from MB plus Frango. References. Polybius, 3. 54 to 56, INI, I 171 to 179. C16 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BCA. The battle at the Artrebia, 218 BC Hannibal, cum ad Trebium in conspectu habere semproni longi consulis castra, medio amn interfluent, sivissima hyame maginem et electos in insidious posuit. Deend numitas equits ad eliciendum semproni credulitatem adequitere volo eius 5 ius quibus precipirat, ut ad primum nostrorum incursum per nota refugerent veda. Hos consul et adortus temera et secutus iunum exercitum in maximo frigori transitu fluminis rigfsit, mox torpore et inedia ad fectis Hannibal suum militum ten opos sud, quem ad id ignibus olioc et sibo foverat, nec defut partibus mago, quinterga hostium in hoc ordinata siderat. Front enus, strategmata, 2. 523. 1 ad Trebium, a small tributary s of the Padus, which it joins 2 miles w of Placentia, Piacenza. 2 Castra. Ti. Sempronius Longus, with his army from Sicily, effected a junction with his colleague, Scipio, in his fortified camp on the W or left bank of the Trebia. 8 to 9 Iunum rigfsit, i.e. Sempronius made stiff, rigfsit, with wading breast high across the icy river his men faint with hunger, Iunum. 11 Olioc, i.e. ut molirant artis equals to make their limbs supple. 12 to 13 Nec defut siderat. The Romans kept their ground with the utmost courage till Mago burst out from his ambush and attacked them in rear. B. The river bars the retreat. 570 Etiam, dispersus Romana per agmina sinus, palens agit, ad ripas, miserabile. Ponus impel lens trepidos, flavioque emergere certat. Tum trebia in fausto nova proilia gurgite fesses incahat, ac precibus iunones suscitat undus. 575 Horit subs idens fugientum corpora tellus, infidox soli frustrata origin sorbit. Nec nidi lentoque dater convelera limo mersa pedum penitus vestigia, labtina si harent devincti gresses, resolutac ripa 580 implicate ut sica prosterned fraude palliates. Silius Italicus, 4. 570 to 580 574 Precibus undus. The poet, in his imitation of Virgil, makes Juno the devoted ally of Hannibal. 576 Soli frustrata equals prevented from reaching firm ground. 577 Lento equals sticky. 579 Resoluta equals crumbling. References. Livy, XXI. 52 to 56, INI, 2. 187 to 191 C17 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The Battle of Lake Trasimene, 217 BC, 1, Flaminius cum pretty solis acasu ad lacum pervenicit, in explorato postero die vixtum satiscertalus angustes superthes, post quam in patenci orum campum pundi agmen copit, id tantum hostium, quod ex adverso erat, conspexit, obtergo ac super 5 capit hodit asterisk detecti insidii. Ponus ubi, id quad petierat, clausum lacu ac montibus et circumfusum sui copius habit hostem, signum omnibus dat simul invadendi. Qui ubi, quaquique proximum fut, decurrunt, eo magis Romanis subita et comprovisat ten residential foot quad orta ex lacu nebula campo quam montibus densier saterat, agminici hostium ex pluribus colibus ipsa inter se satis conspecta eoc magis pariter decurrunt. Romanus clamori prius undic orto, quam satis cerneret, se circumventum 15 se sensit, et anti in frontum laterac pugneri coiptum est, quam satis instruere ter aces aut expediere arma stringic gladii possent. Consul perculses omnibus ipsi satis, ut in retrepida, impavigus turbatos ordens, vert ent se quoque ad disonos 20 clamors, instruit, ut tempus locusc patitor, et, quacinc adire audire potest, ad hortator ac stare ac pugnare iubet. 25 Livy, XXII. 4, 5. Asterisk various lecture dispara. For this qualifying use of UTCFP 42, 3. B, and P83 line 1. 1 Flaminius, Gaius, the chief of the popular party at Rome. Consul 223 BC, conquered the Insubrian Gauls, censor 220 BC connected Pnum with Rome by the Via Flaminia. Consul, a second time, 217 BC, defeated and killed at Trasimene. 2 In explorato equals without reconnoitring. This word expresses the whole blame attaching to Flaminius, and it is great. Dimsdale. 4 Pundi, equals se Pandora, equals to deploy. 13 Ipsa conspecta equals were sufficiently visible to each other. 15 Prius quam satis cerneret equals before he could clearly distinguish anything. D19 ut in retrepida equals considering the confusion of the moment. D. The scene of the battle. At the end of the lake the mountains of Cortona come right down to the lake, but a little further the pass expands and forms between the mountains and the lake a narrow plain from 1/2 to 1½ miles in width and about 4 miles in length. At the end of the plain the mountains again close down upon the lake. Here Hannibal encamped with his Africans and Spaniards, posted his light armed troops behind the crests of the hills which bounded the plain on the N, and his cavalry at the entrance to the pass on the W to cut off the Roman retreat. C18 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The Battle of Lake Trasimene, 217 BC, 2, Ceterum praestrepito ac tumultu nec concilium nec imperium accipi poterat, tantum cabarat, utsua signa et ordens et locum niscerent, utvix ad arma capienda aptandac pugni competirit animus, a premirantur quidem venerati magis iis 5 quam tecti. Et erat in tanta colligini mire usus aureum quam oculorum. Ad gemitus vulneratorum ictus corporum aut armorum et mixtos strepentium asterisk paventium qui clamors circumferbant ora oculosque. Alii fugiens pugnantium globo illiti ten harabant, alios redunts in pugnama vertebat fugientium agmen. Deant, ubi in omnes partes nequequam impetus capti, et ab lateribus montes ac lacus, affront et ab tergo hostium aces claudbant, apparut nullam nisi in dextera ferici salutis 15 spem esse, tum sibi quisque dux ad hortator factus ad rem gerundum et nova de integro exorta pugna est, non illa ordinata per principes hastados kc triarios, nec ut pro sinus antesignani, post signa alia pugnarit aces, fers conglobabit et animus suis 20 quique anti aut post pugnandi ordinem dabit. Tantusque foot ardor animorum, addio intentus pugni animus, ut eum modum terri, qui multarum urbium Italii magnus partes prostravit, nemo pugnantium censorit. 25 Livy, XXII. 5 Various lecture terentium equals of those causing fear. 4 ad arma capienda aptandac equals to seize and put on for the battle their arms Dimsdale. 5 Wanarati, i.e. most were cut down in their full marching equipment. 8 to 9 Mixtos clamors equals the mingled shouts of noisy triumph, strepentium, or dismay. 10 Pugnantium harabant equals rushed upon a knot, globo, of combatants, and became entangled with it Jeb. 14 Affront, i.e. by Hannibal's African and Spanish infantry. Obturgo, i.e. by Hannibal's cavalry and the Gauls. 18 to 19 Non illa triarios equals not in that well-known, illa, mode of fighting, sc pugna, arranged according to. Livy refers to the old mode of formation, said to have been introduced by Camillus, of ihastity, of young men, 2. Principes, of men at their prime, 3. Triarii, of middle-aged men. References, Polybius, 3. 82 to 84, Inni, Histoire Vol, I pages 204 to 10. C19 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The Battle of Lake Trasimene, 217 BC, 3, the death of Flaminius. Dunc ea commemoradensos obit obvious hosts, 645 ad volat ora feris mentemp ducarius. Acri nomen erat gentile viro, fusis catervis boiorum quandam patrias, antiqua gerabat vulnera barbarici mentis, nascensk superbi victoris vultuas, tun, inquit, maximus il 650 boiorum terror, libet hoc conosceratello, corporis in tanti mane de vulnera sanguis. Nec vos ponitet, populars, fortibus umbris hoc macter caput, nostros hic curibus egit insistens victos alta ad capitalia patra. 655 Ultrix ora vocet. Parator tunc undic fusus obruder tellus, nimboc ment per oras contectus nulli dextra iacter relicit flaminium societis sua. Nec pugna perempto ulterior ductari foot, namc agmine denso 660 prim ors iuvinum, laeva ob discrimina martis infansi superis dextrisque, et cernera ponum victorum plus mordrithi, super osseus omnes member dusus stratos artis cert amine magno telac corporac et non fausto mart cruenta 665 in Jacara manus. Sic densi sedis acervo su tumulo, texera virum. Silius Italicus, v 644 to 666. 644 Dumb hosts, i.e. after Flaminius' vain attempt to rally and form his men, and his consequent resolve to atone for his fault, in explorato *Angus T. Superthes, with his life. 645 Ducarius Livy, an Insubrian, Lombard, trooper. 651 Manae equals Wolflow. Cf. Emanate. 652 Populars equals fellow countrymen, but of Romans usually cives. 658 to 666 Livy says more simply he, Ducarius, was trying to despoil the corpse, when some veterans screened it with their shields. 660 Laeva equals unfavorable, lit. On the left side. Cf. Sinister. Asterisk CP 124, L2, note. Parallel passages Livy, XXII. 6, Polyb. 384. Character of Flaminius. The party feelings which have so colored the language of the ancient writers, e.g. Livy, Polybius, respecting him need not be shared by a modern historian. Flaminius was indeed an unequal antagonist to Hannibal, but, in his previous life, as consul and as censor, he had served his country well, and if the defile of Trasimene witnessed his rashness, it also contains his honorable grave. Arnold, Histoire Rome, 3. 110 c. 22nd Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Quintus Fabius Maximus Cunctator. Ego Q maximum, eum qui Tarentum recipit, senum adolescens ita dilexi, ut equalem. Erat enim in illo viro comitate condita gravitas, nec senectus mores mutae verat. Hic et belligerabat ut adolescens, cum plane grandis esset, et Hannibalum 5 iuveniliter exsultantum patientia sua mollibat, de quo preclare familiaris noster ennius, unus homo nobis cunctando restituit ram, no enum rumors ponbat anti salutum, ten ergo plusque magisque viri nunc gloria clarad. Nec vero in armis prestantier quam in toga, qui consul iterum, sp Carvalio collega quis sente, si Flaminio tribuno plebis, quod potuit, restituit agrum pientum et gallicum viridum contra senatus octoritatum dividenti. Multa in eo viro preclara 15 cognovi, sed nihil admirabilius quam quo modo il mortem fili tulit, clari viri et consularis. Est in manibus laudatio, quam eum legimus, quem philosophum non contemnimus. Nec vero il in Luce modoit in oculis civium magnus, sed intus 20 domique prestantier. Cicero, de Senectude, 10-12. 1 Ego, iem Porcius Cato, the famous censor of 184 BC eum qui Tarentum recipit. Tarentum was betrayed to Hannibal 212 BC and recovered by Fabius 209 BC. 2-3 Erat gravitas equals that hero possessed dignity tempered by courtesy. JSR condita, condio, equals lit. Seasoned. 5 Grandis, sc natu. He was consul for a first time in 233 BC. 6 iuveniliter. Hannibal was 29 when he crossed the Alps. Exsultantum equals wildly roaming, of a horse galloping at will. 7 Noster Ennius, circ 239 to 169 BC, famous aspect for his annals in hexameter verse. He was the first Latin writer to use this meter. 9 No enum, ne plus oinum equals not one thing, equals none. Cf nihil equals ne plus hilum equals not a whit, nothing. 12-14 Flaminius, when tribune 232 BC, by a vote of the comitia tributa, i.e. by a plebiscitum, and against the expressed wish of the Senate, contra senatus octoritatum, carried an agrarian law for the division of public land in punum amongst Roman citizens. 18 Laudatio, sc Funebris, the funeral speech. 19-20 in Luce civium equals in public and under the gaze of his fellow countrymen. JSR references. Polybius, 3. 89, 90, Livy, XXII. 12, Plutarch, Fabius, 6. C21 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. Fabius and his master of the horse, 217 BC. Ita pervarium fortunum diima or part exacta cum in castra redidum esset, minucius convocatus militibus sipi ego inquit audivi, milites, eum primum esse virum, qui ipsi consulat, quid in rem sit, secundum eum, qui bene monanti abo ediat, qui 5 nec ipsi consulara nec alteri pareri siat, eum extremi ingenii esse. Nobis quanium prima animae ingeniac negata sors est, secundam ac medium teniamus et, dum imperare discimus, pareri prudenti in animum inducamus. Castra cum Fabio iungamus, ad praetorium 10 eis signa cum tulier imus, ubi ego eum parentum appellavero, quod beneficio erga nos ac maestate eis dignum est, vos, milites, eos, quorum vos modo arma ac dexteri texerunt, patronos salutabitus, et, si nihil aliad, Grat orum cert nobis 15 animorum gloriam dies hic didrit. Signo dato conclamator int, ut colligant tervesa. Perfecti et agmine instantes ad dictatores castra in admirationem et ipsum et omnes, qui circa erant, converterunt. 20 Livy, XXII. 29, 30. Context. Fabius' policy of masterly inactivity had become so unpopular at Rome that the command of the army was divided between Fabius and Minucius, who risked a battle, and was only saved from a destruction as complete as that of the Trebia by the timely aid of Fabius. Minucius publicly and fully atones for his rashness. 4 Consulat equals can give counsel so consulere L6. 6 to 7 Extremi ingenia equals has the meanest capacity. General of quality. 7 to 8 Primusors est equals the highest rank in the scale of spirit and intellect Dimsdale. 14 Patronos equals as the authors of your freedom. Patronus equals legal title used by a freed slave, libertus, of his former master. The soldiers of Minucius are to think of themselves as liberti, owing their freedom to those of Fabius, who are thus their patroni. 17 Ut colligant tervesa, i.e. impedimenta. Cf. signa movere. Fabius cunctator. Fabius had to create a new army, to accustom it to war, and to inspire it with courage. He did this skillfully and persistently, and thus he rendered the most essential service that any general could at that time render to the state. It was probably at this time that the Senate voted him a crown of grass, corona graminia, the highest distinction which was awarded to a general who had saved a besieged town. Inni. C-22 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC Cani, 218 BC, 1, the destruction of the Roman infantry. Sub equestris finum cert homines coorta est petitum pugna, primo et viribus et animis par, dum constabant ordens Gallis Hispanisc, tandem Romani, diuaccp conaci, obliqua front asic densa impelare hostium cunium nimis tenuem eoc parum 5 validum etc. prominentum ac. Impulsus ac trepid referentibus pedum institera ac teneri uno per precepts paveri fugientium agmen in medium primum asium illiti, post remo nullo resistent ad subsidia afferum pervenerunt, qui utrum reductis 10 alis constiterant media, qua Galli Hispanic stiterant, aliquantum prominent ac. Qui cunius ut pulsus equavit frontum primum, dine sedum duentium sinum in medio dedit, afri circa iam cornua fecerant iruentibus concat in medium Romanis circumdedera 15 alas, mox cornua extend endo clausur et obturgo hostis. In Romani, defuncti nequequam proelio uno, omissus Gallis Hispanisc, quorum turgus cessiderant, adversus afros inte gram pugnominant non tantum eo inequam, quad inclusi adversus 20 circumfusos, sed entium quad feci cum recentibus ac vegetis pugnabant. Livy, XXII. 47 1 Sub cert homines, i.e. at the close of, sub, the first stage in the battle, in which the Roman cavalry were defeated. 2 to 3 Constabant. Hispanisc. These formed Hannibal's center, the convex of his semicircular formation of his infantry, with the African troops on the horns of the semicircle to the right and left, but at some distance behind. 4 Obliqua front, per equals concave, so as to surround the projecting part of the enemy's line, etc. prominentum ac. 5 Cunium, here equals the convex formation of the Gauls and Spaniards. 8 to 9 In medium asium equals the center of the line, i.e. of the Gauls and Spaniards, who were intended to engage with the Romans first. 10 Subsidia equals reserves, i.e. the Africans, on the right and left. 14 to 16 Afri circa alas. Hannibal's formation is now a reversed asterisk. The horns, cornua, of the semicircle, the Africans, are now advanced, and outflanked, circumdedera olas, the Romans, who rushed heedlessly into the intervening space, in medium, i.e. the concave part of HS line formed by the retirement of the Gauls and Spaniards. 21-22 Recentibus AC vegetis equals fresh in body and mind. Asterisk i.e. the Africans now formed the horns of a crescent in relation to their center, while it formed the concave part of the crescent. D. Results of the battle. Hannibal becomes master of Magna Graecia, and the Romans lose, including 23,000 taken prisoners, about 70,000 men. C-23 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. Cani, 216 BC, 2, Paulus Animi Magni Prodigus. Cn lentulus tribunus militum cum pretervenes equo sedentum in saxo cruor apultum consulum vidicit, L. Emili inquit, quem unum incentum culpae clades hodi erni dei respicere debent, cape hunc equum, dum et tibi virium alicid superest, 5 et comes ego te tolera possum ac protegira. Ne funstam hanc pugnam mort consulis ficerus, entium sine hoc lacrimarum satis luctusque est. Ad ea consul, tu quidem, cn Corneli, mact virtut esto, sed cave frustra mis rando exiguum tempus e ten manibus hostium evadendi absumus. Abi, nuncia publis patribus, urbum Romatam muniant ac, prius quam victor hostis advenit, praesidius ferment, privatum q Fabio L. Emilium preceptorum eius memorum et vixus ad hoc et mori. Memet in hac 15 strage militum meorum patera expirare, neaut reus iterum e consulatus aut accusator o ligi existum, ut alieno crimine innocentium meme prodigam. Hec eos agents prius turbo fugientium civium, deant hosts oppressora, consulum ignorance, 20 keys esset, obruere tellus, lentulum inter tumultum eripuit equus. Tum undic ifus fugiant. Livy, XXII. 49 1 Pretervenes equo equals riding by. Pretervihor used here as a deponent dimsdale. 2 Apultum, equals perfusum, equals covered, lit filled up, or drenched. 4 Respicera equals to look on with favor. D9 Mact virtut esto equals lit. Go on and prosper in your courage. Mactus equals imagis plus octus equals increased, glorified, or more. Prob2 equals old predic. Of obsolete mago, equals agio, from square root mu alpha kappa, e.g. in mu kappa alpha rho. Vocative used as nominative. 14 Preceptorum. His self-sacrifice was not in vain. The tactics of Fabius were again adopted after his death. 15 Et vixus ad hoc et mori equals died as he had ever lived. D17 Reus iterum e consulatu equals a second time to stand on my defense in consequence of my consulship, i.e. on a charge that grew out of his acts as consul, 219 BC, with M. Livius Salinator of misappropriation of the spoils at the close of the Illyrian War. 18-19 Ut Prodigam. The two consuls had the chief command of the army on alternate days. Varro was in command at Cannae. The overthrow of Cannae was so complete that every other nation but the Romans would have given up the idea of further resistance. Inni. C-24 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. Cannae, 216 BC, 3. Amaharbal urges Hannibal to march on Rome. Hannibali victori cum cateri circumfusi gratularienter suaderant, ut tanto perfunctus bello dii quad reliquum esset noctis consequentis quietum et ipsi sibi sumirat et fessus darat militibus, Maharbal prefectus equitum, minime sessendum ratus, imo 5 ut, quid hac pugna sit actum, sias, di quinto inquit victor in Capitolio epilaboris. Sequera, cum equite, ut prius Venus quam venturum sciant, presidam. Hannibali nemis laeta residential est visum erqui quam utaim statum capere animo possit. Itac voluntatem ten se laudarem harbalus 8, ad concilium pensandum temporis opus esse. Tum maharbal, non omnia nemirum idem diditera, vincerus size, Hannibal, Victoria uti nessus. Mora eius die satis creditor saluti fuis urbiat comperio. 15 Livy, XXII. 51 2-4 die sumirat equals he should take what remained of that day and the following night for rest church and broadrib. 8 Venice, SCTE, suggested by Sequera Dimsdale. 9 Res equals the idea, i.e. of such a rapid termination to the war d Hannibal was too far off, 11 days' march, to take Rome by storm. Its population contained as many soldiers as his army, and the city was strongly fortified by its situation and by art. B. Scipio forbids the nobles to abandon Italy. Post canonsum clatum perculses ita Roman aurum animis, ut pars magna reliquit aurum nobilissimis octoribus deserendi Italii in irat concilium, P. Scipio adolescens ad magem impetu facto, in eo ipso in quo talia agitabantur coitu pronuntiavit manu se 20 sua interfecturum, nisi qui irisit non se sibi mentum destituendi rei publici, cum ipsi se primus religioni tali obligasit, stricto gladio mortem uni ex proximis minitus, nisi ex cyperit sacramentum, illum metu, ceteros entium exemplo cogit. Ad irandum. 25 Front Enus, Strat. 47. 39 18 P. Scipio adolescens, i.e. Corn. Scipio africans mire, fatalis dux huius belli, the predestined champion in this war. Parallel passage. Livy, XXII. 53, and cf. Livy, v 50-55, where Camillus dissuades the commons from migrating to Veii. C. 25 Second Punic War, 218-202 BCA Rome's heroes. Regulum et scoros animic magni prodigum paulum super antipono gradus insigni referam camina 40 fabriciumque. Hunc et incantus curium capillus iodilum bello tulit et camillum siva paupertas et avitus apto 44 cum lar fundus. Crescita culto velut arbor evo fama Marcelli, micat inter omnes iulium sidus velut inter ignes 48 luna minors. Horace, Odes, I-12. 37-48 37 Scoros asterisk, equals scorum, equals such men as Scorus. Censor, 100 BC 40 Fabricium, who despised the bribes of Pyrrhus. Censor 275 BC. CP 101, Fabricius the Just. 43-44 Apto cum lar equals with homestead to Machgau. Asterisk cf. in French, Les Virgils. B. The dream of Propertius. Visus iram mali recubans helicones in umbra, bellerifante qua flut umber equi, regis, alba, tuas et regum factitorum, for tantum operis, nervus hissera possi mais, parvoctam magnus ad moram fondibus ora, unde pater sciens ennius antibibit, et Sicini curios fratra et Horatia Pila, 8 Regici Emilia vecta tropia Victricesc moras Fabii pugnam sinistrum canonsum et versos ad pia vota deos, Hannibalem claris romanus sed fugans, 12 Ansarus et tutum voci fuis iavem. Propertius, 3. 4, 3. 2, 1-12. Subject Propertius had tremblingly touched the mighty fount with his lips, L5 he dreamed that he essayed, in consequence, to follow the example of Ennius II, i.e. the spring of Pyrene near Corinth, where Pegasus was caught by Bellerophon. Its waters possessed inspiring properties. 4 nervous mice equals that I had strength to gasp forth Ramsay. 7 curios equals curiatios. Horatia Pilot, see pages 67 to 68. 8 Emilia, i.e. of L. Emilius Paulus, son of the hero of Cannae, Victor Epidna 168 BC over Perseus of Macedon. 10 Versos Deos, i.e. the solemn ordinances decreed by Fabius, dictator after Trasimene, to which the gods turned a ready ear, Versos. 12 Puis, dependent on Sicini L7. I of M, i.e. I of Es Capitolini Templum. CP 84. C26 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The Revolt of Capua, 216 to 211 BC. 1. A Capua aspires to rival Rome. Altera iam teriter bellis civilibus etas, sui et ipsa Roma viribus rut. Quam nec fini timi valurunt perdir Marsae, for Manassus aut Etrusca porcini manus, emula nec virtus Capui nec Spartacus acer novus rebus infidelis alabrox, nec ferus cerulia domuit Germania pubate parentibus abominatus Hannibal, impia pert emus devoti sanguinis etas, ferus grarsus occupabiter solum. Horace, Epod. 16 1-10. 5 Emula virtus Capui. In 216 BC Capua was, after Rome, the richest and most powerful city in Italy. As the result of Cannae she aspired to dominion over Italy. Spartacus Acer, leader of the Servile War, 73 to 71 BC 6 Novus Rebus Infidelis equals faithless to revolution, because they assisted in betraying Catiline's plot 63b. See Wickham. 9 Impia etas equals we an impious generation whose blood is foredoomed, i.e. there is a curse on us, shall destroy, Rome. B. Decius Magius defies Hannibal. Egressus curia Hannibal in templo magistratuum cons edit, comprehendic decium magium et antipetes destitutum causam dicere iasi. Qui cum monenta ferocia animi negeret leg feederis id cagi posse, tum injecti catini, dosic anti lictorum 15 in castra estate iasues. Quod capit apertu est ductus, contienabundus incessit ad circumfusam undic multitudinem vociferans, habitus libertatem, campani, quam pedestus, foro medio, Luce clara, videntibus vobis nulli campanorum secundus vinctus ad mortem 20 rapier. Quid violentius capta Capua fierat? Id obvium Hannibali, exernate urbum diem ventus eius consecrate, ut hunc triumphum de Silvestro spectetis. Livy, XXIII. 10 Context. After the revolt of Capua, when Hannibal made a public entry into the city, the whole population, with the exception of Decius Magius and his son, poured out to meet him. 11 In templo magistratuum equals on the magistrate's bench, or tribunal. 12 Decium Magium, one of the few Capuan nobles faithful to Rome. 14-15 Negeret posse equals urged that by the terms of the treaty, i.e. between the Capuans and this could not be insisted on Church and Brodrib. C. 27 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. The Revolt of Capua, 216-211 BC, 2, A. Capua, it is said, became Hannibal's Cannae. Cum victoria Hannibal possit uti, frui malut relictac Roma campanium Tarentum perigur, ubimox et ipsi et exercitus ardor elonguit adio ut vir dictum sit Capuum Hannibali canis fuis. Si quidem invitam alpibus, indemitum armis campanicis 5 crederet, soles et tepentes fondibus bea subigerant. Florus, 2. 621-22. 2 Campanium Tarentum, once the two most fertile districts in Italy. 4 Capuum fuis. Inni says, whatever may have been the pleasures and indulgences of Hannibal's troops in Capua, their military qualities cannot have suffered by them, as the subsequent history of the war sufficiently demonstrates. 7 to 8 Tepentes Fontibusbea, on a small bay west of Naples and opposite Puteoli, abounded in warm mineral springs. B. The punishment of rebel Capua, 211 BC ad Septuaginta Principis Senatus Interfecti, Trecenti firm nobles campani in carcerum conditi, alii per sociorum Latini nominis urbes in custodias 10 datae various cassibus interierunt, multitudo alia civium campanorum venum data. De urbi agroc reliqua consultatio fut, quibus dam delendum sensentibus urbum prevalidam, propinquam, inimicam. Ceterum praesens utilitas visit, nam proter agrum, quem 15 omni fertilitate terri satis constabat primum in Italia esse, urb servita est, ut esset aliqua oratorum seds. Urbi frequentandi multitudo incularum libertinorum et institurum epificum gretanta, ager omnes et tecta publica populi Romani facta. 20 Livy, XXVI. 1610 Sociorum Latini nominis equals Sociorum AC Latini nominis, which includes all the Italian allies. The Nomen Latinum were the members of the Old Latin League whose rights were reduced in 338 BC after the Latin War. Rollins. 13 Delendum. Cf. Cato's Delenda est Carthagio. 15 to 17 Agrum in Italia esse. Cf. Berg. George. 224 to 5. Such is the tilth of wealthy Capua and the coast that borders the Vesuvian ridge. Macale. 18 Frequentandi equals for the purpose of peopling. 19 Institutorum equals peddlers or dealers. CFR commercial travelers. 20 Publica facta equals confiscated. This ager publicus was leased by the censors to farmers, oratories, who paid rent, vectigal, for it. RC 28 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC Marcellus et Nola, 216 BC ad tres portus in hosts versus Marcellus tripartito exercitum instruxit. Ita instructi intra porta stabant. Hannibali sub sinus, id quad per aliquot dies fecerat, ad multum dii in ac stanti primo miraculo esse, quod nec exercitus Romanus 5 porta egrederitur nec armatus quis quam in muris assent. Ratus deend, prodita colloquia esse, metuc resides factos, partum militum in castra remitted iazos propera apparatum amum appugnandi urbis in primam asium affair, satisfidens, si cunctantibus 10 instaurit, tumultum aliciem in urbi plebum moturum. Dum in sua quisque ministeria discursa trepidat ad prima signa succedaque ad muros aces, pate facta repent porta Marcella signa cana reclamarum toli ac pedites primum, deend equits, quanto 15 maximo passant impetu, in hostem irrumpere iubet. Satis ter oris tumultusque in asium medium inchulerant, cum duoba circa portus p Valerius Flaccus etc Aurelius in cornua hostium eripara. Ingens Victoria eo di residential ac netio and maxima illo bellogusta 20 est, non vinci enim ob Hannibal tunc difficilius fut quam postia vincera. Livy, XXIII. 16 Context. The plebs in Nola, as in Capua, was in favor of joining Hannibal, and it was with difficulty that the nobles, who here, as elsewhere, favored Rome, delayed the decision, thus gaining time to inform Marcellus, who was then stationed at Cassilinum, of the danger of a revolt. Marcellus immediately hastened to Nola, and occupied the town with a strong garrison. 3 to 5 Hannibali primo miraculo esse equals Hannibal, who had his troops under arms till a late hour, was first of all astonished that church and Brodrib. 7 Colloquia esse, i.e. his communications, colloquia, with the Carthaginian party in Nola. 8 Resides equals inactive, lit. That remains sitting, re plus setio. 10 Si cunctantibus instaret equals if he met hesitation with prompt action church and Brodrib. Lit. If he pressed upon those hesitating. 12 In sua ministeria equals to their several posts. 19 to 21 Ingenskista est equals a great victory, the greatest, perhaps throughout the war, was achieved that day. Nola, an important town in Campania, se of Capua. It remained faithful to the Romans, even after Cannae, when the other Campanian towns revolted to Hannibal. Marcellus at Nola. It was the merit of Marcellus that he saved Nola from being taken. Inni. C-29 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC Cicero's description of Syracuse. Urbum Syracusis maximum esse Graecarum urbium pulcherrimam omnium sipi audistes, est, indices, ita, ut dicitur, nam et situ est cum munito, tum ex omni additu vel terra vel mari preclaro ad aspectum, et porcis habet prop in edificatione 5 aspetuc urbis inclusos, qui cum diversos inter se additus habeant, in exitu coni unguntur et confluant. Eorum coni unction pars opidi, qui appel laudur insula, mari disi uncta angusto, ponte rursum adi ungitur et continitur. Ea tanta est urbs, ut ex ten quatuor urbibus maximis cons ter dicatur, querimuna est ea, quam dixi, insula, qui duobus port ubus cincta, in utrius qui porcis ostium additum proicta est, in qua domus est, qui hierones regis fut, qua praetories uti solent. Altera autumn est urbs 15 Syracusis, cui nomen Acridina est, in qua forum maximum, pulcherrimi porticus, ornatissimum pertinium, amplissima est curia, templum egregium Iavis Olympiae. Tertia est urbs, qui, quod in ea part fortuni fanum antiquum fut, 20 Tica nominata estate in qua et gymnasium amplissimum est et complures aedes sacrae, colaturc ea pars et habitator frequentissimae. Quarta autumn est urbs, qui quia post remico edificata est, Neapolis nominatur, quam ad summum theatrum est maximum. 25 Cicero, in Veram, 2. For 117 to 119. 5 to 6 Prop inclusos, a special feature of Syracuse, because many ancient cities were built at some distance from the sea, with a harbor detached from them, e.g. Ostia, the port of Rome, though sometimes joined by long walls, as at Athens. 7 In exitu equals at their outlet, i.e. the narrow channel between Ortygia, equals insula, and the mainland which connected the two harbors. 9 Disi uncta equals separated from the rest, dis. 12 Insula, i.e. Ortygia, the only part now inhabited. 14 Hierones Regis, king of Syracuse, 270 to 216 BC, distinguished by his military ability and the wise policy of his reign. From 263 BC till his death, the faithful friend and ally of Rome. 16 Acridina, the mainland end of Ortygia. At the time of the famous siege of Syracuse by the Athenians, 415 to 413 BC, the city consisted only of Ortygia and Acridina. 18 Pertinium equals town hall, Pyro upsilon tau alpha nu epsilon omicron nu equals the president's hall. 25 Theatrum estate maximum, capable of holding 25,000 people. Of all the buildings described by Cicero as existing in Neapolis, the theatre alone remains. Reference: Freeman's History of Sicily. c. 32nd Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Engineering skill of Archimedes. Adversus hunc navalum apparatum Archimedes varii magnitudinus tormenta in muriatis posuit. In EAS, qui proculierant, naves saxa ingenti pondera imitabat, propiores levuribus eoc magis crebris but batellis, post remo, ut sui vulnera intacti tela 5 in hostem ingererant, murum ab immo ad summium crebris cubitalibus fir cavus aperuit, per qui cava pars sagittus pars scorpionibus modicis ex occulto pete bant hostem. Qui propius quidam subabant naves, quo interiors ictibus torment orum ascent, in 10 eas tal non super murum eminent feria manus, firmi catini illigata, cum injecta prori esset gravic libramento plumbi recelerit ad solum, suspensa prora navem in puppum statuibat, dine remissa subito velut ex muro cadentum navem cum 15 ingenti trepidationi notera meta undia flagebat, ut, entium si recta residerat, aliquantum aqui acciperit, ita maritima oppugnatio est illusa omnisc spes eo versa. Ut totis viribus terra aggrederenter. Sed ea quoque pars eadem omni apparatu tormentorum instructa 20 erat hierones impensus curaci per multos annos, Archimedes unica arte. Livy, XXIV, 34. 1 Adversus apparatum, i.e. to oppose the elaborate naval attack by Marcellus on the seaward defences of Acradina. 7 Cubitalibus fir cavus equals with holes, fr cavum equals noun, about 1/2 feet square, cubitalibus, cubitum, equals a cubit long. Polybius has a palm long, about 3 inches. This is more probable. 8 Scorpionibus equals crossbows or manuballisti. 10 Quo interiors ascent equals so as to be too close in to be hit by, intertors ictibus, the engines. 10 to 12 in EAS, SC proras, injecta equals on their bows was dropped. 11 Tall none equals from a swing beam, supported at the center of gravity by a strong fixed fulcrum. 12 to 13 Cum, feria manus, gravic ad solum equals lit. When, the grappling iron, swung back, recelerit, to the ground by a heavy weight of lead. This is incorrect, it was not the grappling iron, but the other, inland, end of the lever which was brought down to the ground. Rollins. 15 Remissa, SC feria manus, equals the grappling hook was, then, suddenly let go. 16 Ita undia flagebat equals was dashed with such violence on the disturbed water, undi. Cause of the war. Soon after the death of Hiero in 216 BC, his whole family was murdered, and the supreme power in Syracuse fell into the hands of the two brothers, Hippocrates and Epicides, Hannibal's agents. C. 31 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Marcellus laments over Syracuse. Marcellus ut Moenia ingressus ex superioribus locis urbum omnium firm ilia tempestate pulcherrimam sub ictam oculis vidit, illacrimasi dissiter partem gaudio tanti perpetrati rei, partem vetusta gloria urbis. Athenensium classes demersi et duo 5 ingens exercitus cum duo bus clarissimis dusibus delidia curabant et tot bellicum Carthaginiensibus tanto cum discrimingusta, tot tam opulenti tyranni regsc, praeter ceteros hiero cum recentissimi memoriae rex, tum anti omnia, qui virtus ei fortunaci ten sua dederat, beneficius in populum Romanum insignis. Ea cum universi occurrent animo suberet cogitatio, I am illa momento hori arsura omnia et ad scenaries redidurat, prius quam signa acredi namid moverit, primiti Syracusanos, 15 qui intra praesidia Romana fuerant, ut alicio leni impellerant hosts ad dedendum urbum. Acredina deripiendum aliti data est cum multa irae, multa avaritii fida exempla ederenter, Archimedon memoriae proditum est in tanto tumultu, quantum 20 paver capte urbis in discursitu ripientium militum sire poterat, intentum formis, quas in pulvera descripserat, ab ignaro milite, quis esset, interfectum, igra id Marcellum tullis sepulchri curam habitam, et propinquis entium inquisitis honori presidia qui 25 nomen ac memoriam eius fuis. Livy, XXV. 24, 31. 1 to 2x superioribus locis, i.e. from the heights of Epipoli, which he had taken by a night attack, when the Syracusans were celebrating a 3 days festival of Artemis. 6 Tusibus, e.g. Lamachus, Eurymedon, Demos thence. 7 to 8 Tot Belagista, e.g. at Himera, 480 BC, on the same day as Salamis. 8 to 9 Tot Tam Rijsk, e.g. Gelo, 485 BC, Dionysius the Elder, 406 BC, Hiero II, the friend and ally of Rome, king of Syracuse, 270 to 216 BC. 8 Tyranny, i.e. absolute rulers, despots, with reference rather to the irregular way in which the power was gained, than the way in which it was exercised. 16 Qui fuerent, i.e. Syracusan deserters who kept up communication with the Republican, pro-Roman, party in Syracuse. 22 Formis equals diagrams. 24 Sepulchre. Cf. Demonstration 6, page 54. The treatment of Syracuse. It would have been the undying glory of Marcellus if, on obtaining possession, he had shielded the unhappy city from further miseries. The art treasures of Syracuse were sent to Rome, a precedent afterwards followed. C. 32 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. The death of Marcellus, 208 BC exiguum campi anti castra erat, ind inculum aperta undic et conspecta firbat via numides speculator, nequaquam in spem tanti rei positus, sed si quos vagos pabuli aut lignarum causalongius a castris progressos passant excipera, signum dat, ut 5 pariter obsui quisque latebris exorantur. Non ante aperura, quibus abaeus ab iugo ipso consurgendum erat, quam circumir, qui obturgo intercliterant viam. Tum undic omnes exorti et clamori sublato impetum ficera. Cum in ea valle 10 consules assent, ut nec evadere passant in iugum occupatum ob hosta nec receptum obturgo circumventi have rent, extra he tamen diodia certamen potuisit, N I coipta ob etrusus fuga paverum cateris 15 injecisit. Non tamen omisir pugnam deserti ob etrusus frigellani, dunac integri consules hort endo ipsic ex part pugnando rem sustine bont, sed post quam vulnerados ambo consules, Marcellum entium transfixum lansa prolabentum ex equo moribundum 20 vidir, tum et ipsi perpassi autumn supererant cum Crispino consul duobus Iacules iato et Marcello adolescent socio et ipso effugerunt. Livy, XXVII. 27 Context. Marcellus was consul for a fifth time in 208 BC. After the attempt to retake Locri, se of Bruttium, was frustrated by Hannibal, Marcellus and his colleague Crispinus faced H near Venusia in Apulia. Hannibal hoped to bring on a decisive action, but Marcellus adopted Fabian tactics, and himself headed a cavalry reconnaissance to explore the country between the Roman and the Carthaginian camps. 2 to 3 Numides speculator. A wooded hill lay between the two camps. H had posted here in ambush some Numidian horsemen. 4 to 5 Si quos passant excipera equals on the chance of their being able to intercept Stevenson. 6 to 8 non ante circumir equals those who were to spring on the enemy, lit those to whom it was necessary to rise in a mass confronting the enemy abaeus, from the hill itself did not show themselves until a detachment had made their way round, circumere, S10 valle equals a hollow, i.e. a depression on the Roman side of the hill. 16 Frigellani. Frigelli, a town of the Volsci, on the Via Latina between Rome and Campania, colonist 328 BC 17 ipsic ex part pugnando equals taking their share in fighting. S. Character of Marcellus. He was a brave soldier, a firm intrepid patriot, and an unflinching enemy of the enemies of Rome, but as a general no match for Hannibal. Inni. C-33 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Character of Scipio Africanus Meyer. Foot enim Scipio non veris tantum virtutibus mirabilis, sed arte quoque quadam ab juventa in ostentationem eram compositus, plerici apud multitudinem aut per nocturnas visas species aut velut divinitas ment manita agens, civiti ipsi capti 5 quadam superstition animi, civuti imperia conciliac velut sort oraculi missus sine cunctationi exequerentur. Ad hoc iam in de benitio preparans animos, ex quo togam virilum sumpsit, nullo di prius olam publicam privatam quam egit, quam ten in capitalium iret, angrasuscidum consideret et plerum solus in secreto ibi tempus durerit. Hic mos, quem per amum vidum servabat, scu consulto scu temera vulgati opinionii fidem apud quasdam facit, stirpus eum divini virum esse. Multa alia 15 eistum generis, alia vera, alia assimulata, admirationis humani in eo iuvini accesserent magem, quibus freda tunc civitas etati hauditque quam maturi tantum rerum malum tantum imperium permisit. Livy, XXVI. 19:2-3 in ostentationem eram compositus equals he made a study, compositus, of displaying them, implying artificiality are 3 to 5 plerici agens equals in most of his dealings, plerici agens, with the mob, representing his plans, as inspired, visa, by visions in the night or as matters of inspiration, divinitas ment manita. 7 sort equals by an oracular response, which was often written on a little tablet or lot, source. 11 Edom, i.e. the cella, chapel, the part enclosed within the 4 side walls, of the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. 13-14 SCU consulto SCU temera vulgati equals whether designedly or undesignedly spread abroad. 17 Humani equals which one has for a mere man Rollins. 19 Tantum rerum malum equals so stupendous a task are. In 212 or 211 BC the two brothers, Publius and Gnaeus Scipio, were totally defeated by Hasdrubal and fell at the head of their troops. Scipio, son of this P. Scipio, was in 210 BC sent to Spain, at the age of 27, as proconsul in command of a reinforcement of 11,000 men. Character of Scipio. He was a man far above the average of his contemporaries, and possessed a greatness of mind which could not fail to rivet attention. He differed from the majority of generals by not only daring to conceive bold plans, but by contriving to carry them out. Inni. C-34 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC Scipio takes New Carthage, 210 BC Scipio ipsi, utei nunciatum est estum desidera, quod perpiscatores tarraconenses nunc levibus nunc, ubi eae side rent, vadis pervagatos stagnum comperdum habibat, facilum pedibus admirum transitum dari, eosicum armatos caing entos 5 duxit. Ubi urbum sine cert amine intravere, pergunt int, quantum maximo cursu podrant, ad importum, circa quam contractum cert amen erat. In quod adio intenti omnium non animi solum fuera, sed entium oculi oresque pugnantium spectantium qui ten et ad hortantium pugnans, ut nemo antiobturgo sensorit captum herbum, quam tela in aversos inciderant et utrimc insipidum hostem habant. Tunc turbe tis defensoribus metu et moenia capta, et porta intus forisc parida refringi coipta, et mox 15 sedendo confectis ac distractis, ne itir impedire foribus armati impedum fis runt. Quod dedita arx est, sedis tota urbi passem facti, nec ulli puberum qui obvius foot parspiter, tum signo dato sedibus finus factus, ad predum victors versi, 20 qui ingens omnes generis foot. Livy, XXVI. 45, 46, SEL, 3 vadis per vagatos stagnum equals made their way through the pool by wading, vadis. 8 contractum equals concentrated, confined. 13 ansipidum equals double, twofold, on two opposite sides. 15 intus forisc equals both within and without. Foris, adverb, an ABL form from an obsolete nom fora, equals out of doors, without. Cf foras equals out through the doors, fourth. 16 to 17 sedendo distractis foribus equals when the doors were destroyed and broken up by blows. Carthagio Nova, Carthagena, was founded by Hasdrubal, the uncle of Hannibal, 243 BC. The city is situated on a promontory running out into the sea, and possesses one of the finest harbors in the world, protected by an island as by a natural breakwater. But it had a weak side, and this had been betrayed by fishermen to Scipio. During ebb tide the water of the shallow pool W of the town fell so much that it was fordable and the bottom was firm. Of this Scipio took advantage. He first made a feint attack on the N wall and then led 500 men across the ford who scaled the W wall and opened the nearest gate from the inside. Result of its capture. New Carthage, the key of Spain, the basis of operations against Italy, and the Carthaginian arsenal, was taken, thus determining the issue of the Spanish War. INI. C-35 Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC. Nero's famous march to the Meta Eurus, 207 BC. Primissi, Nuncii, per agram larinatum Marusinum Frentinum Praetutinum, qua exercitum duct Eurus erat, ut omnes ex agris herbibus comietus parados militi ad vescendum in viam deferrent, equas I aumenta qui alia produce rent, ut 5 vehiculorum fessus copia esset. Ipsi de toto exercitus civium sociorum quad roberus erat diligit, sex milia petidum, mil equits. Et Hercule per instructa omnia ordinibus virorum mulierum undic ex agris effuserum, intervota ac prex et 10 lauds ibant, illos praesidia rei publici, vind isis urbis Romani imperia capellabant, in illorum armis dextrisque suum liberorum suorum salutum ac libertatem repositam esse. Deos omnes disc precabantur, ut illis faustum idhir, Felix Pugna, Matura 15 ex hostibius Victoria esset, domnarenturc ipsa votarum, qui pro iis suspicent, ut, quem ad magem nunc soliciti prosequerentur eos, ita pacos post dies lati oventibus Victoria obvium irant. Invitere ind pro se quisque et offer et fatigere 20 precibus, ut qui ipsis I amentis Chiosui assent, ob se potissimum sumirant, benigni omnia cumulata dare. Modestia certer milites, ne quid ultra usum necessarium sumirant, nihil morari, nec absidir ob sinus nec subsistera nisi cibum capiens, dm 25 ac noctem ire, vix quad satis ad natural desiderium corporum esset, quieti dare. Livy, XXVII. 43, 45, SEL, context. Nero, on hearing from the captured Numidian horsemen of Hasdrubal's march and plans to meet Hannibal in Umbria and then to march on Narnia and Rome with 6,000 picked foot and 1,000 horse, withdrew secretly from his camp before Hannibal at Canisum, and by a forced march joined his colleague Livius at the Meta Eurus. 1-2 Larinatum, etc., districts lying between Apulia and Umbria, but not given in their geographical order. 15 Faustum, for Favustus, Favio, equals that which is done under the blessing of the gods, Felix equals that which succeeds in consequence of having this blessing upon it. Stevenson. 16-17 Domnarantur votarum equals condemned, to pay, their vows. Cf. Berg. Voti reus equals bound to my vow, i.e. bound to fulfillment. 23 Modestus Surter, sc cum iis, sumirent equals the soldiers were as moderate as they were pressing, refusing to take anything. Nero showed a resolution and a strategic ability which far surpassed the average qualifications of Roman generals. Inni. C-36 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC. The Meta Eurus, 207 BC Fortes creantur fortibus et bonus, est in iuvensis, est in equus patrum virtus, nec imbellum feroces 32 progenerant aquili columbam, doctorina sed vim promovet incitam, retici cultus pectora roborant, ut cump deficere mores, 36 indecorant bani nata culpae. Quid debias, O Roma, Neronibus, testis maturum flumen et Hasdrubal devictus et pulcher fugitus 40 dies latio tenebris, qui primus almerisit adoria, dirus per urbes afer ut italis su flamma pertitas veluris 44 persiculas equitavit undus. Post hoc secundis usque laboribus romana pubis crevit, et impio vastata ponerum tumultu 48 fana deos habeur rectos. Horace, Odes, 4. 429-48. 29-36 The thought is, it is true that scions of a good stock must be good in men as well as in animals, but yet education, doctrina equals training L33, brings out the innate force. 29 Fortibus et bonus. For the combined epithets cf kappa alpha lambda kappa gamma alpha theta. 36 Indecorant culpae equals false disfigure, indecorant equals dedecorant, scions of an honorable stock, bani nata. 37 Neronibus, e.g. M. Claudius Nero, the hero of Meta Eurus, and the brothers Drusus and Tiberius, afterwards emperor, stepsons of Augustus. 41 Alma Adoria equals with kindly, refreshing, success. 43 Su flamma pertitas equals like fire through a pine forest. W44 Equitavit equals galloped, careered, used of Hannibal, and, by Zeugma, with Flamma and Eurus. 46-47 Impio tumultu equals by the sacrilegious invasion, or riot, outrage, possibly with reference to Livy's story, XXVI 11, of the plundering of the temple of Feronia. 48 Rectos equals upright, i.e. of the images supposed to have been thrown down by Hannibal, and not set on their pedestals again. Results of the battle. The war in Italy was to all appearances finished, and it was on the Meta Eurus that the Romans conquered Spain. Inni. When Hannibal recognized the head of his brother Hasdrubal, he foresaw the doom of Carthage. Lost is all, a nation's hope, a nation's name, they died with dying Hasdrubal. C. Horod. 4-4. 70-73, C-37 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC Hannibal leaves Italy, 203 BC Nihil cert ultra rei in Italia ob Hannibal gestum. Nam ad eum quoque legati ob Carthagin vocantes in Africam eis forte diebus, quibus ad maganam, venerunt. Frendens gemens kcvix lacrimis temporans disider legat orum verba audis. 5 Post quam edita sunt mandata, I am non perplexi, inquit, sed palam revocant, qui vetando supplementum et pecuniam midi I am pridem traebant. Visit ergo Hannibalum non populus Romanus totiens cessus fugitusque, sed senatus Carthaginiensis teneb tractationi et convidia, nec hac deformitate reditus me tampi Scipio exsultabit et efferet cc quam Hanno, qui domum nostrum, quando alieri non potuit, ruina Carthagines oppressit. I am hoc ipsum presagiens animo preparaverat 15 anti-naves. Itac inutili militum turbo praesidiae specie in opida brutii agri, qui pacam agis meta quam fide contini banter, dimissa, quad roberus in exercitu erat in Africam transvexit. Raro quemquam alium, patrium exilii causera linquentum, 20 tam maestum abis ferunt quam Hannibalum, hostium terra excedentum. Livy, XXX. 19, 20. Context. Scipio, 204 BC, landed in Africa and won such decisive victories over the Carthaginians under Hasdrubal, the son of Gisco, that too was necessary in 203 BC to recall both Mago and Hannibal. 3-4 Ad Maganem. Mago, H's youngest brother, had in 205 BC been dispatched from Carthage with considerable reinforcements for H. He took Genoa, again roused the Gauls against Rome, and in 203 BC fought an indecisive action with the Romans. Mago was severely wounded, and died at sea before he reached Africa. 6 I am non perplexi equals now in no veiled manner, lit not obscurely. 8 I am pridem traebant equals began long ago to try to pull me back Rollins. 11 Obtractationi equals by disparagement. 13 Hanno, the leader of the aristocratic, peace, party at Carthage, and the persistent opponent of Hamilcar Barca and his sons. Hannibal's speech. LL 6-15. This is purely imaginary and illustrates the bitter hatred of the Romans for H. They alleged that H was personally responsible for the war, and that he undertook it for selfish and party ends. Also that Carthage, unable to prevent the war, withheld supplies and reinforcements. Inni says the whole course of the war is a sufficient refutation of these charges. See 38 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC Zama, 202 BC, 1, before the battle. Ita infecta pace ex colloquio ad suos cum esse recipiscent, frustra verba prelata renunciant, armis discernendum esse habendum quem fortunum, quam dei dedis sent. In castra ut est ventum, pronuntiant ambo, arma expedierant milites animosque ad 5 supremum cert amen, non in unum diem sed in perpetuum, si felicitas adessit, victors. Roma and Carthagio ira gentibus darat, anti crastinum noctem ciceros, nec enim Africam aut Italium, sed orbum terrarum victoriae premium for, par 10 periculum premio, quibus adversa pugni fortuna fuiset. Nam nec Romanes effugium ullum patebat in aliena igno toc terra et Carthagini supremo auxilio effuso ades videbitur presens excidium. Ad hoc discremen precedunt postero die duorum 15 opulentissimorum populorum duo lunge clarissimi duces, duo fortissimi exercitus, multa antiparta decora aut cumulaturi eo die aut eversuri. Ansepsigitur spes et metus missabant animos, contemplantibus modo suum modo hostium asium, cum non oculis 20 magis quam rationi pens arent vires, simul laeta simul tristia obversabantur. Livy, XXX. 31, 32. 1-2 Ita infecta pace renunciant, referring to Livy's picturesque account of the personal interview between Scipio and Hannibal, and the fruitless negotiations for peace. 7-10 Roma and Carthageo Premium 4. By the victory of Zama it was decided that the states of the ancient world should be welded into one great empire, and that this empire should be founded by Rome and not by Carthage. INI 14 Effuso equals dispersed, i.e. defeated. 15 Discrimen equals decisive point, decision. 18 Aut cumulaturi aut eversuri equals either to augment, lit heap up, or overthrow. 21 Pens aren't vires equals they estimated, weighed, their strength. The Battle of Zama. Here, too, the elephants proved disastrous to their own side. Some ran down the spaces between the Roman Mani Pleas, cc 39, b note, and were of no further use, while others, driven aside by the Roman skirmishers, threw HS Carthaginian cavalry into such disorder that they were unable to resist the attack of Scipio's horse. The first Roman line threw HS mercenaries back upon their reserves of the second line, and in the confusion that ensued Scipio advanced with his second and third lines. The combat raged long and fiercely until Scipio's Roman and Numidian cavalry, returning from their pursuit of HS horse, fell upon the enemy's rear and decided the battle. INI C39 Second Punic War, 218-202 BC Zama, 202 BC, 2, The Order of Battle. A Hannibal adversus Scipianum, post Elephantos LXXX, qui in prima front positae hostium turbarent asium, auxiliaries gallos et ligures et balieres morosque possuit, ut nec fugere possent ponus et tergo stantibus et hostem oppositae, si non infest arent, 5 et cert fatigarent, tum sui et macedonibus, qui iamphesos romanos integri exciparent, in secunda ac collocatus, novissimos italicos constituit, quorum et time bat fidem et sanitium veribator, quanium plurasque eorum of Italia invitos. Extraxerat. 10 Hannibal's army. It consisted broadly of 5 classes: 1 his veteran army of Italy, on which he could thoroughly rely, partly Carthaginian, partly Italian, mostly Bruttiens. These he placed in his third line. 2 a newly raised force of Carthaginian and Libyan militia. These he placed in his second line. 3 mercenaries, consisting of Moors, Gauls, Ligurians, the Balearic contingent, and the Spaniards. These he placed in his first line. 4 Carthaginian and Numidian cavalry. These he placed on his wings. 580 elephants. These he placed on his front, to open the attack. B. Scipio adversus hanc formam rober legionis triplici ac in front ordinatum per hastatos et principes et triarios opposut, nec continuus construxit cohorutes, sed manipolis inter se distantibus spatium dedit, per quod elephanti ob hostibius acti 15 facile transmitti sine perturbationi ordinum possent. Ea ipsa intervalla expethes velitibus impulvit, ne interluceret aces, dato his precepto, ut ad impetum elephant orum vel retro vel in latera concede rent. Equitatem deend in cornuita visit et dextro Romanis 20 equitibius lalium, sinistro numidis mausinissum preposuit, quitam prudens ordinatio non dubi causa victoriae fud. Front enus, strategmata, 2. 316. Scipio's order of battle. Instead of drawing up his manipoli like the black squares of a chessboard the usual order, so that, in advancing, the manipoli of the 3 lines could form one unbroken line, he placed them one behind the other, like the rounds of a ladder, so as to leave spaces in the lines, through which the elephants might pass without trampling down or throwing into confusion the infantry battalions, e.g., not but C40 formation of empire beyond Italy. Second Macedonian War, 200-196 BC, 1. Battle of Cynocephaly, 197 BC non dubi residential foot, extemplo terga verdera Macedons, terrare primo bestiarum aversi. Et cateri quidem hos pulsos seque banter, unus e tribunus militum, ex tempore capto concilio, cum viginti sine orum militibus, relicta ea partsuorum, qui 5 hodit dubi vinspat, brevi circuitu dextrum cornu hostium aversum invaded. Nullam asium obturgo adortus non turb asset, ceterum ad communem omnium intali retrepidationem accessit, quod phalanx Macedonum, gravisit immobilis, nec 10 circumagere se poterat, nec hoc, qui affront, Paulo antipedum referens, tunc ultro turitus instabant, pedibonter. Ad hoc loco entium primebanter, quia iogum, ex quo pugnaverant, dum per proc live pulsos in sequuntur, tradiderant hosti ad terga sua circumducto. 15 Polis per in medio cc, deend omissus pluric armis capes sunt fugam. Philippus cum paucis pedidum equitum primo tumulum alti orum inter ceteros sepit, ut specularetur, qui in laeva partsuorum fortuna esset, deend, post quam fugam 20 effusam animadverti et omnia circa iogus sinus et armis fulgeri, tum et ipsi ac accessit. Livy, XXXIII. 9, 10. Context. Philip V, king of Macedon, had made a treaty with Hannibal in 215 BC, and provoked the First Macedonian War, 214 to 205 BC, by an attack on Apollonia in Illyria, and the capture of the port of Oricum in Epirus. The Romans now resolved to make Philip suffer for the trouble he had caused them by interfering in the war with Hannibal. A casus belli was soon found in the Athenian embassy to Rome, 201 BC, asking for help against Philip. 3-4 Unus militum. Inni says he seized the favorable opportunity to shape the battle which had begun without plan into a brilliant victory for Rome. 5 Sine orum, equals manipulorum, equals companies, i.e. with some 3,500 men. 13 Loco primebanter equals they, i.e. the phalanx, began to feel the disadvantage of position Rollins. 16 In medio cc equals cut down from both sides are Cynocephaly, dogs' heads, a low chain of hills between Pherae and Scotussa in Thessaly. Results of the battle. The Romans lost only 700 men. That was the price paid for a victory which laid the monarchy of Alexander the Great in the dust. Inni. Terms of peace, 196 BC Macedonia to remain an independent state, but, like Carthage, to lose all her foreign possessions, and to be sunk to the level of a vassal state. C. 41 Second Macedonian War, 200 to 196 BC, 2. Flamininus proclaims the freedom of Greece, 196 BC Ismaeorum statum ludicrum adorat, semper quidem et alias frequens cum proter spectaculi studium insidem genti, quo cert amina omnes generis artium virium qui et pernicitatis vicentur, tumcia proter opportunitatem loci, per duo diversa Maria 5 omnium rerum usus ministrantis humano generi, concilium Asiae Graecii is mercatus erat, tum vero non ad solitos modo usus undic convene rant, said. Expectationi erecti, qui dient status futuris Graecii, qui sua fortuna esset. Ad spectaculum 10 considerant, et preco cum tubicine, ut mos est, in medium erim, unde solemni carmine ludicrum indici solet, processit et, tuba silentio facto, ita pronuntiat, senatus Romanus et Quinctius Imperator, Filippo reg Macedonibusque devictus, 15 liberos, immunes, sui legibus esse iubet Corinthius, focenses, loquerenses omnes et insulam uboim et magnetos, Thessalos, Parebos, Achios thiotos. Se aliquam in terris gentum, qui sua impensa, suo labor ac periculo belligerat pro 20 libertate aliorum. Una voce precanis libratas omnes Graecii et cage urbes, hoc spe concypera audacis animi fuis, ad effectum adducere et virtutis et fortuni ingentis. Livy, XXXIII. 32, 33, SEL, 1 Ismiorum statum ludicrum equals time fixed, statum, for the Isthmian Games, celebrated at Corinth every 2 years. 3 to 4 Quo cert amina vicentur equals which makes them go to see contests of every kind of artistic performance, artium, and of feats of strength and agility Rollins. 7 Concilium is Mercatus erat equals that gathering was the general rendezvous, Mercatus, of Mercatus equals I trade, or mart. 2. A festival assemblage, pi alpha nu gamma upsilon rho iota. 11 In medium areum equals into the center of the open space, of the stadium. 17 Loquens esc omnes, i.e. and w locri. 18 Parebos, N of Thessaly. Achios thiotos equals the Achaeans who inhabited Thyiades, se of Thessaly. 19 to 24 Se aliquam ingentis. In these words the Greeks express their astonishment and gratitude at the greatness of the boon conferred upon them. The freedom of Greece. The Greeks believed with a childlike simplicity that the Romans really cared for their freedom, and that they had crossed the sea with no other object than to deliver Greece from a foreign yoke. Flamininus was a skillful diplomatist, and particularly qualified to sift and settle the affairs of Greece, for he understood the Greek character, and was not inaccessible, like so many other Romans, to Greek views and opinions. Ini. C42 War with Antiochus of Syria, 191 to 190 BC. A Battle of Thermopylae, 191 BC. Victory due to Cato. Asilius Glabrio consul adversus Antiochi regis Asium, quam is in Achaea pro Angustes Thermopylarum direxerat, iniquitatibus loci non iritus tantum, sed cum iacturic naci repulsus esset, nisi circummissus abio Porcius Cato, qui tum, iam 5 consularis, tribunus militum a populo factus in exercitu erat, de ictus iogis calidromi mentis Aetoles, qui presidio ea tenebant, super immanentum castris regius colomaturgo subitus apparuisit, quo facto perturbatus Antiochi copius utrumcirapara. Romani 10 et fusus fugatis castras separunt. Front enus, strategmata, 2. 4. Context. In 192 BC Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, accepted the invitation of the Aetolians, who, since the peace of 196 BC, had been snubbed by the Romans, to come to liberate Greece from the tyranny of Rome. B. Battle of Magnesia, 190 BC. Tum consul Scipione, cui frater, il modo victor Carthagines Africanus, aderat voluntaria legat Ioni, debellari regem placet. Etiam toto cessarat mari, sed nos imus ulterius. My indrum 15 ad amam montem xipilum castra ponentur. Hic rex, incredibile dicta quibus auxiliis, quibus copius, constarat. Trecenta millia petitum, equitum falcatorum curruum non minor numerus. Elephantes ad hoc immensi magnitudinis, oro purpurat 20 argento et suo eberi fulgentibus asium utrumque valle verat. Sed hec omnia prepetita magnitudine sua, ad hoc imbre, qui subito superfusus mira felicitate persicos arcus corruperat. Primum trepidatio, mox fuga, deant triumphus fuerunt. 25 Florus, I 24. 14 to 18 Context. In 190 BC Lucius Scipio was appointed to carry the war into Asia. Scipio Africanus, who accompanied his brother as chief of staff, fell ill at Elea, the port of Pergamum. His place was taken by C.N. Domitius, an experienced officer. 14 to 15 Etim toto cessarat mari, as the result of the decisive defeat, in 190 BC, of the Syrian fleet off Myonnesus. 15 to 16 Myendrum ponentur. The battle was fought near Magnesia, NW of Lydia, at the foot of Mt. Sipylus. Parallel passage. Livy, XXXVII. 39 to 44, the Battle of Magnesia decided the fate of the Syrian Empire, as the battles of Zama and Cynocephaly had decided the fate of Carthage and Macedonia. INI. C. 43 Deaths of three great men, 183 BC Hannibal, post quam est nuntiatum milites regios in vestibulo esse, postico fugere conatus, utid quoque accursu militum obseptum sensit et omnia circa clausa custodiis dispositus esse, venenum, quod multu ante preparatum ad tales habibat casus, 5 Papacy. Librimus, inquit, diuturna cura populum Romanum, quando mortem sinus expectere longum sensent. Nec magnam nec memorabilium ex inermi proditoque flamininus victoriam ferid. Exilratus deend in caput regnum 10 Persia, et hospitals deos violati abio fide testes invocans, poculum exausit. Trium clarissimorum sui quaesque gentis virorum non tempor magis congruent comparabilis mors videtur esse, quam quod nemo eorum satis dignum splendor 15 vitae exidum habet. Nam primum omnes non in patrio solo mortui nec sepulti sunt. Venino absumpti Hannibal et Philippo amen, ex sol Hannibal, proditus ob hospite, captus Philippo amen in carcera et in vinculis expiravit. Scipio etsi non ex sol nec 20 damnatus, ditamen dicta, ad quam non ad fuerat reus, absens citatus, voluntarium non sibim et ipsi solum sed entium funeri suo exilium indixit. Livy, 36, 51, 52, SEL, context. After Zama Hannibal held the highest office, suffet equals L praetora, at Carthage, and effected useful democratic reforms. However, his political enemies denounced him to Rome as making plans for a new war, and in 195 BC he was forced to flee from Carthage and took refuge with Antiochus. After Magnesia, H found for 7 years a safe asylum with Perseus, king of Bithynia, but the Romans could not be at ease so long as H lived, and Flamininus the liberator of Greece undertook the inglorious quest of demanding the surrender of Hannibal. 13 to 15 Non tempor magis congruent quam equals not so much in coincidence of, congruent, lit agreeing with, date as R18 Philippo amen, the heroic chief of the Achaean League, was taken prisoner by Dinocrates, imprisoned in a dungeon at Messene, in Carcera, L19, and compelled to drink poison. 20 to 23 Scipio was accused, at the instigation of Cato, by the tribune Navius, 185 BC, of having been bribed by Antiochus to procure for him favorable conditions of peace. Too proud to defend himself against such a charge, Scipio retired to his country seat at Liternum, where by a voluntary act he consigned both himself and his grave to exile, voluntarium indixit. Ingrata patria, ne ossa quidem mea habs. Epitaph of Scipio, written by himself. C. 44 M. Porcius Cato, 234 to 149 BC, 1, at Cato, censor cum L. Valerio Flacco, severe prefut ei potestati. Nam et in complures nobles animadverti et multas residential novas in edictum addidit quari luxuriae primer ter, qui iam tum incipibat pullulari. Circ iter annos octoginta, usque ad extremam 5 etatem ab adolescentia, rei publici causas accipera inimicitius non destituit. A multis tentatus non modo nullum detrimentum existimationis facit, sed, quod vixit, virtutum laud crevit. In omnibus rebus singulari fut industria, nam ten et agricola solars et peritus iris consultus et magnus imperator et probabilis orator et cupidissimus literarum fut. Querum studium etsi senior aripurat, tamen tantum progressum facit, ut non facile reperiri possit nec de grisis nec de 15 italicis rebus, quod ei fuerit incognitum. Ab adolescentia confacit orationes. Senex historias scriberi instituit. Iram sunt libri 7. Primus cont inet residential gestas regum populi Romani secundus et tertius unde quic civitas orta sit italica, obi quam rem omnes 20 origins viditur appel lasse. Nepos, Cato, 2, 3. 1 Censor, 184 BC, with L. Valerius Flaccus, his great friend and patron, by whom he was introduced to political life. 3 An edictum. The censors, on their entrance upon office, issued a proclamation or edict, setting forth the principles upon which they intended to act. Cato set forth in his edict that he intended to use his power for the suppression of luxury. 5 Pullulare equals to spread, increase, lit. To put forth, of plants and animals. Cf. pullus, r pullet, puer, pi lambda omicron, equals a foal. Octoginta. This is an exaggeration. He was only 85 when he died 149 BC 6 to 7 rei publici non destituit. Seneca says, Scipio cum hostibus nostri spellum, Cato cum moribus gessit. 7 to 9 Cato was accused no less than 44 times, but each time acquitted. 11 Iris consultus equals lawyer. 12 Magnus Imperator, e.g. in the Second Punic War, and the decisive victory at Thermopylae, 191 BC, was mainly due to Cato. Probabilis orator equals a tolerable, acceptable orator. Oscar Browning. 17 to 21 His two great works were his treatise De Re Rustica, or De Agricultura, the earliest extant work in Latin prose, and his Origins, or accounts of the rise and growth of the Italian nation, the earliest history in Latin prose. It was Cato's great merit that he asserted the rights of his native language for literary prose composition. Inni. Cato the Censor. He deserves our highest respect for the defiant and manly spirit that animated him in his untiring contest with the vices of the age. Inni. C45 M. Porcius Cato. 2. I am pacatoratro I ugur regii moles relinquent, undic latius extentivi center lucrano for stagna lacuplatang usxa elabs evincit ulmus, tum violaria et murtis et omnes copianarium spargent olivetis odorum aid fertilibus domino priori, tum spiceramus loria fervidos excludedictus. Non iteromuli prescriptum et intensi catinus 12 auspicias veterum norma. Privatus illis sensus erat brevis, commune magnum, nulla decempetis metida privatis opacum 16 porticus excipibat arcton. Nec fortuitum spernirca espidum legs sine bant, opida publico sumptu iubens et deorum 20 templa novo dacorare saxo. Horace, Odes, 2. 15 Argument. Our palaces and fishponds and ornamental gardens are supplanting the cultivation of corn and vines and olives. This is not the spirit of Romulus or of Cato. Their rule was private thrift, public magnificence, private houses of turf, public buildings and temples of hewn stone. W1 Im equals presently. 1 to 2 Regii moles equals princely piles. Moles, lit. masses, of huge buildings. 2 to 4 undic laku equals and fish ponds, stagna, of wider extent than the L lake will be sites to see, Vicenter, Wickham. 4 Platanis elabs equals the bachelor plain, so called because vines were not wedded to it, i.e. trained upon it, Gao. 6 Omnes copianarium equals all that is sweet to smell. Lit. All the fullness of the nostrils. 10 Ictus, sc solis. The point is that formerly trees were stripped to admit the sun to the vines and olives, nowadays the sun is excluded. Gao. 11 Intensi, equals antiqui, equals old-fashioned. CFCICS use of Barbados. 13 Census erat brevis equals list of property was short. 14 Commune, equals tau kappa omicron iota nu, equals the common, public, stock. 14 to 15 Decempetis metida privatis equals measured with 10-foot rods for private owners. In old days the porticus were always publici. 17 Fortuitum caespidum equals the chance cut, handy, turf. 20 Novo Saxo equals with fresh hewn stone, i.e. hewn on purpose. W parallel passages. Livy 6. 640. 41, Sallust, Catiline 12, 13. Cato saw the greatness of Rome in the olden time, and he endeavored without success to bring this old time back. Inni. C. 46 Third Macedonian War, 171 to 168 BC. Padna, Aemilius Paulus, 168 BC, 1, Movebat Imperii Maestas, Gloria Viri, Anti Omnia Etas, quod mir sexaginta annis iuvinum munia in part praecipulaboris periculique capisabut. Intervallum, quod interca etratos et phalanges erat, impulvit legio, et cassium hostium interrupit. A 5 Turgoca etrates erat, frontum adversus clapitos habibat, calcaspides appellabonter. Secundam legionum L albinus consularis dusera adversus lucaspidam phalangem iasuus, ea media aces hostium fud. In dextrum cornu, unde circa fluvium tencumissum proclium erat, elephantos inducit et elassociorum, et hin primum fuga Macedonum est orta. Nam sicut plerici nova com anta mortalium in verbis vim habent, expriendo, cum agi, nonquam ad magem agator eta seri portet, sine ullo 15 effectu evans cunt, eta tum elephant orum impetum sustinere non potrant, et cum anta Macedonum nomen tantum sine usu fuerunt. Elephant orum impetum subsecuti sunt socii nomines Latini, popularunt claevum cornu. 20 Livy, Sliv. 41 Context. Perseus, son of Philip, became king of Macedonia on the death of his father in 179 BC. He did all he could to prepare for the inevitable struggle with Rome by strengthening Macedonia, posing as the liberator of Greece, and forming marriage alliances with Seleucus of Syria, the successor of Antiochus, and Perseus of Bithynia. In 174 BC, the Romans were informed that Perseus was secretly negotiating with Carthage, and after fruitless embassies war was declared. The Senate, after 3 years of unsuccessful warfare, 171 to 168 BC, appointed L. Aemilius Paulus, son of the hero who died at Cannae, to the supreme command in Macedonia. 4 Caetratos equals targeteers, armed with the small round shield. 5 to 7 A Turgo habibat, sc legio prima, equals the first legion thus took the targeteers in the rear, while it faced towards the shieldman Rollins. 6 Clapitos equals shieldman, armed with the large round shield. 7 Calcaspides equals brazen shields, right division of phalanx. 9 Lucaspidem equals white shields, left division of phalanx. 10 in dextrum cornu, sc Romanum, i.e. nearest to the sea. 13 to 15 com anta portet equals lit. The contrivances of men, though in theory, in verbis, they had some importance, vim, yet upon trial, expriendo, when there is need of action and not of discussion, adicere, how to act. 17 com anta Macedonum. Per. With reference to Perseus' contrivances, e.g. by the use of dummy elephants, to prepare his men and horses to make a stand against real elephants. C. 47 Third Macedonian War, 171 to 168 BC. Padna, Aemilius Paulus, 168 BC, 2, in Medio Secunda Legio Imissa Dissipavit Phalangem, Nicola Evidentiae Causa Victoriae Foot, quam quad multa passem proilia erant, qui fluctuantum turburunt primo, dein decis runt phalangem, quis conferti et intentus horens 5 hastes intolerabiles vires sunt, si carptum aggrediendo circumagere immobilum longitudine et gravitate hastum cagas, confusus stru implicantur, si vero aut oblatera aut obturgo. Alicid tumultus increpuit, ruini modo turbantur. Sicut tumid versus catervatum 10 incurrens Romanos et interruptum multifarium ac obvium ire coachbantur, et Romani, quacum data intervalla assent, insinuabant ordin suos. Diophalanx affront, a lateribus, obturgo sesa est, post remo, qui ex hostium manibus elapsa erant, 15 inermes ad mare fugiens, quidem aquam entium ingressi, manus ad eos, qui in class erant tendens, supplicitor vitam orabant, et cum scaphus concurrir undic obnivibus cern rent, ad excipiendo cc veniri rethi, ut cape rent podius quam occiderant, 20 longius in aquam, quidem entium natans, progressi sunt. Sed cum hostiliter e scaphi siderantur, retro, qui potrant, nando repetens terram, in alium fidiorum pestem inside bont. Elephanti enim, abrectoribus ad litis acti, exiens obturbant 25 elide bonk. Livy, Sliv. 41, 42. 1 in medio imissa equals on the center the second legion charged, imissa, i.e. into the interstices of the phalanx, which was not preserving its usual close order Rollins. 4 to 6 fluctuantum vires sunt equals first demoralized the phalanx so as to make it waver, fluctuantum, and then shattered it. Its aggressive force, so long as it keeps close order and bristles with couched intentus spears, is irresistible, intolerabiles. 6 carptum aggrediendo equals by repeated harassing attacks. 10 ruini modo equals in hopeless confusion are 17 class. The Roman fleet under Octavius was cooperating with the army. Results of the battle. Perseus was captured, and his kingdom was divided into 4 independent parts. The Macedonian phalanx had fought its last great battle. Character of Paulus. He was a model of the Roman of the best time. He was not, like his contemporary Cato, a one-sided worshipper of everything old, but he was a conservative in the best sense of the word, anxious to preserve old institutions, but at the same time to improve them. Inni. C. 48 Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BC Destruction of Carthage, 146 BC Manilio dient consultere Americi ferbat obsidio. Operti porcis, nudatus est primus et sequens, iam et tertius murus, cum tamen bursa, quad nomen archi foot, quasi altera civitas resistibut. Quam vis profligato urbis excidio tamen fatal affersi nomen 5 Scipianum videbitur. Igiter in alium Scipianum conversa respublica finum belli repacebit. Sed quem ad magem maxime mortiferi morsis solent esse morientium bestiarum, sic plus negoti foot cum semi-ruta Carthagen quam cum integra. Compulsus ten in unam arcem hostibius portum quoque mari Romanus obstruxerat. Illi alterum sibi portum ob alia urbis part federant, necut fugerant, sed qua nemo illos nec evadere possi creedbat, int quasi innata subito classis erapit, cum interim iam diebus, 15 iam noctibus nova aliqua moles, nova machina, nova perditorum hominum manus quasi ex abrupto incendio subitata cineribus flamma protabat. Deploratus nova sim rebus triginta sex milia virorum se dedunt quad minus cretus duce hasdruable. 20 Florus, 2. 1511-17, SEL. Context. An embassy was sent from Rome in 157 BC to inquire into the affairs of Africa. Among its members was M. Porcius Cato, who, astonished and alarmed at the flourishing condition of Carthage, returned to Rome with the firm conviction that Carthage must be destroyed delenda est Carthageo. A pretext was soon found in the war, 151 BC, between Carthage and Massinissa, king of Numidia, the ally of Rome. Though the Carthaginians surrendered all their arms and munitions of war, Rome declared that they would have to leave their city and settle 10 miles from the sea. The Carthaginians resolved to die rather than give up the sacred soil of their country. 5 Profligato equals almost finished. 6 In alium Scipianum, i.e. Pecorn. Scipio Aemilianus Africanus Minor, the younger son of Aemilius Paulus, of Pydna, and adopted by P. Scipio, the son of the conqueror of Hannibal. 12 Alterum Portum, i.e. they pierced the narrow strip of land separating the round naval port, Kothon, from the sea. 18 Deploratus equals was looked upon as lost, lit. Wept for bitterly. 20 Duce Hasdrubal. Hasdrubal seems to have deserved the name of the last Carthaginian in the best sense of the word, as a representative of the intensity of the strength, endurance, and patriotism of his race. Inni. The plough was drawn over the site of destroyed Carthage, and a solemn curse was pronounced against anyone who should ever undertake to build a new town on that spot. Inni. Africa made a Roman province. C49 War with Andriscus and the Achaeans, 148-146 BC Destruction of Corinth, L. Mummius Achaicus, 146 BC Eadem Anno, quo Carthageo concidit, L. Mummius Corinthum post annos duclei, quam ab alit hippotis filio erat condita, funditus iruit. Uterc imperator devictae se gentis nomini honoratus, alter Africanus, alter appellatus est Achaicus, nec 5 keys quam ex novus hominibus prior mummio cognomen virtud partum vindicavit. Diversi imperatoribus mores, diversa futura studia, quip Scipio tam elegans liberalium studiorum omnisc doctrini et octor et admirator foot, ut polybium paenitium qui, 10 Precellens ingenio viros, domi militiae exicum haburit. Nec enem quis quam hoc Scipione elegantius intervalla negotio remotio dispungsit semper aut belli aut paces surreit artibius, semper inter arma ac studia versatis aut corpus pericules 15 aut animum disciplinus exercuit. Mummius tam rudis foot, ut capta Corintho cum maxim aurum artificum perfectus manibus tabulas ac statuus in Italiam portendus locaret, iubirat predici conducentibus, sieas perdidiscent, novas eos reddit euros. 20 Valius Paterculus, I-13. Context. In 149 BC an adventurer named Andriscus claimed to be Philip, the son of Perseus, and mastered Macedonia and part of Thessaly. He totally defeated the praetor Juventius, but in 148 BC his army was routed and himself taken prisoner by Q. Caecilius Metellus. The Romans, no longer needing the help of Greek troops, determined to break up the Achaean League. A last desperate struggle for freedom ensued, but the Greeks were easily defeated, 146 BC, by Mummius on the Isthmus, and Corinth itself was plundered and destroyed. 2-3 Quam Candida. Alates, son of Hippotes and a descendant of Heracles, is said to have taken possession of Corinth by the help of the oracle of Zeus at Dodona, and therefore named the city Delta Iota Caparo Iota Nu Theta Omicron 10 Painodium, a native of Rhodes and a celebrated Stoic philosopher, settled in Rome, where he became the intimate friend of Laelius and Scipio Africanus Minor. 13 Despungsit equals he devoted, gave up, lit marked off. 19 Locaret equals he hired, lit place out, i.e. give out on contract. Conducentibus equals to the contractors. The destruction of Corinth. The flames which consumed Miletus, destroyed by the Persians 494 BC, and Athens, burnt by Xerxes 480 BC, were the signal for the great rising of the people, the dawn of a magnificent day of Greek splendor. After the fall of Corinth came the long dark night. INI. Macedonia made a Roman province. Greece placed under the control of the Roman governor of Macedonia. C50 War with Viriathus in Spain, 149 to 140 BC. The Lusitanian Hannibal. Sed tota certaminum moles cum Lusitanis fut et Numantines. Quipso lis gentium Hispanii duces contigerunt. Lusitanos viriathus erexit, vir caliditatis acerami. Qui ex venator litro, ex latroni subito duxit imperator et, si fortuna 5 cessissit, Hispanii Romulus, non contentus libertatem suorum defendera, per quata wardessim annos omnia citra ultra qui hyberum et tagum ignifera qui popularis, castra entium praetoria et praesidia aggressus Claudium uniminum penny ad internationum 10 exercitus suscitat et insignia trebis et facibus nostris qui separat in montibus sui tropia fixit. Tandem eum Fabius Maximus consul oppresserat, sed a successor populio violata victoria est quip qui conficiandi rei cupigus, fractum tu cm et extrema 15 deditionis agitantem per fraudum et insidias et domes ticos percussories aggressus hanc hosti gloriam dedit ut videratura liter vinci non posse. Florus, 2. 1713-17, SEL. Context. After the defeat of Perseus, 168 BC, and before the outbreak of the Third Punic War, 149 BC, a suitable opportunity seemed to present itself to Rome for continuing the interrupted conquest of Spain, but for 8 long years Viriathus, although a barbarian and of humble origin, defied the armies of Rome, and thereby secured for himself a position in history almost equal to that of Hannibal and Mithridates. INI. 1 Cum Lusitanis. The Lusitani, S of the Artagus equals Mod. Portugal, and part of Estremadura and Toledo, were not finally subdued till after the capture of Numantia by Scipio in 133 BC. Successit, equals concessit, equals had permitted. 10-12 Claudium uniminum fixit, i.e. in 147 BC the captured fasces of the lictors were exhibited, with other trophies, e.g. Trebis, L11, far and wide on the Spanish mountains. INI. 13 Fabius Maximus Consul, i.e. Quintus Fabius Maximus Servilianus, who allowed himself to be decoyed into an ambush 141 BC, and was compelled to grant an honorable peace, which Rome soon found a pretext for breaking. 17 Percussories equals assassins, lit. Strikers, per plus quotio equals quatio. Cf. The fate of Sertorius, 72 BC. The war with Viriathus. It was sad and disgraceful for the Roman arms, but in a far higher degree for Roman morals. It sowed, moreover, the seeds of the Numantine War, in which both the warlike ability and the moral virtues of the Roman nation appear more deteriorated than even in the war with Viriathus. INI. C51 Numantine War, 143 to 133 BC Destruction of Numantia, 133 BC Tanti esse exercitum quanti imperatorum vir proditum est sic redacto in disciplinum milita Scipioni commius aces, quod qui nemo visorum se quam sparavere, factum ut fugiens Numantinos quis quam viderit. Dedera entium se volbant, 5 si tol ronda virus imperarenter. Cum fossa et glorica quada qui castris circumdatos fames premirit, aduce orantes pro ilium, ut tomcum viros occiderit, ubi non impetrabant, placuit eruptio. Sic concerta manu plurimi occisi, et cum ergerit 10 fames, nova sim concilium fugicidite, sed hoc quoque ruptus equorum singulis uxors adimir, summo salere per amorum. Et hoc deplorato exitu in ultimam rabium furorem conversi, post remoro eco gene duce se suos patrium ferro venino 15 sub icto igni undic peregirant. Mact fortissimam et meo iudicio beatissimam in ipsis malis civitatem. Asseruit cum fide socios, populum orbis terrarum viribus fultum sua manu etate tam longus sustinuit. Nova sim maximo duce oppressus civitas nullum de 20 se gaudium hosti relicit. Unus enim vir Numantinus non futci in catenis duseritur, preda, ut de pauperimis, nulla, arma ipsacri mavrunt. Triumphus fut tantum denomini. Florus, 2. 1811-17, SEL. Context. In 143 BC the Celt Iberians, of Middle Spain, encouraged by the successes of the Lusitanians, took up arms once more. Their most important town was Numantia, situated near the sources of the Ardurius, Douro, strongly fortified by nature and by art. Consul after consul failed to take it, until in 134 BC Scipio Africanus Minor, the conqueror of Carthage, was sent out to Spain to reduce the stubborn city. 2-3 Sic redacto a Scipione. Scipio's first task, when he arrived in Spain, was to accustom the army which he found there, once more to Roman discipline. Luxury and indulgence were rife, and cowardice, the most un-Roman of all vices, had begun to creep in. INI. 7 Lorica equals a braised twerk, serving as a screen. Usu equals a cuirass. 11 Sedite equals was decided on, lit. Settled. 16 Mact equals a blessing on or hail to thee. Mactus prob from square root mu alpha kappa, e.g. in mu kappa alpha rho equals blessed, but cf magnus. 18 Asseruit equals it protected. Assero, add plus 0, equals lit. Join to. Destruction of Numantia. Scipio, of his own accord, razed the town to the ground, and received the added surname of Numantinus. Roman province in Spain. C52 Rome the Invincible. Dixit tandem perfidus Hannibal, serve, luperum praetoripacium, sectamur ultro, quos opimus 52 Follera et effugeri estate triumphus. Gens, qui cremato fortis ab ilio iactata tusus e quoribus sacra natosque maturosque patra 56 pertulit ausonias ad urbes, duris ut ilex tansa bipanibus nigri feraci frondis in algido, per damna, persides ab ipso 60 ducit opes animum ferro non hydra secto corpor fermier vinci dolentum crevit in Herculum, monstrum sub misere calci 64 maius echini of Thebae. Mersus profundo, pulchrier evenet, luctera, multa proru et int egrum cum laud victorum juret 68 pro Iliaconia gibus loquenda. Horace, Odes, 4. 449 to 68. 51 Ultro equals aggressively, needlessly Wickham. 51 to 52 Optimus Triumphus equals a rare, lit rich, noble, triumph. Cf. Spolia Opima. 53 to 56 This stanza is a resume of the story of the Aeneid. W 53 gens, sc illa, i.e. the Roman stock. 57 to 60 The idea of this stanza is that their very calamities only gave them fresh heart and vigor. They rise like the phoenix from its pyre. W 58 Frondus with Phaeraci. Cf. Fertilis frugum. 59 to 60 Ab ipso ferro equals from the very edge of the steel itself, the whole moke, equals the Roman stock, draws fresh power and spirit. 61 to 62 Cf. The saying of Pyrrhus, recorded by Florus I-18, I see that I was born under the constellation of Hercules, since so many heads of enemies, that were cut off, arise upon me afresh out of their own blood, as if from the Lernaean serpent. 63 to 64 i.e. of the armed warriors which sprang from the dragon's teeth sown by Jason at Colchis or by Cadmus at Thebes. 63 Submisere equals produced, raised. 64 Echenia Thebai. Echon was one of the 5 survivors of the Sigma Pi Alpha Rho Tau Omicron, sown men. He helped Cadmus to found Thebes. 65 Merzas, equals si mers eris, equals plunge it if you will. Even it equals it emerges, comes forth. 66 to 67 Multa cum laude equals amid loud applause, of a feat in a wrestling match. W 68 Conia gibus equals I by Roman wives or 2. By Carthaginian widows. So Conington, whose story widowed wives shall tell. B1 Civil strife in Italy, and foreign wars, ending in revolution 133 to 44 BC. The Gracchi. Nam post quam Tiberius etc Gracchus, quorum mires punico et Galiis bellis multum rei publici adiderant, vindicator plebum in libertatem et pocarum celera pate facere copera, nobilitas noxia et geoperculsa, modo per socios et nomen latinum, 5 interdum per equites Romanos, quos spes societatis a plebe dimuverat, Gracorum actionibus obvium erat, et primo Tiberium, dine pacos post annos edam ingredientum geum, tribunum alterum triumvirum colonias deduce ndis, cum 10m. Fulvio Flacco Ferroni cave re. Et sane Gracchis cupidine victoriae haudit satis mode ratus animus fud. Sed bono vinci satius est quam malo more inurium vincere. Igitur ea victoria nobilitas ex libidine suausa multos mortals ferro aut fuga extingit plus 15 in reliquum sibi timoris quam potentii addidit. Qui residential plerumque magnus civitates pessum dedit, dum alteri alteros vincere quavis modo et victos acerbius ulciscus volunt. Sallust, Jugurtha, 42. 1 to 3 Quorum mires adiderant, e.g. their grandfather P. Scipio Africanus Mire, and their father Tib. Sempronius Gracchus, in Spain and Sardinia. 3 to 4 Pocarum Celera Copera. I. Tib. Gracchus by his agrarian law tried to counteract the selfish land-grabbing of the ruling class, in excess of the 500 iugura limit of the Licinian laws, 367 BC. 2. C. Gracchus exposed the corrupt senatorian courts, transferred their judicial power to the equites, and carried the Sempronian law, one of the cornerstones of individual liberty. 5. Per socios Latinum, by working on Roman jealousy against the Italians, for whom equality was claimed. 6. Spes societatis, i.e. the hope of sharing with the nobility in office, and in provincial appointments. 10. Triumvirum CD, one of the 3 commissioners for establishing colonies of Roman citizens on the Ager Publicus. 11. Fulvio Flacco, slain with C. Gracchus, 121 BC 17 Pessum deeded equals has destroyed. Pessum, prob, equals pedis plus versum equals towards the feet, to the ground, cf pessum ire. The aim of the Gracchi. Their object was to reduce the excessive power of the nobility, and to make the sovereignty of the people, which had become merely nominal, a reality. Ini. Their political mistake. Their error consisted in the belief that such a change was possible by returning to the simple forms of the old comitia. They overlooked the necessity of remodeling the Roman people itself by giving the popular assemblies a form which would in reality make them represent the people. Ini. B2 Cicero on the Gracchi. A. On the death of Tiberius Gracchus, 133 BC NEC plus Africanus, singularis et vir et imperator, in exindenda numentia rei publici profut quam iadem tempor p nasica privatus, cum ti. Gracchum int eramit. Doff. I-76. To Numentia, destroyed by P. Scipio Africanus Minor Numentinus, 133 BC 3 P. Nasica, a partisan leader of the Senate. Privatus equals not in office. Cicero speaks very differently of the Gracchi when it suits his purpose, e.g. in De Leg Agraria, 2. 10, duos, Gracchos, clarissimos, ingeniosissimos, amantissimos plebe Romani viros quorum conciliis, sapientia, legibus multas esse video parties constitutas. B. On the Lex Frumentaria of C. Gracchus, 123 BC et quidem C. Gracchus, cum Largitiones Maximus 5 facit et effudicit errarium, verbis tamen defendibat errarium. Quid verba audium, cum facta vidiam? El piso il frugi semper contra legem frumentarium dixerat. Is leg lauda consularis ad frumentum accipiendum venerat. Animum advertit ten Gracchus in cont Ioni Picenum stantem, querit audient populo Romano qui sibi constet, cum ea leg frumentum petat, quam dissuaserit. Nolem inquit mea bona, Grac, tibi viridim dividir libet, sed si facius, partum pedum. Perum declaravit vir 15 gravis et sapiens leg sempronia patrimonium publicum dissipari. Leg orationis Gracchi, patronum erari esse dices. Tusk. Despot. 320, 48. 8 El piso il frugi equals El Calpurnius piso frugi, the man of worth, a convinced and honorable opponent of C. Gracchus. 8 to 9 Legem frumentarium, by which corn was sold to Roman citizens at about half the market price. One of the worst measures ever proposed by a well-meaning statesman. Ini. 12 Key equals how, old ABL of Key. See on C. Gracchus as an orator. Sed ecce in manibus vir et prestantissimo ingenio et flagranti studio et doctus appuro, C. Gracchus. Noli enim pudere quem. Brut, pleniorum et uberiorum ad dicendum fuis. Brutus, 125. 20 Doctus Appuro. Cornelia Mater Gracchorum, inscribed upon her statue erected by the Roman people, the daughter of the conqueror of Zama, was mainly responsible for their training and education, so cic. Brut. 104 Futib. Gracchus diligentia matris Appuro doctus et grisus literis eruditus. From her they had received that sensitive nature and that sympathy with the weak and suffering, which animated their political action. Ini. B3 The Jugurthine War, 111 to 106 BC. The betrayal of Jugurtha, 106 BC Postea, tempor et loco constituto, in colloquium uti de pace venirtur, bocchus solam modo, modo iugurthi legatum appellar, benigni haberi, idem ombabus policere. Illi peritor lati ac spi boni plini esse. Sed noct ea, qui procima fut anti 5 diem colloquio decretum, morus, ad hibitis amicis ac statum immutata voluntate remotus, disitur siccum ipsi multa agitavis, voltu et oculis peridurit conimo varius, qui silicet sent ipso occulta pectoris paipsis. Tamen post remo solam exerci ten iubet et ex ilias sententia numidi insidias tendit. Dies advenat ete nunciatum est iugerthum haudit procul abes, cum possis amicis et quastor nostro quasi obvius honoris causa proc edit in tumulum facilumum visu insidiantibus. Iadem 15 numida cum plurisque necessarius sui inermis, uti dictum erat, accedit, ac statum signo dato undic simul ex insidius invaditur. Cateri ob truncati, iugerthus soli vinctus traditor et abio admirium deductus est 20 salist, Jugurtha, 113. 2 Bacchus, king of Mauritania, and father-in-law of Jugurtha, coveted the west of Numidia, and was ready to accept it either from the Romans or from Jugurtha, as the price of his alliance. Solam, appointed quaestor 107 BC by Marius, who superseded Metellus in the conduct of the Jugurthine War. 9 Qui silicet paipsis, i.e. the external signs of his irresolution, the calling and then dismissing his people, ad hibitis remotus, ll 6, 7, and the changes of his countenance, voltu varius, ll 8, 9. Silicet is here used with the infinitive paipsis, the verbal sense of the word, equals sire plus licet, being prominent. 10 Exerci, equals arcesiri, frequent in Sallust. 16 Necessarius, necess, equals friends. Cf nu alpha gamma kappa alpha omicron iota, nu gamma kappa eta. 19 Iugertha soli traditor. Sulla is said to have been so proud of this stratagem that he had the scene engraved upon a signet ring, an act of vainglory which estranged Marius from him. Plutarch, Sulla, 3. Jugurtha. Having resisted the whole power of the great republic for 6 years, having kept his ground against the best generals of the time, against a Metellus, a Marius, and a Sulla, he was deluded by treacherous promises of peace and betrayed by his own ally and father-in-law. Inni. B4 Arpinum, birthplace of Cicero and Marius. 237 Hic novus Arpinas, ignobilis et modo Romi municipalis ix, Galeatum ponit ubique presidium Etonitis et in omni monti labrid. 243. Sed Roma parentum, Roma patram patriae Ciceronum libera dixit. 245 Arpinas alias Vals coram in monti solbat poscera Mercedes alieno lassiceratro, nodosam post hec frangebat virtus vitam, si lentus pigrum unirat castra dolabra, hic tamen et symbros et summa pericula rerum 250 excipit et solus trepidantum prodigit urbum. Juvenal, Saturday 8. 237 to 239, 243 to 250. 239 In omni monti, i.e. in every part of Rome, on each of the 7 hills. 244 Patram Patriae, under the empire the title Pater Patriae became a formal one, always accorded to the new emperor. Libera equals while yet free, emphatic. The state was no longer free when Augustus received this title, 2b. Duff. 247 Frangebat virtus vitam equals he had the vine switch, rattan, broken on his head, i.e. served as a common soldier. D 248 Dolabra equals half hatchet for cutting stakes, and half pickaxe for digging the fossa. For Dolabra, cf. Dolabella. 249 Symbros, annihilated by Marius and Catullus near Vercelli, 101 BC 250 Excipit equals faced, lit is ready to receive, metaphor from Field Sports DB. From a poem by Cicero on his fellow townsman Marius. Hic Iavis alti soni subito pinita satellis arboris e trunco serpentis sauci amor susurrigit ipsa feris transfigans unguibus angam semi animum et varia gravitir servis micantum. Hanc ubi prepatibius panis lapsici volentum conspexit Marius, divini numinis augur, Faustici signa sui laudis rita tusc notavit, partibus into nutsa pater ipsi sinistris, sic aquili clarum firmavit I upiter omen. 1 Iavis pinita satellis, i.e. the eagle. Cf. Pinder, Pyth. I6, epsilon iota delta nu sigma kappa pi tau, equals sigma kappa pi tau rho, delta iota alpha epsilon tau, and sleeps on the staff of Zeus his eagle. 3 Surrogit, equals surgit, equals raises up, very rare in this sense. The VL subigit, for subigit, equals carries aloft. Compare Plutarch's story of the eagle's nest, with 7 young ones in it, which fell into the lap of Marius when a boy, predicting, so the diviners said, that Marius would be 7 times consul. B5 The annihilation of the Teutones at Aquae Sextii, 102 BC Cimbri et Teutones ab extremis Germaniae profugi, cum terras eorum inundacit Oceanus, novus seds toto orb quiribant, exclosique et Gallia et Hispania cum in Italiam demigrurant, misere legatos in castra Silani, ind ad senatum 5 potens ut populus martius alicid sibi terri derat. Sed quas derat terras populus Romanus, agraris legibus inter se dimicaturus? Repulsi agiter, quod ni quiverant praesibus, armis Peter coperunt. Sed nec primum impetum barbarorum Silanus, nec 10 secundum Malleus, nec tertium Scipio sustinere poturunt, omnes fugiti, exudi castris. Actum erat, nisi Marius illi seculo contigisit. Il mira statum velocitate occupatus compendias prevenit hostem, preorsc Teutones sub ipsis Alpium radicibus 15 ad secutus in loco quem aquas sextius vocant, proilio oppressit. Valum fluvium qui medium hosts tenebant, et nostris aquarum nulla erat copia. Consultone id agerit imperator in aurorum in concilium verderit, Theobium, cert necessitate acta virtus 20 victoriae causa fud. Nam flagitant aquam exercitu, si viri estis inquit, n. Illic habitus. Itac tanto ardor pugnatum est, eacides hostium fut ut victor Romanus cruent flumen non plus aqui biberit quam sanguinis barbarorum. 25 Florus, 3. 3-1-9, Cell. 5 Silani equals M. Junius Silanus, defeated by Cimbri, 109 BC 11 Malleus Scipio, defeated by Cimbrians at Arausio, on the Rhone, 105 BC Plutarch, Lucullus 27, says, the October 6th, on which day the battle was fought, was marked in the calendar as a black day, like the fatal day of the Allia, 390 B.C. 12 Actum erat, sc de Republica. 14 Compendias equals short ways, cfr compendium equals an abridgment. 16 Aquas Sextius, founded by Sextius Calvinus 122 BC equals Aix, 18 miles n of Marseilles. 23 Cedes Hostium. 150,000, Vel, and 200,000, live. Epilxiath. By the great victories of Aquae Sextii and of Vercelli, over the Cimbri, 101 BC, the movement of the German races southward was for the present stopped. Rome was saved, and the savior of Rome was Marius, the champion of the people. Inni. Parallel passages. Propert. 4-3. 41 to 44, Livy Epilxiath. References: Plutarch, Marius, 15. Inni, History Rome, Volume V, pages 98 to 105. B6 Marius, 157 to 86 BCA. His flight from Sulla, consul for the 7th time. Et aliquis magno quirens exempla timori, non alios, inquit, motus tum fata parabant, cum post teutonicos victor libicosque triumpha 70 ex sol limissa Marius caput obdidit ulva. Stagna ovidi texera soli lacic palliads depositum, fortuna, tuum, mox vincula ferri ecedera senem longusque in carcera pater. Consul et aversa Felix Moriturus in urbi 75 ponas anti dabat celerum. Mors ipsa refugits epi virum, frustraci hosti concs apot stas. Sanguinis invisi, primo qui sedis in ictu asterisk diriguit ferrum manutor pent remisit, viderat immensum tenebroso in carcera lumen 80 terribilesque deos celerum marium qui futurum audierat pavens, fas hec contingere non est cala tibi, debet multas his legibus evi anti suum morts, venum depone furorimi. Si libet ulciscus delati funeragentis, 85 hunc, Cimbri, servate senem. Lucan, Pharsalia, 2. 67 to 85 asterisk postgate, actu. 67 exempla timori equals precedence to hear out his fears Haskins. 70 ex sol. 88 to 7 BC. For details see Plud. Marius, Caps. 38 to 40 72 Fortuna, i.e. the evil destiny of Rome, protecting him because the gods were angry with Rome. Cf 82 to 83 Debet Morts. 73 in Carcera, i.e. at Minturni, se of Latium. There were extensive marshes in the neighborhood. Pater equals filth. 82 Legibus Evi equals the laws that govern time equals Fatus HB Marius outlived his fame. Quid illosive tullicit natura in terris, quid Roma betius umquam, 280 si circumducto captivorum agmine et omni bellorum pompa animam ecalacida p mam, cum de Teutonico velit descendere curru? Juvenal, Saturday x 278 to 282. Marius outlived his powers and his reputation. Had he now died, he would have gone down to posterity as one of the greatest men of his people, as a second Romulus or Camillus, unstained with any blood save that of foreign foes. Inni. Parallel passages. Ov. Pep 4. 345 to 48, Juv x 276 to 278. References: Plud. Marius, Caps. 38 end. Inni, Volume 4. Pages 336 to 7, Volume V, pages 111 to 12. B7 Cicero on civil strife. Itanem recordomini, quirites, omnes civils dissensiones, non solum eas quas audistes, sed et has quas vos metisi meministis et vidistes. L sola p sulpicium oppressit, ex urbi eisit si marium, custodum huius urbis, multasque fortes viros partim 5 eisit ex civitat, partim int eremit. Cn Octavius consul armis ex urbi collegam suum expulit, omnes his locus a servis corporum et civium sanguine redundavit. Superavit postea sine cum Mario, tum vero, clarissimis virus interfectis, lumina civitatis 10 extincta sunt. Altus est huius victoriae cridlitatum postea sola, anni dici quidem opus est, quanta diminution civium et quanta calamitate republici. Et gili tamen omnes dissensiones, qui non ad delendum, sed ad commutandum rem publicam 15 pertinebant non illi nullam esse rem publicam, sed in ea qui esset esse principes, nec hanc urbum conflagerer, sed se in hac urbi flor revoluerunt eius modi fuerunt, ut non reconciliatione concordiae, sed internitione civium diadicati sint. 20 Cicero, in Cat. 310. 4 P. Sulpicium, distinguished orator, bought over by Marius. As Tribunus Plebis 88 BC carried the legs Sulpicii. 6 CN Octavius, one of Sulla's chief supporters. Consul 87 BC expelled his colleague Cinna. Murdered in his curule chair. 9 to 11 Superavit extinctus sunt, i.e. 87 to 6 BC. The Reign of Terror. Marius consul for the 7th time. Cf. Vel. Pat. 222 Nihil illa victoria fuiset crudelius, nisi mox solena esset secuta. 10 Luminus civitatis, e.g. the consuls CN Octavius and L. Marula, Q. Catulus, the conqueror, with Marius, in the Cimbric War, the orator M. Antonius, the brothers L. and C. Caesar. 11 to 13 The victims of the Sullanian proscriptions. Cf. Vel. Pat. 228 Primus Isle, Sulla, et utinum ultimus, exemplum proscriptionis invenit. Parallel passages. Horace, Epode 7 and 16. 1 to 14 The Sullanian proscriptions. Sulla was not like Marius swayed by feelings of revenge alone. His main object was the public good, which in his conviction was to be realized by a return to the older institutions of the Republic. This he believed could be accomplished only by the utter annihilation of his opponents. The proscriptions were not however intended to be an encouragement to indiscriminate murder, but rather a barrier against the rage of overzealous partisans. B8 Tribunate of M. Livius Drusus, 91 BCD and interictus passus annus tribunatum iniat M. Livius Drusus, vir nobilissimus, eloquentissimus, sanitissimus, meliori in omnia ingenio animici quam fortuna usus. Qui cum senatui priscum restituere cuperit decus et indicia ob equitibus ad 5 eum transfer ordinem in eis ipsis, qui pro senatum oliebitur, senatum habet adversarium non intelligentem, si quada plebis commodus abio agirantur, veludi eliciandi multitudinus causa fieri, ut minoribus perstisma ora permitterit. Denici 10 ea fortuna drusi foot, ut malefacta collegarum quam vis optimi ab ipso cogitatus senatus probere magis. Tum conversus drusi animus, quando bene in septa male seed bant, ad dandum civitatum Italii, quod cum moliens revertus ae foro, immensa 15 illa et incondita, qui eum semper comitabator, cinctus multitudine in area doma sui cult elo percussus, qui affixus lateri eius relictus est, intra paucus horas decessit. Sed cum ultimum rederet spiritum, intwen circumstantium macrentium qui 20 frequentium, effudit vocem convenientissimam conscientia sui, equandun, inquit, propinci amicic, similum massivem habebit residential publica. Hunc finum clarissimus iuvinus vidi habet. Velius Paterculus, 2. 13 to 14 3 to 4 Drusus. Generous and free from all selfishness and meanness, but without political experience, adroitness, and knowledge of men, he aspired to a task which surpassed his strength. Inni. 4 to 6 By the Sempronian laws of C. Gracchus 123 BC exclusive judicial rights had been given to the equites, as a counterpoise to the power of the Senate. The corruption of the equites, as judices, was flagrant, and Drusus proposed to transfer the judicial functions to a mixed body of 300 senators and 300 knights, the selected knights to be included in the now attenuated ranks of the Senate. 14 Addendum Civitatem Italii. The claims of the Italians to the franchise were just and pressing, but the overbearing pride and self-sufficiency of the Roman citizens proved too strong. Parallel passages. Cic de Orator 3. 1, and Procluent. 56, 153. Florus, 3. 18 Reference. Inni, History Volume V pages 176 to 189. Drusus was the Mirabeau of the social revolution of Rome, and had his measures been carried Rome might have been spared the most terrible of her civil wars. B9 The Social or Marsic War, 91 to 88 BC, 1, a cause and outbreak of the war at Asculum. Cum ius civitatis, quam viribus auxerant, socii decime postularant, quam in spem eos cupidine dominationis drusus erexerat, post quam il doms tico solere oppressus est, idem fax, qui illum cremavit, socios in arma et in expugnationem urbis 5 accendit. Primum fut belli concilium ut in Albano Montifesto di Latinarum Iulius Caesar et Marcius Philippus consules inter sacra et eras immolarentur. Post quam id nefas perdition discussum est, asculo furor omnes erapit, in ipsa quidem literum ten frequentia trucidatus qui tum adherent ab urbi legatus. Hoc fut impii belli sacramentum. Ind iam passim ab omni part Italii duce et octari belli discursant papidio diversa per populos et urbes signa cessinir. 15 Florus, 3. 18 3-10, SEL. 2 Iustissime. The final issue of the war confirmed the justice and the wisdom of the reforms planned by the Gracchi and by Livius Drusus. Inni. 7 Latinarum, SC Ferierum, the solemn festival conducted by the consuls on the Alban Mount. 10 Asculo. Asculum, Ascoli, chief town of Punum. The opening and closing scene of the war. B. Advice of the Sabellian father to his sons. Vivite contenti que sulis et colibus istis, 180 opuri, Marsus dispat et hernicus olim vestinusque senex, panem quirimus eritro, qui satis est mensis, laudant hoc numeraruris, quorum op et auxilio grati post munis aristi contingunt homini vetris fastidia quercus 185 nil vetidum facis volet, quem non pudet alto per glacium peron tagi, qui summovit euros polibus inversus, peregrina ignotac nobis ad solicit nefas, quicum est, purpura ducit. Juvenal, Saturday 14. 179 to 188 179 Colibus Istis, i.e. in the central mountain range of Italy. The federals chose Corfinium, of Lake Fucinus, to be the Italian rallying point, and the seat of a new state. 180 to 181 Marsus. Hernicus. Vestinus, Sabellian peoples noted for their bravery and simplicity, the backbone of Rome's army. 182 Numeraruris, e.g. Ceres, Liber, and Priapus. 185 to 186 Alto Peron equals a high rustic boot of rawhide. 187 Polybus inversus equals skins with the hair turned inwards duff. B10 The Social or Marsic War, 91 to 88 BC, 2, a defeat and death of Rutilius. Hanc tibi, quo properas, memorant dixus Rutili. Luce mea Marso consul ob hos decades. Exitus accessit verbis, flument Ptolemy 566 purpureum mixta sanguine fluxit aquis. Ovid, Fasti, 6. 563 to 566 563 Hanc, sc Lucatia, goddess of the sea and of harbors. Rutili. Rutilius, consul 90 BC, defeated and slain at the Artalinus, Tirano, by the Marcian Vettius Scato. B. The Lex Placia Paparia of 89 BC data S. Civita Silvani leg et Carbones, sic 5 Federates Civitatibus Ascripti Fuisant, si tum, cum lex firbitur, in Italia domicilium habescent ets sexaginta diebus apud praeterum essent professi. Cicero, Pro Archia, 4, 7. 5 leg, i.e. the Lex Placia Paparia of the Tribunes M. Plautius Silvanus and C. Papirius Carbo. The Lex Julia of L. Julius Caesar 90 BC, granting the civitas to the Latins and to all the other Italian states not in rebellion, had weakened the resistance. The Lex Placia Paparia scattered among the Italian ranks the seeds of discord and dissolution. See Cicero's first and only campaign. Momini colloquia et cum acerrimis hostibius et cum gravissime dissidentibus civibus. Cn Pompeius, 10 consul me presenti, cum sm Tyro in eis exercitu, cum p vecchio scatone, duce Mars orum, in turbina castra collocutus est. Quem cum scato salit asset, quem te appellum, inquit, voluntate hospidum, necessitate hostem. Erat in colloquio equitas, 15 nullus timor, nullus suberat suspiciio, mediocre entium odium. Non enim, ut eriperant nobis socii civitatem, sed ut in em reciperent terpidebant. Cicero, Philosophy 12. 11, 27. D. The battle near Asculum, and capture of the city. Strabo vero Pompeius omnia flammis ferici popularis non prius finum sedium facit quam Asculi 20 evers Ioni manibus tot exercituum consulum direpterum urbium disliteretur. Florus, 3. 1814. 20 Asculi evers Ioni. The siege was memorable for the desperate patriotism of the besieged under their leader Judas Elias, cf. Siege of Saguntum. Reference. Inni, History Volume V pages 190 to 220. B11 L. Cornelius Sulla, 138 to 78 BC. His character and bearing. Igitur Sulla gentis patricii nobilis fut, familia prop iam extinctum aura magnavia, lit eris grisus et latinus iuxta et doctissimi eruditus, animo ingenti, Cupidius voluptatum sed gloriae cupidier, tamen abnegotes numquam voluptas remorata, 5 facundus collegius et amicitia facilis, ad simulanda negotia altitudo ingeni incredibilis, multarum rerum ac maximi pecuni largiter. Et Gilli, felicis sumo omnium anti civilum victorium, numquam super industrium fortuna fut, multici dubitavera fortier tenon felicier esset. Nam postea qui fecerit, insertum habeo pudiatin pigit magis dissuerere. Igitur Sulla, uti super dictum est, post quam in Africam in castra mari cum equitatu venit, rudis antia et ignaris belli, solartissumus omnium in paucis 15 tempstatibius factus estate ad hoc milites benigni appellar, multis rogantibus aliis per se ipsi dare beneficia, invitus accipera, sed ea properantius quam aes mutuum redere, ipsi ob nullo repetier, magis id laborare ut illi quam plurimi deberant, ioca et 20 Syria cum humilumis agira, in operibus in agmenat ad vigilias multis. Ades nec interim, quod prov ambitio solit, consulis aut quis quam boni famam latera, tantum modo nec concilio nec manu priorum alium pati, plurasque antiveniri. 25 Sallust, Jug. 95, 96. 1 Nobilis, i.e. of a patrician family which had held curule offices. 1 to 2 Familia extincta. The Cornelii were a distinguished gens in early times and included 7 patrician families, e.g. the Lentuli and Scipios. Of these the Sulli were the least known. 2 to 3 Literis Grisis Eruditus. Contrast the proud boast of Marius: I have learned no Greek, in the knowledge, however, which is far the most important for the state, I am a master. Sol. Jug. 85-9 Ante-Civilum Victorium, i.e. before 81 BC 10 to 11 Fortier and Felicier. Sulla assumed the name Felix on the death of the younger Marius 82 BC cf. Plud. Sulla, cap. 611 to 12 Nam postea de suberare. Cf. Vel. Patera. 217. 2. Sulla vir qui nec ad finem victoriae satis laudari nec post victoriam abundavi tuperari potest. 20 Illi more strictly sibi a negligence not unfrequent. Marivalli. 22 Multus ades equals frequently visited, multus equals sipi. For character of Sulla cf. Plud. Sulla, and Mommsen, 4. Pages 139 to 142, one of the most marvelous characters in history. B12 Mithridates the Great, 130 to 63 BCA. His youth and early training. Huius futurum magnitudinem entium saelistia ostenta predixerent. Nam eteo, quo genitus est, anno, eteo, quo regnare primum copit, stella comets per utrum tempus lxx diebus eta luxit, ut saelum om conflagrar videratur. Puer tutorum insidias 5, passus estate qui eum ferro equo impositum equitere iaculari cogebant, qui conatus cum eos fi felicent, supra etatem regent equum Mithridate, veneno eum appetavir. Veritas deant, ne inimici, quod veneno non potuerant, ferro perige rent, venandi ten studium finxit, quo perceptum annos nec urbano nec rustico tecto usus est, sed per silvas vagatus, diversus montium regionibus pernoctabat ignaris omnibus, quibus esset locis, ad suitus feras cursu aut fugor aut pers equi, cum quibus dam entium viribus 15 congredi. Quibus rebus et insidias vitavit, et corpus ad omum virtutis patientium derivit. 1 Huius. Mithridates, Mitras equals Persian sun god, second only to Hannibal in inextinguishable, lifelong hostility to Rome, as also in military genius. Inni. 5 Tutorum equals, at the hands, of his guardians. Cf2e or. 17 Ad omum virtutis patientium equals to all manly endurance. B. His preparations for conquest. Ad regnadiend administrationem cum accessus statim non dirigendu, sed de agendurino cogitavit. Etoxithas invictos antia ingenti 20 felicitate perdamuit. Hiamadiend appetant, non in convivio, sed in campo, nec in avocationibus, nec in tersotiles, sed in terrequals, aut equo aut cursu aut viribus contendi but. Exercitum quoque suum ad parum laboris patientium quotidiana exercitationi 25 durabat, et gita invitus ipsi in expugnabilum exercitum fecerat. Just enus, xxxvii. 2, 3, 4. 19 De Agendurino. He subdued all the coast districts of the Euxine, east, north, and west, as far as the Hister, Danube. 22 Avocationibus equals in diversions, very rare. 24 Exercitum. At the outbreak of the war with Rome, 88 BC, he had collected a motley force of 250,000 foot and 40,000 horse. Mithridates. With one blow he overthrew the Roman dominion in Asia, carried the war into Europe, united almost the whole Eastern world in an attack on the Republic, and resisted for 25 years the first generals of his time, a Sulla, a Lucullus, and a Pompeius. Inni. Historic parallels. Alexander, Hannibal, Peter the Great. B13 First Mithridatic War, 88–84 BC, 1, the Battle of Chaeronea, 86 BC Brilliant tactics of Sulla. Archelaus versus El Solam in front ad perturbandum hostem falcitas quadrigas locavit, in secunda ac phalangem Macedonicam, in tertia Roman orum more armatos auxiliaries, mixtus fugitivus Italici gentis, quorum pervicacia plurimum fide bat, 5 levem armaturum in ultimo statuit, in utroque and latera equitatem, quis amplum numerum habibat, circumundi hostis causa possuit. Contra hec sola fosses ampli latitudinus utroque latera duxit et capitibus erum castella communiit, qua ten rationi, ne circire turb hosta et petidum numero et maxime equitatus super ante, consecutus est triplicem and petidum asium ordinavit relictus intervallis perqui levem armaturum et equitum, quem in novissimo conloque verat, cum residential exegesit emiteret. 15 tum post signanis qui in secunda ac erant imperavit ut densos numerus osc palos firme interim defigerant, intraci eos apropin quantibus quadriges antes ignanarum asium recipit, tum dimum sublato universe orum clamori velites et levem armaturum 20 ingerir tela iaci. Quibus factis quadrigi hostium aut impliciti polis aut exteriti clamori telisc in suos conversi sunt turbaverunt macedonum structurum, qua sedent, cum sola instarit et Archelaus equitum opposuisit, Romani equits 25 subito emissi averterunt eos consumaverunt victoriam. Front enus, strategmata, 2. 317. 1 Archelaus, and his brother Neoptolemus, trained in the traditions and experience of Greek and Macedonian masters. 2 Falcitas quadrigas. Archelaus had 60 of these chariots armed with scythes projecting. Cf. Livy XXXVII. 41 5 Pervicacia equals steadfastness, per plus vic, cf. Vinco. 11–12 Quarationi consecutus est Sulla had about 30,000 men, 15,000 Romans only, against 120,000. 23 Turbaverunt. The war chariots on this as on other occasions, e.g. at Magnesia, had not only proved a failure, but had actually led to a partial disaster. Inni. Cf. Use of war elephants, e.g. at Beneventum 275 BC and at Zama 202 BC 27 Victoriam. It was a great victory, but the results were trifling, partly because Sulla had no fleet, and partly because his political enemies at Rome were bent on crippling him. Historic parallel. The Battle of Magnesia 190 BC B14 First Mithridatic War, 88–84 BC, 2, a capture of Athens and the Piraeus, 86 BC Sulla interim cum Mithridatus prefectus circa Athenas eta dimicavit, ut et Athenas reciperit et plurimo circa multiplicis Piraei portus munitions labor exploito amplia cc milia hostium interfaceret nec minus multicaperit. Nam oppressi, Athenenses, 5 Mithridatus armis homines miserumi conditiones cum abenimissus tenerentur, apugnabantur abomicis et animos extra moenia, corpora necessitati serviens intramuros habent. Valius Paterculus, 2. 23 2 Ut Athenas reciperit. Sulla reduced the city by starvation. 3 Piraei portus. This was strongly held by Archelaus, and was taken only after a most obstinate defense. 7 Cum tenerentur. The contemptible adventurer Aristion, with his bodyguard of 2,000 men and the bribe of Delos and its treasure, had made himself master of Athens. B. Battle of Orchomenus, 85 BC Sulla restores the fight. L. Sulla, sedentibus iam legionibus exercitui ten Mithridatico ductu archile, stricto gladio in primam asium procurit appellensc milites dixit, Sicis quisicit, ubi imperatorum reliquiscent, responderant pugnantem in Boeotia, quis auriae puteri universi eum secuti sunt. 15 Front enus, strategemata, 2. 812. 10-15 equals the great victory at Orchomenus was the turning point in the war. Inni. See Peace of Dardanus. End of the First Mithridatic War, 84 BC transgressus deend in Asiam sulla parentum ad omnia supplicem Mithridatum invenit, quem multatum pecunia ac part navium, Asia omnibus aliis provincias, quas armis occupaverat, desidera cogit, capt evos recipit, in perfugas noxios qui 20 animadverti, paternus, id est pontisus finibus contentum esse iaci. Valius Paterculus, 2. 23:16-22 The terms of peace were, I. Restoration of all conquests, 2. Surrender of 80 ships and of all prisoners, 3. Indemnity of 3,000 talents. Florus says non fregit ea residential ponticos sed incendit. Sulla was anxious to secure peace, because his presence was needed at Rome. Sulla's conduct of the war. No previous general had shown so great a mastery of the art of war and such care and interest for the welfare of the state, as distinguished from the success of a party. Inni. B15 Second Civil War, 83-82 BC, 1, Battles of Sacriportus and the Colline Gate. Iam quote apud sacri cessidir cadavera porchum 135 aut colina tulit stratus quote porta cadavervas, tum cum, penny caput mundi rerum potstas mutavit translata locum, romatox samnis ultra caudinus spuravit vulnera furcas. Lucan, Pharsalia, 2. 134-138 134 apud sacriportum, near Praeneste, where Sulla totally defeated the Marians, under the younger Marius, 82 BC 135 Collina Porta, i.e. Gate of Rome near the Collus Quirinalis. 138 Penny, with Mutavit, L 137. B at Pontius Telesinus, Dux Samnitium, vir animi bellici fortissimus penitusque Romano nomini infestissimus, contract actus circ iter xl millibus fortissimi pertinacissimic in retinendis armis I Juventutis kal. Novembribus ita ad portum collinum cum sulla tendimicavit, ut ad summum discrimen et eum et rem publicam produceret, qui non maius periculum adiat Hannibalus intra tertium miliarium conspicita castra, quam eo die, quo circumvolans ordens exercita sui telesinus dictatans cades Romanes ultimum 15 diem vociferabator eruendum delendum curbum, additions numquam deluteros raptors italici libertatis lupos, nisi silva, in quam refugare sol rent, esset excisa. Post primam dimum horum noctis et romana aces respiravit et hostium cessit. Telesinus 20 postera die semi-enemies repertus est, victoris magis quam morientis vultum preferens, quis abscisum caput ferro Fiji gasterique circa Praeneste sola iaci. Valius Paterculus, 2. 27-6 Pontius Telesinus, a kinsman in name and temper of the hero of 321 B.C. 12-14 Qui Castra. As Hannibal had tried to relieve the closely pressed Capua by a direct attack on Rome, Pontius Telesinus thought to draw off the besieging army from Praeneste by threatening the capital. Inni. 20 Romana aces respiravit. Sulla, with the left wing, was driven back by the Samnites to the walls of Rome, but Crassus with the right wing was completely victorious, and to him the final victory was due. The issue of the whole war, at least on Italian ground, was decided by the Battle of the Colline Gate. Inni. B16 Second Civil War, 83-82 BC, 2, a death of the younger Marius. Sulla Felix. Tum dimum desperatis rebus suici Marius adolescens per cuniculos, qui miro opere fabricati in diversas agrorum parties fuerunt, conatus irrumper, cum foramine e terra immersisit, a dispositus in id ipsum interremptus est. De quo iuveni quid 5 existum avrit sola, in promptu est, oxiso enim dimum eo felicis nomen ad sumpsit, quod quidem usurp asset iustisime, si undum et vincendi et vivendi finem habesit. Vel. Pat. 227. 1 Tum, i.e. after Sulla's victory at the Colline Gate, 82 BC Marius. He possessed his father's martial spirit, courage, and unyielding perseverance. Inni. 2 per cuniculos equals through subterranean passages. B. The Sullan proscriptions. 139 Sulla quoque immensus accessit cladibus ulter. Il quad exiguum restaba sanguinis urbi hausit, dump nemis iam putria member residite, excessit medicina magum, nemium qui secuta est, 143 quam orbi duxera, manus. 145 Tum data libertas odius, resolutac legum frenis ira rude. Non unicuncta dabantur, sed facit sibi quisque nefas, semel omnia victor iaserat. 221 His salus rerum, Felix his sola vocari, his miruit tumulum medio sibi tolera campo? Hec rarsus patienda monant, hoc ordin belli 224 Ibiter, hic stabit civilibus exitus armis. 232, sic maestas senectus praetoritique memor flebit metu ensc futuri. Lucan, Pharsalia, 2. 139 to 148, 221 to 224. 139 Sulla ulter equals Sulla 2 in his vengeance came to crown these fearful disasters Haskins. 141 to 143 Dump Manus. Sulla is compared to a surgeon who in too great haste to remove the mortified flesh cuts away the sound flesh also. 146 Non-uni equals all crimes were not committed for one man's sake, i.e. to please Sulla. 223 to 224 Hoc ordin belli ibiter equals in this course of war events will move i.e. history will repeat itself. 232 Sic maestas senectus. An old man, who had lived through the Marian and Sullan times, predicts similar horrors of the civil war between Caesar and Pompey. The proscriptions. They were the product not of passion or thirst of blood, but of a cool political calculation, and the conviction of its inevitable necessity. Inni. B17 A Sulla appointed dictator, 81 BC Dictator Cretus, quis honoris usurpatio per annos centum et viginti intermissa, nam proximus post annum quam Hannibal Italia exesserat, uti aperiat populum Romanum usum dictatoris haudit me to desideris tali quo dimuisit potestatem, imperio, 5 quo priors ad vindicandum maximis periculis patrium usi erant, eo in immodici cridlitatis licentium usus est vilius paterculus, 2. 28 1-2 Quis honoris intermissa. The last real dictator, M. Junius Para, was appointed after Cani 216 BC 5-8 Imperio quo usus est. The dictator of the first age of the Republic down to the Punic Wars had always a well-defined special duty to discharge in a given time. Sulla's task was of a general nature and all-comprehensive range, and he had the most essential of all monarchical attributes, which is the unlimited duration of office. Inni. B. Sulla lays down his dictatorship, 79 BC Nec minores impotentii voces prop allum edbat, ut Titus Ampius scribit, nihil esse rem publicam, ten appellationum modo sine corpore ac specie. Sollam nessus alit eras, qui dictaturum deposuerit. Suetonius, Divus Iulius, 77. 9 Impotentiae equals arrogance, lack of self-restraint. 10 Ampius. Titus Ampius Balbus, a Pompeian general. 11 to 12 Solam nessus aliteras equals, I.S. had not profited by the teachings of history, or, 2. S. was without a liberal education. See Death of Sulla, 78 BC Putolus nm ardens indignatione, quod granius, princeps eius coloniae pecuniam decurianibus ad refectionem capitalii promissum cunctantius derud, 15 Animi concitatione nemia et moderato vocis impetu convulso pectori, spiritum cruor ac minis mixtum evamuit, nec senio iam prolapsus, ut pot sexagesimum ingrediens anum, sed alita mais res republici in potentia furens. Igiter in duobio est 20 Solane prior in Iracondia soli sit extincta. Valerius Maximus, 9. 38. 13 Granius, the chief magistrate of Puteoli, had kept back money destined for the building of the new temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. The old one was destroyed by fire 83 BC. It was Sulla's great desire that his name should be recorded on the front of the new temple, for it was to be the symbol of the Republic, restored as he fondly hoped by him to its pristine purity. Inni. B18 The Leges Cornelii, 81 BC. A limitation of the tribune's right of veto. In ista quidem reviamenter solam probo, qui tribunus plebis sua leginurii faciandi potestatem admirat, auxili ferendi reliquirit. Cicero, De Legibus, 3. 922. 2 Inurii faciandi, e.g. by their abuse of the right of veto. 3 Auxili ferendi. Sulla limited the office of tribune to the original functions for which it was established, the legal protection of the people from the abuse of magisterial power. Inni. B. Abolition of corn distributions. Populus Romanus, Paulo ante gentium moderator, exudus imperio gloria ire, agitandi in ops despectus ne servilia quidem alimenta relicua habet. Sallust, Histori, Orad. M. Lepidi. 5 Agitandi in ops, i.e. vitam sustentandi, equals without means of livelihood. 6 Servilia alimenta equals a slave's allowance of food. Sulla abolished the largesses of corn. See restoration of judicial functions to the senators. Iadicandi munis quad si gracchus ereptum senatui ad equits, Sulla ob illis ad senatum transcularat. Valius Paterculus, 2. 32 8-10 Sulla filled up the gaps in the Senate from the ranks of the equites, and to the new Senate thus constituted he entrusted the administration of justice. D. A sumptuary law, limiting the expense of the table. L. Sulla dictator, cum pluric in patrimoniis ampli iluerentur et familiam pecuniam suum prandiorum conviviurum gurgitibus proluisent, legem ad populam tulit, qua cautum est, ut caelendis, edibus, nonis diabusque literum et ferias quibus dam 15 solemnibus estertios tracianos in senam insumir ius potestasque esset, cateris autumn diebus omnibus non amplius tricinos. Aulus Gellius, 2. 24, 11. 12 Iluerentur equals had squandered, lit. Washed away. Lex Cornelii. Sulla's legislation was an attempt to revive what was dead and gone. The time had arrived when the old republican institutions could last no longer. The transformation of the state into a monarchy was inevitable. Inni. The Sultan Constitution. It had as little endurance as that of Cromwell, and was finally destroyed in 70 BC during the consulship of Pompeius and Crassus. B19 Speech of Lepidus against Sulla, 78 BC Nam praetor satellites comiculatos quis idem volt. Aut quis non omnium udita praetor victorum. Silicet milites, quorum sanguintaruli certoque, pessumis servorum, Divici party sunt. Itac maximum mi fiducium perit victor exercitus, cui 5 per tot vulnera et labors nihil praeter tyrannum quisidum est nisi forte tribunicium potestatem evorsum perfecti sunt, per arma conditam oribus sui, Eudici ira et iudicia sibim et extorquerent, egregia silis et merced, cum relegati in palliads et tensilvum contumelium et convidium suum, premia pens pacos intellegirent. Quaerigitur tanto agmine et animis incidite? Quia secundi residential mire sunt vitius obtentui, quibus labifactis, quam formidatus est, tam contemnatur, nisi forte specie 15 concordia et paces, qui saleri et paricidio suo nomina indidit, nec litterem publicam et belli finam 8, nisi manit expulsa agris plebes, preda civilis acerbissima, ius iudicium qui omnium rerum pens esse, quad populi Romani fud. Qui si vobis 20 pax et concordia intelliguntur, maxima turbamenta republici et exitia probate, anut legibus impositus, accipit odium cum servitio et tradit exemplum post eris ad populum Romanum swimet sanguinis merced circumveni undum. 25 Salust, Hist, Orid. M. Lepidi. 1 Nam, sc his luck is not so great as he supposes, for 7 to 8 tribunicium evorsum, i.e. by the legs Cornelii 81 BC 9 Iudicia. Sulla restored the judicial functions to the Senate, from the equites. 10 Relegati in palliads. Sulla established 120,000 soldiers in military colonies in different parts of Italy, but their roaming adventurous life had unfit them for agricultural pursuits. 13 to 14 Quia obtentui equals because prosperity serves in a marvelous manner to cover a man's faults of character holden. For obtentui cf draw avail over. 16 Paricidio equals treason. 18 Nisi agris, i.e. Sulla's confiscations of estates, especially of those Italians who had fought against him. 24 to 25 ad pr circumveni undum equals for oppressing, enslaving, the people of Rome. M. Aemilius Lepidus, consul 78 BC, a disappointed optimate, jealous of Sulla's power, but without Sulla's ability. He posed as leader of the Democratic Party, took up arms against the state, but was defeated by Cucatulus at the Milvian Bridge, 77 BC B20 war with Sertorius in Spain, 78 to 72 BC, 1, Sertorius and his faun. Hic Sertorio serva alba eximii pulchritudinus et vivacissimi celeritatis elusitano quodam dono data est hanc sibi oblatum divinitas, et instinctam diani numini colloquisicum, monerec, et desira, qui utilia factua sent, persuadere omnibus instituit, 5 AC, si quid durius videbitur, quod imperandum militibus forat, a serva sisi monodum tum predicabat. Id cum dixerat, universi, tom cum si deo, libens per bant. Ea serva quodum die, cum incurgio esset hostium nunciata, festinationi ac tumultu consternata ten in fugam se prorepuit, et can palliad proxima delituit, et postea requisita paris credita est nec multis diebus post inventum esse servam cert orado nunciator. Tum, qui nuncia verat, iac tessera, ac, ne cui palam dicaret, interminatus est, 15 Precipic, ut impostero die repent in eum locum, in quo ipsi cum amicis esset, imiteret, admissus de indamicis postridi, visum sibi esse 8 inquiet servam, qui perisset, ad esse reverti, et, ut prius consueverat, quod opus esset facto predicare. 20 Tum servo, quod imperav re, significat. Serva emissa in cubiculum sertorii introrapit, clamor factus et orta admiratio est, ec hominum barbarorum credulitas cert oreo in magnus rebus magno Yosui foot. 25 Gellius, Noctis Odyssey, 15. 22 1 Alba equals a dull white as up. 2 Ader equals dull black. Cf Candidus equals shining white as up. 2 Niger equals shining black. 3 Instinctam equals fired, animated. 15 Interminatus equals he forbade with threats. Inter plus minor, frequency. In Plautus and Terence. 23 to 25 Sertorius did not disdain to turn to account the superstition of the ruder Spanish tribes, and to have his plans of war brought to him as commands of Diana by the white fawn of the goddess. Character of Sertorius. He was the only democratic, Marian, officer who knew how to prepare and to conduct war, and the only democratic statesman who opposed the furious doings of his party with statesmanlike energy. His Spanish soldiers called him the new Hannibal, and not merely because he had, like that hero, lost an eye in war. He in reality reminds us of the great Phoenician by his equally cunning and courageous strategy, and by the quickness of his ingenuity in turning to good account his victories and averting the consequences of his defeats. MB 21 War with Sertorius in Spain, 2, a. A new Hannibal. Sertorius, ex sul et perfugus feralis ilius tabuli, vir summi quidem sed calamitosi virtutis, mollis sui Maria tarasque permiscit, et iam aphrasi, iam Balearibus insulis fortunum expertus usque in oceanum fortunatusque insulis penetravit conciliis, 5 tandem Hispanium armavit. Viro cum virus facil convenit. Nec alias magis apparut Hispani militis vigor quam Romano duce. Quamquam il non contentus Hispania ad Mithridatum quoque Ponticosque resp exit regem class iovit. Et quid futurum 10 foot satis tanto hosti, cui uno imperator rasis tier residential Romana non potuit? Aditus me Telonius Pompeius. Hi copias atrivera viri proptota Hispania perscuti. Diu et ancipitae, semper ac pugnatum est nec tamen prius bello quam suorum solare 15, et insidious extinctus estate florus, 3. XXII 2-6. A1 Feralis Ilius tabuli equals from that fatal list, i.e. Sulla's list of proscribed Marians 82 BC 9-10 ad Mithridatum iovit. In 75 BC he concluded a formal treaty of alliance with Mithridates, and sent him the propraetor M. Marius to lead his troops. Cf. Alliance between Hannibal and Philip. 14-15 Diu et ancipitae semper ac pugnatum est, e.g. the defeat of Pompey near Lauro. For a graphic account of the strategy by which the battle was won see Front Enus, Strat 2. 5, b. The death of Sertorius. M. perpena praetorius e proscriptus, gentis clarieris quam animi, Sertorium inter senam oscae int eramit Romanisque certum victoriam, partibus sui excidium, sibi turpissimam mortem pessimo 20 octoravit facinoer. Me tellus et Pompeius ex Hispanias triumphaverunt. Vel. Paterc. 230. 17 M. perpena praetorius, equals ex praetor, with the remnant of the army of Lepidus, defeated by Pompey in 77 BC, joined Sertorius in Spain. After serving under Sertorius for some years, through jealousy, he brought about his leader's assassination. 21 Octoravit equals he brought about. More usually as octorary equals to hire oneself out for some service, e.g. of gladiators. The death of Sertorius. So ended one of the greatest men that Rome had hitherto produced, a man who under more fortunate circumstances would perhaps have become the regenerator of his country. MB 22 Character and early career of Lucullus. Magnum ingenium L. Luculli, magnum optimarum artium studium, tum omnes liberalis et digna homin nobilia bio percepta doctorina, quibus temporibus flora in foro maxime potuit, carut amino rebus urbanis. Ut enim ad magem adolescens, 5 cum fratra pari pietate et industria predito, pate rnas inimicitius magna cum gloria est persecutus, in Asiam quaestor perfectus, ibi per multos annos admirabili quadam laud provincii prefut, deant absens factus idolis, continuo praetor, licbat 10 enim silrius legis premio, post in Africam, ind ad consulatum, quem ita gessit ut diligentiam admirarentur omnes, ingenium conoscerent. Post ad Mithridaticum bellum missus assinatu non modo opinionum visit omnium qui divertut eius erat, sed 15 entium gloriam superiorum. Id geofut mirabilius, quod abio laus imperatoria non ad magem expectabator, qui adolescentium inferentia opera, quaesturi diuturnum tempus, murina bellum in ponto gerant, in Asia pace consumpserat. 20 in eadem tanta prudentia fut in constituendis temperandis civitatibus, tanta equitas, ut hodie stet Asia locali institutus servandis et quasi vestigius persequendis. Cicero, Academica, 2. 1-1-3 Ingenium, Studium, Doctorina, Subjects of Carut. 3-5 Quibus temporibus urbanis equals all this was divorced, Carut, lit was cut off from the business of the capital, at the season when he might have had a specially brilliant career in the Forum J.S. Reed. 6 Pate rnas inimicitius equals his father's quarrel. The first appearance of Lucullus in public life was as the accuser of the augur Servilius who had procured the banishment of his father. 7-9 In Asiam prefut, i.e. as solus quaestor in the First Mithridatic War 88-84 BC and then till 80 BC in charge of the province of Asia, equals Orig Kingdom of Pergamus, NW part of Asia Minor. 11 Legis Premio equals owing to a privilege conveyed by statute. JSR 13-14 Ad Mithridaticum Bellum, i.e. the Third M War, which he carried on for 8 years, 74-66 BC, with great success, until superseded by Pompeius in 66 BC 19-20 Murina Gerant. Lic Murina, anxious for distinction, provoked the disastrous Second Mithridatic War, 83-81 BC, when by the peremptory orders of Sulla the peace was renewed. 23 Stet servandus equals persists in maintaining, lit stands by, the ordinances of LJSR reference. For character of Lucullus, see Mommsen, Volume 4. Pages 337-8. Cf. also Vel. Paterk. 232. B23a. A soldier of Lucullus. Luculli miles collectiviatica multis erumnus, lassus dum noctus sturdi, addisum perdiderat, post hoc via mens lupus, et sibi et hosti iritus peritor, ii unis dentibus acer, 30 presidium regale loco deiit, uta iant, sum immunito et multarum divite rerum. Clarus obid factum donus ornator honstes, accipit et bistina super sestertia numium. Forte sub hoc tempus castellum evertier praetor 35 Nescio quod cupiens horderi copit undum verbis, qui timido quoque passant aderamentum, bone, quo virtus tua te vocet, pedi Fausto, grandia lituris merit orum premia. Quid stas? Post hec il catus, quantum vis rusticus, ibit, 40 ibit eo quo vista qui zonum perdidit, inquit. Horace, EP2. 226-40. 26 Viatica equals savings, cf. prize money. Viaticum equals originally traveling money. 28 Via mens lupus equals a very wolf in his fury. Cf. Virgil's simile for a forlorn hope lupi su raptors. Wickham. 32 Donus Honstes equals gifts of honor, i.e. the corona muralis, the mural crown, such as is worn by the goddess Cybe. 33 Numium, equals numerum, equals in hard cash. 39 Catus equals shrewd, witty, a Sabina word, equals acutus. 39 to 40 Ibit quovis, the original of Juvenal's Ad Saellum, Iosaurus, Ibit. 40 Zonum equals purse. The zona here was a broad belt made double or hollow to carry money in. B. The wealth of Lucullus. 20 Chlamydes Lucullus, uta iant, si possit centum sine preberi rogatus, qui possum tot. 8. Tamen et quirum, et quod habibo midum, post Paulo scribit sibi milia quinqua esse domi chlamydum, partum vel tolerat omnes. Horace, EPI 6. 40 to 44 Subject. Horace says, I am like Lucullus soldier, when his pocket was empty he would volunteer for forlorn hopes, when it was full again he would do so no more. It was poverty that made me write verses. W. 40 Chlamydes. The chlamys was the light short mantle of the Greeks, here wanted for a pageant on the stage. 44 Tolerat. The subj is the praetor or person giving the show. W. Reference. For the magnificence of his villas at Tusculum and near Neapolis, see Cicero de Fin 2. 107, de leg. 330, Pliny, Nh 9. 170 B24 War with Spartacus, 73 to 71 BC Spartacus and his gladiators. Spartacus, Crixus, enamas fracto lentuli ludo cum triginta aut amplius eistum fortunae virus eripara capua, servisc ad vexillum vocatus cum statum decem amplius miliacois sent, homines modo effugis contenti iam et vindicari volbant. 5 Prima seds v lutrabides b Luis mons Vesuvius placuit. Ibi cum obsiderentura Clodio glabro, per fosses cavi montes vidines delisi vinculis ad imas eis descendere radices et exituan viso nihil tail opinantis tusa subito impeto castra purunt. Ad fluentibus 10 in diem copias cum iam esset iustus exercitus, eviminibus pecudum tegumentus inconditos sibi clapias et ferro or gastulorum recocto gladios act la fis runt, indo iam consulars quoque aggressus in apennino lentuli exercitum percessidite, apud 15 mutinum gai cassi castra delevit. Tandem enim toties imperii viribus contra murmillinum consurgunt, puterum Romanum Marcus Crassus asseruit, a quo pulsi fugiti hosts in extrema Italii refuge runt. Ibi circa brutium angulum clusi cum 20 fugam in Sicilium parerent nec navigus appeterent ratesc ex trabibus et dolia canixa verg ultis rapidissimo frito frustra experirenter, tandem erupt ioni facta dignam virus abire mortem, et quad sub gladiator duce opertuit, sine mis Ioni 25, pugnatum estate Spartacus ipsi in primo agmine fortissime demicans quasi imperator oxisus est florus, 3. XX 3 to 14, SEL. 1 Spartacus, by birth a Thracian, who had served among the Thracian auxiliaries in the Roman army, had deserted and become a chief of banditti. He was taken prisoner and sold to a trainer of gladiators. Crixus, enamas, the slave names of 2 Celts. 1 to 2 Effracto ludo equals broke out of the gladiators' school. 8 Vitines vincules equals by means of ropes made of vine branches. 9 Inviso equals unknown, lit. Unseen. 13 Ergastulorum equals from the slaves' workhouses. 17 Myrmillinum. The Myrmillines were a class of gladiators usually matched with the Thraces or the Retiarii, net fighters. 18 Marcus Crassus, the triumvir of 60 BC asseruit equals maintained. Cfr assert. 21 In Sicilium, where the slaves had risen in 133 and 104 BC, and only waited an impulse to break out a third time. 25 Sine missione equals without quarter. Cf. missio equals the discharge from service of soldiers and gladiators. B25 The Third Mithridatic War, 74 to 63 BC, 1, Lucullus Ponticus. Quaniam de genera belli dixi, nunc de magnitudine paucaticam. Et qt omnes intelligent me el lucullo tantum impertire laudes, quantum forti viro et sapienti homini et magno imperator debitor, dico eius adventu maximus Mithridatus 5 copias omnibus rebus ornatus et constructus fuis urbam cage clarissimam nobisque amicissimam, Caesar obsessum esse ab ipso rege maxima multitudine et apognatum vehementissime, quam el lucullus virtuit, assiduitate, concilio summis 10 obsidianes pericules liberavit, ab iadem imperator classem magnam et ornatum, qui dusibus sertorianes ad Italiam studio inflammatore peritur, superatum esse depressum, Magnus hostium praeterea copias multis pro Elias esse deletas pate factum 15 nostris legionibus esse pontum, qui antia populo Romano ex omni addita clausus fuiset, sinaponet commissum, quibus in opetis erant domicilia regis, omnibus rebus ornatus et refertas, ceterasque urbes ponti et Cappadocia per multas 120 additu adventuc esse captas, regem spoliatum regno patrio et cavito. Ad alios esse regis et ad alias gentis supplicem cantulis, et haec omnia salvis populi Romani socius et integris vecta galibus esse gesta. 25 Cicero, Pro Leg Manilia, 20, 21. 5 to 6 Maximus Fuis. M had 140,000 well-trained men, Roman officers sent by Sertorius, 16,000 cavalry, a war fleet of 400 ships, and abundance of stores. 7 to 11 Urbam liberavit. The city of Cyzicus stood on the east side of the island of the same name in the Propontis, Sea of Marmora, close to the shore of Mysia, to which it was joined by 2 bridges. 12 to 14 Classem depressum, i.e. probably the Battle of Tenda 73 BC, in which Marcus Marius and the ablest of the Roman emigrants met their death, and the whole Aegean fleet of Mithridates was annihilated. 15 Multis pro Elias, e.g. of Cabra, 72 BC, Tigranocerta, 69 BC 18 Sinope. Sinope, on the W headland of the Great Bay of which the delta of the Arhalis forms the E headland, was the birthplace and residence, domicilia, of M22 ad alios regis, e.g. to his son-in-law, Tigranes of Armenia. 23 to 24 Salvis vecta galibus, i.e. without ruining the provincial by forced contributions and requisitions. Reference. For Siege of Cyzicus, see Mommsen, Volume 4. Pages 326 to 328, Front Enus, Strat. 213. 6b26 cn. Pompeius Magnus, 106 to 48 BC. His character, and career to 66 BC I am vero virtudi cn Pompei qui potest oratio par invenire. Quid est quod quis quam aut illo dignum, aut vobis novum aut quicquam inauditum possit ad fair? Nec enim illi sunt soli virtuts imperatorii, qui vulgo estimantur, labor in 5 negotes, fortitudo in pericules, industria in agendo, celeritatis in conficiendo, concilium in providendo, qui tanta sunt in hoc uno, quanta in omnibus reliquis imperatoribus, quos aut vidimus aut audivimus, non fuerunt. Testis est Italia, quam il ipsi ten victor L sola huius virtut et subsidio confisus est liberatum, testis est Sicilia, quam multis undic cinctam pericules non terrare belli, sed concilii celeritate explicavit, testis est Africa, qui magnus oppressa hostium copius eorum ipserum sanguine 15 redundavit, testis est Gallia, per quam legionibus nostris iter in Hispaniam Gallorum internitione pate factum est, testis est Hispania, qui sepisime plurimos hosts ab hoc superados prostratosc. Conspexit, testis est iterum et sepius Italia, qui 20 cum servili bello tetro periculosici primiratur, ab hoc auxilium absent expetivit, quod bellum expectatione eius attenuatum et cominitum est, adventus sublatum ac sepultum, testis nunc vero iam omnes oriat omnes exteri gentes ac nations. 25 Cicero, Pro Leg Manilia, 29-31. 10-12 Testis est Italia liberatum. In 83 BC Pompeius, aged 24, raised 3 legions in Punum, gained several advantages over the Marian generals, and was saluted by Sulla as imperator. 12-14 Testis est Sicilia explicavit. In 82 BC Pompeius, sent as propraetor to Sicily, quickly took possession of the island for Sulla. 14-16 Testis est Africa redundavit. In 81 BC Pompeius defeated at Utica the Marian Ahenobarbus, allied with Hiarbus of Numidia, and was, though a simple Romanix, granted a triumph by Sulla and saluted as Magnus. 16-18 Testis est Gallia pate factum est. In 77 BC, on his way to Spain as proconsul against Sertorius, he had to cut his way through the Transalpine Gauls, and laid out a new and shorter road over the Cottian Alps. 21 Servili bello. On his return from Spain he cut to pieces the scattered remnants of the army of Spartacus. 21-23 Ab hoc iminitum estcic. Assumes that the enemy was crippled even by the mere notion of sending for Pompeius. References: Plutarch, Pompeius, Vel. Paterc. 229. B27 Gaius Iulius Caesar, 1, the man Caesar. Fuis traditor excelsus statura, color candido, terretibus membris, or Paulo Plini or, nigris vegetisque oculis, valeudina prospera, nisi quad tempor extrema repent animo linciat gentium per somnum exterrari solbat. Armorum et equitandi 5 peritissimus, laboris ultra fidem patiens erat. In agmine non nuncum equo, sepius pedibus antibat, capit detecto, scu sol scu imber esset, longissimus vias incredibili celeritate confacit. In obundis expeditionibus dubium cautier and audentier, 10 exercitum nec per insidiosa itinera duxit quam nisi per speculatus locorum situs. Abrundicio duracium inter oppositas classes hiam a transmissit sessentibus copias, quas subs equi iaserat, cum ad exercendus frustra sipi misasit, 15 novus sim ipsi clam noctu parvulum navigium solus obvolato capit consendit, nec aut quis esset anti detexit aut gubernatorum cetera adversi tempi stati passus est, quam penny abrutus fluctibus. Anni religione quidem ulla aquo quam incepto absteritus 20 quam vel retardatus estate cum immolenti au fugisit hostia, perfectionum adversus sapienum et iubam non discelit. Prolapsus entium in egressu navis, verso ad Milius Amontinio te, inquit, Africa. Suetonius, Divus Iulius, 45, 57-59, sel, 4 animo linki equals he was subject to fainting fits. 8 capit detecto, so Cyrus the Younger and Hannibal. 9 incredibili celeritate, cfcic. EP ad att8. 9 hoc tauro alpha, equals prodigy, horribili vigilantia, celeritate, diligentia estcf also Napoleon the Great. 14 sessentibus copius equals and when the troops delayed their coming. Caesar did not then know that Antonius had himself been attacked at Brundisium by a Pompeian fleet, and had shown great skill in baffling it, and forcing it to put to sea again. Once more Antonius set sail with 4 legions and 800 horsemen, and fortunately a strong wind carried him safely to the port of Lycius, and of Dyrrachium. 18-19 Gubernatorum passus est quid times. Caesarum vis, was Caesar's famous exhortation to the pilot. Florus. 21-22 Cum hostia, if the victim even tugged at the rope when being led to sacrifice, it was considered unfortunate, and hence a long slack rope was used. Cf. Jov 12. 5 Sed procul extensum petulans, budding, quaedi hostia funum. 24 According to Frontinus his words were teneo te, terra mater. The man Caesar. We may picture him as a man the dignity of whose bodily presence was in due proportion to the greatness of his mental powers. Ward Fowler. B28 Gaius Iulius Caesar, 2, captured by pirates. Studies oratory at Rhodes, 76-75 BC Composita sedition civili Cornelium de labellum consularum et triumphalum repetundarum postulavit, absolutoque rodum secedere statuit, et ad declinandum invidium et ut per odium ac requiem Apollonio Maloni clarissimo tunc dicendi magistro 5 operam dared. Huc dum hibernus iam mensibus traiusit, circa pharmacusum insulam aprednibus captus est, mansit capodias, non sine summa indignationi, prope quadraginta dies cum uno medico et cubicularis duobus. Nam comite servis 10 ceteros initio statim ad expediendis pecunias, quibus redimeritur, demis erat. Numerthes deint quinquagentat talentis, expositus in literi non discelit quin e vestigio class deducta persecuritur abeuntis, ac redactos in potestatem supplicio, quod cipi illis 15 minutus inter iacum fuerat, adficeret. Vast anti-regions proximus Mithridate ne decidir in discrimine sociorum videritur, abrodio quo pertenderat, transiat in Asiam, auxilius contract actus et prefecto regis provincia expulso, nutans ac dubius civitates 20 retinut in fide. Suetonius, Divus Iulius, 4. 1 Composita sedition civili, i.e. after the abortive attempt of Lepidus to make himself master of the state 77 BC C. de labellum, impeached for illegal extortion during his government of Macedonia. Repetundarum, sc pecuniarum, postog for de repetundis, pecunias, used I of money extorted by an official and to be returned, 2. Of money extorted as a bribe. Caesar lost his case, but succeeded in showing that Sulla's senatorial judges were corrupt. 4 Apollonio Maloni, the famous rhetorician, whose pupil Cicero was both at Rome and at Rhodes. Very possibly Caesar took this step by the advice of Cicero. 7 Circa pharmacusum insulam, SW of Miletus, equals mod. Pharmaco. 8-9 Non sine summa indignationi, Plutarch, Caz. Gives a picturesque account of his adventures as their prisoner. 10 Cubicularis, cubiculum, equals lit. Chamber servants. 11 Pecunias. Valius says that Caesar's ransom was paid out of public funds. 14 E vestigio, equals statim, equals immediately. Caesar at Rhodes. Caesar, from what we know of his taste and character, could hardly have found the same delight as Cicero in his studies at Rhodes. He nevertheless became one of the greatest orators of his day, and according to some accounts, second only to Cicero. It is characteristic of Caesar, but unfortunate for us, that he never took any pains to collect and preserve his speeches. Ward Fowler. B29 Cicero prosecutes vers. 70 BC. A Roman citizen maltreated. Quid ego de P. Gavio, Consino municipi, dicam, indices. Aut qua 6 voces, qua gravitate verborum, quo dolor animi dicam? Quod crimen eius modi est ut, cum primum ad me dilatum est, usurum me illo non puterum, tamitsi enim verissimum esse 5 intelligibam, tamen credibile for non arbitrabar. Quid nunc agam? Rem in medio ponum, qui tantum habet ipsa gravitatis ut nec mea, qui nulla est, nec quis quam ad inflammandos vestros animos eloquentia requiratur. Tensi debitor virgis in medio foro messini civis Romanis, Iudices, cum interia nullus gemitus, nulla vox alia ilius miseri inter dolorum crepitum plagarum audibitur, nisi hec, civis Romanis sum. HACSE commemoratione civitatis omnia verbera 15 Depulturum, cruciatum a corpore de icturum arbitrabator. Is non modo hoc non professit ut vergarum vim deprecaritur, sed cum implorarit cipius usurparit nomen civitatis, crux, in quam, infelici et eram niso comparabator. 20 O nomen dulce libertatis. O ius eximium nostri civitatis. O lex portia leges sempronii. O graviter desiderata et aliquando reddita plebi Romani tribunicia potestas. Huc in tandem omnia residerunt ut civis Romanis in provincia populi Romani, 25 in oppido foederatorum, abio qui beneficio populi Romani facies et secures habere delegatus in foro virgis sideratur? Cicero, in Veram, 2. 562. 1 Consino municipi equals a burgess of Consa, on the borders of Lucania. 22 Lex Portia. Passed by M. Porcius Cato, 197 BC, forbade the execution or scourging of a Roman citizen. Lex Sempronii, a code of laws passed by C. Sempronius Gracchus, 123 BC. One of these declared it to be the sole right of the people to decide capital cases. 22-24 O graviter desiderata potestas. Sulla, dictator 82-79 BC, took from the tribunes the right of proposing laws, and left them only their original right of intercessio or veto. In 70 BC Pompeius, who had formally accepted the democratic program, gave back to the tribunes the power to initiate legislation. The Orationes in Veram. Cicero, as patronus of the Sicilians, undertook the prosecution of the senator Severs for his gross misconduct as governor of Sicily, 73-71 BC b 30 CN. Pompeius Magnus, 106-48 BC. The Lex Gabiniae, 67 BC convert erat CN Pompei persona totem in se ter eram orbum et per omnium irsiv habibator. Qui cum consul perquam laudabiliter irisit se in nullam provinciam ex eo magistratu iterum id serve asset, post biennium a gabinius tribunus 5 legem tulit, ut cum belli more, non latrocine orum, orbum clas sibus iam, non furtivis expeditionibus, piratae terrorant, costum entium Italii urbis dirapuissent, CN Pompeius ad eos appermendos miteri ter esit ei imperium aequam in omnibus 10 provincias cum proconsulibus usque ad quinquagesimum miliarium amari. Quo decreto penny totius ter eram orbis imperium univiro defirbitur, sed tamen idem hoc ante biennium in M. Antoni preacher decretum erat. Sed interdum persona ut exemplo 15 nocit, ita invidium augit aut levat, in Antonio homines equo animo passi erant, raro enim invide ter eorum honoribus, quorum vis non time ter, contra in iis homines extraordinaria reformidant, qui ea suo arbitrio aut deposituri aut retenturi videnter 20 et magem in voluntate habent. Dissuade bant optimates, sed consilia impeto victa sunt. Valius Paterculus, 2. 31. 3 to 5 Key cum consul serve asset. Pompeius, consul with Crassus in 71 to 70 BC, thought it beneath his dignity to accept a consular province, and waited in Rome as a simple citizen until an opportunity should be offered him to play an extraordinary part. 5a Gabinius, a client of Pompeius, a man ruined in finances and character, but a dexterous negotiator, a bold orator, and a brave soldier. In 57 BC did excellent service as proconsul of Syria. 6 to 9 Ut cum belli mordere puissent. For 20 years the sea had been rendered unsafe by these curses of human society. The commerce of the whole Mediterranean was in their power. 13 to 15 Sed tamen decretum erat. In 74 BC M. Antonius, son of the orator and father of the triumvir, was entrusted by the Senate with the task of clearing the seas from the corsairs. In spite of his extensive powers, the utter incapacity of Antonius, and the mismanagement of the Senate, caused the expedition to end in failure and disgrace. Result: the Gabinio-Manilian proposals terminated the struggle between the Senate and the popular party, which the Sempronian laws, 133 to 123 BC, had begun. As the Sempronian laws first constituted the revolutionary party into a political opposition, the Gabinio-Manilian first converted it from an opposition into a government. MB 31 CN. Pompeius Magnus, 106 to 48 BC. Pompeius clears the seas of pirates. 67 BC Quis enim quam aut obundi negoti aut consequendi questa studio tam brevi tempor tot loca adire, tantos cursus confessora potuit, quam seal writer cn Pompeo duce tanti belli impetus navigavit? Qui nondum tempis tivo ad navigandum mari Sicilium 5 adiit, Africam exploravit, in Sardinium cum class venit, et hectria frumentaria subsidia rei publici firmissimis praesidius classibusque munivit. Inde cum se in Italiam recipicit, duobus Hispanius et Gallia transalpina praesidius ac navibus confirmata, 10 missus item in orum Illyricii maris et in Achaeum amem Gricium navibus Italii duo Maria maximiz clas sibus firmissimisque praesidius adornavit, ipsi autumn, ut Brundicio perfectus est, undecquinquagesimo die totum ad imperium populi Romani 15 Cilicium addi ungsit, omnes, qui ubique praedones fuerent, partim capti interfeta sunt, partim unius huius se imperio ac pot stati dediderunt. Ita tantum bellum, tam diuturnum, tam lunge latique dispersum, quo bello omnes gentes ac nations 20 primebantur, cn Pompeius extrema hiame ad paravit, inunt vir suspit, media estate confacit. Cicero, Pro Leg Manilia, 34, 35. For tanti belli impetus, figure for an attacking fleet of such force, which from its size would ordinarily sail slowly. Wilkins. 5 to 8 Key munivit. Early in the year, nondum tempis tivo ad navigandum, Pompeius cleared of pirates the Sicilian, African, and Sardinian waters, so re-establish the supply of grain from these provinces to Italy. 14 to 18 Undecquagesimo dediderunt. The bold Cilician Sea-kings alone ventured to face the Roman fleet in the offing of Coricesium, at the W frontier of Cilicia, but were completely defeated. 49 days, undecquinquagesimo, after Pompeius had appeared in the eastern seas, Cilicia was subdued, and the war at an end. In all about 1,300 piratical vessels are said to have been destroyed, besides which the richly filled arsenals and magazines of the buccaneers were burnt. Of the pirates, about 10,000 perished, interfecti, upwards of 20,000 fell alive, partim capti partim se dediderunt, into the hands of the victor. M22 inunt vir confacit. In the summer of 67 BC, 3 months after the beginning of the campaign, commerce resumed its wonted course, and instead of the former famine abundance prevailed in Italy. This was the first trial of rule centralized in a single hand, and Pompeius fully justified the confidence that was placed in him. B32 The Third Mithridatic War, 74–63 BC, 2, Pompeius subdues Mithridates and Tigranes. Pompeius Interia Memorabile adversus Mithridaten, qui post loculi perfectionem magnas novi exercitus vires reparaverat, bellum gessit. At rex fussus fugitusque et omnibus exudus copius Armenium Tigranem generum petit, regem eius temporis, 5 nisi qualiculi armis erat infractus, potentissimum. Simul itac duos persecutus Pompeius intravit Armenium. Prior filius Tigranes, sed discurs patri, pervenit ad Pompeium, mox ipsi supplex et praesens esse regnum dictionai eius permisit, ten prefatus neminum alium nec Romanum nec alias gentis virum futurum fuis, quaes esse societate commisurus forat, quam Pompeium, non esse terpia bio vinci, quem vincere esset nefas, nec in honest alici m summiti huic, quem fortuna super 15 omnes exjulicit. Servitus regionos imperi, sed multato ingenti pecunia, qui omnes, sicuti Pompeo moris erat, redacta in quaestoris potestatem ac publicis descripta litteris. Syria alii, quas occupaverat, provincii erepte, et alii restituti populo 20 Romano, alii tum primum in eius potestatem redacti, ut Syria, qui tum primum facta est stipendiaria. Finus imperi regi terminatus Armenia. Valius Paterculus, 2. 37 Context. In 66 BC Lucullus, of whom Mommsen says hardly any other Roman general accomplished so much with so trifling means, was superseded by Pompeius. By the Lex Manilia Pompeius obtained, in addition to the extensive powers conferred upon him by the Lex Gabinius 67 BC, the military administration of Asia as far as Armenia. Never since Rome stood had such power been united in the hands of a single man. M3–4 Rex Fussus Copius, i.e. in Lesser Armenia, on S bank of Lycus, where Pompeius afterwards founded Nicopolis. 5 Tigranem generum petit. Tigranes had married Cleopatra, the daughter of Mithridates. 17–19 Qui omnes litteris, i.e. paid into the Roman treasury. Cf. Lucan 9. 197 Immodicus pos edit opes, sed plura retentus insulit sc in aerarium. The end of Mithridates. After his defeat at Nicopolis, the aged king took refuge in his northern capital of Pantikapaeum, on the Cimmerian Bosporus. Here, when all turned against him, he took poison. 63 BC In him a great enemy was borne to the tomb, a greater than had ever yet withstood the Romans in the indolent East. Syria made a Roman province, 65 BC B33 Gaius Iulius Caesar, 3, A curule edile, 65 BC Aedilis praetor comitium AC forum basilicasque entium capitalium ornavit porticibus ad tempus extructis, in quibus abundant rerum copia pars apparatus exponeritur. Venationes autumn ludisque et cum collega et separatum edidit, quo factum est, 5 ut communium quoque impensarum solus gratium caperit, nec dissimularet collega eius Marcus Bibulus evna sibi quad polluci, ut nm Geminis fratribus aedes in foro constituta tantum cast oris vocaretur, ita suum Caesarisque munificentium unia Caesaris 10 dici. Suetonius, Divus Iulius, 10. 1 Aedilis. As curulidile Caesar exceeded all previous expenditure. This was meant to secure the favor of the democracy, and gain the position of its leader, which was in fact vacant, for Crassus was never popular, and Pompeius was absent in the east. Basilicas, beta alpha sigma iota lambda iota kappa sc omicron kappa alpha and sigma tau omicron, regia, equals halls. 2 Porta Cibus, these acted as booths, in a grand fair, as we should say. 4 Venationes, hear of the combats with wild beasts. 7 Ambibulus, also Caesar's colleague in his first consulship, 59 BC be propraetor in further Spain, 61 BC ex praetora ulteriorum sordidus Hispanium, retinens creditors interventu sponsorum removit, ac nec more nec ire, antiquam provincii ornarentur, perfectus est, pocket hoc provincia, pari 15 festinationi, non expectato successor, ad triumphum simul consulatum decessit. Sed cum, edictus iam comites, ratio eius habri non possit nisi privatus introvasit urbum, et ambienti ut legibus solveriter multi contradisserent, coactus est triumphum, 20 ne consulatu excluderiter, dimitera. Suetonius, Divus Iulius, 18. Context. In 69 BC Caesar was elected to a quaestorship, the lowest step in the ladder of official life, and discharged his judicial duties in further Spain with tact and industry. 13 Retinens removit equals freed himself from his creditors, who were for detaining him, by the help of sureties. Caesar is said to have borrowed from Crassus 830 talents. 14 to 15 Antiquam provincii ornarentur, a regular phrase used of supplying the newly chosen magistrate with money, arms, attendants, etc. 18 Ratio possit equals his candidature could not be considered. Propraetor in F. Spain. His governorship enabled him partly to rid himself of his debts, partly to lay the foundation for his military repute. MB 34 The conspiracy of Catiline, 63 BC, 1, Cicero declaims against the audacity of Catiline. Quo usque tandem abutera, Catilina, patientia nostra? Quam diuentium furor ist tuus nos illudet? Quem ad finem sisi efferenita iactabit audacia? Nihil te nocturnum praesidium pallati, nihil urbis vigilii, nihil timor populi, nihil concursus bonarum 5 omnium, nihil hic munitus